You are a warrior. Terminate him. Let him understand that without a will of steel, he is unworthy of the title warrior. And Teemo, apprehend that rogue hiding in the corner. You shall use him to experiment with new strains of mushrooms. Artoria, the monk is entrusted to you. I apologize, but to harm an unarmed individual contradicts my oath as a knight. Sister, the monk's fists are his weapons. Just strike him. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. Movies, comics, and games. All characters and artifacts shall be at my disposal. This is a tale of adventure in another realm, facilitated by a card summoning system. Chapter 1. The Left Ear of the Goblin. In the year 499 of the Starlight Calendar, early August, in the Norfolk region, within the Silver Pine Forest. The forest is dense, and radiant sunlight filters through the layers of treetops, illuminating the clearings adorned with foliage. Even at the zenith of summer, the depths of the forest are not particularly bright. Shero navigates through the woods, meticulously avoiding any noise. Despite the sweltering heat, he is clad in thick leather armor. He has traversed into this foreign world for nearly 3 months now. The phenomenon of time travel has become exceedingly popular, and Shero never anticipated that he would also partake in such a trend. He considered himself a rather unassuming individual. Like many predecessors who have crossed over, Shero arrived in this new realm equipped with a golden finger. In these times, if one travels without such an advantage, they would feel embarrassed to greet others, lest they be mistaken for an undocumented individual. It was indeed this golden finger that aided Shero in evading the most arduous initial trials. Upon his arrival, he found himself lying in a secluded, mountainous forest, surrounded by layers of fallen pine needles accumulated over the years. Shero's heart raced with anxiety. What is this situation? Is it merely a drink that leads to such an ordeal? After adjusting his attire, he discovered that all his belongings remained intact, including his wallet and mobile phone. It was only when he climbed a tree that he realized he was amidst an endless expanse of pine trees. A card system of infinite possibilities has manifested within his mind. Shero finally had to concede that he had indeed traversed into another world. Fortunately, this golden finger proved to be quite formidable. The card system came with an initial card pack containing 5 cards for Shero's utilization. Later, leveraging the survival knowledge imparted by his mentor, Shero stumbled upon a corpse. From the scant supplies and diary found on the remains, he, with the help of his golden finger, overcame numerous obstacles and ultimately located a small town. As a newcomer in a foreign land, Shero faced the dual crises of unfamiliarity and hunger. Fortunately, his golden finger endowed him with a proficiency in the universal language of this realm. Otherwise, he would have had to contend with a language barrier. 3 months swiftly passed, during which Shero employed every conceivable means to survive, tirelessly toiling day by day. Only in the stillness of the night did he feel a pang of homesickness, though fatigue would soon lull him into slumber. Humanity is an exceptionally resilient species. 3 months of trials have enabled Shero to swiftly acclimate to this new world. He thrives by utilizing the resources of the vast pine forest. Look, what have we discovered? A small squad of green-skinned goblins? Let's remain silent and approach them stealthily from behind. Their heads and entrails are edible, boasting a protein content 6 times that of beef, delightfully crunchy, albeit with the odor reminiscent of chicken dung. Shero murmured to himself softly, drawing encouragement from his mentor while cautiously hiding in the underbrush, surreptitiously observing a group of goblins not far away. These creatures stand approximately a meter tall, possessing dark green skin, with large, elongated noses that make their faces resemble green-skinned eggplants. Their disproportionately large triangular ears extend outwards from the sides of their heads, which appear flattened, adorned with disheveled hair. They are covered in various stains, exuding an odor that could spoil one's appetite. Their weapons are rudimentary, primarily consisting of wooden sticks adorned with teeth and bones of unknown animals. Let alone armor, they are clad in tattered rags or stiff leather, barely draped over their bodies. Only the leader of the squad possesses a tattered leather armor with holes, and at his waist hangs a rusted machete, likely belonging to some unfortunate soul who fell victim while chopping wood. Essentially, any item of technical value seen on a goblin is either stolen or pillaged. They lack any aptitude for production. Ordinary goblins possess low combat prowess and are timid. Even a brave adolescent wielding a pitchfork could engage them in a drawn-out battle. However, these diminutive monsters are acutely aware of their disadvantages. They always rely on numbers, typically attacking in groups of 5 or 6, and occasionally even dozens. If a conflict appears unfavorable, they will promptly flee, lamenting that their parents did not grant them additional eggs. They are experts in retreating, scattering in a manner that makes it difficult to discern which one to pursue. Goblins venture out at night to pilfer chickens, ducks, and tools from nearby villagers, coveting anything that can be taken, embodying the essence of a marauding army. If a goblin tribe near a village experiences no significant casualties over an extended period, their audacity swells, leading them to invade, slaughtering all in their path, and seizing everything they can carry, leaving only destruction in their wake. Their motives extend beyond mere robbery. They derive a sense of exhilaration from their misdeeds. They are born villains. The goblins in the Silver Pine Forest pose a considerable threat to those who venture in to gather pine nuts, truffles, or hunt. Therefore, the Adventurers Guild has issued a long-term mission to exterminate the goblins. One can exchange a goblin's left ear for a monetary reward of 1 silver coin. For seasoned adventurers, goblins are among the most endearing of monsters, given their overwhelming numbers, erratic behavior, and feeble strength, making them as easy to slay as cutting through melons. Simultaneously, they exhibit remarkable cunning, rendering wild goblins formidable adversaries for novices. The trio of primary threats to newcomers comprises orcs, kobolds, and goblins. While the first two may be set aside, let us focus solely on the goblins. Novices often harbor the misconception that goblins are easily vanquished. However, they are sentient beings characterized by their extreme craftiness. Employing ambushes, traps, and poisoned arrows, they leave no deceitful tactic untried. At times, they even ally themselves with more powerful creatures. Within their caverns or gathering spots, one frequently encounters an abundance of traps. They have even devised rudimentary strategies, such as flanking maneuvers, pincer attacks, luring foes into ambushes, and ensnaring them like fish in a barrel. Each year, countless novices, fueled by dreams of becoming renowned adventurers, meet their demise in the shadowy lairs of goblins, their corpses serving as meals for the very creatures they sought to conquer. Wild Goblin Raider, Wild Goblin, Level 3 Raider. Strength, 11, Constitution, 9, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 9, Perception, 11, Charisma. Skills, Intimidation, Slashing, Pillaging. Equipment, Splintered wooden shield, tattered leather armor. Note, a disgrace among thieves. Wild Goblin Hunter, Wild Goblin, Level 2 Hunter. Strength, 9, Constitution, 8, Agility, 11, Intelligence, 9, Perception, 12, Charisma. Skills, Archery, Animal Taming. Equipment, Short wooden bow. Note, a disgrace among hunters. Wild Goblin, Level 1. Note, a disgrace. 1 Level 3 Goblin Raider, 1 Level 2 Goblin Hunter, and 5 ordinary Level 1 goblins with no profession. A quintessential hunting party. They should be manageable. Charlot contemplated when to make his move. Upon discovering the hunting trap laid by the goblin, he surmised that goblins would soon come to investigate. The current goblin hunting party represented the utmost limit he could contend with. Should their numbers increase, he would have no choice but to retreat. This was no mere game. Death bore no option for resurrection, nor was there a pause or save feature. Galaolaka. The leading goblin raider exclaimed with excitement as it spotted a rabbit ensnared in the trap. Goblins must eat too. Hunting parties like this are typically quite lucrative. They indulge in a portion of their spoils, and only the remainder is returned for equitable distribution. When Charlot traversed to this realm, he possessed the universal tongue, yet the goblin language eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, it likely consisted of exclamations such as, "Wonderful," and "We have meat." One wild goblin, seeking to impress the squad leader with a display of eagerness, rushed forward to retrieve the rabbit. Just as it turned to boast to the squad leader, its foot fell into a cleverly disguised animal trap. The trap Charlot had set was intended for wild boars, and even if it were fortunate enough to survive, it would be left a maimed goblin. As the sycophant let out a wail, an arrow pierced the chest of another wild goblin. Charlot had been aiming for some time. A short, agonized cry rang out as the struck goblin collapsed to the ground. Witnessing his ambush succeed, Charlot swiftly nocked another arrow, aiming directly at the goblin squad leader. This goblin, a level 3 professional, reacted swiftly, instinctively raising its splintered wooden shield. A cry of pain echoed as Charlot's shot found its mark. Alas, the arrow missed the goblin squad leader, veering off course to strike the knee of an unfortunate companion instead. Damn. Charlot recognized that his archery skills were lacking and did not dwell upon it. He promptly discarded his short bow and opened a tome resembling a large dictionary at his waist. Suddenly, a massive wild boar appeared before Charlot. It was his companion, the stone-toothed boar. Charlot pointed decisively. Charge! The boar surged toward the goblin squad leader, its hooves kicking up wind with astonishing speed as it unleashed its sole skill. Charge. In the blink of an eye, it covered the distance of several meters. As the wild goblins were caught off guard by Charlot and the boar, a patch of soil quietly flowed toward the rear goblin hunter, concealed beneath the tree's shadow. The goblin hunter, also a level 2 professional, was somewhat of an elite within its tribe. While the ordinary goblins were paralyzed with fear, it immediately sprang into action, drawing its bow and aiming at the now exposed Charlot. This goblin hunter was accompanied by a silver-footed badger, as hunters typically tame animal companions. Given the goblins' low strength, it is challenging for them to tame larger creatures. However, the silver-footed badger, while small, is ferocious, with sharp teeth capable of piercing iron. Most importantly, it is exceptionally alert. At this moment, it sensed something amiss and loudly called out to the flowing soil. As the goblin hunter turned, it beheld a colossal earth golem rising from the ground beneath its feet. This was another minion that Charlot could summon, the clay stone golem. Towering over 2 meters, it was robust and imposing. One would feel an overwhelming sense of intimidation, even standing before a stout human. The goblin hunter instinctively adhered to the goblin's fine tradition. Upon sensing danger, it fled. Suddenly, a pale yellow light emanated from the clay stone golem, ensnaring the hunter's legs in a cascade of yellow luminescence. It felt as though lead had been poured into its legs, rendering it nearly immobile. This was a clay stone golem's skill, slow aura. Those affected by this aura felt as if their legs were bound with heavy sandbags, making even walking a strenuous ordeal. At that moment, the clay stone golem raised its fist, as large as a cooking pot, to strike. One blow after another, it descended upon its target. The wild goblins were utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, a favored member of the squad leader had been rendered a cripple by the trap. Another unfortunate soul had been slain by a stealthy arrow. Following this, a swift wild boar had toppled the squad leader to the ground. Just as they prepared to assist, a gigantic clay golem silently appeared behind them, relentlessly pounding the once mighty goblin hunter until he was reduced from a level 2 goblin hunter to a puddle of goblin hunter. Illusion. It must be an illusion. The remaining 3 wild goblins were on the verge of losing their sanity. The once lucrative hunting party had suffered the loss of half its members in an instant. They had only just secured their positions in this party through gifts and connections. The 3 goblins attempted to flee, but their legs felt as though they were being pulled back. Instantly, the 3 goblins were howling and scrambling in terror. At this juncture, Charlot had unsheathed his Doran sword and charged toward the wild goblin with the arrow lodged in its knee, raising his blade to strike at its neck with a downward diagonal slash. The goblin's neck was swiftly ensnared, and the Doran sword severed its collarbone, plunging into its chest cavity. Charlot kicked it over and charged toward another foe. Meanwhile, the goblin hunter lay helplessly on the ground. The claystone golem continued its relentless assault, striking again and again. Charlot hurriedly directed the golem to assist his stone-toothed boar. Although the goblin raider had been caught off guard and toppled, being a level 3 professional, it wielded its rusty machete and splintered wooden shield to defend itself, sustaining only minor injuries. However, when the claystone golem's fist struck, a scream of agony reverberated through the silver pine forest, a poignant lament against this cruel world. Chapter 2. The Milk of Zeus's Wife. After Charlotte effortlessly dispatched 3 wild goblins as if they were mere vegetables, the goblin marauder met its demise under a savage onslaught. It could shield itself from the tusks and fangs of wild boars, yet it was utterly defenseless against the relentless strikes of the claystone golem. Justice's iron fist swiftly fractured its arm, ultimately collapsing its ribcage, leading to a most thorough and decisive death. The execution was clean and brisk, devoid of any hesitation. 5 ordinary ears netted him 5 silver coins, while 2 ears adorned with iron rings yielded 6 silver coins. Even a rusty machete fetched 30 coppers, along with a rabbit. Overall, the spoils were commendable. Charlotte drew forth a small knife, delighting in the task of severing the goblin's ears, while others traversed realms and effortlessly amassed wealth. He found himself burdened with the daily struggles of survival. Gathering herbs, hunting, slaying goblins, and collecting ears. This had been his existence for the past 3 months, supplemented occasionally by odd jobs. Comparatively, he had fared better than the petty merchants in town and the local farmers. Yet the thought of others crossing realms to acquire tens of thousands of gold coins while he had yet to lay eyes on a single gold piece was disheartening. Reflecting on those early days of transmigration, where even consuming sweet potatoes could elevate one to mastery, and pondering the exploits of certain Richard, he could not help but feel a profound sense of inadequacy. It truly was a case of comparison breeds despair. To this day, Charlotte remained puzzled as to the reason behind his transmigration. He had merely been installing a card-based game when he succumbed to intoxication and drifted into slumber, only to awaken in the silver pine forest. The universal card system had the ability to summon the cards he possessed into reality, whether they be items, equipment, or magical companions. Charlotte could harness mana to invoke these cards. For instance, the level 3 Stone Tusk Wild Boar the level 5 Claystone Golem, and the green exemplary weapon, the Doran sword, were all essential for his ventures. System, open my character panel, he muttered to himself as he once again perused the large dictionary hanging at his waist. No sooner had he spoken than a semi-transparent frame appeared before him, displaying his personal information and attributes. Name, Charlotte level, 3 class, Universal Card Master Race, Human Gender, Male Age, 24 Language, Common Tongue Title, Lone Dog Health Points, 200 Stamina Points, 400 Mana Points, 200 Strength, 16 Constitution, 14 Agility, 13 Intelligence, 14 Perception, 13 Charisma, 13 Luck. Talent, Universal Card Master, 1 to all attributes, gains 1 point of free attributes with each level up. Extraordinaire Physique, 2 Strength, une Constitution, gains 1 Strength and 1 Constitution every 5 levels. Cards, Claystone Golem, Exemplary Companion Card, consumes 45 mana points to summon a level 5 Claystone Golem as your companion to fight for you. Stone Tusk Wild Boar, Ordinary Companion Card, consumes 30 mana points to summon a level 3 Stone Tusk Wild Boar as your companion to fight for you. Doran Sword, Exemplary Equipment Card, consumes 50 mana points to manifest a Doran Sword. 80 health points, 10 attack power, 3 lifesteal. Blessing of Strength, Exemplary Magic Card, consumes 20 mana points to increase a unit's strength by 3 for 10 minutes. Lucky Coin, Exemplary Magic Card, no consumption, increases a unit's maximum mana points by 100 for 60 minutes. Remarks, where did this weakling come from? Blast, my combat power is below 5. And it's all because of this trash system. If you were a bit more competent and gave me some super serum, I would have soared to the heavens by now. A line of text appeared on the page. Can't take a dump? Blame gravity. This system is just like this. Use it or roll. Good grief. I'll tell you. It's only because my temper has mellowed that I'm not going to destroy you right now. A couple of years ago, I would have had a fit over this. I was once a person who valued dignity. Today, it's just that I didn't bring a weapon. So I'll let you off this time. Charlotte, adopting a mindset of seeking peace, decided not to dwell on this issue. Strength would come with time. All right, let's not discuss strength anymore. What is the deal with that title? Who is calling me a lone dog? Playing mind games with me, are you? Who knows who it refers to? This is discrimination. It's a personal attack. Which engineer designed this? I'm going to report you. I'll take you to 315. The lament of the defeated. Charlotte versus the Universal Card Dictionary. Charlotte hit the ground. The attributes of a normal adult male human are typically around 10 points. Yet Charlotte, with various enhancements, boasted quite impressive stats. At least in the town of Griel, he was rather formidable. He had only seen a few individuals surpass him in specific attributes. But in total, he still held the advantage. His class as a Universal Card Master was a built-in feature of the system, granting him a golden talent, Universal Card Master, which provided 1 to all attributes, along with a no-consumption green spell card, Lucky Coin, and an initial card pack. The initial card pack yielded 5 cards, a green companion card, Claystone Golem, a green equipment card, Doran Sword, a white companion card, Stone Tusk Wild Boar, a green spell card, Blessing of Strength, and a golden item card, the Milk of Zeus's Wife. The Milk of Zeus's Wife, a golden exceptional miscellaneous card. Usage, acquire a vial of Zeus's wife's milk. Upon consumption, gain the golden talent Extraordinary Physique. Remarks, drink it, and you shall be the milk brother of Hercules. Hercules, the mighty hero of Greek mythology, was the illegitimate son of the god King Zeus. He once drank the milk of the goddess Hera, which granted him his extraordinary physique, allowing him to complete the 12 labors and ascend to the heavens as the constellation Hercules. He is arguably the most renowned hero in Greek mythology and is also known as Heracles, meaning glory of Hera, referencing the milk she provided him. To think he could even obtain the milk of Zeus's wife. The universal card system is truly remarkable. What if one day it produced the Hulk's underpants or Sun Wukong's earwax scooper for me? Charlotte was initially filled with excitement, only to discover that this item was rather indecent. It was indeed a baby bottle, complete with a nipple. System, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Charlotte inquired, shaking the bottle gently, the milky liquid within shimmering with a faint golden glow. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. As Lu Sun said, some people, upon seeing short sleeves, immediately think of white arms and then everything else. The dictionary once again delivered a critical blow, and Charlotte hit the ground. He could no longer afford to feel shy. He took a deep gulp. Gulp, 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 concerned that he might not drink enough to achieve the desired effect. He drained the entire bottle in one go. His heart swelled with joy, believing this would empower him, even if he couldn't match Hercules. He certainly wouldn't fall far behind. However, reality had its way of teaching lessons. After all, Hercules not only drank Hera's milk, but he was also the biological son of Zeus. On the path of the 12 trials, amidst countless deities who bestowed blessings and gifts upon one another, the illustrious Hercules, the god of strength, was ultimately forged. To aspire for a mere sip of Sanlu milk while aspiring to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hercules is nothing short of delusional. Nevertheless, the advantages conferred by his golden talent and extraordinary physique are indeed substantial. It is worth noting that with each level Summer rises, he only gains a single point in free attributes, whereas this talent immediately grants him 3 points, with an additional 2 points for every 5 levels. Such a boon is undeniably significant. From Summer's observations over the past 3 months, it appears that ordinary individuals do not acquire attribute points upon leveling up. They can only enhance their attributes through diligent training and study. The mere act of slaying monsters allows one to level up and gain attribute points. One cannot help but feel this is akin to cheating. These 2 talents are the cornerstones of Summer's ascent. Of course, Summer understands that his true reliance does not rest on his own abilities, but rather on the omnipotent cards. His ability to annihilate the wild goblin hunting squads is not due to his own prowess, but rather the minions and equipment, even magic, bestowed upon him by the omnipotent cards. This is his true trump card. It is worth pondering that while he can currently summon only a stone-toothed wild boar and a claystone golem, it does not preclude him from acquiring other minions in the future. During his university days, Summer was no stranger to gaming. He is well aware of the origins of the 2 minions he can summon. The stone-toothed wild boar is a creature from the MMORPG world of Warcraft, notorious for its role in duels at the gates of Orgrimmar, often leading to players being trampled to death with but a sliver of health remaining. Thus, it holds considerable notoriety. The claystone golem, too, hails from a game of lesser renown. It is an early skill of the Necromancer class in the classic RPG Diablo II, a game in which Summer favored playing as a Necromancer or Druid, relishing the ability to summon a horde of minions to overwhelm his foes. Both World of Warcraft and Diablo II feature exceptionally advanced combat units. Who is to say that he will not someday encounter demonic deities himself? Currently, however, Summer is beset by 2 primary concerns: the lack of cards and insufficient magical energy. According to the system, there are broadly 2 methods to acquire omnipotent cards, through quest rewards or purchases. As the system evolves, more avenues will open for card acquisition. But for now, these 2 remain. While the quests are plentiful, Summer has completed a few. However, due to their low difficulty, they rewarded only minimal experience and a scant number of fate points. Fate points serve as currency for purchasing omnipotent cards, representing the numerical value of the fate that Summer has altered. Presently, Summer has identified 2 methods to acquire these points. One is through his mere existence. As long as Summer lives another day, he will earn 1 fate point. After all, he does not belong to this world, and his very presence influences the fates around him. Furthermore, as his strength grows, so too will his influence, leading to an increase in the fate points he earns daily. The other method is through quests, which are recognized by the system as significantly affecting fate, thus offering substantial rewards upon completion. In the system shop, the most affordable option is the classic card pack, which offers a completely random assortment. One might unearth a magical artifact, or conversely, discover a trivial item among the 5 cards, but at least one will certainly be a green card. However, its utility remains uncertain. The classic card pack costs 300 fate points per pack. Summer has accumulated just over 100 fate points, hoping for a stroke of luck to yield an SSR. Oh no, rather, an orange card. Moreover, the system shop refreshes 10 random omnipotent cards each month. As long as one possesses sufficient fate points, they can make a purchase. Yet to this day, Summer has only seen the cheapest omnipotent card, a gray card. Teacher Song's Gray, a rough grade miscellaneous card priced at 55 fate points. The description reads, "How many lonely nights, how many absurd dreams. The countless artifacts yearned for by youth lie before you. What are you waiting for? There is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Another issue is that utilizing the omnipotent cards requires magical energy. His current magical capacity is woefully inadequate. As of now, he understands that increasing his intelligence attribute and leveling up will expand his magical energy limit. Thus, that green-grade magical card, Lucky Coin, could prove invaluable at a critical moment. Indeed, acquiring a system mandates one to engage in combat and level up. Summer sighed, wishing he could simply consume sweet potatoes to gain experience. The 1982 rye whiskey, this is no place to linger. Summer did not tarry long at the site of the Goblin Massacre, as the carnivorous beasts of Silver Pine Forest remain formidable. while goblin flesh is foul and repugnant. Wolves and grizzlies are indifferent to such matters. He has spent 3 days within the woods, reaping ample rewards. It is time to return to the town for some well-deserved rest. With his claystone golem and wild boar in tow, Summer traversed the mountains and valleys back home. He spied rabbits, but refrained from pursuit, and encountered wild chickens, yet chose not to chase them. He journeyed at a leisurely pace, returning to the nearest town, Gruel, as the sun dipped low in the west. This was the first human settlement Summer encountered after his arrival, and indeed the only one, as he had yet to venture far. Naturally, having crossed into such a fantastical world, who could endure the monotony of a humble existence in an obscure little town? At the forest's edge, Summer recalled his clay-stone golem and stone-toothed wild boar, for in this world, sorcerers are indeed exalted beings seldom encountered. In such a remote town, it is prudent not to draw undue attention. From a distance, Summer beheld the walls of Gruel, approximately 2 stories high, around 5 to 6 meters. It was a rudimentary fortification, crowned with a watchtower where armed guards scanned the distant forest for threats. Should danger arise, they would sound the alarm. Given that Silver Pine Forest often harbors wild beasts or monsters that threaten the town, their duty is of utmost importance and perilous. "Hey, Summer, you're back." Hans, stationed at the gate, called out upon spotting him. "You always return with a hefty load. Is Silver Pine Forest your backyard?" Summer enjoyed a friendly rapport with them. "Indeed. I've just returned from my Silver Pine farm." Summer, laden with a large, deer-hide backpack, had already extracted the items he wished to address in town from his inventory. His inventory could hold up to 40 slots, accommodating numerous items, but he could not display them publicly, so he had prudently stowed them in his handcrafted backpack. He also carried a rabbit, a wild chicken, and 2 squirrels at his waist, resembling a triumphant hunter returning from the hunt. Many hunters in the town dare not venture too deep into Silver Pine Forest. Should a lone hunter encounter a goblin hunting party, the outcome would be that the goblins enjoy a hearty feast. However, without delving deeper into the woods, such bountiful rewards would be unattainable. Summer patted the bearded guard, still under 30, and said, "I had a feeling it would be you on duty today. Here, have some pine nuts for everyone as a snack. And this is for little Hans as a toy." As he spoke, he handed Hans a small pouch of pine nuts, accompanied by a pine cone that was 2 sizes larger than an adult's fist. Hans's son, a robust 5-year-old with a lively demeanor, was someone Charlotte particularly adored. "Huh, I knew you'd get something good this time." Hans, along with several surrounding guards, each took a handful of the pine nuts to distribute. Given that Gruel guarded the Silver Pine Forest, pine nuts and mushrooms were hardly considered valuable. However, the season for pine nuts typically fell between October and November, and it was only August now. These nuts had been foraged from the squirrel storerooms by Charlotte. Poor squirrels, not only were they destined to be consumed, but even the meager supplies in their nests were not spared. Charlotte bid farewell to the guards and strolled into the town. Upon passing through the main gate, he was greeted by a street paved with stone slabs, albeit rough and uneven, making it far from smooth. Yet this was the best road in the entire town. In the other alleys, the ground was either hastily cobbled together with gravel or completely unpaved. Should it rain, the streets would be inundated with puddles and slush. The buildings lining the street were primarily 2 or 3 stories high, constructed of brick and stone, with shops on the ground floor and residences above. Some second-floor windows protruded with wooden poles, from which linen garments were hung to dry. This scene evoked memories of the tales of Pan Jinlian and Shimenqing. While Charlotte was unaware of other places, Gruel resembled a medieval European village. Passers-by appeared weary and travel-worn. One must understand that bathing was quite a laborious endeavor in this era, resulting in far from pristine hygiene. The scent of sweat was, alas, all too commonplace. In fact, during the 3 months since his arrival, Charlotte had bathed only in the small rivers or streams of the wilderness. Digging a well was a monumental and arduous task, requiring a significant workforce of at least 12 people and over half a month to complete, assuming the chosen site yielded a high water table. As for the housing, only the buildings adjacent to the main street were 2-story brick structures. Elsewhere, one encountered single-story dwellings. There was no mention of steel or concrete in this world, rendering the construction of multi-story buildings an extravagant undertaking. The more affluent townsfolk resided in brick and stone homes, while the general populace dwelled in wooden cabins, some even topped with thatched roofs that required periodic replacement of decaying straw. In summary, this foreign realm was markedly backward and impoverished, albeit imbued with magic. Charlotte first sought out a general store, which did not sell everyday necessities but rather herbs, leather, tools, and similar goods. He both sold and procured these raw materials. Each time he returned from the Silver Pine Forest, He visited this shop to process his findings. What? 2 silver coins for this? Are you jesting? Open your eyes wide and take a closer look. This is the pelt of a mature forest wolf, unmarred and of superior quality. Add 50 copper, or I shall take it to the guild for sale. 2 wolf pelts fetched 5 silver coins, 3 rabbit skins 1 silver and 50 copper. Several herbs 3 silver and 80 copper. A tattered goblin leather armor 6 silver, and a rusty machete 1 silver, alongside a miscellaneous assortment of items. In total, he sold for 19 silver. As he walked, he jangled the coins in his pouch. That old miser was becoming increasingly stingy. Were it not for the fact that this was the only general store in town, he would not have benefited from such a deal. Griel was not a bustling place. Rather, it was a town nestled in a valley. Fortunately, its remoteness spared it from much trouble. The permanent population was around 4,000 to 5,000, with some transient residents from nearby farms and villages coming to trade. Throughout the year, only occasionally did small merchant caravans arrive to procure pelts, pine nuts, pine oil, mushrooms, and other local specialties. Although this general store may not seem like a grand enterprise, one truly needed connections and skills to run it. Those selling goods were predominantly adventurers or hunters, whose tempers could hardly be relied upon. The buyers were mainly caravans looking to purchase goods. The townsfolk resembled illiterate peasants from the Middle Ages. Not only did they struggle with reading, but they also lacked logic and coherence, often failing to articulate their thoughts. Thus, the owner of the general store held significant influence within town. It could be said that merchants in this world enjoyed a status that was quite elevated, in stark contrast to that of ancient China. At this point, Charlotte arrived at a wooden 3-story building, which had a reasonably sized facade, at least by local standards. The 2 solid wooden doors swung wide open, revealing a bustling interior. Above the entrance hung a large wooden sign depicting a shield with crossed swords and axes, beneath which were the letters RS. This was the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was a vast, yet loosely organized entity, present in various nations and regions, ranging from the grandiose to the modest. Some wielded such power that even city lords had to show them respect, while others, like Griel, were small and lacked formidable members. Charlotte strode confidently inside and approached the counter, where a young man in his 20s was diligently sorting through parchment documents. Charlotte rapped on the table and said, "Hey, young Jimmy, could you fetch old Jimmy for me? I have a few ears that need counting." Mr. Charlotte, you're back. That's wonderful." Young Jimmy, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, held Charlotte in high esteem for his ability to navigate the silver pine forest with ease. Of course, before his arrival in this world, Charlotte had exaggerated his skills to the fullest. In his narratives, he portrayed himself as a gallant hero, traversing the depths of the forest to vanquish malevolent goblins and drive away beasts, living a life fraught with danger and solitude, an image most grandiose and noble. One could liken him to figures such as Batman, Robin Hood, or Yanghua. I'll share tales of my recent adventures with you later. For now, please summon your father. I have a string of ears to claim my reward. Upon exiting the Adventurers Guild, Charlotte found his pouch enriched by 11 silver coins. This haul was quite satisfactory, totaling 30 silver coins. It was noteworthy that a typical town guard earned merely 20 silver coins a month, often receiving provisions as payment. To earn as much as Charlotte did in merely 3 days of wandering the forest equated to the income of a guard over 1.5 months. Having sorted through his belongings, Charlotte, now feeling hungry, made his way to the only tavern in town. The tavern, modest in size, displayed a sign depicting a wooden cup, along with a fork and spoon. This was the Pine Needle Tavern, Griel's sole establishment of its kind. As Charlotte pushed the door open, he was met with a vibrant atmosphere that invigorated his senses, signaling that dinner time was fast approaching. The tavern was bustling with patrons, some of whom were unfamiliar faces. Griel's remote location and lack of renown meant it was not particularly prosperous. However, the town had not witnessed significant disturbances in decades, leading to a degree of affluence among its inhabitants. Consequently, a few itinerant merchants could be seen driving their livestock and carts to engage in trade. He took a seat at a table by the bar. The tavern's owner, Old Trevor, had seen a surge in business following the modifications suggested by Charlotte. He attributed this improvement primarily to the few recipes Charlotte had provided. When Charlotte first arrived, he had little money, and to avoid being beaten for dining and dashing, he had offered several so-called family recipes. However, Old Trevor was unwilling to concede, insisting, "Your recipes are indeed commendable, but my original dishes are the most authentic, steeped in centuries of tradition." In a society where even basic sustenance is a struggle, how dare one speak to me of traditional cuisine? Take whatever food can be found and toss it into a pot to concoct a mush. This is what you call traditional fare? How shameless. Old Trevor, in his youth, was an exceptional adventurer. His many years of escapades had long since sold his face to fortune. Just as Charlotte settled down, the tavern maid, Aisha, approached him. Aisha, Trevor's daughter, appeared to be around 17 or 18, brimming with youthful vitality and possessing an appealing figure. Her light golden hair was braided into 2 pigtails. Although adorned with a few freckles, her striking features still rendered her quite attractive. She scrutinized Charlotte, who bore the stains of blood and dirt, and remarked, "It's rather nice to see you back in one piece." "Huh, what are you talking about?" Charlotte laughed. "The Silver Pine Forest is as familiar to me as my own backyard. Who would get hurt in their own garden?" He wore an expression that suggested he was quite the formidable character, treating the Silver Pine Forest as a mere trifle. "Oh," Aisha drawled. "I wonder who it was that got surrounded by a band of wild goblins? Were it not for the White Stag's rescue, your garden would now be fertilized with goblin droppings." Aisha's playful banter elicited hearty laughter from the patrons of the tavern, all of whom were well acquainted with the tale. "Hey, Charlotte, those goblins in your backyard are no trifling matter." Others chimed in, jesting. "Next time you wander in your garden, remember to bring your white stag." The jesters continued, "Go drink your ale. Even a 1982 rye can't silence you." This remark sparked another round of laughter, for it was well known that Charlotte had once teased a tavern maid about her looks, requesting a glass of the 1982 rye, leaving her blushing. Thus, the 1982 rye had become a perennial jest within the tavern, frequently prompting offers of drink. It truly illustrated the scarcity of entertainment in this other world. A single joke endured for over 3 months, with no sign of waning mirth. Chapter 4. The Princess Must Die. Alas, what naive young girl she once was, now transformed into a sharp-tongued maiden. The fickleness of human nature. All the blame is oneself for indulging in such frivolity. Charlotte shook his head, accepting the menu from Aisha's hands. This menu had been crafted at Charlotte's suggestion upon his first visit to the tavern. He found it inconvenient, not knowing what food was available or their prices. Once he became familiar with the place, he proposed the creation of a menu to make the offerings and their costs abundantly clear. On the counter, there was also a wooden board inscribed with the day's special dishes, another idea of Charlotte's. In this world of scarcity, whatever new ingredients arrived dictated the special of the day, unlike the establishments back home where one could order whatever they desired. "Want fish?" "Sorry, the fisherman didn't bring any today. I'll have 2 loaves of multigrain bread, 2 baked potatoes, a rich soup, a serving of sausage, a wild boar steak, 2 eggs, and half a roast chicken. Oh, and a glass of the 1982 rye," Charlotte said with a cheeky grin. Aisha rolled her eyes playfully and headed towards the kitchen. "Good girl, I haven't eaten all day. Do hurry." "Don't worry, you won't starve," Aisha replied nonchalantly. Before long, Aisha returned with a wooden tray laden with food, setting each dish down before fetching a full glass of rye from the barrel. Gruel, belonging to the Norfolk region, is situated in the central-western part of the continent and is relatively rich in resources, thus making ale reasonably affordable. It was said that the dwarves in the northern mountains had invented a bubbly ale known as beer, presumably discovering the properties of hops. However, whether this other world referred to it as hops remained uncertain. Charlotte took the rye, gulping down a hearty mouthful and letting out a satisfied sigh. In Gruel, most households consumed ale as a daily beverage. Many brewed their own, provided their economic situation was decent. It was observed that drinking ale significantly reduced the incidence of disease compared to drinking stagnant water. The sanitary conditions of this era were far from ideal. Outbreaks of plague were common. Were it not for the miraculous healing powers of the priests, the situation would have been dire. As Charlotte savored his meal, he reflected on the events since his arrival in this world. He had found himself in the Silver Pine Forest, awakening to towering trees and a particularly sharp-tongued system in his mind. One could only imagine the thoughts that had plagued him then. Who knows how he had managed to survive? It was thanks to the wilderness survival knowledge imparted by the renowned master. He began his arduous journey of survival under the protection of the stone-toothed wild boars and the clay golems. By sheer fortune, he stumbled upon a corpse the very next day. This corpse belonged to an intellectual who had, rather inexplicably, carried a diary. From the diary, Charlotte learned that the young man, named Avon, had the potential to secure a respectable job due to his literacy. However, having been enamored with tales of adventure since childhood, he stubbornly pursued the path of an adventurer. Ultimately, he met his demise. According to the hastily scribbled notes in the diary, he had encountered a goblin hunting party. Although he had managed to escape, an infection from his wounds had prevented him from leaving the forest. He tragically perished on his inaugural adventure, yet for Charlotte, he had died with purpose, From Avon's pack, Charlotte salvaged 2 pieces of dark bread to satiate his hunger and glean the whereabouts of Greal from the diary. This discovery was nothing short of life-saving. In such an expansive forest, lacking precise direction, he would inevitably succumb to the wilderness. Thus, Charlotte resolved to heed the diary's instructions and return Avon's adventurer's badge to the Adventurers Guild in Greal. In doing so, he completed his first task, earning some experience and destiny points. However, just as Charlotte felt salvation within his grasp, brimming with confidence, the forest goblins delivered a harsh lesson. As dusk fell and visibility waned, Charlotte ignited a fire using the flint obtained from Avon. Feeling secure for the night, as beasts typically feared fire, he unwittingly found himself encircled by a dozen goblins. In that moment, it dawned on him, damn it, goblins are not afraid of fire. The stone-toothed wild boars and clay golems could do little to protect him. Just as he braced for his impending demise, the white stag appeared, illuminated by a gentle glow. Its majestic antlers exuded an air of authority. Upon its arrival, it charged at the goblins, head-butting and kicking with such force that it seemed to resonate through the air, sending the goblins fleeing in terror. Ultimately, 7 or 8 fell to its might. After dispatching the goblins, the white stag cast a fleeting glance at Charlotte before departing. At that moment, Charlotte naively assumed it was his turn next. Later, he learned at the tavern that the luminous white stag was a spirit of the forest, known to be quite friendly towards people. Many had benefited from its grace. Charlotte devoured his meal with gusto, wiped his mouth, and approached the bar to settle his bill with the tavern owner, old Trevor. Trevor was a burly man in his 40s or 50s, somewhat balding, and appeared rather disheveled. He bore a visage of formidable ferocity, hardly resembling a tavern proprietor. Rather, he seemed akin to a nefarious brigand, intent on plunder and mayhem. In his youth, he was a somewhat renowned adventurer, but after sustaining a grievous knee injury from an arrow, he returned to the secluded town of his birth, took a wife, sired children, and established a tavern. Among a cohort of 10 adventurers, only one might survive to an advanced age, and even fewer would manage to amass savings sufficient to return home and indulge in the spoils of life. For instance, that fellow, Avon, who had become a transport captain for Charlotte, met his demise shortly after embarking on his journey. Ah, old Trevor, have there been any promising quests of late? The local townsfolk sometimes harbored distrust towards the Adventurers Guild, opting instead to post tasks at the tavern, hoping for assistance from local denizens. Charlotte settled his bill, totaling 1 silver and 15 copper, and perched upon a tall stool at the bar, savoring his rye ale, which he ordered a refill for. This elevated bar stool was a suggestion designed to evoke the ambience of taverns back on Earth. Old Trevor, behind the counter, was diligently polishing an oak goblet with a white cloth. Lately, the prone farm to the north has been besieged by wild boars. It is said that wild boars have become a regional specialty. However, this time, a particularly massive sow has taken the lead, injuring several farmers who have been utterly unable to contend with it. If it is not dealt with promptly, this year's potato harvest may very well be obliterated. Having set the goblet aside, old Trevor resumed, wiping down the counter. Oh, by the way, that group has even given the wild sow a moniker, Princess. They promised a reward of 10 silver coins and 2 bags of dried potatoes to anyone who can slay her. Furthermore, old Priest Charlie is willing to part with a piece of hardened leather armor as remuneration. Old Trevor added, I suspect that wild sow possesses the strength of a black iron rake. Would you care to give it a try? No sooner had Trevor finished speaking than a reaction stirred in Charlotte's mind. It was a prompt from his system. Maintaining his composure, Charlotte discreetly opened the notification. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the quest. The princess must die. Quest level, D. Quest objective. Kill the wild sow princess within 10 days. Quest rewards, 500 experience points, 20 fate points, and a random card of green quality, maximum level. Note, the fate of the villager's potatoes rests upon you, young one. Do as you see fit. By the gods, what concern is it of mine regarding the villager's potatoes? Charlotte mused. He was not the type to recklessly risk his life for the sake of others. It was unthinkable for him to sacrifice himself for the villager's tubers. However, since the system acknowledged this quest and even offered a card reward, the situation was indeed different. I assure you, the villager's potatoes are now my concern, Charlotte declared emphatically, slapping the table with righteous fervor. Now tell me, where can I find that wild sow? Old Trevor rolled his murky eyes, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. After several months of acquaintance, they were well aware of each other's dispositions. Even catching a frog required squeezing it for every last drop, and yet here he was posturing as a paragon of virtue. First, you ought to seek out old Charlie. As the priest of the Earth Mother, It is his duty to safeguard the local agriculture. If he were not a mere black iron rank priest without sufficient strength, he would have taken matters into his own hands long ago. Our village of Griel is far too isolated. Each year, we see too few adventurers passing through. Those with real prowess have ventured forth into the world, leaving behind only the underlings, some of whom barely escaped the clutches of that wild sow. It is no wonder Charlie is offering a piece of hardened leather armor as a reward, for the equipment in the temple is far superior to what is available on the market. Old Trevor, typically a man of few words, became quite loquacious in the presence of acquaintances. As Charlotte absorbed Trevor's ramblings, he gathered valuable information. Upon his arrival in this world, he had familiarized himself with its intricacies through the incessant chatter of Trevor and the tavern patrons. Old Charlie served as the priest of the Earth Mother, a deity of ancient lineage, revered also as the goddess of grains, the goddess of harvest, and the mother of the earth. She embodies fertility and symbolizes the bounteous gifts of the land, revered by the populace as the great mother of agriculture. The domains of the Earth Mother encompass agriculture, crops, farmers, gardeners, and the summer season. Her clergy also assumed the role of shepherds, vigilantly guarding against the misdeeds of malicious actors who would ravage their fields. Thus, they are held in high esteem within agricultural communities. Therefore, the destruction wrought by the wild boar falls squarely within the realm of responsibility for the Earth Mother as priests. Regrettably, old Charlie is merely a novice priest, and with age, his capabilities have waned. His responsibilities largely involve instructing farmers in cultivation techniques, disseminating knowledge of agriculture and animal husbandry, and officiating ceremonies during various celebrations to promulgate the tenets of the Earth Mother. Charlotte had encountered the old priest before. He was only level 3, just capable of wielding first-level divine magic, sufficient for treating minor ailments or crafting healing potions. The so-called black iron rank typically requires levels 6 to 9. Moreover, animals tend to be stronger than their human counterparts at the same level. Were old Charlie to confront the wild so himself, it is likely that the creature would come to know precisely what the Earth Mother-s priest tastes like. Charlotte pondered these matters, recalling Trevor's words that competent adventurers had long since departed to seek their fortunes elsewhere. His own spirit surged with ambition, yet he recognized the limitations of his current abilities. It would be unwise to act recklessly. He resolved to gather strength, vanquish weaker foes, and later emerge as the one to bear the burden of victory. Setting aside his empty goblet, Charlotte declared, "Very well. I shall seek out old Charlie to ascertain the situation." Rising to depart, he was halted by a towering figure, a man of considerable stature, standing over 6 feet tall, clad in worn leather armor. Beside him rested a small round shield and a single-handed sword, unmistakably marking him as an adventurer. Accompanying him were 2 others, one dressed as a warrior, albeit with a bow at his side. The other appeared to be a rogue, likely his companions in adventure. The burly man, his face flushed and reeking of ale, had evidently indulged a bit too much. He raised a hand to stop Charlotte. "Hold on. Do you, a mere novice, truly believe you can contend with a black iron rank? Are you not being a tad presumptuous? Beware, lest you fall prey to that wild sow. It would be quite the embarrassment." Charlotte was taken aback, suppressing his ire. "And who might you be to concern yourself with my affairs? What does my hunt for the wild sow have to do with you? Is that sow your beloved?" Struggling to contain his frustration, Charlotte inquired with a bemused expression. "What concern is this of yours? Step aside." The burly man grinned, adjusting the badge hanging from his chest, a D-level adventurer's emblem, indicating he was an experienced hand. "You novices simply fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Do you truly think that black iron ranks are as easily dealt with as potatoes? Countless have met their demise due to their arrogance. I merely wish to spare you from the fate of being lured to your death. Let the seasoned among us handle such matters." With that, he turned to Trevor, who happened to glance up at him, his murky eyes glinting with a cold light. The man felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that old Trevor was a formidable figure. Quickly, he averted his gaze, the effects of the alcohol dissipating in an instant. He thought to himself, the tavern keeper's prowess is likely no trifling matter. I would do well to avoid provoking him. Yet, he made no move to obstruct my path, so I shall seize this rare opportunity. Chapter 5. I did not expect such a reckless youth. Charlotte found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. Have I stumbled upon a seasoned veteran with a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart, who shows concern for his junior? Is it written on my face that I seek my own demise? Rest assured, I shall act within my capabilities, so you need not trouble yourself. As Xiao Luo spoke, he attempted to sidestep the burly man, only to find himself halted once more by the man's outstretched hand. All you novices fail to recognize the disparity in strength. The burly man chided. Very well, since I am in good spirits today, I shall offer you some guidance. Allow me to demonstrate my might. With that, he placed one arm on the empty table, striking a pose as though preparing for an arm wrestling match. However, I cannot simply offer my insights without some stake in the matter. I must admit, your sword appears to be quite commendable. His gaze fixated on the sword at Xia Luo's waist, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Of course, it was not Xia Luo himself that caught his interest. Rather, it was the exceptional Dolan sword that hung at his side. Last year, I purchased a watch, Xia Luo thought, initially believing he had encountered a kind-hearted yet inarticulate elder. It turned out, however, that the man had his eyes set on his father's Dolan sword. Quite an astute appraisal indeed. Xia Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. That searing gaze that had swept over him had almost led him to believe he had encountered a member of the construction brigade. Ah, I see. You make a valid point. I cannot let you toil in vain. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I occasionally indulge in a wager myself, and this sword is a prize I won. Let us arm wrestle. Should you defeat me, the sword shall be yours. But if I emerge victorious, with a mischievous grin, Xia Luo settled into the vacant seat across from the burly man. If I win, you must remove your trousers and walk out of here. What say you? Do you dare? He gazed at the burly man with a playful smile. The burly man, named Ivan, was a seasoned adventurer from the north. He had been traversing the free lands and recently accepted a task that brought him to the Norfolk area, eventually finding himself in the remote locale of Gruyere. Prior to this, he had never even heard of such a place. It was far too obscure. Initially, he had thought the task overly cumbersome and felt he was merely running errands, truly a case of diminishing returns. However, he was astonished to discover an exceptional one-handed sword in this quaint tavern. Indeed, he recognized its extraordinary quality at first glance. What was even more remarkable was that this one-handed sword hung from the waist of a novice. Do not ask how Ivan could discern this. He had encountered countless novices before, most of whom could not even survive their first year of adventuring. They either perished in the wilderness or retreated in fear. The few who managed to endure and truly become adventurers were exceedingly rare. A novice possessing an excellent one-handed sword? Was this perhaps a blessing from the war god, Tampus? After years of toil, he had yet to acquire such an exceptional weapon. Surely, the war god had shown him favor today by presenting him with this sword. In the free lands, an excellent one-handed sword would be valued at no less than 100 gold coins. Adventurers below the bronze rank need not even dream of obtaining one. Ivan initially planned to charm the weapon from this unsuspecting lamb, for he was a black iron-ranked warrior, and it would be a simple matter to intimidate and deceive a novice. Little did he know that the tavern's owner was a formidable figure, likely a bronze-ranked master. This old man likely intends for the novice to confront a black iron-ranked wild boar, harboring nefarious intentions. He would deceive the novice into handing over the sword and then depart, avoiding any entanglement. Ivan never anticipated that this novice would wish to challenge him to an arm wrestling match. You are courting disaster. Ivan was quite pleased. He had not expected this novice to be so astute. It was truly a case of, what you wish for, you shall receive. If you desire milk, your mother shall come, and if you yearn for your family, your uncle shall arrive. What? Lose? How could that be? Ivan was a black iron-ranked warrior, and strength was his forte. He believed that with a bit more effort, he might even aspire to reach the bronze rank. Should he succeed, he would be recognized as a notable figure. To think he would lose to this novice lamb? Ivan never entertained such a notion. Name, Ivanov. Level, 7, class, warrior. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 33. Language, common tongue. Health points, 160. Stamina points, 330. Strength, 17. Constitution, says. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 10. Perception, 11. Charisma, 10. Talent, none. No wonder this fool was so confident in himself. The coward's strength was indeed formidable. Xia Luo scrutinized the burly man's attributes and realized that Ivan was truly a force to be reckoned with. In a genuine confrontation, Xia Luo, as a newcomer, might not stand a chance. It is important to note that once any attribute reaches 20, one qualifies for a shot at the bronze rank, which would result in a significant leap in power. However, coward, you have miscalculated. As Xia Luo's left fingertip glimmered beneath the table, he delightfully activated the green card, Strength Blessing. Come fort. I have the utmost respect for the strong. A sword should rightfully be bestowed upon a hero. His proclamation elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, as patrons in the tavern erupted in cheers and whistles. After all, in these times of scarce entertainment, Aside from engaging in procreation with their wives, there was little else to do but revel in the excitement. Naturally, there were a few who engaged in similar pursuits with others' wives. "Well, you certainly have an eye for the moment," Ivan remarked, slightly taken aback by the novice's perceptiveness. Nevertheless, he still intended to claim the sword. Ivan thought to himself, I shall remind him to beware of the tavern owner. I'm truly a good person. Come now, lad, witness what true strength looks like. The road ahead of you is long." With that, Ivan flexed his arms, which were impressively muscular, truly a testament to his might. "Wow, truly a black iron-ranked warrior," exclaimed onlookers, their admiration for Ivan evident. With most believing Xia Luo was bound to suffer defeat. Some patrons who were friendly with Xia Luo silently lamented his impending misfortune, while a few others, reveling in the spectacle, encouraged him not to fear, expressing their support for him. Ivan relished the praise from the crowd, boasting, "Come now, lad. Don't waste everyone's time. I have matters to attend to." Xia Luo ceased speaking, directly reaching out to grasp Ivan's hand. His grip was significantly larger and heavier than that of an ordinary man, akin to seizing a bear's paw. "Begin," shouted a nearby patron. "Go for it. Take it down. Hey, put your back into it. Give it your all." The cheers from the crowd reverberated through the tavern, their excitement surpassing that of the two competitors. Ivan wore a sinister grin as he gradually applied pressure. Xia Luo's face tightened, but the situation was decidedly unfavorable. Ultimately, Xia Luo's hand was nearly pressed against the table. Clenching his jaw tightly, he seemed to exert all his strength, yet it was to no avail. Ivan's hand remained firmly pinned against Xia Luo's. Observing Xia Luo's anxious expression, Ivan's demeanor remained relaxed. He lowered his voice and said, "Hey kid, you're stronger than I anticipated. With 10 years of training, you might just have the qualifications to challenge me. However, in the present moment," he exerted a sudden force with his hand. He aimed to achieve a decisive victory. Ivan realized that he was not effortlessly overpowering the novice before him. That not particularly robust hand remained steady, devoid of even the slightest tremor. Ivan strained again, mustering all his strength to push down, yet it remained unmoved. A sense of unease began to creep in. This was not right. His two companions, losing patience, urged him, "Ivan, stop playing around. Wrap it up quickly so we can rest." Ivan swore he had exerted every ounce of his strength. He had never given such a wholehearted effort, even in the comfort of his own bed. Suddenly, he noticed that the usually serious Charlotte was smiling. 17 points of strength is impressive, is it? My current strength is 16, 319 points. This is already the pinnacle of black iron tier. You want to arm wrestle with an elephant? I'll oblige. Charlotte had stealthily buffed himself without anyone noticing. While his strength was not yet sufficient to completely crush Ivan, it was certainly enough to dominate him. Strength Blessing, an exceptional grade magic card, consuming 20 points of mana, bestowing a unit with a strength of 3 for a duration of 10 minutes. At that moment, Ivan's companions recognized something was amiss. Ivan's face had turned red, clearly indicating he was exerting all his might. Yet, the novice across from him appeared utterly relaxed. The crowd of onlookers began to realize that Charlotte's hand was slowly turning the tide. The bartender, old Trevor, who had been polishing glasses, shook his head, agreeing with Charlotte's earlier remark. There truly is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Ivan let out a strange noise from his throat, reminiscent of someone struggling with constipation in a latrine. Nevertheless, the two clenched fists remained slowly and resolutely at the center, then gradually began to push downwards. Was he truly on the verge of losing? Impossible. Ivan disregarded the rules, half rising from his seat to apply pressure with his hand, the other gripping the table leg tightly. Ivan's entire face turned crimson, resembling a monkey's backside. The veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat beads formed on his nose. Yet, his hand continued to be pressed down bit by bit, as if a great mountain were slowly bearing down upon it. With a soft thud, Ivan's hand was firmly pinned against the sturdy wooden table. In an instant, he deflated, collapsing onto the table like a deflated sack, unable to utter a word. His two companions were also left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Initially, he had held the upper hand, yet within mere seconds, Ivan had lost. The thief's lips moved as if to say something, but the words remained unspoken. Could it be that Ivan deliberately threw the match? At this moment, the astonished patrons snapped back to reality, erupting into cheers. "Well done, Charlotte. I knew you could do it." "Quiet down. You clearly weren't backing Charlotte just now." "Charlotte, splendid job. You've not brought shame to Griel." Let this outsider be humbled. Strip him. Let him run naked. Expose him. That gentleman over there. Kindly keep your distance." If you dare pat me on the shoulder, I assure you I'll make you regret it. Charlotte tapped the table and chuckled. A fluke victory. My apologies, my apologies. Whoever you are, hasten to fulfill your wager. Come on, don't waste everyone's time. I have matters to attend to shortly. Charlotte returned Ivan's earlier words to him. Indeed, a wager must be honored. Strip, strip, strip. In an instant, the three found themselves surrounded by a throng of spectators, all raising their glasses and rhythmically pounding the table, chanting, strip. The thief and the warrior exchanged glances as the crowd closed in. Suddenly, Ivan stood up and bellowed, his voice overpowering the din around him. Silence. A wager must be honored. May Tampos bless the warriors who keep their word. With that, he tore apart his filthy linen trousers with a rip. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ivan was not wearing any undergarments. It must be noted that although this world had not yet reached a level of prosperity where everyone owned underwear, even in a remote place like Griel, everyone wore at least a loincloth, a long strip of cloth wrapped around the waist. Otherwise, one could easily injure themselves. Yet here was Ivan, brazenly exposing himself to the glaring sunlight. In the distance, Aisha was the first to react, letting out a shriek and covering her face as she fled. The crowd soon followed suit, erupting into a frenzy. Goodness, Charlotte thought, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Ivan, you must believe me. I did not intend for such a wager. I had no idea you would be going commando. How could I know you had such a penchant for exhibitionism? Who would have guessed that this was the bold young man from the north? Ivan felt utterly mortified, his face as red as if he had been boiled. He shoved aside those blocking his path and strode out. The patrons continued to jeer behind him, while his two companions hastily gathered Ivan's fallen shield and weapons to follow. The thief shot Charlotte a fierce glare. Ha ha! At that moment, Charlotte could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. No wonder so many characters in novels enjoy playing the fool to catch the unsuspecting. How exhilarating! He waved vigorously at old Trevor, calling out, Hey, you old miser! Serve everyone a glass of 82-year-old rye whiskey. It's on me. Chapter 6. The specialty dish of Pro and Farm. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have achieved an E-grade accomplishment. Arm wrestling. You have emerged victorious in an arm wrestling match. Reward, 100 experience points, 10 fate points, 10 Griel reputation points. At this moment, the system chimed in with good news as Charlotte completed a new achievement. However, this achievement was of the most basic level. The reputation of a region or faction reflects one's standing and relationships within that area. Charlotte's reputation in Griel was already nearing the friendly threshold, soon to reach esteemed status. This meant that most people in Griel held a favorable view of Charlotte. Of course, this so-called Griel reputation was only known within the confines of Griel. Beyond that, few had heard of him. He remained merely a passerby. Huh, and this can count as an achievement? Had I known, I would have started grinding for experience ages ago. Charlotte's mind was racing with thoughts of how to exploit this method to rapidly increase his reputation and level up. For instance, competing to see who could urinate the farthest. Just as Charlotte was toasting with everyone, a grizzled man approached and asked, Are you Charlotte? Turning around, Charlotte found himself face to face with a man in his 40s or 50s, his rugged features marred by deep wrinkles and a prominent scar running down the left side of his face. Yet, his eyes were remarkably lively. The first impression this man gave Charlotte was one of weariness. Charlotte sensed that he must have endured many extraordinary experiences. Additionally, he felt an innate trust in this individual. Some people possess an inherent reliability conveyed simply through their appearance and voice. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? Charlotte set down his glass and replied earnestly. I am John Doe. You may call me Old John. I am the town's militia instructor. Old John, with a casual demeanor, remarked, Old Trevor recommended you to me, stating that you possess great potential, albeit lacking systematic training. I hope to enroll you in the Guards training program. Charlotte found this rather intriguing, as John Doe translates to anonymous in the common tongue. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for he indeed required structured weapon training. His swordsmanship relied heavily on brute strength, wielding the blade as if it were an axe. Yes, I require systematic training and wish to learn how to properly use weapons. He replied. Very well, John continued. The entire month of September is designated for the training of guards and militia. Be sure to report to the training grounds outside the town then. And thank you for this delightful glass of 1982 rye whiskey. With that, Old John chuckled and walked away. Having finalized the training arrangements, Charlotte bid farewell to Old Trevor, carrying bread procured from the tavern. He still needed to seek out Old Charlie, the priest, to inquire about the wild boar dubbed the princess. The Earth Mother Goddess Church of Griel possessed only a modest shrine, accompanied by a spacious courtyard where one could observe the vegetables tended by old Charlie. Upon entering the courtyard, the shrine came into view, a petite, two-story structure entirely of stone. The multitude of windows and the translucent dome allowed for excellent natural light. Indeed, this world had glass, a material discovered over a century ago by an alchemist. This thought made Charlotte lament, for glassmaking, soap production, cement crafting, and perfume distillation were all pathways left by predecessors who had traversed before him. From the information Charlotte gathered, it was not merely glass that existed. Similar products of perfume and soap had already emerged. This left little room for those who had crossed over. Entering the main hall, he first beheld the statue of the Earth Mother Goddess, Shanya, depicted as a benevolent woman, towering over 3 meters in height and entirely stone-carved. The entire front hall served as a space for worshippers to pray and for the priests to conduct rituals, featuring a two-tiered open design. Sunlight streamed through the windows, rendering the shrine exceptionally sacred. Charlotte performed a gesture of reverence before the statue, and then explained his purpose to a boy busy with cleaning nearby. The shrine housed several children, orphans taken in by old Charlie. These children were fortunate, having encountered old Charlie, who provided care and an opportunity to learn cultural knowledge. Even if they were not destined to become priests, they could serve the Earth Mother Goddess Church or find respectable employment through their literacy. Soon, Charlotte met the gaunt figure of old Charlie. From him, he learned that the wild boar referred to as the princess indeed possessed the strength of a black iron elite. Previously, 2 local adventurers had been gravely injured by it. Fortunately, the boar had not exhibited signs of becoming a magical beast or feral. This world was truly remarkable. Magic was omnipresent and potent. Many beasts, plants, and even objects could become tainted by magic, transforming them into magical creatures. Once a beast became magical, it gained magical abilities. Some could even wield spells. Feral referred to beasts that, having been enhanced by magic, became exceedingly fierce and aggressive. Though lacking magical abilities, their physical prowess would typically be augmented, increasing their combat effectiveness several-fold. The boar showed no signs of magic or ferocity. Otherwise, the Proan farm would likely have been devastated. Upon returning from Old Charlie, the day had waned. Charlotte's residence was a wooden cabin situated outside the town. Initially, he had resided in Old Trevor's tavern after his arrival, but later he had repaired an abandoned cabin on the outskirts of town and enclosed it with a wooden fence. There were indeed others living outside the town, as space was limited and housing prices were beyond the reach of many. To stay close to their land, some farms and small villages had been established around Griel. However, this world was fraught with danger. The wild goblins were known to pilfer and, in greater numbers, would dare to raid villages and farms. Not to mention the beasts and monsters. No one wished to dwell in an unprotected area devoid of walls. By the time Charlotte returned to his cabin, night had fallen. Inside, there was a makeshift stove constructed from rubble, used for boiling soup. It is worth noting that the bread in this world was not akin to that on Earth. It was exceedingly hard, so hard, in fact, that it warranted emphasis. The world was quite primitive, with low productivity, resulting in insufficient food supplies. The coarse bread Charlotte typically consumed was made from a blend of wheat and various grains. Ingredients like mung beans, red beans, peas, rye, and oats were all mixed into the flour. Moreover, the bread was naturally leavened, with yeast seldom used. Even this was considered a luxury for common folk. What did ordinary farming families eat? Black bread. What was black bread made of? Whole wheat flour mixed with copious amounts of bran, the very husks of the grain. Was that palatable? Charlotte had tasted it once. It was inedible and choked him. Unleavened bread was dreadfully hard and sour. A loaf of black bread over a meter long resembled a club, hard and heavy. Typically, such bread was purchased from bakeries, as few households made it themselves. This bread could last a long time without spoiling. Hence it was produced infrequently. In fact, many impoverished families lacked kitchens, having only a simple stove for boiling broth. Rumor had it that in years of famine, people would even add wood shavings to their bread, reflecting on the ancient calamities faced in his homeland. Where people resorted to eating tree bark and guanine soil, he couldn't help but draw parallels with the wood shavings black bread of this world. It was a testament to the uniqueness of each culture. It was said that better bread existed, refined white bread made from finely milled flour, sweetened with sugar or even honey. However, only the wealthy and noble in the grand cities could indulge in the soft, sweet delight of white bread. The common folk were left to gnaw on their clubs. Due to its hardness, black bread was typically eaten with beer or soup, requiring soaking to soften it. Countless times, robbers have been struck down by the stout women of the household wielding their long black bread with ferocity. It was not uncommon for them to meet their demise in such encounters. serving as both sustenance and a means of defense. The black bread was indeed an essential companion for both home and adventure. The stove Charlotte constructed was meant for simmering soup. In this world, vegetable soup involved merely tossing various vegetables into a pot with a pinch of salt to simmer. Sometimes a bit of flour was added, resulting in a thick, gooey concoction reminiscent of mucus. As a citizen of the great celestial empire, he could not allow himself to suffer in terms of nourishment. Thus, Charlotte often prepared a little extra for himself. While roasted meats and stews were manageable, the staple was beyond remedy. He could only purchase ready-made bread. Notably, iron cookware was rather expensive in the market, and Charlotte possessed only a small camping pot to ensure he could enjoy a warm soup in the wild. He had invested significantly in it. The following morning, Charlotte gathered his belongings and set off for the Progen farm. There, he encountered the farm's owner, Mrs. Field, a middle-aged widow in her 30s, still possessing an air of grace. Her husband had tragically passed, leaving her to manage the farm while her son was still young. She provided Charlotte with a comprehensive account of the wild boar's details. And thus, the tale unfolds. 4 farmers sustained injuries on the farm, along with 2 adventurers who took on a task and also suffered harm. Madame Field expressed her doubts regarding Charlotte's abilities. After all, Charlotte did not possess the imposing physique that typically signifies a masterful warrior. If the wild boar was not dealt with promptly, the potato harvest at Prawn Farm would likely be in jeopardy. I cannot accept such an outcome. Mr. Charlotte, you can handle that beast, can you not? Madame Field reiterated her inquiry. Charlotte reassured her. Madam, rest assured, I shall resolve this matter swiftly and ensure the farm's yield. Lunch was provided by the farm, featuring a specialty dish, potato stew with assorted meats. Charlotte was enchanted by the farm's culinary delight. Oh my, at last a proper meal. This dish evoked memories of his homeland, the great northeast of Tianchao. Ah, the stews from my northeast, the rich black soil of my homeland. Why do tears often brim my eyes? Because I can never return. Young Field, Madame Field's son, was peeking at Charlotte from outside. At the tender age of 13 or 14, he was filled with curiosity and admiration for adventurers. He curiously asked his mother, "Oh, mother, is our potato stew truly that delectable? Why is Mr. Charlotte in tears?" "Oh, perhaps Mr. Charlotte simply adores this dish," Madame Field replied dismissively, observing that Charlotte had devoured an entire pot of stew without leaving a trace. It is worth noting that since Charlotte had acquired his golden talent and extraordinary physique, his appetite had significantly increased. May Mother Earth bless us. If Mr. Charlotte possesses even half the strength of his appetite, I dare say the princess will pose no challenge for him. Chapter 7. The Princess and Her Knights. After satisfying his hunger, Charlotte set out to survey the scene. According to information gathered from the farm, the wild boar was always accompanied by a horde of smaller and larger wild boars, feasting at their leisure. They would visit every few days, gradually consuming the crops along the foothills, using their snouts to uproot the potatoes with meticulous precision, surpassing even the farmers during harvest. Charlotte deduced the likely location of the wild boar's next appearance based on prior evidence and began to set traps. He had previously intended to hunt in Silver Pine Forest, so he purchased several animal traps from the blacksmith, which would now serve him well. The afternoon passed without incident, and the following day brought no sign of the wild boar either. However, on the 3rd day, when the sun was high in the sky, the princess finally made her appearance. This princess of the wild boars measured 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height, likely weighing between 700 to 800 pounds. Accompanying her was a retinue of wild boars of various sizes. Notably, 3 male wild boars, larger than their kin, flanked their princess, remaining ever vigilant and never straying far from her side. Princess, wild boar, level 7 elite. Strength, 18, Constitution, 19, Agility, 12, Intelligence, 7, Perception, 13, Charisma, and A. Skills, Charge, Tusk Jab, Strength, Tough Hide, Ground Slam. Note, this princess is renowned for her beauty even in the realm of wild boars. Cherisher, Knight of the Princess, wild boar, level 3. Strength, 14, Constitution, 14, Agility, 11, Intelligence, 4, Perception, 12, Charisma, and A. Skills, Charge, Bite Guard. Note, a walking pork chop, not to be taken seriously. The remaining wild boars were merely ordinary beasts, easily frightened and scattered by a mere scare, posing little concern. However, the 3 that surrounded the princess were a different matter entirely. They were clearly her guardians and would not flee in the face of an enemy. Instead, they would launch a ferocious assault. Perhaps in the world of wild boars, these 3 robust and sharp-toothed males were considered rare beauties. By the heavens, what a promiscuous princess! to have 3 consorts at her side. I could just burn this bunch of love-struck beasts. Charlotte could not reconcile the indignity of being force-fed wild boar scraps. Thus, a friendly reminder to all, please do not mistreat dogs. Single dog or dogs too. Soon, the wild boar herd descended upon the traps Charlotte had set, and with a startled squeal, one of the wild boars fell victim to his trap. The herd erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Only the princess, steadfast amidst her 3 male guards, remained composed, her nostrils flaring as she sought the source of the disturbance. In that moment, Charlotte sprang forth from his hiding place, brandishing his Dolan sword and shouting at the wild boars. Instantly, 2 male wild boars charged at him, precisely as he had hoped. With a resounding thud, the first boar plunged into the pit he had prepared, which, though not deep, was lined with sharp metal spikes. At that moment, the long-hidden clay stone demon and stone tusk wild boar revealed themselves. The stone demon cleverly masked itself as a puddle of mud, emerging not far from the princess, casting a slow aura that enveloped most of the wild boars. Meanwhile, the stone tusk wild boar charged forward, knocking the last of the male consorts to the ground and relentlessly attacking it. Brothers born of the same root, why must we harm each other so? 10 meters. 5 meters. The wild boar barreling toward Charlotte was on the verge of knocking him down. In that instant, he would be met with a barrage of tusks and snouts, forcing him to call the beast father. Just previously, an unfortunate adventurer had been gored by a wild boar, and though his companions had rescued him in time, he sustained grievous injuries with several broken bones. Suddenly, Charlotte raised his hand, and before him appeared a large stone. The stone, roughly the same size as the wild boar, was a deep azure hue. He had concealed it in his inventory earlier. As the wild boar reached its maximum speed and could not turn, he hurled it forth. What cunning move! Bang! The wild boar collided with the stone, the force so great that even its formidable tusks were sent flying. Charlotte seized the opportunity to roll behind the wild boar, and while it struggled to regain its footing, he struck down with his sword. The blade met the joint of the wild boar's hind leg, severing its tendons. In mere moments, Charlotte plunged the Dolan sword into the boar's neck, and with a swift pull, a fountain of blood erupted. Not sparing another glance, Charlotte dashed toward the princess, for the claystone demon was nearing its limit. In such a short time, its health had dwindled to less than a third. The ground was littered with debris, flung aside by the princess's charges and tusk strikes. The stone demon's colossal fists hardly fazed her. Taking advantage of the wild boar's inability to turn, Charlotte maneuvered to the princess's rear and shouted, "Taste my 1,000-year kill." The Dolan sword plunged into a most exquisite location. With a thunderous shriek, the princess disregarded the clay stone demon and turned to charge at Charlotte. Her face, though swine-like, radiated pure fury, a tempest of hatred. If she caught him, she would surely devour him whole. But the rear of the princess was firmly held by the stone demon, who resisted her struggles with all its might. Thus, the scene unfolded as a peculiar tableau of a wild boar and a stone creature entwined in a comical embrace. The power of the clay golem may indeed pale in comparison to that of the princess, yet its lower half was a quagmire, firmly rooted to the earth. To extricate oneself from the grasp of the clay golem required an immense exertion of strength. The princess struggled a couple of times to no avail, perhaps dissatisfied with her predicament. Suddenly, her front hooves lifted off the ground, and the entire pig rose to stand upright. Then, with a forceful stomp, she struck the ground. The earth trembled violently, resembling the undulations of ocean waves, sending ripples through the terrain. At the moment the princess raised her hooves, Charlotte sensed impending danger. It was well known that the clay golem was deemed a green, excellent car by the system for its utility. Yet that sow possessed a skill rated as blue, exceptional. It would be foolish for Charlotte not to take heed. As the princess lifted her foot, the memory of that blue skill rushed back to him, prompting an immediate roll to distance himself from the frenzied sow. Even so, he felt a jolt upwards, a sharp pain in his chest, struggling to catch his breath. When he awkwardly regained his footing, he beheld the devastation wrought upon the landscape. The farmland, centered around the princess, had transformed into undulating waves, resembling a dollop of cream splattered upon the ground. The earth within a 2-meter radius of the princess had sunk at least 30 centimeters. And our poor, loyal, diligent, and long-suffering clay golem had now been reduced to a puddle of muck. This time, it was not a mere facade. It had genuinely been pulverized into a mass of mud. Having dealt with the small dog-like clay golem, the princess raised her head and spotted Charlotte. Their eyes met, igniting a fierce animosity. Hot air burst forth from her nostrils as she charged with a powerful thrust. Instantly, dust billowed, and the sound of her thundering steps resonated like the drums of war. Then, with a splat, she collided into the clay golem's embrace. That poor, loyal, diligent, and long-suffering creature. Just moments ago, it had been clinging to her back in a dog-like fashion, and now it was caught in her grasp again, this clingy little sprite. The entire scene was utterly chaotic, unfit for a child's innocent gaze. It turned out that the clay golem, this green card, was a minion card. Units summoned from a minion card do not truly perish, provided one is not within the cooldown period and possesses sufficient magical energy. It can be summoned within a 10-meter radius of Charlotte. The clay golem had been summoned several days prior, and its cooldown had already elapsed. It could be called forth again at any moment. However, doing so would result in significant experience loss for the clay golem. Charlotte decided to summon the clay golem directly in the path of the princess's charge, resulting in this most unsightly tableau. Observing that the golem had once more restrained the crazed princess, Charlotte rolled again, this time positioning himself behind her. He raised his Doran's sword and bellowed, "Fear not." For he did not choose to strike again, but instead cried out, "Receive my severing blow." Indeed, it was the same technique he had employed against that wild boar guardian. With a heart full of mischief, he summoned all his strength to slash at her hind leg tendons. Upon striking, he felt it was not deep enough, and with a fierce tug, he tore at it. The princess was left with a flaw. Not only was she injured, but she was now also crippled. The princess lurched forward from the impact, narrowly avoiding a collision that might have shattered the golem. Her tusks, extending over 20 centimeters, wreaked havoc upon the golem in her frenzy. In less than 3 seconds since its summoning, the golem had lost half its health. Charlotte looked on, marveling at the golem's resilience as it tenaciously held onto the princess. He rolled once more, but this time he did not opt for a low blow. He plunged his sword directly into the princess's belly. It is well known that wild boars often rub against trees to scratch themselves, accumulating layers of pine resin, and then they roll in the dirt, creating a hardened skin tougher than ordinary armor. Yet, it had never been heard that a wild boar could scratch beneath its belly. This thought struck Charlotte as he thrust his sword into the princess's midsection. Even upon finding the weak point in her defenses, his efforts were not entirely successful. The princess's resinous hide was rated as green, excellent. As the blade penetrated about 10 centimeters, he felt his strength waning. In a moment of desperation, Charlotte invoked a magic card granting a boost of 3 points to his strength. Gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, he thrust his entire body forward. With a squelching sound, over 40 centimeters of blade sank into the princess's abdomen. Charlotte twisted his wrist violently, and a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth. As if a barrel of ale had been breached, the blood did not merely flow, it erupted. The princess's resistance immediately weakened. Charlotte felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, things were looking stable. Chapter 8. Charlotte draws a dragon. A tragic calamity unfolded. Beneath that mountain, on a bright midday, when the sun shone most brilliantly, a princess, accompanied by 3 valiant knights and a host of innocent attendants, was ambushed by a villain and his henchmen. One by one, the noble knights fell bravely in battle, while the princess endured unspeakable indignities. First, the villain forced her to bloom in ways she had never known. Then a towering clay golem seized her lower half, subjecting her to a humiliating embrace. Just as she managed to escape the golem's clutches, she was ensnared once more, this time by the golem's front end, compelling her to bite it. The shameless villain cruelly severed her hamstrings, all due to her desperate struggles. Ultimately, that despicable scoundrel plunged his lengthy, hardened member deep into the princess's body. Oh heavens! The wilderness echoed with the princess's heart-wrenching cries. Where was justice? Who would deliver retribution? When the people from the Progen farm arrived, they found the land resembling a battlefield ravaged by bombardment, though they knew not what bombardment entailed. The scene was nothing short of catastrophic. This event left an indelible mark on the youthful field, becoming the catalyst for his future as an adventurer. Below is his recorded account. The ground was littered with disordered mounds of earth and furrows, particularly a conspicuous shallow pit, as if a massive boulder had fallen from the sky. Numerous wild boars lay scattered, but the most striking was the princess herself. A gaping wound thicker than an arm marred her enormous belly, blood flowing profusely, creating a river-like pool beneath her. She was truly massive, her fallen form appearing far larger than Mr. Charlotte. At that moment, a dust-covered Mr. Charlotte sat upon a nearby mound, vigorously fanning himself with a tattered straw hat, gasping for breath. It was evident that he had engaged in a fierce melee with the princess. On that day, at that moment, I made a resolute decision. I would become an adventurer. I would seek out kindred spirits and form a crew of intrepid adventurers. I was destined to be the king of adventures. Hey, is this the spirit world? Someone is being ostentatious. This is the scene of elite monsters being vanquished amidst a grim spectacle. Moreover, a naive youth has resolved to embark on the irreversible path of vibrant social groups. Come quickly. Dinner was once again enjoyed at the farm, and Charlotte did not feel the urgency to return to her abode. The night was already advancing, and traversing the wilderness after dark could be perilous. She was utterly exhausted. Furthermore, it was decidedly uncharacteristic of Charlotte to leave a meal unconsumed after performing a good deed. Of course, she would never admit to feeling reluctant to depart from the celebratory feast hosted by the farm. An array of fruits, dairy products, eggs, and generous portions of roasted and stewed meats graced the table, and Charlotte had even taken it upon herself to prepare a dish of braised pork. In this world, the technology for sugar refinement was relatively advanced. Whether from maltose, cane sugar, or other sweet plants, sugar could be extracted. Yet, it had not reached the point of being a commonplace commodity, even for Farmer Rob Pagan, who would only present some oddly colored sugar during certain celebrations and festivals. Honey, on the other hand, was far more precious, as various bee species in this realm were notably aggressive and venomous, causing most individuals to avoid them entirely. Charlotte had once smoked out a small beehive and subsequently sold it for over 80 silver coins, enough to purchase a year's supply of whole wheat bread for a family of 3. If taken to a larger city, it could have fetched an even greater sum. Charlotte unapologetically employed a generous amount of sugar, much to the chagrin of Mrs. Field, who was almost in tears. At that moment, Charlotte realized that this world lacked soy sauce, and the vinegar available was akin to apple cider vinegar. Regrettably, she did not know how to produce it. Otherwise, she could have become a condiment tycoon. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Charlotte, with a full belly, struggled to climb into bed, having eaten far too much, even reluctant to bend over. If she were to gaze into a mirror at that moment, she would have seen a chicken leg nestled within her throat. By now, the moon hung high in the sky, and the evenings in this world were particularly unsafe. With a lack of other entertainment options, most individuals retired early to their beds. Outside, apart from the chirping of insects and the occasional barking of dogs, there was an eerie stillness. Charlotte retrieved the card that the princess had revealed earlier that day. This card depicted the tusk of a wild boar. It represented the power of the wild boar princess, an excellent grade miscellaneous card, containing a fragment of the princess's residual strength. Himak inferior. Oh, great dictionary. You failed to mention that defeating monsters could yield items. You never bothered to ask me. Charlotte lamented. Am I to disclose such information myself? That would be quite embarrassing. The dictionary maintained its customary pride. But why didn't T.I. obtain anything when hunting and slaying wild goblins before? Haven't you ever played a game? Not every monster drops loot. Are you a game master? If only she could capture the engineer who created this system, she would surely throttle him. Miscellaneous cards were categorized into numerous types, such as the previous bottle of Zeus's wife's milk, that could be transformed into a bottle of milk with effects upon consumption. However, this card was merely a representation and could not manifest anything tangible. Yet, it could be utilized to enhance other cards. Charlotte opened her card dictionary and found the Stone Tusk Wild Boar card. The Stone Tusk Wild Boar was a common grade follower card, possessing one embedded card slot for strengthening with other cards. In contrast, the green excellent grade cards featured 2 embedding slots. This disparity in card levels was not only reflected in attributes and skills, but also in various aspects. Green cards overwhelmingly surpassed white ones. Charlotte chose not to embed the green miscellaneous card into the Stone Tusk Wild Boar, recognizing that it was a white card and would inevitably lag behind her growth. Instead, she opted to upgrade it, selecting the fusion option. She placed the Stone Tusk Wild Boar in the main card slot and the Power of the Wild Boar Princess in the auxiliary slot before proceeding with the fusion. Ding! Your white common grade follower card, Stone Tusk Wild Boar, has fused with the green excellent grade miscellaneous card, Power of the Wild Boar Princess, and has been upgraded to a green excellent grade follower card, Stone Tusk Wild Boar King. Please check for details. This fusion cost 20 fate points, and the Stone Tusk Wild Boar had 200 experience points. The welcoming voice of the system echoed in her ears. Stone Tusk Wild Boar King, excellent grade follower card. Consumes 40 magic points, summoning a level 3 Stone Tusk Wild Boar King to fight for you. Remarks. You can send it to ravage the enemy's pumpkin fields. Upon examining the detailed attributes of the Stone Tusk Wild Boar King, Charlotte noted a slight increase in the magic points cost. But the Wild Boar's level had risen to 3, even after expending 200 experience points. Each attribute had significantly improved, and a new skill, Tremor, had been added. Though it failed to fully inherit the blue skill, this was still a delightful surprise. The real prize, however, lay in the task rewards. Ding! Congratulations on completing the D-level task. The princess must die. Task completion, C level. Task rewards, 500 experience points, 20 fate points, and 1 random card. Additional reward experience note. The local potatoes have been preserved. Well done. Charlotte chose to claim the task rewards, and 3 cards appeared before her, randomly selected by the system. The mechanism remained unclear, yet they would likely correspond to the task's value. Charlotte could select one as her reward. Ironwood Branch, excellent grade item card, 1 strength, agility, and intelligence. Remarks. Can be used to strike an enemy's groin at a critical moment. It is quite sturdy. Apart from her regular equipment worn on her person, Charlotte had 6 item card slots available for additional equipment. Item cards, when placed in the item bar, could exhibit their effects, and they came in all varieties, each with unique effects. Kentucky Fried Chicken Family Bucket, crude grade miscellaneous card, consumable, 1 spirit, 1 physique, lasting for 3 natural days. Remarks. Our chicken contains absolutely no hormones. Believe it or not, I certainly do. Blood Marsh Raptor, common grade follower card, costs 30 magic points, summoning a level 3 Blood Marsh Raptor to fight for you. Remarks. Brave youth, come and become a dragon rider. This card featured an icon at the bottom, indicating it possessed a skill, Armor Break, when attacking. It can destroy 5 armor of the target, stacking up to 3 layers and lasting for 30 seconds. What on earth is a Kentucky Fried Chicken Family Bucket? Get away from me. Charlotte promptly dismissed the gray miscellaneous card, fearing any mutations from consumption. The remaining 2 cards were both excellent choices. It would have been ideal to keep them both. Ultimately, Charlotte reluctantly selected the white follower card, Blood Marsh Raptor. Although the green item card could enhance her attributes by 3 points, her true combat power lay in her summons, perfectly coinciding with her recent upgrade. She had amassed a significant amount of magic points, allowing her to combine them with a lucky coin without fear of running low on magic. Splendid. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 4. You have 1 free attribute point to allocate. Charlotte casually assigned this point to strength. The following morning, Charlotte bid a reluctant farewell to young Field and Mrs. Field, boarding the farm's swift carriage to Grielle, embarking on her journey home. While only young Field felt the pang of parting, Mrs. Field likely would have chosen to remain in the company of her signature dish, potato stew with assorted meats. Before Charlotte lay a dirt road, marked by deep ruts from frequent passage. Even on this well-traveled path, resilient weeds thrived. The natural world in this realm, bolstered by magical energy, exuded an extraordinary vitality. Sitting in the creaking, swaying carriage, Charlotte chewed on a blade of grass, her mind filled with whimsical thoughts. He felt a twinge of weariness, yet slumber eluded him. Although this road was frequently traversed, absolute safety remained an elusive promise. This world, after all, is far removed from the idyllic realm where one could leave their doors unlocked and not worry about the petty thefts of the night. Traveling posed its own dangers, and it was not uncommon to encounter lifeless bodies strewn along the path. Some individuals vanished without a trace, their corpses lost to the void. Hans, the gatekeeper, recounted that just last month, 3 tragic incidents occurred on this very road. One involving a goblin, another a gnoll, and a third a wild wolf. The grim tally stood at 2 fatalities and 5 others suffering varying degrees of injury. Humanity does not reign supreme in this world. It is but a humble participant. Though humans currently hold a dominant position, it is due to their sheer numbers and widespread distribution, rather than any inherent strength. Referred to as the Black Iron Folk, humans are contrasted with the more esteemed races such as elves, dwarves, and orcs, collectively known as the Bronze Folk. A select few among them, boasting noble bloodlines, are even honored with the title of Silver Folk. The typical limit for the Black Iron Folk is to advance to the Bronze tier, while the Bronze Folk can ascend to the Silver tier. Though the disparities between these tiers are not absolute, the differences in power are starkly evident. As far as Charlotte is concerned, to advance to the Bronze tier, one must have a base attribute reach 20 points, twice that of a normal individual. Conversely, those of the Bronze Folk can achieve this figure upon reaching adulthood. Thus, it stands to reason that humans lack an advantage in strength, particularly when viewed as solitary entities, with countless threats lurking in the shadows. In truth, 2 millennia ago, humanity existed merely as scattered tribes and city-states, disregarded by other intelligent races. It was through the tireless efforts of 2 great unifying dynasties, 5 renowned monarchs, and 9 heroic figures that humanity finally emerged during this Black Iron Age. Perhaps it is their reproductive capacity, coupled with their ability to learn and adapt, that has allowed humans to rise as the predominant race in this age of declining power. The cart dispatched by the Progen farm was not solely a gesture of gratitude for Charlotte's pest eradication, which safeguarded their precious potatoes. His remuneration included 2 large sacks of dried potatoes, along with an assortment of other agricultural products sufficient to cover his dues. The reason for sending a cart to escort Charlotte was, in fact, to utilize him as a free bodyguard while transporting goods to Griel. The town of Griel is characterized by its simple folk, yet true peril lies in the form of bandits and deserters. When faced with their own kind, they often exhibit greater cruelty and unscrupulousness than against outsiders. Chapter 9. A new skill acquired. Charlotte returned to Griel and made his way directly to the venerable priest Charlie. "Ah, Father Charlie, I have vanquished the beast that plagued the crops, and I have brought this pair of pig ears as a gift for your enjoyment." "May Mother Earth bless you," exclaimed Charlie. Charlotte was uncertain whether the priest's exclamation of joy pertained to the demise of the crop-wrecking creature or the gift of pig ears. Regardless, Charlotte received the hardened leather armor he had earned. The resilient leather armor, comprising a cuirass and leather attire, boasted a defense rating of 10 points and a durability of 47. Note, products from the temple are guaranteed to be of premium quality. This armor's defense surpassed that of market counterparts by 2 points, and its durability exceeded by 20. Such excellence warranted the prefix resilient. Items produced by the temple invariably outshine their market equivalents, much like the superior military supplies of our great nation. Having completed this task, Charlotte took 2 days to recuperate before journeying to the training grounds as previously arranged with Sergeant John. In truth, the training ground was merely an abandoned threshing floor, a solid expanse once utilized for drying crops and dehulling wheat. September, while not the height of the harvest season, was deemed suitable for training. However, in this world, one must labor tirelessly throughout the year to secure sustenance. Diligent individuals may not necessarily prosper, yet the indolent will surely starve. This principle holds true in any realm. The town guards were required to undergo a month-long training session in September to maintain their combat readiness, attracting many young aspirants. This initiative aimed to cultivate a pool of capable reserves to replenish the ranks of the guards, while also equipping the populace with essential self-defense skills in an inherently perilous world. John, a former town guard from Helsing, had dedicated 24 years to his service. Although he never ascended to captain due to his inability to progress to the bronze tier, he returned home, while his comrades came and went, underscoring his evident competence. Now at the age of 48, John was considered quite advanced in years for an ordinary individual in this world, prompting his return to Griel with his severance pay. A restless spirit, he accepted the mayor's invitation to become a guard instructor, imparting combat wisdom and organizing training sessions. John was a skilled and effective trainer, and under his guidance, the guards experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. The mortality rate among the guards had notably decreased in recent years, and no goblin tribes dared to harass Griel. John's contributions were invaluable. His training regimen was systematic, based on the methods he learned years ago, combined with insights garnered from his extensive service. He took a particular interest in Charlotte, once remarking, "Your physical condition is exceptional. You are a natural warrior. With diligence, I believe you could ascend to the bronze tier within 3 years. Yet, without training, you cannot fully harness your potential. I will lay a solid foundation for you, enabling you to journey further." Charlotte was acutely aware of his own background. Prior to his transmigration, he was an ordinary individual, indistinguishable from the multitude of young men. Despite his strong adaptability and resilience, bolstered by a fortuitous golden finger upon his arrival, he had managed to avoid destitution. However, that was the extent of his prowess. He was neither a master of ancient Chinese martial arts nor a seasoned warrior. His combat relied solely on sheer physicality, often resulting in chaotic encounters even with wild boars. John initially taught Charlotte the fundamentals of one-handed swordsmanship. While it comprised only the most basic techniques, this was precisely what Charlotte lacked. At the very least, he learned when to employ various attack methods and understood the correct postures and mechanics of strikes. Consequently, he acquired a white skill, basic swordsmanship. Following this, he also learned to wield the longsword, short sword, dagger, axe, spear, crossbow, flail, and even a fishing net and a sickle. According to John, you never know when a battle may erupt, nor what you might be doing or what weapons may be at hand. These are common instruments you may encounter in future adventures. Do not underestimate them. I have wielded each in combat. Often, you cannot choose your weapon, and in those moments, you will be grateful for the arduous training you endured. There were numerous instances where I fought with whatever was nearest at hand, preserving my life in the process. But surely, You don't expect to learn how to use a scythe and a fork? Am I to be ambushed by goblins while tilling the soil? You know nothing. Once, our squad was patrolling a village when we were suddenly ambushed by wild goblins. They cunningly employed nets adorned with numerous hooks, forcing me to relinquish my shield and sword. In a moment of inspiration, I seized a pitchfork from a nearby haystack to continue the fight. To my surprise, wielding a pitchfork against the goblins proved remarkably effective. Their diminutive stature and short arms rendered them unable to reach me. In that encounter, I felled 4 of them. I also heard whispers of an advanced warrior class known as the Weapon Master, which requires mastery over a multitude of weapons to attain. Had I not devoted my efforts to safeguarding the people of Helsing instead of choosing the path of an adventurer, I might have already ascended to the rank of a Weapon Master. Huh? Wasn't it said that I chose to become a guard due to the generous benefits offered to soldiers? No. Last time, Instructor John mentioned that he remained a guard to combat the malevolent underground forces. Fortunately, you have not turned into a Weapon Master. Otherwise, you might as well have changed your name to Jax. Imagine wielding a lamppost as a weapon, twirling a fan, and pouncing on anyone in sight. Old John has an imposing appearance, but those familiar with him know he is no different from the old farmers in the fields, often boasting while puffing on his pipe. Having seen the world, his tales can be quite overwhelming. The young ones, having never witnessed such grandeur, are utterly captivated, rallying around Old John as he recounts his glorious exploits from yesteryears. Though Old John occasionally indulges in self-aggrandizement, he possesses exceptional skill with the common weapons found in the marketplace, and he hopes that Charlotte will inherit this talent. Thus, he assigned her a training regimen exceeding 3 times that of others. By the end of the final month of training, Charlotte's white skill, basic swordsmanship, transformed into the green skill, mastery of military weapons. This passive skill enables one to wield common weapons with proficiency, allowing for effective utilization. Note, congratulations. You have reached a level where you can effortlessly grab a stool beneath you and navigate through a chaotic crowd. Moreover, Charlotte made an even greater discovery during sparring sessions. She uncovered a grand secret. It turns out that one need not slay a target to gain experience. Simply defeating them suffices. This means she could potentially amass experience endlessly. Once she honed her skills to perfection, she could venture forth into the world, wreaking havoc and asserting her dominance. How splendid that would be. At that moment, Charlotte believed she had discovered a loophole in the myriad card system. However, according to the Great Dictionary's response, your appearance is rather unremarkable, yet your aspirations soar high. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have uncovered a bug, akin to a toad yearning for swan meat. Take a good look in the mirror before dreaming of such grandeur. Eventually, Charlotte learned that defeating a target only grants half the experience of a kill, and subsequent defeats yield only half of the experience from the previous conquest, and so forth. Even so, Charlotte did not abandon her quest for experience. Half is still half. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. What more could one ask for? Consider it an opportunity to enhance her skills. Peter, shall we have a spar? Tal, come. Practice with me. Carter, let's have a friendly duel. Congratulations, you have achieved a D-level accomplishment. Challenge Maniac. Complete 300 challenges within a month. Reward, 100 experience points, 10 fate points, 10 Gruyere reputation points. What truly made Charlotte feel that her efforts were worthwhile were Old John's stories. He had served as a soldier in Helsing for 24 years, transitioning from patrols to gate guards, from city guards to peacekeeping forces. He had experienced every role a black Iron Tier soldier could undertake. Helsing is a prominent city in the Norfolk region, with a resident population of 10,000. To the east lay the nobility and luxury of the Star Kingdom. To the west, the mountain folk and treasures of the Albion region. To the south, the rangers and rebels of Southampton. And to the north, the cunning merchants and slaves of the free lands. What had Old John not witnessed? Though merely an ordinary soldier at the bottom rung of Helsing, his insights were invaluable. Through his tales, Charlotte learned of the extravagant lifestyles of the proud nobility. She grasped the reverence commanded by seemingly omnipotent mages. She understood that the so-called free lands were, in fact, a legal haven for slavery. And she recognized the ancient and noble lineage of the Star royal family. Moreover, she became acutely aware of the perils that permeated this world. The wilderness teemed with ravenous beasts, countless and relentless goblins and kobolds, necrophages and ghouls born from the accumulation of corpses, and bands of bandits and deserters. One must exercise utmost caution around fleeing soldiers and deserters, as they abandon their ranks for myriad reasons. They linger in the wild, preying upon travelers and merchant caravans. Their methods can be more ruthless than those of foreign races, and most have undergone military training. enabling them to execute basic coordination. They pose a significantly greater threat than goblins. Should you encounter an inn in the wilderness, keep your eyes wide open and scrutinize every detail. I have heard numerous accounts of certain inns in the wild being discovered to have plotted against and harmed their patrons. It was at this moment that Charlotte began to reminisce about our great empire. While it may not boast a reputation for leaving no valuables behind or leaving doors unlocked at night, it can at least guarantee some measure of safety for life. In this world, death lurks around every corner. Goblins and kobolds threaten death. Bandits and deserters threaten death. Beasts and monsters threaten death. Even staying at an inn can lead to death. Fortunately, I possess a golden finger. Otherwise, what hope would I have? Perhaps I should stand atop a roof on a rainy day and see if I can strike down lightning. As Charlotte concluded her month-long training, she resolved to re-enter the Silver Pine Forest to seek her old nemesis, the wild goblins, and test her strength. However, while procuring survival supplies from Gruyere, she overheard news of a sighting. Once again, someone has seen the white deer, and not just once. Several hunters claimed to have spotted the white deer, and its condition appeared dire, as if it had been injured. The white deer is in trouble. A heaviness settled in Charlotte's heart. Had it not been for the white deer's rescue, she would have long since become a pile of goblin droppings. Now, with the white deer in peril, could she stand idly by? Charlotte recalled a conversation with John, where she heard about certain places where magical energy coalesces, giving rise to spirits and ethereal beings. Huh? So, it turns out that elves are not born from other elves? These are not the long-eared kind. They're nature spirits, akin to the nymphs of lakes, the guardians of trees, forest spirits, and pixies. Oh, what do the lake nymphs look like? Are they beautiful? Don't ask me. I've never seen one. But you should have seen one. Me? When have I ever seen one? How would I know? Yes, you have seen one, specifically the white deer in Silver Pine Forest. Back when my grandfather was establishing Gruyere, there were already accounts of a radiant white deer. Everyone claimed it was the spirit born of Silver Pine Forest, the guardian of the forest. It was the white deer that saved Charlotte when she was on the brink of death, allowing her to find her footing in this world. Now that this spirit of Silver Pine Forest is in peril, it is time to repay the favor. A man must repay his debts of vengeance and gratitude. Charlotte returned to Gruyere and sought out the priest, old Charlie. Oh, Pastor Charlie, I have rid us of that pestilent creature that plagued our crops. I have brought you these pig ears as a special treat to accompany your drink. May Mother Earth bless you. It is unclear to Charlotte whether Charlie's exclamation of how wonderful pertains to the elimination of the crop-destroying menace or to the pig ears he has brought him. Regardless, Charlotte has received his well-deserved hardened leather armor. This resilient armor, a breastplate of durable leather, boasts a defense of 10 points and a durability of 47. Note, crafted by the temple, it is undoubtedly a fine piece. The defensive capabilities of this armor surpass the common market's offerings by 2 points, with an additional 20 points in durability, hence its esteemed prefix of resilient. The quality of items produced by the temple far exceeds those available in the marketplace, much like the superior provisions of our great empire. After completing this task, Charlotte took a 2-day respite before heading to the training grounds. As previously arranged with the guardsman instructor John, the training ground, in truth, is merely an abandoned threshing floor, a solid expanse of compacted earth that was once used for drying crops and dehusking wheat. September, while not the peak of the farming season, was a suitable time for training, though in this world, one must labor year-round to stave off hunger. Diligence does not guarantee prosperity, but idleness surely leads to starvation. A truth that resonates across all realms. The town's guards are required to undergo a month-long training session in September to maintain their combat readiness, and many young individuals choose to participate. This initiative serves to cultivate a reserve of capable recruits to invigorate the guards with fresh blood. Moreover, given the precarious nature of this world, acquiring skills for self-defense is always prudent. John, a former city guard of Helsin, dedicated 24 years to his service. Though he never ascended to the rank of captain due to his inability to advance to the bronze tier, he outlasted many of his contemporaries, ultimately returning home, which attests to his competence. Now 48, John is considered quite aged among the common populace, and upon receiving his severance pay, he returned to his hometown of Gruyere. A restless spirit, he accepted the mayor's invitation to become a guardsman instructor, imparting combat knowledge and organizing training sessions. John's training methods are notably effective under his guidance. The guards' capabilities have significantly improved. In recent years, the mortality rate among guards has plummeted, and no goblin tribes dare to harass Gruyere any longer. A testament to John's invaluable contributions. His training regimen is systematic, a blend of his own experiences and the techniques he learned during his years of service. He has shown particular favor towards Charlotte, once remarking, "Your physical prowess is exceptional. You are a natural-born warrior. With diligence, I believe you could strive for the bronze tier within 3 years. However, without proper training, you cannot fully harness your potential. I shall lay a solid foundation for you, enabling you to advance further." Charlotte is acutely aware of his own reality. Before his transmigration, he was an ordinary individual, much like countless other youths. Though he possesses a keen adaptability and has fared relatively well, thanks in part to the advantages bestowed upon him, he is no master of ancient martial arts, nor a soldier, assassin, or muscular behemoth. His combat skills rely solely on raw physicality, often resulting in chaotic encounters, with him rolling about while attempting to subdue a wild boar. John first taught Charlotte the fundamentals of single-handed swordsmanship. While it may be rudimentary, it is precisely what Charlotte lacked. At the very least, he learned the appropriate circumstances for various attack methods, as well as the correct stances and techniques for exerting force. From this, he earned a white skill, basic swordsmanship, followed by skills in long swords, short swords, daggers, axes, spears, bows, flails, morning stars, and even fishing nets and sickles. According to John, you never know when a battle may erupt, nor what you may be doing at that moment or what weapons may be at your disposal. These are common weapons you might encounter during your future adventures. Do not underestimate them. I have wielded each in combat. There are times when one cannot choose their weapon, and in such moments, one would be grateful for the arduous training endured. On several occasions, I have seized the nearest implement to defend myself and preserve my life. Surely you wouldn't suggest learning to wield a scythe and pitchfork? Am I to be ambushed by goblins while tilling the fields? You know nothing. Once, while my squad was patrolling a village, we were suddenly ambushed by goblins. They cunningly employed a net, laden with hooks, forcing me to abandon my shield and sword. In a moment of inspiration, I seized a pitchfork from a haystack and continued the fight. You'd be surprised. It was remarkably effective against those diminutive goblins, whose short stature rendered them unable to reach me. In that skirmish, I felled 4 of them. Moreover, I have heard of an advanced warrior profession known as the Weapon Master, requiring mastery of numerous weapons to qualify. Had I not been preoccupied with defending the citizens of Helsin, I might have ascended to the rank of Weapon Master by now. Huh? Was it not said that you chose to remain a guardsman due to the favorable benefits and treatment? Not so. Last time, Instructor John mentioned he stayed to combat the insidious underground forces. Fortuitously, you did not become a Weapon Master. Otherwise, you would have had to change your name to Jax, wielding a lamppost as a weapon and leaping upon anyone who crossed your path. Old John may appear formidable, yet those familiar with him know he is much like the seasoned farmers, often boasting while puffing on his pipe. Having seen much of the world, his tales are nothing short of grandiose. The young ones, unfamiliar with such bravado, are captivated by his stories, rallying around him as he recounts his illustrious exploits. Although Old John occasionally embellishes his past, he possesses remarkable proficiency with the commonplace weapons of the realm, and he hopes Charlotte will inherit this skill. Thus, he assigned Charlotte a training regimen exceeding 3 times that of others. By the conclusion of the final month of training, Charlotte's white skill, basic swordsmanship, evolved into the green skill, military weapon mastery. Military weapon mastery, a passive skill, allows you to adeptly wield common weapons and utilize them effectively. Note, congratulations. You have reached the level where you can pick up a stool from beneath you and maneuver through the chaos of a brawl with ease. Moreover, Charlotte gleaned an even greater revelation during his sparring sessions. He discovered a significant secret. It turns out that one need not slay an opponent to gain experience. Merely defeating them suffices. Does this mean he could infinitely accumulate experience? With enough training, he could master his skills and venture forth to conquer the world, reigning supreme and instilling awe in all. How splendid! In that moment, Charlotte believed he had uncovered a flaw in the card system. However, according to the Great Tome's response, your appearance leaves much to be desired, yet your aspirations are quite lofty. Do not lose your sense of time. Upon self-discovery of a bug, you, akin to a toad aspiring to devour swan meat, should take a moment to reflect upon your own shortcomings before foolishly yearning for the unattainable. Eventually, Charlotte realized that defeating a target yields only half the experience points, and subsequent victories grant merely half of the prior gain, and so forth. Even so, Charlotte was undeterred in his quest to amass experience. Half is still better than none. Even the slender leg of a mosquito constitutes sustenance. What more could one desire? Consider it merely a means to hone his skills. Peter, shall we engage in a contest? Tal, come, accompany me for some practice. Catter, let us spar a bit. Congratulations. You have achieved a D-grade accomplishment, Challenge Maniac. Complete 300 challenges within a month. Reward: 100 experience points, 10 fate points, and 10 griot reputation. What truly resonated with Charlotte was the tale of John. He had served as a soldier in Helsing for 24 years, transitioning from a patrolman to a city gate guard, from the city guard to the security team. He had experienced every rank available to a soldier of the Black Iron Tier. Helsing is a notable city in the Norfolk region, boasting a resident population of 10,000. To the east, the nobles and luxuries of the Star Kingdom. To the west, the mountain folk and rare treasures of the Albion region. To the south, the rangers and rebels of the Southampton area. And to the north, the unscrupulous merchants and slaves of the free lands. What had old John not encountered? Though merely an ordinary low-ranking soldier in Helsing, John's insights were formidable. Through his narratives, Charlotte learned of the extravagant pride of the nobility, the reverence commanded by seemingly omnipotent sorcerers, the reality that the so-called free lands were a legalized domain of slavery, and the ancient and noble bloodline of the Star Royal family. Furthermore, he grasped the perilous nature of this world. In the wild, one encounters famished beasts, countless relentless goblins and kobolds, the carrion creatures and ghouls birthed from the accumulation of corpses, as well as bands of bandits and deserters. Exercise utmost caution regarding the renegade soldiers and deserters in the wild. They flee their armies for a myriad of reasons, preying on unsuspecting travelers and merchant caravans. Their methods can often be more brutal than those of foreign races. Moreover, most have received military training, allowing for basic coordination. They are far more dangerous than wild goblins. If you come upon an inn in the wilderness, remain vigilant and scrutinize every detail. I have heard tales of certain inns in the wild discovered to be havens of treachery and murder. At this moment, Charlotte began to reminisce about his homeland, the great celestial empire. While it may not guarantee the absence of theft or the need to lock doors at night, it assured a certain degree of safety for life. This world, however, is perilous. Death lurks around every corner. Encounter goblins and kobolds, and you face death. Confront bandits and deserters, and you face death. Encounter beasts and monsters, and you face death. Even taking refuge in an inn can lead to death. Fortunately, he possessed a golden finger. Otherwise, his survival would be in jeopardy. Perhaps he should stand atop a roof during a rainstorm and see if he could redirect the lightning. Having concluded his month-long training, Charlotte resolved to venture once more into the Silver Pine Forest, seeking to confront his old adversaries, the goblins, and test his prowess. However, while procuring survival supplies at Griel, he overheard a troubling rumor. Someone had spotted the white deer again, and not just once. Several hunters claimed to have seen it, and its condition appeared dire, seemingly injured. The white deer was in trouble. A heaviness settled in Charlotte's heart. Had it not been for the white deer's rescue, he would have long since become a mere pile of dung for the goblins. Now that the white deer was in peril, could he truly remain an indifferent spectator? Charlotte recalled a conversation with John, where he had heard whispers. In certain locales, magical energy coalesces, giving rise to spirits and sprites. So spirits are not merely birthed from the loins of other spirits? Not the kind with elongated ears. Rather, they're natural spirits, akin to lake nymphs, tree guardians, forest sprites, and pixies. Oh, what do the lake nymphs resemble? Are they beautiful? Do not inquire of me. I have never laid eyes upon them. But you ought to have seen them. Me? When have I ever seen such a thing? I'm unaware. Indeed, you have seen them, specifically the white deer within the Silver Pine Forest. When my grandfather was alive, during the early days of Griel, there were already those who had glimpsed the white deer, glowing with an ethereal light. It was said to be the spirit-born of the Silver Pine Forest, the guardian of the woods. Once, when Charlotte was on the brink of death, the white deer had appeared and saved his life. Thus began Charlotte's journey in this world. Now, the spirit of the Silver Pine Forest was in distress, and it was time to repay that debt. A man must always repay his debts of vengeance and gratitude. Chapter 10. The Wounded White Deer. Even at noon, the depths of the Silver Pine Forest remained dimly lit, with sunlight struggling to pierce through layers of foliage, casting irregular patches of light upon the ground. Beams of sunlight seemed to drape the shadowy forest in a delicate veil. The chorus of insects and birds rendered the surroundings even more profound, while the rustling in the underbrush hinted at the underlying unrest within the seemingly tranquil woods. The depths of the forest have never been a safe haven. Even the most seasoned hunters seldom venture deep alone. Typically, it is only during autumn that hunters dare to delve into the heart of the woods, accompanied by packs of hounds for a collective hunt. This mysterious and awe-inspiring forest is a generous host. Yet should guests overstep their bounds, they often find themselves ensnared, never to return. From a young age, the children of Griel are warned by their elders. never enter the forest unaccompanied. The forest provides an abundance of resources, timber, herbs, furs, and game. It nurtures Griel while simultaneously devouring the reckless. Determined to venture deeper into the silver pine forest to assist the forest spirit, the white deer, who had once saved his life, Charlotte was resolute. He was a man of action, though he had yet to devise a plan for locating the white deer. He understood that remaining in town would yield no results. He resolved to plunge into the forest, for if the white deer were indeed the spirit of the woods, it would likely sense Charlotte's presence and perhaps reach out to him. Even if the white deer did not seek him out, Charlotte could search for traces within the forest. After all, an entity capable of injuring the forest spirit would surely leave some sign of its passage. Moreover, with the map function of his omnivorous card system, he would avoid wandering aimlessly, thus greatly increasing his chances of finding the white deer. However, circumstances did not unfold as favorably as anticipated. The white deer did not seek Charlotte. Whether it was due to the deer's caution or its unawareness of a would-be helper remains a mystery. Fortunately, Charlotte discovered that his new summon, the blood marsh raptor, possessed an extraordinarily acute sense of smell, capable of detecting even the faintest sense. Its intelligence was remarkable. A glance at its darting eyes revealed it to be several tiers smarter than the common stone-toothed wild boar. In fact, this raptor's intelligence attribute soared to an impressive 11 points. It surpassed even the average human intellect, which would greatly aid Charlotte in his search. The bloodmarsh raptor stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, armed with a mouthful of sharp teeth. The eyes glistened with a golden hue, featuring vertically slit pupils that darted about with a cunning, inquisitive air. Its formidable claws were fearsome in appearance, while its powerful, agile hind legs granted it remarkable leaping capabilities. The velociraptor, adorned in dark crimson scales, concealed itself adeptly within the thickets and shadows. Its calls resonated like a series of deep, penetrating laughs, reminiscent of some distant bird call echoing through the woods. Blood Marsh Velociraptor, Level 3, Dinosaur, Strength, 12, Constitution, 14, Agility, 15, Intelligence, 11, Perception, 14, Charm. Skills: Leap Bite, Claw Strike, Kite and Break. No, become a Dinosaur Knight. Xiao Luo had meticulously attempted to relay the information regarding the white deer to the Velociraptor, and, judging by its reaction, it seemed to comprehend his words, despite being unable to speak. In stark contrast, the stone-toothed wild boar was far less perceptive. Whenever Xiao Luo's attention wavered, the boar would scurry to the trees to root for mushrooms and truffles. A nudge from Xiao Luo would elicit a grunt, only for it to return shortly to its foraging. This behavior was exasperating to Xiao Luo. Time slipped away in a fruitless search, yielding no leads. However, after 2 days of exploration, the Velociraptor could ascertain that the white deer had roamed within this vicinity. As night fell, Xiao Luo pitched his tent and kindled a campfire, preparing to roast a rabbit he had caught. The Velociraptor, whom Xiao Luo had named Haha, lounged beside the fire, eyes narrowed, perhaps resting. The claystone demon had transformed into a puddle of mud beside the tent, its current form facilitating an acute perception of the earth's tremors. The stone demon required neither rest nor sustenance, tirelessly serving as the most vigilant of sentinels. Without its presence, Xiao Luo would have to keep one eye open while sleeping in the forest. Wait, where had Hern gone? It had been rummaging about nearby just moments ago. Hern, the stone-toothed wild boar, had been named by Xiao Luo that very day, due to its habit of grunting twice after receiving a kick. With both Haha and Hung now present, the ensemble was complete. Nevertheless, with the night having descended, further searching was futile. Xiao Luo decided to regard this time as a period of leisure. Hung had not engaged in any serious foraging that day, and was likely quite hungry, despite their lack of need for food. Suddenly, a series of urgent grunts pierced the stillness from a distance. Hu Hing's voice. Xiao Luo abandoned the half-roasted rabbit, seizing his sword and a burning branch, and dashed toward the source of the sound. The stone demon trailed closely behind him, while Haha reacted even more swiftly, darting ahead with remarkable speed. Not far off, perhaps a dozen meters away, the dense foliage had concealed Hung from Xiao Luo's earlier view. Upon reaching the spot, Xiao Luo discovered Haha and Hung peering intently at something on the ground. As Xiao Luo crouched to inspect the scene, he noticed several droplets of blood on the grass. It appeared to have been shed some time ago, yet it still emitted a faint, ethereal glow. So subtle was the luminescence that it would have gone unnoticed in the darkness without careful observation. The only creature Xiao Luo could think of that might produce such glowing blood was the white deer. He could not help but pat Hung on the head, exclaiming, "Ah, I underestimated you, Hung." Who would have thought you would uncover a lead before me? Although Harong did not comprehend the reason for his master's praise, it was nonetheless pleased. At that moment, Haha turned its head away in disdain, showing no interest in the boar's triumphant expression. With the discovery of a clue, Haha resumed its search for the scent, leading deeper into the forest, with Xiao Luo and the others following closely behind. Before long, Xiao Luo sensed a change in the environment. It was as if the air had transformed into something fresher, akin to the crispness found at high altitudes. This change was intangible yet palpable. Xiao Luo was uncertain of the nature of this transformation or how to articulate it. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual in his character panel. He had acquired a buff. Magic Convergence. You are in a place of Magic Convergence, granting a 10 increase in magic recovery speed. A place of Magic Convergence? Did this signify that he was drawing closer to the white deer? After advancing for another 30 minutes, Xiao Luo's buff increased to a 20 magic recovery speed when he stumbled upon a colossal tree. Even in the Silver Pine Forest, such a massive pine was a rarity. Its girth could be embraced by over a dozen individuals, though it was not particularly tall. Its shape was peculiar, not straight, but reminiscent of a welcoming pine tree with an ancient character. As Xiao Luo approached the pine, he noticed that its bark resembled overlapping dragon scales, with rough cracks that exceeded the width of a finger. The crown of the tree was layered, akin to the canopy of a giant's umbrella. A massive pine cone loomed above him, nearly the size of his own head, and there, beneath the great tree, lay the white deer he had sought for 2 days. Quietly observing Xiao Luo and his companions, fearing that the presence of the wild boar, the dinosaur, and the stone demon might frighten the white deer, Xiao Luo gestured for them to remain behind, cautiously advancing alone. He moved slowly, anxious that the deer might misinterpret his intentions. Upon seeing him approach, the white deer grew visibly tense, preparing to rise. Xiao Luo quickly halted, waving his hands in reassurance. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. The white deer seemed to understand, maintaining its gaze on Xiao Luo, but refraining from standing. A few months ago, you saved me, right here in this forest. Do you remember? Xiao Luo stood still, continuing to soothe the deer while admiring this exquisite creature. Its elegant antlers pointed skyward, its long neck exuding grace, and its deep, soulful eyes resembled tranquil pools of water. As Xiao Luo drew closer, he noticed that the white deer was not merely a single shade of white. It bore delicate lavender patterns resembling swirling clouds across its body. Xiao Luo recalled old John mentioning that many rare beasts possess various magical patterns, indicating their potent magical abilities. The skin of such creatures could be fashioned into garments with unique properties, and when crafted into scrolls or leather armor, the quality was exceptional. Hence, this hide was highly coveted by noble women and sorcerers, fetching exorbitant prices. However, Xiao Luo was then struck by a heart-wrenching sight. A horrifying wound marred the back of this beautiful being, a gruesome, gaping hole. Based on the knowledge he had acquired during his training, it appeared to be the result of a spear or javelin wound. Alarmingly, a faint black mist coiled around the injury, and although the surrounding blood had long since dried, the wound had not healed, despite the passage of time. Do not fear. I wish to help you. Xiao Luo cautiously approached, kneeling down to examine the peculiar wound closely. Who inflicted such a grievous injury upon you? What can I do to assist? The white deer locked its gaze with Xiao Luo's, and he did not shy away from its penetrating stare. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped his vision, and the scene before him began to shift rapidly. Then, Xiao Luo witnessed the moment the white deer was injured. It was the work of the wild goblins. These vile creatures had captured numerous animals, subjecting them to relentless torment without killing them, drawing the white deer into their nefarious scheme. A multitude of wild goblins had laid traps in advance, but the white deer, a true spirit of the forest, glowed with a radiant light, deflecting the snares, arrows, and blades with ease. No trap or weapon could inflict harm upon it, as the white deer gallivanted through the wilds. Suddenly, from beneath the shade of the trees, emerged a bear goblin. Indeed, it was a towering and robust creature, covered in dense fur, resembling a formidable brown bear with the head of a wild goblin. According to old John S. description, this was precisely a bear goblin. It wielded a crude spear, the tip of which dripped with a venomous purple-black poison. Beside it, an exceedingly rare elder wild goblin raised its staff, causing dark fumes to emanate from the spear's tip. It was the bear goblin that had ambushed the white deer. In a swift transition, the white deer managed to escape the trap, fleeing with injuries. It quickly evaded its pursuers, yet the wound on its back remained persistently unhealed. even though a surge of radiant white light emanated from the white deer, temporarily dispelling the dark smoke from its wound. It was not long before the ominous vapors re-emerged. The white deer grew increasingly feeble. Good heavens! Truly, it was a natural spirit born of the forest, exhibiting such formidable abilities. What was this technique? Telepathy? Memory projection? Mind communication? Through the signals conveyed by the white deer, Charlotte grasped the sequence of events surrounding its injury. After imparting the extraordinary circumstances to Charlotte, the white deer became even weaker, barely able to lift its head. How can I assist you? Would a healing potion be of any use? Charlotte hastily retrieved a small vial of basic healing potion from his belt. Do you truly wish to aid the Great White? At that moment, a childish voice echoed in his mind. Someone? Charlotte looked up to find that the speaker was a diminutive fairy adorned with dragonfly wings. This little fairy resembled a girl with 2 pairs of transparent dragonfly wings, standing only about 10 centimeters tall, crowned with a delicate yellow flower. Upon realizing that Charlotte had spotted her, she immediately timidly hid behind the antlers of the white deer. Chapter 11. My White Deer. Are you speaking? Hello, my name is Charlotte. I genuinely wish to help the white deer. Do you know how I can assist it? Charlotte softly inquired, cautious that his voice might frighten the little fairy. Lulu, level 6, winged fairy creature. Strength, 3, Constitution, 4, Agility, 14, Intelligence, 11, Perception, 16. Skills, Natural Soothing, Plant Care, Nectar Brewing. Note, she is still so small, let her be. Let her be. Nonsense. I am a respectable individual. Charlotte could not help but mutter a curse. We're doomed. We're doomed. Lulu will be devoured by the giant. The little fairy began to weep, trembling behind the antlers. Goodness, what did I ever say I would eat you? I absolutely refuse to take that blame. After a brief moment of hiding behind the enormous antlers, Lulu cautiously peeked out, her half-exposed face meeting Charlotte's gaze, prompting her to retreat once more. Lulu, is it? Don't you want to save the white deer? How does the giant know my name? You blurted it out yourself. The white deer is in peril. If we do not think of a way to save it, it will surely perish. Charlotte checked the information on the white deer through the system. Silver Pine Forest White Deer, Level 13 Elite Unit, Nature Spirit Creature. Strength, 17, Constitution, 15, Agility, 15, Intelligence, 13, Perception, 15. Skills, Gallop Headbutt Kick, Magic Shield, Magic Burst. Gift of the Silver Pine Forest. Status, Weakened Blood Drain Curse. Note, it could defeat 10 of you. With only 46 life points remaining and afflicted by the Blood Drain Curse, the wound remained unhealed, suppressing its natural recovery ability and costing it 10 life points daily. At this moment, the little fairy Lulu recalled the white deer's dire condition and began to weep again. Wah! The Great White is about to die. The nectar cannot heal the Great White's wounds. Lulu is useless. Wah! Is there really no way to help? Charlotte could not help but ask. Having received over a decade of materialistic education and growing up under the red flag, he was utterly ignorant of matters concerning magical curses. Prior to his transmigration, he might have been able to devise some means, given his background in rural northeast China, where shamanistic practices and folk traditions were commonplace. Yet in this world, he was utterly in the dark. Indeed, this world was a realm of high sorcery. The warrior was completely at a loss. Upon seeing the little fairy Lulu's pitiful demeanor, Charlotte felt a pang of sympathy. What a splendid white deer it was, one that had even saved his life. And now it was on the brink of demise. I swear upon my honor, I shall vanquish all the wild goblins in vengeance for you. Just then, the little fairy spoke again. It's not entirely hopeless. What do you mean? Could you perhaps speak without panting so heavily? My tears are falling. Charlotte almost found himself weeping from the little fairy's annoyances. If you have a solution, then speak. Enough with the nonsense. I tell you, you're not a good fairy. If you have a method, speak swiftly. Time is of the essence. Let me think it through. Have you thought it through yet? I have a plan. Quickly tell me. Are you trying to drag this out, or what? You must do this and that. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have triggered the quest. My White Deer White. Quest level, B. Quest content. Lift the curse afflicting the white deer and save your savior. Quest reward, 500 experience points, 40 fate points, and 1 random card of the highest level blue. Note, a drop of water shall repay a fountain of gratitude. Brave youth, go forth and create miracles. Don't jest. A B-level quest corresponds to the prowess of a golden tier. How am I, a mere black iron mid-tier wretch, expected to accomplish this? Initially, Charlotte felt elated at having triggered a quest, despite its somewhat whimsical title. However, Upon discovering the B-level classification, he was utterly flabbergasted. The minimum quest level was E, corresponding to the Black Iron tier, implying that it could be completed by someone of that strength. Following were D-level Bronze tier, C-level Silver tier, and B-level Golden tier quests. Golden tier quests, indeed. With such strength, one could easily become a general in a kingdom. Damn it! To complete this quest, a miracle is truly required. Given that the task would directly engage with the high-level powers of this world, it had been rated as B-level, yet the actual difficulty did not necessitate Golden tier strength. Hence, the final evaluation remained B-level, with the reward card downgraded by 1 tier. Charlotte pondered the little fairy's suggestion and grasped its implications. Without hesitation, he accepted the quest and commenced action. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Since it's an exaggerated quest level, I'm no longer afraid of anything. Let's gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Nevertheless, he prudently left behind the stone-toothed wild boar. Given that the white deer was on the verge of losing consciousness, and the little fairy Lulu seemed more like a gardener than a fighter, it would be quite embarrassing if, through his momentary negligence, a wolf were to snatch away the white deer. Lacking a timekeeping device, Charlotte could only estimate the time, perpetually feeling as though time slipped away like a bun thrown to a dog, unceremoniously vanishing, and before he knew it, darkness had enveloped the land. The timekeeping devices in this world are exceedingly precious, and it is said that only in large cities can one find skilled horologists. The cost of magical timepieces is even more staggering. In any case, it was after the sun had begun its descent on the following day, around 3 in the afternoon, when Charlotte, guided by the fairy Lulu, discovered a remarkably secluded pond. This was an artificial stone basin resembling a small fountain, with a statue at its center. The statue depicted a girl of human stature, adorned with a long, spiraled horn protruding from her forehead. One of her hands held a water bottle in a pouring gesture, allowing crystal-clear spring water to flow gently into the basin, while the other hand grasped a holy emblem featuring a unicorn entwined with a crescent moon. Remarkably, water continuously flowed from the bottle into the already full basin without ever overflowing. At first glance, Charlotte thought it resembled Sorika, the Star Caller, known as Star Mother. However, it was not. This was a statue of the unicorn goddess, Riley, also revered as the queen of intellectual beasts. According to Lulu, this site served as a minor altar dedicated to this deity. Long ago, devotees prayed and worshipped here, but it had fallen into neglect for decades. Nevertheless, Riley's divine power remained palpable upon her altar. This meant that although the altar had been unattended for years, it had not succumbed to decay. The sacred unicorn symbolizes hope, joy, and assistance. Priests who worship Riley dedicate themselves to aiding and comforting the impoverished, helping dreamers achieve their aspirations, and rescuing those in dire need of support. Her divine domain encompasses intellectual beasts and sentient non-human entities, with the white deer being one of her cherished protectees. Hence, the little fairy hoped that Charlotte would beseech the unicorn goddess for her aid. Charlotte first arranged the prepared offerings, various herbs and fruits, neatly before the statue. Then he recited poetry. Indeed, it was a poetic recitation. This goddess, known for her wild and romantic nature, had a fondness for verse, although Charlotte found this somewhat dubious. He thought it prudent to adhere to Lulu's advice. It was unlikely that reciting poetry would incite the goddess's ire. But which poem should he choose? Invitation to Wine, The Song of Everlasting Regret, or Water Melody? None seemed suitable. What if this goddess did not appreciate the grandeur of the Chinese language? Translating these poems into the common tongue of this realm, while retaining their original charm, would be a formidable challenge, requiring mastery at the highest level. Then an idea struck him. Kneeling on one knee, he pressed his palms together and began to pray. Great unicorn goddess Riley, please heed my supplication. I offer you this song, beseeching you to extend your hand and save the white deer of Silver Pine Forest. Please accept the poetry I present. May your brilliance illuminate Silver Pine Forest. He then began to recite in a melodious tone reminiscent of foreign stage performances he had seen on television. If life deceives you, do not be sorrowful, do not be angry. Endure this day of sorrow. Trust that joyous days are yet to come. The heart lives in the future, while reality appears pale. Everything is ephemeral, and all shall pass. What has transpired shall become lovely. Finally, fearing that this foreign goddess might not appreciate the beauty of his homeland's poetry, he deliberately chose Pushkin's If Life Deceives You. This poem had been memorized during his middle school days when he penned love letters. According to Lulu, this goddess was the unicorn goddess, embodying hope. Thus, his selection of Pushkin's verse seemed appropriate. To save the white deer, Charlotte poured forth the passion he had once invested in his school essays. fearful of straying from the topic and receiving poor marks. As Charlotte recited with heartfelt emotion, the statue of the goddess began to emit a soft golden light. And soon the waters of the basin shimmered with a gentle golden hue. Charlotte felt an overwhelming excitement. According to Lulu, this phenomenon signified that the goddess was extending her assistance. He hurriedly unfastened the water pouch at his waist and dipped it into the basin, carefully filling it. When he looked up at the statue again, it seemed as though the statue had smiled. Yet upon closer inspection, there was no change. That beautiful smile must have been an illusion. Goodness, this world truly was one where divine manifestations occurred. He must tread carefully. Who knows how deities regard transgressors? Charlotte first lavished praise upon the goddess, extolling her mercy, and then set off towards his next destination. Indeed, unraveling the malicious curse of blood depletion would not be an easy task. In addition to the blessed waters from the goddess Rylai, many herbs, fruits, and bird feathers were also required. The fairy could gather most of the items, but two specific ingredients necessitated Charlotte's personal retrieval. The first was the waters of the goddess Rylai, for the timid fairy dared not approach the goddess's altar, thus unable to even offer a prayer. It was true that compared to humans and other races, nature spirits and fairies were often overlooked by gods and demons, as they lacked a soul akin to that of humans, which could provide faith. They possessed spirit, but not soul. If the likes of the unicorn goddess Rylai could be deemed a deity, then the fairy Lulu represented a mere spirit. However, some powerful spirits rivaled gods in stature, being worshipped in many places as deities, and many ancient gods were, in fact, evolved from spirits. Numerous spirits served alongside a particular god, becoming attendants or messengers. This dynamic resembled a bureaucratic hierarchy, with gods as the esteemed leaders and spirits as humble civil servants. Among these leaders, many civil servants could rise to prominence. Humans and other beings functioned as taxpayers. Though seemingly inconspicuous, they could still make their voices heard through city hall hotlines and media inquiries. The goddess's statue was akin to a public telephone. Naturally, the high-ranking leaders were exceedingly busy, and whether or not one could reach them was an entirely different matter. However, asking a timid fairy like Lulu to request assistance from a minister was beyond her courage. It would terrify her to death. Having secured the first item, the task progressed to the second step, obtaining voodoo grass. The second required item to lift the curse was a rare and peculiar herb known as voodoo grass, which needed to be withered and not fresh. This plant is highly toxic, yet when it naturally wilts, it transforms into a valuable magical material, particularly in the realm of dark magic. It is rumored to be an excellent component for curse-related spells. However, the growth environment of this herb often attracts venomous creatures, and Lulu was aware that a large snake inhabited the area where the voodoo grass thrived. As a mere gardener with limited magical prowess, Lulu could not confront such dangers. She could only send Charlotte in her stead. Charlotte spent over an hour observing the thicket from a safe distance. At last, by startling the grass, he unearthed the formidable serpent that Lulu had warned him about. It was a large, dark purple snake, as thick as his wrist and over 2 meters long. Its scales glinting ominously, while its dark tongue flicked in and out, hissing menacingly. Before him lay a formidable level 4 black iron-tier venomous serpent, unmistakably a daunting adversary. Charlotte perceived that an encounter with this creature was inevitable, and anticipated a grueling battle that would likely surpass his previous confrontation with the wild boar princess. On that occasion, Charlotte had cleverly set traps and utilized the large boulders from his inventory to ensnare the boar. Yet this time, he would have to engage in a genuine duel. The serpent slithered swiftly along the ground, making it challenging to mount an offensive. However, his claystone golem was unaffected by poison, which provided some semblance of an advantage. To Charlotte's astonishment, the venomous serpent coiled itself into an intricate formation, hissing and flicking its tongue for an extended period, before surprisingly retreating. What in the world? The cunning beast is fleeing. In a moment of impulse, Charlotte shouted and gave chase. Witnessing the serpent's retreat instilled him with newfound courage. Yet in the dense forest, there was no way he could catch a fleeing serpent. Within mere breaths, it had vanished from sight. Of course, Charlotte merely seized the opportunity to display some bravado, not intending to risk his life. Never venture into the woods, nor pursue a desperate foe. I shall let you go this time. The voodoo grass merely thrived in proximity to the serpent. It was neither a delicacy nor a treasure for the creature. The serpent's decision to flee, considering Charlotte and the golem's intimidating presence, was quite reasonable. Seizing the moment, Charlotte made a dramatic proclamation, securing the voodoo grass he sought. Truly, it was a win-win situation. With the spring water and voodoo grass in hand, Charlotte hurried back to the white deer. Upon returning to the grand pine tree, darkness had already begun to cloak the sky. He assessed the condition of the white deer. It remained stable and could endure for a few more days. Lulu, I've procured everything. You must save the white deer now, Charlotte urged. Really? How did you manage to please the unicorn goddess? Did you drive away the vile serpent? The little sprite was utterly unreliable. Even at such a critical juncture, she dawdled instead of hastening to rescue the deer. Charlotte retorted with irritation. Did you not say that the unicorn goddess delights in poetry recitals? Lulu, biting her finger, bashfully replied, I was merely guessing. I never expected it to actually work. What? That is a goddess. A deity. You expect me to recite poetry like a fool based on a mere guess? What if she prefers rugged, muscular men over literary types? What if she takes offense and strikes me down with a thunderbolt? Charlotte vowed never to trust a single word Lulu uttered again. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us save the deer. Oh no, if it were not for her youth. I would have dragged her into the Tang residence and had my way with her 100 times over. Lulu quickly fashioned a palm-sized grass deer from the dried voodoo grass, which she insisted was indeed a deer. She applied a bit of blood from the white deer's wound onto the grass figure and then ascended into the air. Old pine tree, please lend me your aid. Just a few branches will suffice. After 3 calls, the ancient pine tree, resembling a giant umbrella, began to sway as if awakened, shaking more vigorously with each passing moment. Goodness, the tree is alive? Wasn't it said that after the founding of the nation, no entities were to be awakened? Soon, numerous pine branches fell to the ground, and Charlotte, following Lulu's instructions, gathered them together. Wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, Lulu exclaimed joyfully, This will do. Now, big guy, use the water blessed by the goddess to cleanse the white deer's wound. After receiving her instructions, Charlotte resolved to trust her one last time. Step back and watch this. He produced the water pouch and gently poured the shimmering golden spring water onto the white deer's wound. Instantly, the swirling black smoke that had been obstructing the healing of the wound erupted forth as if it had encountered a formidable foe. The thick mass of smoke twisted and coiled in the air, resembling a sinister serpent. Sensing the opportune moment, Charlotte swiftly tossed the grass deer onto the pile of pine branches. The black smoke, akin to a famished Shaolin abbot encountering a desperate woman in need of salvation, immediately ensnared the grass deer. At that moment, Charlotte ignited the fire starter, and the pine branches ignited with remarkable ease. The golden flames leaped to life, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly. Upon inspecting the white deer-esque condition, he observed it was gravely injured but free from any debuffs or curses. He hastily retrieved 2 vials of basic healing potions, purchased from the Mother Earth Goddess's priest, Old Charlie. Priests and mages could transmute certain spells into potions or scrolls, and this was Old Charlie's divine technique for treating minor wounds, crafted with various herbs. Many temples sold healing potions and similar concoctions, which constituted a significant source of income and benefits for the church. These potions were not inexpensive. Even the most basic healing potion in Charlotte's possession cost 30 silver coins. This meant that a soldier would need to go without food or drink for a month and a half to afford a single vial. However, these potions could only heal minor wounds, hence the name Basic Healing Potion. Moreover, they were not readily available to the average person. Were it not for the events surrounding the princess, Charlotte would have found it exceedingly difficult to obtain such a coveted item. Lulu, are these healing potions effective for the white deer? On Earth, there is a distinction between animal medicine and human medicine. Charlotte hesitated to administer the potion to the deer. It would be a pity to go through all this trouble only to end up poisoning it with the phrase, My dear, it's time for your medicine. Yes, just drop this in, Lulu replied, flying up to a tree and retrieving something before handing it to Charlotte. It was a small container made of leaves, containing a bit of honey-like substance. The little sprite's treasured flower nectar, a superior grade item, rapidly restores stamina and health. Long-term use can slightly enhance physical constitution. Note, 2 little bees flying among the flowers, buzzing left and right. Charlotte had the impression that this item might prove more effective than the potion itself. He mixed the honey with the healing potion and administered it to the white deer, watching as its health began to recover, and he released a sigh of relief. Observing the feeble white deer, Lulu placed her hand upon the small flower atop her head and unexpectedly plucked it off. It was not an adornment, but rather something that grew from her own head. Ouch, that hurts. Lulu squeezed out a couple of tears. Are you out of your mind? Charlotte was startled by Lulu's action, fearing the foolish little sprite had decided to end her life. The scene resembled a desperate attempt to twist her own head off. It hurts, Lulu cried, stuffing the small flower into the white deer's mouth, still lamenting her pain. It will grow back in a few days. Once the white deer consumes it, it will recover swiftly, able to run and jump again. She reassured, rubbing her little head. Charlotte observed that the white deer's health was indeed recovering rapidly. It appeared that within a short while, it would be fully healed. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the B-level quest. My white deer. Quest completion, B-level. Rewards, 500 experience points, 40 fate points, and 1 high-level blue card. Note, the debt of gratitude has finally been repaid. Now it is time to feast on roasted venison. Charlotte disregarded the nonsensical note from the task log and focused intently on the 3 reward cards before him. As was customary, he would choose one. The first card depicted a glimmering Chinese longsword. Heavenly Sword, superior grade equipment card, one-handed sword, equipped with 30 attack points, 10 attack speed, and durability of 100-100. Armor penetration, ignoring 10 points of enemy armor. Sever, with a certain probability, it can destroy equipment of exquisite quality or below. Sharpen, restores 1 durability point daily. Remarks, the supreme of martial arts, the dragon-slaying blade, commands the world, and none dare to defy. When the Heaven S sword is unsheathed, who can contend? A poem extols, how can one obtain the Heaven S sword? To cross the sea and slay the great whale? This is indeed a verse by Li Bai. Speaking of which, why is the dictionary so serious this time? It's a bit disconcerting. The attack power of this Heaven S sword is truly extraordinary. To put it in perspective, Charlotte's Doran sword possesses merely 10 points of attack power, yet it is cherished by seasoned adventurers and the exuberant youth Ivan, who would go to great lengths to seize it. This Heaven S sword boasts an attack power threefold that of the Doran sword. The attack power signifies both lethality and destructive capability. The Doran sword has proven quite adept at cleaving wild goblins, who find it exceedingly difficult to defend even with shields. Let alone the Heaven S sword, which has double the attack power. Would it not slice through like a hot knife through butter? Moreover, this Heaven S sword possesses 2 skills. Armor penetration enables it to disregard 10 points of enemy armor. What does 10 points of armor imply? It means that should Charlotte don his hardened leather armor, it would be quite challenging for the Doran sword to breach it. However, this divine artifact, far surpassing most leather armors available in the market, stands no chance against the Heaven S sword. Indeed, it is utterly non-existent. Furthermore, the Sever skill has a chance to destroy equipment. Just imagine, if an enemy attempts to block with a weapon or shield, they could unwittingly be cleaved into 4 pieces along with their shield. Not to mention its exceptionally high durability, which restores itself automatically. Does this not imply it could last for an extended period without degradation? This sword could be wielded well into the later stages. Good grief. If I possessed this sword, who would dare claim to be in the front lines before me? A mere swing could incapacitate you effortlessly. Perhaps this sword even conceals a copy of the 9E manual. That would be a buy one get one free scenario, rendering me invincible. With a few years of personal cultivation, I might traverse the martial world, making a name for myself, perhaps even earning a title of the 5 absolutes to flaunt. At this thought, Charlotte felt himself uplifted, envisioning himself wielding the Heaven S sword, roaming the martial world for 30 years, vanquishing foes and defeating heroes, leaving none to oppose him. He could not help but roar, "Who dares challenge me?" Chapter 13. The Heaven S sword is indeed precious. Charlotte spent considerable time and effort to awaken from his boundless daydreaming. Only then did he turn his attention to the second card. The second card depicted a pair of gloves adorned with golden patterns. The Midas Touch, an exquisite grade equipment card. Gloves. Equip, 5 points of armor. Increases attack speed by 30. Durability, 80-80. Forging, instantly slay an enemy to gain 5 fate points and quintuple experience. Ineffective against silver tier and above targets. Casting range, 100 yards, cooldown, 3 natural days. Mana cost, 100 points. Remarks, this is a greedy weapon, filling the holder's purse through the sacrifice of living beings. The Midas Touch originates from a famed tale in ancient Greek mythology. Midas, the son of a goddess, was a king renowned for his ability to nurture roses. One day, while the god of wine was out on a tour, his former teacher, the forest god, became lost and fell asleep drunkenly in Midas's rose garden. The gardener bound him and brought him before Midas. The old drunkard, sensing trouble, began to regale Midas with the incredible tales he had encountered throughout his life. These stories delighted Midas, who warmly hosted the old deity for 5 days and nights, sending him back to the god of wine's stronghold. The god of wine, worried about the old drunkard's disappearance, was overjoyed to see him return safely and decided to grant Midas one wish. Without hesitation, Midas requested, "Please allow everything I touch to turn to gold." Was this wish not simple? Midas immediately acquired a golden touch. Everything he touched transformed into gold with a mere poke. However, he soon discovered this was not as beneficial as it seemed. When he touched beautiful women, they turned to gold. When he reached for clothes, they too became gold. The worst part was during meals. As he picked up chopsticks, they morphed into gold as well. Evidently, this ability was flawed, as even the grains of rice in his bowl turned to gold. Days later, unable to endure it any longer, Midas sought the god of wine to rid him of this peculiar power. The god of wine, amused by the greedy king, instructed Midas to wash in the river Pactolus. Following the instructions, Midas regained his normal state, but the sands of Pactolus still shimmer with gold to this day. This is the legendary Golden Touch. There are similar tales in ancient Chinese lore, such as that of Lu Dongbin turning stone to gold, conveying a similar meaning. This item increases armor by 5 points and attack speed by 30, effectively enabling one to eliminate enemies below silver tier in an instant. This is indeed remarkable. Images flooded Charlotte's mind, envisioning himself amidst a throng of foes, effortlessly fanning himself with a feathered fan, conversing jovially, with his head held high at a 45-degree angle. A visage of bright melancholy, he pointed, and the enemy vessels were reduced to ashes. Goodness, this is astounding, absolutely astounding. It is worth noting that with 300 fate points, one can purchase a classic card pack from the system shop. This means, theoretically, one could open an additional card pack every 180 days, acquiring 5 cards. My goodness, this equipment is perfectly suited for a farming-style player like me. Charlotte wiped his drool, utterly unable to contain himself. 2 extraordinarily powerful cards in a row left him in a quandary. Damn it, how to choose? What if I want both? I'm anxiously waiting for a solution. Normally, B-tier quests yield golden extraordinary cards at most. Perhaps due to the inflated difficulty of the quest, the rewards automatically drop a tier. However, both of these cards are indeed top quality among the blue cards. Charlotte felt as though his heart was bleeding. To have such fine items and be limited to just one. This is truly tormenting. Suppressing his unbearable anguish, he turned his gaze to the final card. The third card depicted a muscular man in a half-squat position. He was exceptionally robust. The Terminator T850, an excellent grade follower card, consuming 200 points of mana. It summons a level 20 Terminator T850 as your follower to fight for you. Remarks: Hey, young lad, which card is yours? Good grief, a Terminator? Level 20? Charlotte gasped in astonishment upon seeing the third card. The card's color represents its value and potential. Green excellent grade followers can only reach level 20, corresponding to bronze tier strength. To continue upgrading followers, one must elevate the card to blue exquisite grade. Once the follower card ascends to blue exquisite grade, the level cap increases to 30, corresponding to silver tier strength. Additionally, it gains an embedded card slot, allowing the use of more cards to enhance the follower card. It can be said that follower cards hold the greatest value. However, the cost of upgrading cards can be significant. Sometimes, upgrading a green card to blue may cost more than the value of a blue card. Therefore, in general, upgrading is not cost-effective. Yet, with reasonable pairing and upgrades, one can cultivate formidable followers. I choose the Terminator. It must be him. Without hesitation, Charlotte relinquished 2 blue exquisite equipment cards, opting instead for the follower card, the Terminator. Although both equipment cards were undeniably powerful and impressive, especially the Golden Touch, which could amass fate points and allow the purchase of an additional card pack every 180 days, Charlotte steadfastly chose the Terminator. He recognized his own frailty. Even the mightiest of equipment could not compensate for his inherent shortcomings and might even invite trouble and peril upon himself. In contrast, the follower card presented a different scenario. With a level 20 pinnacle T850 by his side, who would dare challenge Charlotte? Although he was currently only at level 4 and required a stroke of luck to summon the Terminator, he would inevitably level up. Charlotte envisioned himself as a grand summoner, orchestrating a legion of subordinates to overwhelm his adversaries while he reclined in the background, enjoying the company of beautiful women and snacking on seeds. This epitomized the successful transmigrator. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat would be utterly beneath him. Thus, he resolved to steadfastly pursue the path of summoning for the next 50 years without wavering. He had already determined to traverse the path of the Grand Summoner until the very end. Moreover, the classic card packs in the marketplace were not guaranteed to yield strong results. Many cards therein were mere trifles, akin to the Ken Gill family bucket. Truly a gamble of luck. Rather than a multitude of birds in the forest, it was far better to have one in hand. Charlotte harbored little faith in his own luck. Hence, he ultimately chose the Terminator. It was a necessity. Just imagine having an Arnold standing guard behind him wherever he went. What a protagonist treatment that would be. As the saying goes, the sword is indeed precious, but the golden touch is worth even more. If it is for the sake of the end, both may be forsaken. The little fairy Lulu, observing Charlotte lost in his boundless fantasies, curiously inquired, "Big guy, what's wrong? Why is there drool dripping from your mouth? Are you hungry?" "Oh yes, indeed. I haven't eaten all day. I'm famished. I must go prepare a meal." Calm down. Calm down. I am destined to become a world-conquering grand summoner. How could I act so uncouth? Speaking of which, now that you mention hunger, I truly am quite hungry. No, no, no. The moment I think of hunger, I recall Goro from the well, and my stomach can hardly bear it. Charlotte hastily wiped the drool from his lips and rushed to cook. The world may be vast, but nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. I must eat something quickly. What shall I prepare? The sky had darkened, and hunting now seemed impractical. Moreover, Charlotte's stomach was pressing against his back. He simply could not wait any longer. Forget it. I shall prepare something simple. Charlotte set up his portable military iron pot. Indeed, an iron pot, a detail worth emphasizing, as it was quite expensive. He carefully poured in clean water along with various dried vegetables, jerky, and fresh mushrooms he had foraged from the forest, intending to brew a hearty soup. Paired with the bread he had on hand, it would suffice for a meal. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air as Charlotte added a pinch of salt from his spice pouch to the small pot. The price of salt in this world had remained exorbitantly high. Although Charlotte's income was considerable, he could not afford to be lavish with it, leading a stout northeastern man like himself to feel as though his food was rather bland. While Charlotte simmered the soup, Lulu danced around the campfire, her eyes wide with wonder at everything. When the soup began to bubble, she could no longer contain herself and eagerly asked, "Big guy, what are you making? It smells so good." She even swallowed hard. Charlotte had been observing her and was amused to see her drooling. To have one's culinary skills recognized by others is surely a chef's greatest pride, is it not? Don't rush, don't rush. It will be ready soon. Let me see if I can find something to serve you. Charlotte rummaged through his backpack and finally produced his iron flask, using the lid as a makeshift bowl for Lulu. To her, it resembled a grand ocean bowl. He broke apart the hard, rock-like multi-grain bread and placed it into the soup to soak. Without softening, it could easily serve as a sharpening stone. Finally, Charlotte embraced his military iron pot and devoured the soup and bread with great enthusiasm. By the time Charlotte finished tidying up, Lulu's little belly was round and full, and she slumped against a tree branch, grunting contentedly. She had never experienced human food before. Typically, she subsisted on nectar and dew, suddenly indulging in such well-seasoned, flavorful sustenance. She found it utterly irresistible. Charlotte mused that he was fortunate not to have provided her with anything else to hold the soup. Had the flask lid been any larger, Lulu would have surely overindulged herself. Charlotte approached the white deer, now appearing somewhat rejuvenated, and asked, "Dear brother deer, what are your intentions? Do you seek vengeance? I bear a grudge against those green-skinned little rascals as well. Shall we join forces?" The white deer gazed at Charlotte with its gentle, expressive eyes, remaining still for a long moment, which left Charlotte feeling rather awkward. He quickly lifted Lulu from the branch and cradled her in his hands. "Lulu, can you communicate with the white deer? It keeps staring at me, and I don't understand its intentions." Lulu, letting out a burp, managed to sit up and said, "Burp, I can converse with the great white one. Burp, it seems that it is concerned about the wild goblin's unchecked expansion. If this continues, the silver pine forest will suffer severe devastation." Chapter 14. The prelude must be well executed. The white deer also mentioned that the wild goblin elder had broken through to the bronze tier. Previously, it had merely been a black iron tier goblin tutor. Moreover, the malevolent Tooth clan had never before encountered a bear goblin, which surely indicated a recent arrival. Lulu, the somewhat scatterbrained and ineffectual translator, had begrudgingly become a bridge for communication between the white deer and Charlotte. Charlotte gleaned some understanding of the events transpiring within the silver pine forest. The wild goblins had always lived by taking whatever they could find, migrating from one ravaged location to the next, or being exterminated. The Tooth clan had migrated there about 7 or 8 years ago, initially numbering only 100 or so, including the elderly, weak, and women and children. In recent years, the wild goblins had known natural predators in the silver pine forest, coupled with an abundance of prey, resulting in a dramatic increase in their numbers. It was worth noting that wild goblins were notoriously weak in combat and lacked any notable skills. Their only advantage was their ability to reproduce prolifically in a food-rich environment. A wild goblin could bear around 24 litters a year, with several offspring per litter. Moreover, They matured by the age of 7 or 8, capable of producing the next generation. Thus, they resembled cockroaches, impossible to eradicate, appearing everywhere. Having recently migrated, the Tooth clan had initially been cautious, but the situation had changed. With ample food and a new generation matured, the pressure on food resources surrounding the Tooth clan had significantly increased. According to the white deer, there were likely around 300 green-skinned goblins in the vicinity, with nearly 100 of them being active professionals. Charlotte pondered why there had been reports of sporadic wild goblins stealing and causing mischief in Griarl in recent years. The root of the problem lay here. Lulu, the Grand Translator, conveyed much information, and at last, Charlotte comprehended. The wild goblins had grown significantly stronger, and failing to eliminate them would only fuel the public's outrage. Ding dong. Congratulations on triggering the mission. The green-skinned must perish. Mission level, C. Mission objective, annihilate the malevolent Tooth-Gnasher goblin tribe residing in the Silver Pine Forest. Requirement, ensure the survival of the white deer. Mission rewards, 800 experience points, 100 fate points, and 1 randomly drawn blue level card. Note, wipe out these green-skinned little brutes. It appears that the mentor within the Tooth-Gnasher tribe has leveled up, evolving from a black iron tier goblin mentor to a bronze tier goblin elder, successfully crossing the threshold into the bronze tier. This is quite the predicament, for it is said that black iron tier spellcasters cannot truly be regarded as formidable mages. They are mere illusionists, performing tricks with spells. In the eyes of many high-ranking spellcasters, black iron tier mages are not perceived as true practitioners of magic. Mages are revered for their noble lineage and abundant resources. With a mere flick of their wrist, they can incinerate enemies. Indeed, mages are legendary figures who have trampled over other professions on their path to glory. Even among those of legendary status, mages exude an air of aristocracy and distinction, starkly contrasting with the common, flamboyant characters found in the marketplace. The path of a mage is fraught with challenges, particularly during the black iron tier. They are often physically inept and lack the strength for combat. Their spells, mere parlor tricks, serve little practical purpose, rendering them nothing more than experience fodder for the team. Black iron tier spellcasters can only learn 0-level spells, which are ineffectual in battle, much less the 1-level spells that lack any real combat efficacy. However, those who endure this humiliating phase shall ultimately be rewarded with a radiant future. Upon advancing to the bronze tier, they gain access to 2nd and 3rd level spells, with the most renowned among them being the Fireball spell. This spell is famed throughout the multiverse for its immense practical value and devastating power, often eclipsing the ostentatious 4th and 5th level spells. The transition to the bronze tier represents a significant leap for spellcasting professions. As supportive spells grow more potent and offensive spells finally possess real lethality. At the moment a spellcaster enters the bronze tier, the entire multiverse seems to summon their name, Mage. The time of the mere blade wielders shall fade, and you shall be crowned as the true master. The green-skinned little brutes have successfully evolved from street performers to mages, casting spells upon their spears to breach the magical barrier of the white deer, inflicting a lethal debuff. With the emergence of their own mage, the Tooth-Gnasher tribe attracted a wandering bear goblin. The bear goblin is among the most formidable subtypes of goblins. Evil, greedy, foolish, towering, robust, and vicious, with agility surpassing that of the average human. They stand as the rulers among goblin kind, the strongest of their kin. Why are they called bear goblins? Firstly, their faces bear a resemblance to that of a short-faced bear. Secondly, their physique and strength are akin to that of a bear. Typically, bear goblins do not align themselves with small tribes like the Tooth-Gnashers. They tend to roam freely after indulging in food and drink. However, the presence of a bronze tier mage has compelled this bear goblin to settle among them. The white deer suspects that this bear goblin is a bronze tier marauder. But that is not all. The Tooth-Gnasher tribe previously had a large goblin as their leader. The large goblin, another subtype of goblin, possesses a physique comparable to that of a human and is slightly stronger. This species is militaristic, highly aggressive, frequently launching attacks on other humanoid races, particularly elves. They thrive on their extensive combat skills and strict organizational discipline, causing chaos wherever they go. Each large goblin is a seasoned warrior. In a one-on-one confrontation with an orc, a single large goblin would likely be defeated. However, 10 large goblins against 10 orcs could lead to mutual destruction. In a battle between 100 large goblins and 100 orcs, the orcs would be wise to locate a restroom beforehand, as they would surely be sent fleeing in disgrace. Fortunately, organized large goblin tribes are not commonly found. The leader of the Tooth-Gnasher tribe is a solitary large goblin. previously a warrior of the Black Iron tier. It remains unclear if it has advanced further. If it too has ascended, that would mean 3 Bronze tier spellcasters and nearly 100 Black Iron tier practitioners. This cannot be right. All I wished for was to diligently grind through a simple dungeon. Yet you thrust upon me a ticket to the Abyss, activating Abyss mode? How could I possibly contend with that? Charlot feels as though he is being besieged. Moreover, there's a whole row of adversaries pressing upon him. To face 100 foes alone, and 3 of them at that, all of higher tiers. Director, this script is flawed. The cheat code you've granted me is insufficient. Perhaps you could add a dual-wield slot instead. Reluctantly, the Tooth-Gnasher tribe must be eradicated. This tribe has reached a critical juncture in its growth. The number of greenskin creatures has surged to nearly 500, and goblins do not engage in agriculture or animal husbandry. Their sole means of sustenance comes from hunting or plundering. The burgeoning population has begun to ravage the environment, as nearby prey can no longer sustain such a multitude. They are left with 2 options, either to split, akin to bees or ants, establishing new bases upon reaching a certain threshold, or to invade, targeting the nearest settlements of intelligent beings. Should their invasion fail, they may deplete their numbers, but if successful, they could expand their territory, thereby accommodating even more of their kin. Should they choose the former, there are no creatures in the Silver Pine Forest to restrain their growth. They would rapidly proliferate and eventually devastate the forest, marching toward human settlements. The latter option is more direct, as they would soon launch an assault on human enclaves. The first targets would likely be the farmlands and villages surrounding Gruyarl, culminating in a direct attack on Gruyarl itself. Countless lives could be lost. Gruyarl has thrived for over 40 years, having remained undisturbed due to the absence of formidable monsters. Now it faces its first true threat. The green-skinned must be exterminated. If all else fails, I can return to the town and rally support. Charlot muses, contemplating that if he finds himself utterly helpless, he could leave a threatening remark. You wait right here. I shall return with reinforcements. Charlot refrains from immediately returning to the town for assistance, partly due to the presence of the white deer as an ally. He aims to see if he can claim the experience and the wealth amassed by the Tooth-Gnasher tribe, which has undoubtedly accrued significant riches over the years by pillaging nearby villages and passing merchant caravans. Secondly, while the white deer possesses considerable intellect, it remains a wild elf, highly resistant to strangers. If he were to summon aid from the town, the white deer might refuse to accompany him. Charlot is aware of the combat capabilities in town. While there are a few bronze tier warriors, they may not necessarily surpass the utility of the white deer. The prowess of characters within the same tier can vary significantly, and beings like the white deer, endowed with unique advantages, far exceed the combat capabilities of ordinary tiered warriors. Moreover, only another mage could contend with a mage. Only the white deer could match the bronze tier goblin elder in a duel of power. Nevertheless, over 400 greenskin creatures would indeed pose a formidable challenge. A plan must be devised to weaken the enemy's forces before engaging in full combat. Poisoning? Arson? Flooding? Such matters resemble the dynamics between men and women. If one finds oneself in a less than optimal state, it is prudent not to engage head-on against an opponent who is decidedly stronger. While the audacity of confronting challenges directly may embody a certain masculine bravado, remember that only a weary ox can be found in a field devoid of pears. Should one face a temporary setback, the psychological repercussions could be lasting. Heed the wise counsel of the seasoned. Foreplay is utterly indispensable. Even a lion employs its full strength when hunting a hare. This is especially true when one finds oneself devoid of strength despite having the will to act. In summary, with ample foreplay, all things become possible. The seasoned driver at Akinuma Mountain, Charlotte, had broadly outlined a strategy aimed at prolonging the foreplay as much as possible, fully stirring the atmosphere and emotions. At the appointed time, whether it would be the seasoned veteran pushing the cart or the eager pup, the decision would be left to him. White deer, he said, let's not rush. Let us first ensure sufficient foreplay. No, I mean to say, let us first weaken the strength of the wild goblins. Following this plan, Charlotte conveyed his strategy of an extended foreplay, essentially a refusal to engage directly, to White Deer, who was easily persuaded. Indeed, these wild spirits are remarkably straightforward and unassuming, lacking guile, and thus easy to convince. Charlotte's plan was to ambush the wild goblin hunting parties. The green-skinned creatures required sustenance, yet produced nothing, compelling them to venture into the woods for hunting. Moreover, the prey near the evil Tooth tribe had become scarce. Those that remained had been frightened away. Each goblin hunting party was forced to undertake long treks. This presented an opportunity for Charlotte and White Deer. They needed to eliminate as many greenskins as possible before the wild goblins became alert, thereby laying a solid foundation for the decisive battle. Chapter 15. You have been terminated. Charlotte had resolved that if the goblin leader turned out to be a figure of remarkable talent, wise and valorous, and soon recognized the peril, retracting his hunting party, then Charlotte would have to abandon his solo venture into the abyss and return to Griel to summon reinforcements. Damn it, is it not merely a matter of numbers? Just wait for me. I shall call for help. In this day and age, can wealth not attract labor? When the situation escalates, the notable figures in town will surface. Whether through donations or fundraising, they will surely muster some funds for external aid. At that time, a multitude of adventurers or mercenary bands would arrive, and such a small greenskin tribe would pose little challenge. However, once the decision was made to pursue this course, Charlotte's role would become secondary. If he could resolve the matter independently, the rewards would be significant, both in terms of power and wealth. Yet, should he merely trail behind other adventuring parties, his fate would be uncertain. Ambushing the wild goblin hunting parties, they would stealthily enter the village and refrain from using firearms. By the time the greenskins sensed something amiss, many of their number would already have been slain, and by then, he would likely have reached level 5. At that juncture, he could summon all his underlings, and they would face the greenskins head-on. Thus was the decision made with satisfaction. The script had been penned. He awaited the actors. Charlotte hurried back to Griel, engaging in a significant procurement of supplies. Food, drink, traps, potions. He acquired all by. This would be a prolonged and arduous battle. Charlotte wagered his entire fortune. Nearly all his available cash was spent on supplies, ensuring nothing short of perfection. Should the plan falter, he would be left to the mercies of fate. With a swift thrust, a dark red Dolan sword pierced the chest of a green-skinned wild goblin, and this newly employed goblin bandit drew his last breath. Charlotte withdrew the Dolan sword, wiping the blood on the ragged leather of the goblin's garb. He unsheathed a small knife and began to sever the ears. Nearby, a bloodmarsh raptor was tearing into a goblin corpse for its feast. The extended foreplay, the refusal to engage directly, was executed flawlessly. Now the plan had been in motion for nearly half a month, with Charlotte and White Deer splitting their forces to ambush the enemy. Nearly 20 wild goblin hunting parties had been laid to rest in the fertile soil of the forest. Charlotte had also reached level 5, gaining an additional point in free attribute points, which he allocated to intelligence, and triggering a golden talent, extraordinary physique, which granted him an extra point in strength and constitution. Under the summer sun, the ears could not be left unattended. Thus, Charlotte returned to Griel several times. Now, he was known in the world as the Goblin Hunter. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have achieved a D-rank accomplishment, Goblin Hunter. Kill 50 wild goblins. Reward, 200 experience points, 20 fate points, 50 Griel reputation. Over 100 wild goblins had perished. Among them, many had already been employed. Did they not notice that 1/5 of their population had vanished? Such ignorance cannot merely be described as folly. It is a sign of utter incompetence. The leader of the evil Tooth tribe is nothing short of a fool. Comparatively, look at the likes of Brother Haunan. This goblin leader is likely only of the caliber of a mere foot soldier, destined to be annihilated by the trustworthy Charlotte. Recently, the wild goblins had begun to realize something was amiss. The defenses of their hunting parties had noticeably intensified over the last few days. This indicated that the greenskins had detected the problem. However, it mattered little. The foreplay plan had been completed with impeccable success. Nearly 100 wild goblins had met their end, and these were the young and capable of the evil Tooth tribe, their backbone. Moreover, Charlotte had achieved level 5. It was time to showcase his true skills. Through natural growth and the defeat of monsters, supplemented by the rewards from 2 quests, Charlotte could finally purchase a classic card pack. Classic card pack, 300 fate points. Usage, acquire 5 random cards, with at least 1 card of quality exceeding the common white tier. Is it time to draw cards? Let us verify whether I am a sovereign or mere wretch. Come fort. May the gods of card drawing bless me. Charlotte decisively opened the card pack, revealing 5 cards facing away from him. The designs on the back of the cards were intricate and enigmatic. Nothing could be discerned from the reverse. Cautiously, Charlotte flipped the first card. The image depicted an ancient brass ring. Brass ring, common tier equipment card, 1 attack power. Note, wearing it will present an impoverished appearance. Alas, a dismal start. But patience, there is still more. He clicked on the second card. The image showcased a dazzling spell, with 3 magical orbs radiating blue and purple light shooting forth from a hand. Magic missile, Excellent tier magic card, consuming 15 mana points. Unleashing 3 self-guiding magical missiles to attack the target. Note, buoy, buoy, buoy. Well then, this is quite favorable. Charlotte had been in need of an effective ranged attack, and this magic missile was just the ticket. Not only did it possess a homing function, but being a non-elemental spell, it would not be resisted by fire or ice. Onward, let us continue. Charlotte opened the third card. What is this? At first glance, Charlotte could not identify what was depicted. Upon closer reflection, he realized it was a pea shooter, pea revolver, excellent tier equipment card, consuming 80 mana points, manifesting a pea revolver. 30 attack power, with a chance to knock back the target. Ammunition capacity, 33, regenerating 1 bullet per minute. Equipment requirements, strength 25, constitution. Remarks, I'm gonna throw a party for you. Mudfoot, damn, I'm rich. This is incredible. Charlotte danced with joy. With this gun in hand, I not destined to soar? What's wrong with you, big guy? Not feeling well? Lulu and White Deer watched Charlotte as if he had consumed a euphoric elixir, unable to contain his exuberance. I'm fine, really. Drew's led my for a moment. It is through go. A flamboyant grin reminiscent of Stephen Chow spread across Charlotte's face. After regaining his composure, Charlotte eagerly manifested the pea revolver, yearning to behold this formidable weapon. Its verdant hue and design reminiscent of a pea shooter, the barrel resembling the mouth of its namesake. Thick as a thumb, the grip, entwined with vines, felt like a dense wooden texture. 2 tender leaves sprouted from the hammer, and the gun's body was adorned with 2 adorable, oversized eyes. To be frank, Charlotte found the shape of this handgun rather embarrassing, especially in such an eye-catching green. At first glance, one might mistake it for a green spray bottle. This could easily incapacitate foes with laughter before a single shot was fired. Big guy, what is this? It's so cute. The little sprite felt an innate charm emanating from the pea revolver. She adored it. She even leaned against the barrel, peering into the chamber. My goodness. Charlotte hastily moved the gun away. Has this child lost her mind, gazing down the barrel? ISNT that akin to peering into a well as a child in the countryside? Quite reckless. At that moment, Charlotte ceased to worry about the weapon's appearance. Oh well, a gun that can slay foes is a good gun. Let me test its power. Charlotte, gripping this most embarrassing revolver, aimed at a nearby towering pine tree. He squeezed the trigger, yet the hardened vine trigger remained utterly still. He pulled again, but still no movement. I say, dictionary, why 1T this gunfire? I feel as though I've drawn a counterfeit. You don't recognize your own strength? Do you not know your own worth? Don't ask me everything. Can't you engage your own brain? Charlotte successfully endured the biting retort of the dictionary, suffering 666 points of damage. Could it be the equipment requirements? Due to his extraordinary gifted physique, Charlotte gains an additional point of strength and constitution every 5 levels. Currently, his strength stands at 18 and his constitution at 15. While already impressive, it still fell short of the pea revolver's requirements. So that's it. Without meeting the equipment prerequisites, one cannot wield the gear. Truly, unencumbered gear is preferable. Charlotte, unable to utilize the revolver side. Very well then, come forth, my governor. Charlotte activated the summoning card for the Terminator. It has to end, a cold voice intoned. A brawny man identical to Arnold appeared, saluting Charlotte with military precision. His expression was stern, his gaze calm, and his muscles seemed ready to burst through the tattered skin cloak he wore. This was the Terminator T-850, whom Charlotte affectionately referred to as the governor. The strongest of Charlotte's companions. Terminator T-850, mechanical puppet, level 20. Strength 27, Constitution 25, Agility 16, Intelligence 15, Perception 18, Charisma. Skills, Steel and Iron, Mechanical Mind, Infrared Vision. Mechanical Body, Combat Mode, Batterie Explosion. Remarks. Hey kid, what's your game? These skills are indeed formidable, Steel and Iron. The Terminator is immune to 20 points of physical damage. Mechanical Mind. The Terminator is immune to mental magic effects. Infrared Vision. The Terminator possesses infrared sight. Mechanical Body. The Terminator is immune to most curses and the vast majority of toxins. Combat Mode. The Terminator is considered to have the skills of unarmed combat expert and military weapon expert. Battery Explosion. Detonates the internal hydrogen fusion battery. Cousin à violente explosion. The governor's combat prowess is off the charts. He could take on 20 of Charlotte, clad in Charlotte's tattered cloak. The governor appeared just like in the movies, crouched on the ground in his birthday suit. Fortunately, Charlotte had a spare leather jacket on hand to provide some modesty. Otherwise, having this muscular giant standing before him the nude would be quite disconcerting. Upon the governor's arrival, Charlotte's 2 bumbling companions scurried away, evidently intimidated. The big guy has reappeared. Lulu exclaimed, hiding behind White Deer's antlers, while White Deer took cautious steps back, exhibiting a wary demeanor. If the P revolver imparted a sense of natural charm that beckoned approach, the governor exuded an unnerving, sharp aura akin to a radiant guillotine poised before them, instilling a profound sense of danger. Charlotte, too, refrained from summoning the governor often, fearing he might frighten the little sprite and White Deer. Chapter 16. A team battle may be lost, but Teemo must die. Governor, try to see if you can use this gun. Charlotte handed the P revolver to the governor. Yes, sir. The governor aimed and fired. Bang! The governor, devoid of any environmental concerns, took aim at a nearby pine tree. The tree shuddered violently, its branches raining down like a deluge. Upon inspection, Charlotte noted a gaping wound the size of a human head on the trunk, densely packed with green peas embedded deep within, resembling a beehive carved into the bark. It's a shotgun type, solid projectiles, even distribution upon impact, moderate penetration, high deceleration, and excellent stability. Ammunition capacity, 3 rounds, slow loading speed, the governor assessed. Then you should keep it. I can't use it anyway. Charlotte lamented, feeling despondent. What man doesn't dream of wielding a mighty weapon? Observing the gun's formidable nature, yet being unable to utilize, it was disheartening. Blue and thin, fragrant mushroom. Oh well. The waters of wealth should not flow to outsiders. I shall first see what the last 2 cards are. In truth, Charlotte believed he had already profited. Having acquired 2 green cards, what more could he desire? He casually clicked to unveil the 4th card. The image depicted something Charlotte could never have anticipated. It was incredibly. Instant noodles. Kong Shui with spicy beef noodles. A rough grade miscellaneous item card. 5 packets of 200 G each. Usage. Eliminates hunger for 5 hours. Remarque, quand je bois instant noodles. This is the flavor. Heaven above, earth below. Which angelic sister is exacting vengeance upon me? What sin have I committed? Charlotte fell to the ground in despair, kneeling amidst the forest floor. Lulu overheard Charlotte muttering softly, I'm such a fool, truly. I only knew of Kentucky Fried Chicken. I never imagined there would be Kong Shui with 2. I'm such a fool, really. Big White, do you know what the big guy's doing? White Deer shook her head, indicating that human antics were beyond her comprehension. Charlotte, to his surprise, had drawn a pack of instant noodles, and the brand was Kong Shuibois. Well, at least he had recouped his losses. It would have to suffice. With a casual click, he unveiled the final card. The card depicted a fluffy creature. Was it a raccoon? A green card. Swift Scout Teemo, an exceptional subordinate card. Requires 60 mana points to summon a level 5 Swift Scout Teemo as your ally to engage in battle. Note, while the team battle may be lost, Teemo must perish. As I have asserted, my complexion is remarkably fair, destined to be a lifelong fortunate one. Charlotte remarked that he often assists the elderly across the street, demonstrating his commendable character. The old lady, however, I insisted on aiding her across. Charlotte, with the last vestige of his magic, summoned Teemo. Captain Teemo stands ready for action. What appeared before the assembly was a creature approximately 30 centimeters tall, a furry raccoon. Oh no, a yordle. Teemo's visage bore a resemblance to that of instant noodles, with a cheerful grin and crescent-shaped eyes, exuding a charming demeanor. He appeared to be an endearing creature with a notably amiable disposition. Unlike the governor, Teemo arrived equipped. Adorning a windproof explorer's hat with goggles, he wore a drab camouflage uniform of the Bandle City Scout Corps, complemented by high-top outdoor boots and a small military rucksack slung across his back. The weapon in his hand, a blowgun, was nearly the same height as he. Swift Scout Teemo, Yordle, level 5 Scout Captain. Strength 8, Constitution 11, Agility 18, Intelligence 13, Perception 16, Charisma. Skills, Invisible Wings, Blinding Dart, Little MO, Run Fast, Toxic Shot. Note, while the team battle may be lost, Teemo must perish. Invisible Wings. When Teemo remains stationary and is not subjected to any harm, he enters a stealth state. Upon exiting this state, he receives a buff called Unexpected Victory, enhancing his attack speed by 40 for 3 seconds. When entering stealth in grass or shadows, Teemo can move freely without breaking his stealth. Blinding Dart inflicts 80 magic damage to the target and blinds them for 2 seconds. Little MO, Run Fast. Passive ability, increasing Teemo's movement speed by 14. If he sustains damage in the last 5 seconds, this effect is removed. Active ability, Teemo dashes, gaining double the passive effect for 3 seconds, during which he remains unaffected by attacks. Toxic Shot. Teemo's basic attacks poison the target, dealing 20 magic damage immediately, followed by 12 poison damage per second for the next 4 seconds. Unexpectedly, it is you, Teemo. While Charlotte was perusing the attributes, the stationary Teemo had already gone invisible. Big guy, where did that little raccoon go? Lulu and the white deer could no longer see Teemo. I am not a raccoon. I am a yordle, Teemo exclaimed. Who is speaking? Lulu still could not discern Teemo. However, to Charlotte, the governor, and others, Teemo remained in place, albeit in a translucent state. Teemo, from now on, you shall be our scout captain, Charlotte declared with a grand gesture. At your service, Commander, Teemo replied in a crisp, youthful voice. It is regrettable that Teemo could not reach level 6. Had he learned his ultimate skill at that level, he could have planted mushrooms at the Greenskins' doorstep, rendering them unable to exit their abode. Charlotte promptly dispatched Captain Teemo to infiltrate the Tooth Gnashers tribe for reconnaissance. For quite some time, Charlotte and his companions were still oblivious to the specifics of the Tooth Gnasher situation. Charlotte led the main force to stealthily approach the Greenskin tribe, carefully concealing themselves in the distant underbrush to observe. The Tooth Gnashers village was constructed against the mountainside, situated on a high slope enclosed by a crude palisade. The fence was roughly made, varying in height from 1.8 to 2 meters. The gate was slightly taller, crafted from slender wooden stakes, through which one could glimpse the dilapidated tents within. Teemo stealthily approached the shabby palisade, concealed in the grass. He was utterly invisible to the naked eye, even though the grass was only 20 centimeters tall, insufficient to conceal Teemo's height. Remarkably, as Teemo navigated through the grass, he became transparent. Furthermore, as he moved within the foliage, the grass remained utterly still, making no sound, as though Teemo possessed no physical form whatsoever. This defies logic. However, in this world of magic, the lack of scientific rationale matters not, as long as there is sufficient magic. Teemo slipped through a gap in the palisade, and Charlotte could no longer see him. Now, all he could do was wait patiently. Charlotte, devoid of a timepiece, felt as though an eternity had passed, long enough that he contemplated finding sustenance. Then, from behind, Teemo's voice broke the silence. Reporting, Commander, reconnaissance mission accomplished. Charlotte turned to see Teemo had stealthily appeared behind him. Teemo, what is the situation inside? Are there any opportunities? The conditions within the humble encampment were as follows. Teemo murmured for quite a while. It turned out that the Tooth Gnashers tribe was built against the mountainside, centered around a deep cavern at the foot of the mountain, with the entire village radiating outward from this cave. Teemo had already ventured inside. The cavern featured several short pathways, but was not particularly complicated. The inhabitants were primarily employed wild gnomes, constituting the Greenskins' urban center. There were approximately over 80 employed wild gnomes inside, mostly of levels 2 to 3. The exterior tents housed ordinary wild gnomes lacking employment. Counting the elderly, weak, and infirm, they numbered around 200 at most, not exceeding 300. They posed little threat. There exists a significant disparity between the employed and unemployed. Employment enhances physical attributes and abilities considerably. In a remarkably short period, one as combat prowess can multiply several times over. This defies logic, yet is entirely magical. It is said that this is the world's rule, bestowing advantages upon the employed. In summary, the unemployed remain perpetually at level 1, incapable of leveling up, and thus their power does not grow. Generally, adventurers must achieve employment to progress. What shall we do? While ordinary wild gnomes may not pose a concern, there are still over 80 employed wild gnomes within. Additionally, there is a large gnome, a bear gnome, and a bronze-tier gnome spellcaster. Wild gnomes are notorious for preying on the weak and fearing the strong. Should they sense an advantage in numbers, they become exceedingly fierce. If we fail to incapacitate them swiftly, we may find ourselves torn apart by the formidable leaders among them. Charlotte surveyed his surroundings, hoping for some useful advice, for he was not one who excelled in strategy. He preferred direct confrontation over meticulous planning. White deer, do you have any thoughts? The white deer gazed at Charlotte with wide, watery eyes. It seems you have no thoughts. Then Lulu, I suppose. I have lost my wits. Why did I even think to ask you? Ha ha. Truly deserving of the duo's reputation, the laughter ensues. Teemo, what do you suggest we do? Well, perhaps we could resort to poisoning? Teemo shyly suggested. That is indeed a potential course of action. However, the effect may be too slow, and given the wild gnome's remarkable appetite for consuming anything, their resistance to poison would likely be substantial. It could serve as a backup option. Governor, ultimately, it falls to you. What do you think we should do? Reporting, Commander. I suggest setting fire. The governor's expression remained unervingly calm. That is indeed a viable strategy. All around us, chaos ignites. In an unexpected turn, We shall leave this band of green-skinned creatures utterly disoriented and lost. The more Charlotte contemplated, the more elated he became. Breaking into a hearty laugh, "Warriors, heed my command. When I shatter this cup, let's signal our fiery assault to unsettle the enemy's resolve. We shall charge forth and strike at the heart of their lair, achieving our objective in a single, decisive blow. Truly, what exhilaration this brings." Chapter 17. The Inferno of 800 meters. With our plan firmly established, the task becomes manageable. Charlotte retrieved every incendiary item on his person, including torches and firestones, along with some outdoor igniting oils. We cannot rely on the goblins' encampment to possess anything readily flammable. We must provide our own fuel. Charlotte resolved to send the others to gather more ignitable materials. When the time comes, a simultaneous barrage of flames will surely incite chaos among the greenskins. At that moment, a little sprite flitted over, nibbling on her finger as she spoke. Lulu knows of the place. The black mud there burns fiercely. Oh, what black mud? It catches fire? Regardless of its color, if it burns, then it is good mud. Quickly, lead me there, with a mindset of leaving no stone unturned. Charlotte followed Lulu in search of the black mud. Here it is. This black mud is exceedingly treacherous. If one steps too far in, they may never escape. Many animals fall victim to it each year, Lulu said, her voice trembling with fear as she hid behind Charlotte, peering cautiously. Before Charlotte lay a sizable black pond, with some areas appearing as solidified black earth, while others oozed a viscous black liquid, flowing slowly like melted syrup. Occasionally, bubbles would gurgle to the surface. The edges of this black pond were littered with numerous skeletal remains of various animals, both large and small, some with horns and others with sharp teeth, representing both carnivorous and herbivorous creatures, stacked ominously upon one another. According to Lulu, the white deer comes here annually to purify the magical energy. Otherwise, with so many animals perishing here, the magic would lean further towards death, causing calamity. Charlotte picked up a stick and, with a bit of effort, pushed it into the black earth. The ground at the pond's edge appeared solidified, but that was merely a superficial crust. Beneath it lay the viscous liquid. If one were to break the surface, they would plunge into the depths. Charlotte tugged at the stick, finding it adhered firmly, proving difficult to extract. This must be asphalt. This is a small natural asphalt lake. Charlotte recalled the vast natural asphalt lake in Qinghai, back in the Celestial Empire. This truly is a death trap. Should any creature inadvertently step into this, they would become ensnared in the thick asphalt, their cries drawing more carnivorous beasts, leading them to meet the same fate. This is precisely what we need. Charlotte dared not venture deeper and instead began to excavate the asphalt from the edge, using large pieces of bark as containers to gather heaps of the substance. Everything was now in place, with even the favorable wind at our backs. Teemo stealthily lurked in the shadows, peering out. He spotted a lone goblin lazily organizing wood. Those goblins, not assigned hunting tasks, were often given other duties. Yet one could hardly expect them to be industrious. They would rather slack off than work. Teemo glanced around for any other goblins. Seeing none, he cautiously drew his blowgun. With a swift puff, the goblin felt a chill at its nape. As it raised a hand to investigate, its body went numb before it could even finish the motion. With a soft thud, the goblin collapsed, unable to emit a sound or move. Within mere seconds, it would succumb to eternal silence. With a grin, Teemo retrieved a tightly wrapped bundle of asphalt from his backpack, scattering it over the wood and surrounding tents. He operated with utmost care, fearful of getting the sticky substance on himself. After all, he was covered in fur. A single mishap could result in a painful ordeal. Charlotte and the others were engaged in similar tasks, but only Teemo was able to infiltrate the tribe and cause mischief. Charlotte and his group remained on the periphery, preparing to set the fire once Teemo had completed his dark deeds. Before long, Teemo returned to Charlotte. Was there no way to pour asphalt near the cave? Would the hunter's pet badgers detect it? Charlotte had no solutions to offer. While Teemo could potentially sneak into the cave, he could not lay down asphalt nearby due to the patrolling goblin hunters. Their animal companions, the silver-footed badgers, were exceedingly vigilant. If the asphalt scent were caught, it would surely alert them. It seemed the goblins were quite skilled, having mastered the art of taming badgers. Most goblin hunters in this vile tribe utilized badgers as their animal companions. Very well. Though initially intended to let these greenskins experience the sensation of being trapped in a fiery pit, circumstances dictated a direct confrontation. As Charlotte observed the sun dipping toward the west, he realized they must conclude the skirmish before nightfall to avoid complications. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. If all proceeded smoothly, there would still be time for a sumptuous dinner, perhaps a large pot of spicy beef noodles. Light the fire, Charlotte bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the encampment. Instantly, the goblins erupted into a frenzy. Smoke billowed from all directions. The combination of asphalt and pine branches was simply sublime. Flames and thick smoke ascended, fanned by the brisk wind as they licked the disordered encampment. The hastily constructed wooden structures and tattered leather served as perfect accomplices. Even Charlotte was taken aback by the ferocity of the flames, rendering it impossible to seize the opportunity to slay the goblins amidst the chaos. The fire raged uncontrollably, with goblins scurrying about like headless flies. Some bore flames upon their bodies, careening into one another and spreading sparks far and wide. The air was filled with their anguished screams. Meanwhile, a newly promoted bronze goblin elder was deep within the shadowy recesses of his cave, engaged in a secretive prayer. Suddenly, a goblin burst in. The elder swiftly yanked aside a tattered hide to shield himself. "Curse it! Did I not forbid anyone from entering here? Do you wish to perish?" The goblin elder clutched his staff tightly, his eyes practically glowing with rage. "I dare not. I dare not. It is the great blade master who sent me to inform you. The outside is ablaze." The messenger goblin nearly wet itself in fear. Previously, another forgetful fool had intruded upon the elder's sanctum without notification, and the unfortunate creature had emitted a harrowing scream, never to be seen again. What? Fire at such a critical moment? What are Blade Master and Boba doing? Such trivial matters dare disturb me? Useless. All of you are useless. The goblin elder shouted in a fit of fury. The messenger goblin, trembling, stole a glance at the obscured object beneath the hide, longing to flee. It was a harrowing feeling. Many of his kin had been summoned by the elder for discussions, never to be seen again. He sensed that if he lingered any longer, he might share their fate. "Wait!" The goblin elder suddenly called out to the skittish messenger. "Did you hear someone speaking?" Suddenly, the goblin elder inquired with an unexpectedly affable demeanor. No, I haven't heard anything." The wild goblin felt an overwhelming sense of danger, a sensation akin to impending death that incessantly scorched its nerves. Its instinct for survival urged it to flee, and swiftly. The farther away, the better. It took 2 steps back, and without waiting for the goblin elder to speak again, it bolted towards the exit. Almost there, almost there. It was on the verge of escaping the elder's cave. At that moment, it disregarded everything else, even if it were to perish in the raging flames outside. It was determined to escape this place. Thud! It seemed to collide with an elastic wall, bouncing back a considerable distance. The goblin elder wore a rigid smile as it lowered its raised staff. Why the hurry to leave? It is rare for the master to take such a liking to you. Suddenly, the wild goblin noticed something writhing frantically beneath the animal hide. A bizarre shadow surged forth from beneath the skin, lunging toward the wild goblin. The wild goblin emitted a brief, anguished cry before falling silent. In the dim light of the flickering torch, the shadow of the goblin elder swayed motionless against the wall. Soon, Master, we shall soon become one. Chapter 18. The Wild Goblin on the Tip of the Tongue. A warm breeze wafted through the silver pine forest, where wild goblins were flourishing. It was once again their busiest season, the season of plunder. After a day of relentless hunting, gathering, and arduous thievery, the wild goblins returned to their dilapidated encampment. Utterly exhausted from their toil, only the dazzling flames of the campfire, the scent of pine branches, and the rich aroma of roasted meat could alleviate their fatigue. This was the transformative silver pine forest, where wild goblins and food were closer than ever. Regardless of their hurried steps, whether in moments of gathering or parting, joy or sorrow, there was always a distinct aroma, reminding them thrice daily, in its unique way, to recognize the path ahead while never forgetting where they came from. The golden-red flames danced continuously, filling the air with the refreshing fragrance of pine, alongside the scurrying, shrieking wild goblins. All these were nature's generous gifts. Teemo glanced at the white deer and the little fairy Lulu, who were awestruck, staring at the burning Tooth clan. He then looked at his companions, who were grunting and snorting. Haha seemed eager, yet remained silent. The governor's expression was quite fearsome. Finally, Teemo mustered his courage to ask the entranced Charlotte, Commander, shouldn't we launch an attack? Right? Attack. I was just pretending to be a cultured youth. Don't just stand there admiring my act. Charge. Let us annihilate them." Only then did everyone snap back to reality and surged into the depths of the camp to wreak havoc. The white deer sprinted ahead with remarkable speed, leading the charge. Truly a magical elven deer, wherever it ran. The flames would extinguish automatically, creating a path devoid of fire amid the burning encampment. Hinga, you too, clear out the riffraff outside. Ensure not a single one escapes. The governor and Teemo follow the white deer directly toward the cave, blocking the elite goblins from emerging. They must not be allowed to escape. Charlotte shouted at the top of his lungs. What about Lulu? What about Lulu? Seeing everyone else fleeing, the little fairy grew anxious. High alert ahead. Non combat personnel, évacuate immédiatement. Charlotte ignored the little fairy, unslinging his bow and arrows to snipe at the wild goblins attempting to flee through the camp's entrance. Hinga wreaked havoc within the camp, while Charlotte blocked the exit, trapping them like fish in a barrel. Meanwhile, the white deer and its group charged near the cave. At that moment, the great earth goblin, wielding a massive blade, had organized a faction of elite wild goblins to rush out of the cave, attempting to extinguish the flames. The great earth goblin, towering and robust, appeared quite formidable despite its severe hunch, its deep green muscles accentuating its strength. In its hands, it clutched an enormous blade, resembling a large knife with numerous jagged edges, the length of which nearly dragged on the ground. The great earth goblin was directing the wild goblins in their firefighting efforts when it happened to catch sight of the charging white deer. It was a case of enemies meeting, and the tension was palpable. Lowering its head, the white deer charged straight at the group of wild goblins. Its body radiated a brilliant white light, and its speed intensified, resembling a flash of white lightning. Instantly, screams erupted among the wild goblins, chaos ensuing as more than 10 were trampled or crushed by the white deer. However, the great earth goblin was well versed in the white deer's tactics. As soon as the charge commenced, it rolled aside with a lazy maneuver to evade the assault, though the wild goblins had long been terrorized by the white deer. This time, with the great blade's leadership and their overwhelming numbers, they were emboldened. Soon, they surrounded the white deer, emboldened by their sheer numerical advantage. Yet the white light enveloping the deer acted as an impenetrable armor, rendering it invulnerable. Not only did the poorly maintained short bows of the goblin hunters fail to pierce its defenses, but even the great earth goblin's ferocious strikes with its massive jagged blade could not harm the white deer in the slightest. Each powerful blow was met with a surge of white light, becoming stronger the closer it got to the deer. Despite the great goblin's desperate attempts, it could not injure the white deer, which merely rebounded the attacks with ease. Years ago, it had tried numerous times and found that its black iron prowess could not breach the white deer's magical barrier. Initially, it had thought that with the Elder's scheme, the white deer would be significantly weakened, if not dead. But contrary to expectations, the white deer remained as fierce as ever. However, in the past, the white deer would not have pursued them so relentlessly. This time, it was clear that it would not relent until one of them fell. Nevertheless, the great blade was undaunted, seasoned by countless battles. It knew that, despite the white deer's superior strength, it was still a mere deer with limited tactics. Even if the deer was stronger, it could not overpower the great blade in a short time, as long as it stalled for a while. The elder and the newly arrived bear goblin Boba would emerge, and then the singular threat in the silver pine forest would be eradicated. At that moment, it would finally get to savor the taste of the magical elf. This time, it absolutely could not allow the deer to escape. Just then, the great blade noticed a goblin brigand stealthily approaching the white deer from behind. This wild goblin brigand was of black iron mid-tier strength, one of the most capable subordinates of the great blade. It held a spear, its tip coated with a newly developed enchanted weapon oil from the elder, which granted ordinary iron the power to breach magical barriers. Though the effect was brief, it was incredibly effective. If only there had been more time, it would have applied the potion beforehand to avoid being forced into such a passive position. Meanwhile, the white deer was recklessly charging through the wild goblins, seemingly unaware of the imminent threat behind it. What a perfect opportunity. The great blade ceased its stealthy approach and boldly charged in front of the white deer. Adopting a stance of desperation, it aimed to attract the white deer's attention, allowing its subordinate to launch a surprise attack. The wild goblin brigand, spear in hand, was now nearly within striking distance. Good, just like that. If I can injure the white deer's hind leg, it will be unable to move effectively. Then my dozens of subordinates will swarm it and crush it to death. It's doomed. The wild goblin bandit raised the spear in his hand. A sinister grin of triumph etched upon his face as he lunged towards the hind leg of the white deer. The large blade had already revealed a smug smile. With his leadership, he had finally brought down the white deer. Surely, the elders would regard him with newfound respect. After years without any accolades, he felt entitled to recognition. especially when that foolish bear goblin had usurped his position so effortlessly. This time, he was determined to make a grand impression. Suddenly, as the wild goblin bandit was poised to strike, a chilling sensation washed over his neck, followed by an abrupt darkness that enveloped his vision. His hand went numb, and the spear slipped from his grasp. It was Teemo and the governor who had arrived just in time, as the bandit prepared to ambush the white deer. The governor's commanding shout served as a timely warning, while Teemo unleashed his skill, the blinding dart. The special toxin not only paralyzed the target, but also temporarily blinded them with its magical properties. Reacting swiftly, the white deer lifted its hind leg and kicked out. The wild goblin bandit soared into the air, propelled by the force of the blow. In a flash, he was sent hurtling away. The impact of the kick leaving his chest caved in, blood spraying from his mouth like a celestial shower. Before he could even touch the ground, he breathed his last. This was dire. The white deer had summoned reinforcements. The large blade was now in a state of panic. The ambush that had seemed so promising had not only cost him his strongest subordinate, but had also drawn the attention of additional enemies. Against such odds, his chances of victory were dwindling. Though he held disdain for the newly arrived bear goblin, at this moment, he longed to see that imposing figure, the governor, undeterred by the chaos unfolding, dashed towards the cave entrance, intent on blocking the wild goblins that continued to surge forth. Chapter 19, The Bear Goblin Boba. Just when the wild goblin blade felt overwhelmed and desperately needed assistance, the bear goblin Boba, whom he had long been invoking, finally made his appearance. The bear goblin was not known for his industriousness, and by now, the fire had been raging for some time, with the skirmish dragging on. Boba had finally decided it was time to investigate. His name was Boba, and he had been in this vile tribe for less than a month. Initially, he had intended to partake in a feast and leave, confident that these diminutive creatures would not dare to challenge him. However, due to the formidable prowess of the tribe's goblin elder, he resolved to stay, contemplating that he might one day achieve something noteworthy and revel in the pleasures of pillaging and plundering. Upon his arrival, Boba swiftly claimed the position of leader, which was only natural, as in any goblin tribe, the capable ascend to power based on strength. With Boba's formidable prowess as a bronze-tier bear goblin raider, he found no one here, save for the goblin elder, who could rival him. Thus he naturally became the chief. Of course, he was not one to concern himself with the affairs of the tribe. He merely relished the privileges of leadership while leaving the mundane tasks to the large blade. Meanwhile, Charlotte had stealthily approached the vicinity of the cave. The wild goblins surrounding the camp had been nearly dealt with, leaving only a few stragglers for the two enforcers to handle. He felt uneasy about the battle taking place at the cave. He needed to witness it for himself. Naturally, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and dared not venture too close, fearing he might fall victim to a swift decapitation. As Charlotte arrived, he beheld the bear goblin Boba emerging from the cave. This creature's skin was a hue ranging from pale yellow to tawny brown, covered in a thick layer of coarse reddish-brown fur. Its eyes were a striking mix of green and white, with red pupils, complemented by a pair of shovel-like large ears. Its mouth was filled with sharp, elongated teeth protruding beyond its lips, while its nose resembled that of a bear, round and stout. In its grasp, it wielded a hammer, which was essentially a massive, oval iron block adorned with a dozen spikes the size of a thumb. The handle extended to over half a meter, and it appeared to weigh more than 20 pounds, a formidable one-handed weapon. Draped over its body was an antiquated half-armor, stained and ill-fitting, barely able to contain the bear goblin's robust physique, requiring leather straps for additional support. It seemed that its previous owner was considerably less robust than Boba. Most notably, a shoulder guard fashioned from a wild boar's skull rested upon its left shoulder, with two thick tusks defiantly jutting upwards. Boba, Bear Goblin, Elite Unit. Level 13 Bear Goblin Raider. Strength, 23, Constitution, 18, Agility, 13, Intelligence, 8, Perception, 11, Charisma. Skills, Charge, Alertness, Weapon Specialization, Spiked Hammer, Sturdy, Power Surge, Mighty Blow. Equipment, an old, heavy spiked hammer, rudimentary half-iron armor, wild boar skull shoulder guard. Notes? Come here, let me show you a trick. One blow, and you'll turn into a pancake. By the heavens, this bear goblin is incredibly powerful. Charlotte, hidden from view, could not help but exclaim internally. Firstly, this bear goblin had already reached bronze tier, while a black iron tier fighter could easily contend with another of the same rank. Facing two was a different story. However, according to the tavern owner, Old Trevor, bronze tier warriors could take on 3 to 5 black iron tier opponents with relative ease. Reaching bronze tier signified a substantial leap in overall strength, enhancing not just physical attributes but also capabilities across the board. In gaming terms, it was akin to leveling up. Previously, one was merely a lowly minion. Now, one could aspire to be a small leader. The presence of the sturdy skill indicated a robust vitality, suggesting a high health pool. Weapon specialization hinted at rich combat experience, particularly with the spiked hammer. The power surge appeared to be a state skill that could temporarily enhance strength, while the mighty blow was likely a burst skill with significant lethality. This was going to be a challenging fight. Charlotte remained concealed, his heart pounding with apprehension. The governor was indeed impressive, but he lacked direct combat skills, making it uncertain whether he could match the bear goblin. After all, wielding a one-handed sword against a one-handed hammer was already a disadvantage, and a half armor, even if worn and tattered, was still iron armor. Fortunately, the opponent's green gear was merely a shoulder guard. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Charlotte had not anticipated that. Despite having 2 pieces of green gear, their side was still at a distinct disadvantage due to the opponent's superior equipment. Furthermore, even if the governor could suppress the bear goblin, if the goblin mage joined the fray, it could spell disaster, potentially causing the entire situation to collapse. If things went awry, he would have to deploy his last reserve, the clay golem. However, the golem's strength was limited. It was hardly suited for a fistfight with the bear goblin. Perhaps he could instruct the golem to target its lower defenses instead? One must first eliminate one of the foes. Charlotte resolved that either the wild goblin or the bear goblin boba needed to be dispatched first. He bestowed a blessing of strength upon the governor, ensuring he would overpower the bear goblin. He also communicated with Teemo, providing instructions. As Boba stepped out of the cave, he spotted the governor blocking the entrance. The ground around him was littered with the corpses of wild goblins, most of which had been cleaved into disarray. The remaining wild goblins cowered within the cave, too intimidated to charge forth. With a pea shooter in his left hand and Charlotte's Doran sword in his right, the governor stood at the cave's mouth like an unstoppable force, declaring, "No wild goblin shall pass. Human, Boba shall crush your skull." The bear goblin roared. And just as Charlotte anticipated an assault, Boba unexpectedly seized a nearby wild goblin and hurled it towards the governor. Then he charged forth. By the heavens, even with an IQ of merely 8, one can employ such cunning tactics. Goodness, has all intelligence been squandered on deceit? At this moment, Charlotte has truly witnessed the world's treachery. Even those with a robust physique can engage in trickery. The governor, unfazed by the crisis, seemingly lacks the capacity for panic. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and cleaved the oncoming wild goblin in twain. At that moment, the bear goblin Boba charged forth. He angled his body, thrusting his shoulder armor forward while concealing his spiked hammer behind him, and barreled into the governor with his tusked shoulder guard. The governor chose not to meet the charge head-on. Even with a strength advantage, it is unwise to confront an opponent's rush while in a defensive position. Furthermore, the bear goblin had concealed the hammer. Should he be struck directly, it would surely lead to a devastating blow. In such a scenario, evasion would be impossible, leaving him to block the hammer with his one-handed sword. The governor retreated as the bear goblin swung its hammer in a sweeping arc, generating a gust of wind, prompting the governor to withdraw further. The bear goblin's hammer strikes came in rapid succession, fierce and swift. Though the governor had opportunities to counterattack, the bear goblin relied on its formidable half-armor defense and rugged physique, intending to trade injury for victory. Armed with a spiked hammer, it wielded immense force, indifferent to any damage exchanged with a one-handed sword. However, the governor's combat experience was vast, stored in an extensive digital archive, likely accumulating terabytes of knowledge. He did not engage the bear goblin's assaults directly. After a flurry of attacks, the bear goblin found no advantage, its stamina waning, and its morale faltering. This was precisely the outcome the governor desired. Suddenly, the battle-hardened bear goblin, sensing its energy decline, unleashed a thunderous roar. Its muscles bulged, seemingly threatening to burst through the half-armor, as it appeared to swell in size. Its eyes turned a furious crimson, almost bleeding with rage. Charlotte once again examined the bear goblin's attributes and discovered a new buff. Power Surge, Strength 4, Agility 2, restores 50 stamina. Duration, 60 seconds. Upon conclusion, enters a weakened state. "I'll crush you," the bear goblin bellowed, charging toward the governor, its speed noticeably heightened. With all its might it leaped, wielding both hammers high above, the weapon shimmering with a red glow, delivering a devastating blow aimed at the governor's head. Chapter 20. Fountain of Flesh and Blood. "Now's the moment. Teemo," Charlotte shouted. Just then, from the shadows, Teemo sprang into action, launching a blinding dart toward the bear goblin. "Boba, having expended all his strength in a power surge, was now devoid of any opportunity to evade. He could only brace for the impact of his hammer. Despite the human's marginally superior strength, he was certain that one blow would incapacitate him. Should fear creep in, even the slightest hesitation would render him powerless against the strike, leading to a catastrophic end. Just as the bear goblin Boba reveled in his assured victory over yet another formidable foe, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Although his constitution immunized him against paralysis and he possessed a natural resilience to toxins, he was utterly unprepared for the blinding magic. Darkness enveloped Boba's vision, and dread filled his heart. The next moment, his grip faltered as his strike met the ground. Charlotte, hidden atop a dilapidated wooden hut, cautiously observed the unfolding battle. He had intended for Teemo to seize an opportunity to ambush the weaker Earth Goblin, collaborating with the White Deer to eliminate the less formidable foe first. However, plans often falter in the face of swift changes. The Bear Goblin, after a brief probing, had recklessly committed itself to battle. This was a reckless gamble. Yet, the Bear Goblin's eagerness to catch his foes off guard inadvertently provided Charlotte and his allies with a chance. Without hesitation, Charlotte pivoted away from the Earth Goblin and signaled Teemo to strike at the Bear Goblin at this crucial juncture. The effect was immediate, as the Bear Goblin was blinded. Its mighty blow was effortlessly evaded by the governor. The strike, lacking any finesse, struck the ground with a resounding boom. The sound resonated as if a transformer had exploded atop a utility pole. Its force rivaled that of the Wild Boar Princess's earth-shattering blow. Charlotte, lying upon the rooftop, felt the rickety structure tremble beneath him, the disconcerting creaks mingling with the splintering of wood. Goodness, this time-worn hut was on the verge of collapse. Without a moment's thought, he rolled and leapt from the roof. A gentleman does not linger beneath a crumbling edifice. Being buried beneath would be catastrophic. Yet, the hut merely shuddered and ultimately remained steadfast. Charlotte's gaze returned to the battlefield, now shrouded in dust. The Bear Goblin's strike differed vastly from that of the Wild Boar Prince. Whereas the princess's attack radiated outward, the Bear Goblin's strike created a deep pit at the point of impact. Centered around the hammerhead, a wide pit over 40 centimeters deep was carved into the earth, nearly burying the spiked hammer. To withstand such a blow, even the governor, wielding a steel shield, would likely find himself shattered. All present, including numerous wild goblins, were left in stunned silence by the impact, momentarily halting the battle. The entire scene fell eerily quiet. Only the governor remained, his expression an embodiment of intimidating calm. He raised his pea shooter and, with a resounding crack, fired a shot at the Bear Goblin's face. The Bear Goblin, still reeling from the blinding effect, felt a forceful impact on its visage, toppling backward before it even had time to register the pain. Then it felt a chilling sensation at its neck, followed by an overwhelming lightness, as if it were soaring skyward. The governor calmly retrieved his bloody Durandal sword, choosing not to glance at the gushing headless corpse of the Bear Goblin Boba, and instead turned to confront the wild goblins within the cave. After firing a shot, the governor followed up with a swift sword strike. The Bear Goblin had no time to react, receiving a brutal blow to the face, toppling backward as the governor severed its head without resistance. The Bear Goblin Boba had intended to catch the governor off guard and swiftly conclude the battle. Unbeknownst to him, the battle concluded swiftly, but it was his own end. The headless body slumped to the ground, spewing forth a foul fountain of blood, reminiscent of a grotesque geyser. Amidst the surrounding chaos of wild goblin corpses and the aroma of charred flesh in the air, the entire scene was hauntingly macabre. Flee! The wild goblins, terror-stricken by the governor's decapitating strike, finally succumbed to their instincts, scattering in all directions. The governor blocked the cave entrance, causing the remaining wild goblins to shrink back in fear. Useless wretches, get out of my way! A hoarse, aged voice commanded. Suddenly, a powerful gust erupted from within the cave, akin to a tidal wave, sweeping aside everything in its path. Two hapless wild goblins were even blown away by the force. The governor himself was pushed back several steps, compelled to yield at the cave's mouth. An ancient wild goblin emerged, frail and decrepit, its murky eyes shrouded beneath tattered robes, glowing with a dim red light, reminiscent of embers on the verge of extinguishment. Clad in ragged linen garments, it was indeed a rare example of civilization among the wild goblins. On its feet, it wore a pair of cracked leather boots, remnants of some unfortunate soul's belonging. The most striking feature of this creature is the multitude of bone adornments that embellish its frame. Around its neck hangs a necklace crafted from wild boar tusks and wolf fangs. At its waist dangle 3 desiccated human skulls, mysteriously shrunk. Its skeletal hands, tipped with sharp black claws, grip a rather unremarkable staff. The creature's lips are fissured, revealing jagged teeth that protrude menacingly. Its face bears a bizarre blackish-green hue, and its skin is a tapestry of deep wrinkles, seemingly infused with dark sludge, rendering it an exceedingly odd sight. Indeed, it is remarkably aged, a rarity among wild goblins. Even amongst humans dwelling in cities, few reach the venerable age of 70 or 80, let alone the wild goblins, who endure harsher conditions. Grukala, Wild Goblin, Elite Unit. Level 12 Goblin Elder. Attributes: Strength, 9, Constitution, 8, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 18, Perception, 21, Charisma. Skills: Resistance Boost, Terror, Acid Splash, Flame Hand, Magic Shield. Arrow Protection Shield, Grease, Stun, Web, Grease, Lesser Summon Monster, Fireball, Confusion Matrix, Mutation. Equipment: Bone Tusk Necklace, Viper Belt, Dried Skull X3, Oak Heart Staff. Note now, you have trespassed into my domain. You are courting death. This ancient wretch truly lives up to the title of Sorcerer. The array of spells at its disposal is vast, boasting even 6 rated as blue quality by the Great Compendium. Is this what it means to ascend to bronze? And does this sorcerer possess such wealth? Adorned in a full ensemble of green, it utterly outclasses Charlotte and her entourage. And what on earth is that profession? What does the question mark signify? The old goblin cast a glance at the white deer and the governor, rasping. Humans? Even this accursed deer has resorted to hiring muscle? Today, you shall all be offered to my master. Chapter 21, Mutation. PFF. Once again, that incessant Teemo, who seems to perish 1,000,000 times a day, lurked in the shadows and launched another ambush. However, a shield of magic manifested, distorting the air like steam, deflecting the blinding dart. The dart, influenced by the shield, arced away into the distance. The elder goblin whipped around, discovering Teemo concealed in the shadows. Once Teemo initiated his assault, he emerged from his stealth. A peculiar raccoon? The elder goblin raised a hand, and sensing the impending danger, Teemo instinctively dodged. But it was futile. Without any forewarning, a ghastly skeletal visage materialized above Teemo's head. Trembling violently, emitting a piercing shriek only he could perceive. Overwhelmed by terror, Teemo fled uncontrollably, activating his skill, Swift Escape. Before Charlotte and the others could react, he vanished in a flash. This was the Elder Goblin's terror spell. Being a low-level magic, it could easily be resisted by those with strong will and mental fortitude. Thus, the experienced Elder Goblin opted to target the seemingly weakest Teemo. It was successful. Teemo fled without a trace, and even if he overcame his fear, he could not rejoin the fray immediately. At this moment, the governor unsheathed the Durandal's sword and charged at the Elder Goblin. Most spellcasters are ill-equipped for close combat, making the foremost strategy against them how to close the distance. For the governor, 5 to 6 meters is covered in the blink of an eye. Yet, the Elder Goblin, refusing to be passive, struck the ground with its staff, unleashing a torrent of fire accompanied by a formidable force. The flames surged forth like a wall, encompassing a massive arc with a 4-meter radius centered on the Elder Goblin, exceeding 90 degrees. This was the Flame Hand, a potent spell, not only capable of inflicting severe burns, but also generating substantial physical force to deter any approach towards the caster. The Elder Goblin had no inclination to remain passive. After repelling the governor, it retaliated. Raising its staff, a dense green liquid erupted from the tip. Acid splashed. The rain-like droplets of green liquid scattered, hissing as they corroded the ground, leaving darkened spots in their wake. The governor rolled away, evading the onslaught. The Elder Goblin, staff in hand, spun it around. The spell could be maneuvered at will. The governor continued to retreat, distancing himself by approximately 10 meters, finally achieving safety. The Elder Goblin unleashed the acid for a good 6 or 7 seconds, successfully forcing the governor far from it. At that moment, the white deer, recalling its near demise at the hands of the Elder Goblin, discarded its large blade and charged towards the Elder Goblin. With hooves flying, the white deer dashed forth like a streak of light, seemingly intent on trampling the Elder Goblin into oblivion. Perhaps aware of the white deer's formidable magical barrier, or perhaps due to its incredible speed, the Elder Goblin refrained from casting Flame Hand. Just as the white deer closed the distance, mere meters from delivering a crushing blow, the Elder Goblin yanked a desiccated skull from its waist and hurled it to the ground. A soft pop echoed, akin to a water balloon bursting. A cloud of black mist erupted in a circular explosion, rapidly expanding to a radius of 7 to 8 meters. The white deer, ever vigilant, quickly pivoted, leaping away with grace, avoiding both the elder goblin and the ominous black smoke. Unfortunately, the wild goblins behind were caught off guard, engulfed by the black mist. Moments later, only grotesque remains littered the ground, resembling parched corpses in the desert. Blade, restrain that damn deer. I will deal with this human. The elder goblin bellowed in frustration. If it weren't for the white deer's interference, it wouldn't have been forced to hastily deploy the desiccated skull, which had yet to yield any results. These skulls were akin to grenades, imbued with a secretive magic that sealed the level 3 spell, Withering Mist. It would ensure no survivors within 10 meters of its activation. A secret obtained from its enigmatic master. Having crafted only 3, it had cherished them like life itself, never expecting to use them against a sudden white deer ambush today. Damn that shameless old wretch. If I could just hold it back, do I need you to tell me? The blade, singled out in this tirade, grumbled internally. It too bore its own burdens. It was never a match for the white deer, merely stalling for time to avoid being swiftly dispatched. It secretly hoped the white deer would divert its attention towards the elder goblin, allowing it a moment to breathe. The elder goblin, shaken by this encounter, became wary. It retrieved a piece of spider silk from its tattered robes and began to cast. Web spell. A series of sticky white nets flew from its staff, enveloping the area around it. Next, it produced a tattered piece of hide adorned with bizarre symbols. Lesser summon monster. Amidst the pungent air thick with sulfur, a hellish wolf emerged, larger than an average forest wolf, howling as it leaped forth. Now, the elder goblin felt assured. The robust human warrior before it could never bypass the hulking hellish wolf to reach him. And it was not finished yet. Mutation. The aged goblin raised the staff in his hand, unleashing a beam of deep violet light that struck the infernal wolf. This wretched creature, newly summoned from the depths of the abyss, had yet to comprehend the nature of its adversary when it was struck by the magic of its own conjurer. From a distance, Charlotte witnessed the infernal wolf become enveloped in the purplish glow of the mutation spell, emitting a distorted howl of anguish as its entire form began to swell irregularly. Muscles and veins writhed beneath its skin, tearing it apart, while fine tendrils of flesh thrashed wildly beneath its fur. One side of the wolf's face grotesquely inflated, pushing its eye to the side, rendering its mouth ajar. Its fur began to harden, transforming into bristly spikes akin to those found on a wild boar, with the pelt along its back morphing into a series of formidable barbs. Ultimately, its tail elongated, astonishingly morphing into that of a venomous serpent. The creature, now a nightmarish aberration, continued to wail in torment, its saliva and blood corroding the ground beneath it into a small pit. Charlotte furrowed his brow. Although he had anticipated the sorcerer's might, he had not foreseen it to be this formidable. Initially, he had believed the presence of the white deer would provide some balance. Yet, he realized that an elf with magical prowess and a professional mage were entirely different entities. The advanced bronze-level goblin was unexpectedly powerful. This was troublesome. First, the web spell would constrict the space, followed by summoning a formidable henchman. This would thoroughly ensnare the human warrior. The great sword had proven ineffective in detaining the white deer for long. He had to swiftly deal with the warrior before offering that foolish deer as a tribute to his master. The old goblin began preparing his ultimate spell. He retrieved a small piece of sulfur from his pocket and began gesturing, intoning incantations. The spells he had previously cast were all quick conjurations. But this particular spell required both the magical components and the accompanying incantations and gestures. Its potency was undoubtedly extraordinary. At that moment, the mutated infernal wolf lunged at the governor, driven mad by its suffering and heedless of its own safety, determined to seize a chunk of flesh. The governor found himself ensnared, unable to thwart the old goblin's casting. Fireball. The old goblin finally completed his incantation, a dazzling fireball materializing in his hand. This was the signature spell of mages, capable of generating intense heat and combustion, with an explosive radius of up to 6 meters. The temperature could exceed 1,000 degrees, sufficient to melt soft metals like gold and silver. Even a fully armored warrior clad in steel would become nothing more than a charred remnant after enduring such a fireball. However, the old goblin chose not to hurl it directly. The governor nimbly evaded the acidic spray, leaving a profound impression on the goblin. He resolved to proceed cautiously. Casting another spell. Daze. This incantation inflicted a severe shock to the target's psyche. Those with weaker mental fortitude might even succumb to unconsciousness, while even the strongest would experience disorientation. Coupling this with the fireball's high damage would surely guarantee success. Chapter 22. The Thieving General's Escape. The brilliant fireball soared toward the governor like a meteor streaking across the night sky. If it struck, even the formidable governor would sustain grave injuries, perhaps even face annihilation. Yet, the governor executed a graceful roll, evading the blast, and the minor scorching it inflicted did not penetrate his synthetic skin. Impossible. How could he show no reaction after being struck by the day spell? The old goblin was bewildered by this breach of logic. Typically, mages refrained from directly confronting warriors. They preferred more cunning methods, such as charming humans or employing mental spells. However, the current situation defied all reason. The fireball detonated, obliterating a vast expanse of tattered tents and shelters, further fueling the already raging flames. Charlotte finally spotted an opportunity for counterattack. Now was the moment. Counterattack. The governor, receiving Charlotte's signal, raised his left hand and fired a shot at the infernal wolf. The densely packed green pellets collided with the indescribable wolf's visage, sending it hurtling backward. Its face shattered. Had it not been for the excessive mutation, it would have surely suffered a fatal blow. Yet, by a stroke of luck, it survived, momentarily incapacitated. The old goblin was startled by the gunfire, finally regaining his senses, only to witness the muscular human warrior dispatch his meticulously trained infernal wolf with a peculiar weapon. The warrior then aimed that weapon directly at him. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out in quick succession. The governor expended all 3 rounds from his recovered revolver, carelessly discarding it as he charged forward. The old goblin's magical shield and protective arrows were put to a severe test. Countless pellets collided with the old goblin's magical barrier, momentarily causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, the mage remained unyielding. Despite the 2 shots, dozens of pellets, the old goblin's double-layered magical shield held firm. Just as the old goblin sighed in relief, a strange sound echoed, and a massive dark shape flew toward him like a shooting star. The governor, having discarded the revolver, hurled the single-handed spiked hammer of the bear goblin boba. Weighing over 20 pounds, under the governor's enhanced strength, it became akin to a cannonball. It was an invitation from death. In this critical moment, the old goblin did not panic. Arrow spell, burning hand. He performed exceptionally, managing to cast 2 spells in such a brief span. Although they were low-level spells, they were nonetheless formidable. Like a computer's CPU, the old goblin pushed his limits, executing 2 spells in rapid succession. The arrow spell could launch an object like an arrow or bullet, typically employed by mages to fire bolts or stones at foes. However, the old goblin ingeniously targeted the incoming spiked hammer, aiming to reduce its speed and force. Truly a talent, the burning hand served a similar purpose, utilizing shockwaves to diminish the hammer's impact, alleviating pressure on a magical shield. The old goblin succeeded. After these 2 mitigating spells, the flying hammer was barely deflected by the dual magical shields. In that perilous moment, the hammer was less than 10 centimeters from the old goblin's head. He could even feel the wind from its passage whisk away a few of his remaining hairs. But was Charlotte's counterattack merely this? Just as he released a sigh of relief, returning his racing heart to a steadier pace, 3 arcane glowing magical orbs flew in from the distance. Charlotte had finally made his move. The magical orbs were homing projectiles, impossible to evade. Even if the old goblin attempted to dodge, his agility could not match their speed. He could only brace himself against the waning magical shield. Could there be other allies? A fellow mage no less. The old goblin felt a visceral terror. Only spellcasters understood the dread that other spellcasters could invoke. The 3 successive impacts shook him violently, yet he emerged unscathed. The remaining strength of the magical shield had protected him. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune in his survival. I am unharmed. The old goblin was elated, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. The old goblin's laughter was abruptly stifled. Charlotte, having concealed himself for so long, had finally achieved success with his arrows. Although the arrow aimed at the old goblin's chest was disrupted, it still struck the goblin's right arm, where he grasped his staff. At this moment, the clay golem that had been lurking beside Charlotte stepped forward, activating its slow aura. The old goblin, indeed a goblin, finally recalled the terror once imposed upon it by adventurers. Its right arm, injured, could no longer grasp its staff. Thus, it seized a withered skull and hurled it to impede the governor's advance. You all, hold your ground while I seek out my master. Master, save me. The aging goblin pushed the wild goblins ahead of it and then stumbled into the cave. The wild goblins were momentarily stunned. The situation had taken a swift turn. Initially, the Elder had held numerous advantages, forcing the opposition into a state of near helplessness. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Elder had sustained injuries and fled, leaving us to hold the line. Stop the thief, Charlotte bellowed. The old creature was remarkably decisive and had fled too quickly, leaving no time for a second arrow. At that moment, the duo, who had been clearing out the minions, returned. Peering from the shadows was none other than Teemo. Excellent. All troops, he my command. Engage and eliminate. The wild goblins, however, were bereft of morale. They were hardly the steadfast proletarian fighters to begin with their leader making a hasty retreat. How could they be expected to engage in a fight to the death? They scattered in unison, employing their golden exceptional racial trait for escape, leaving Charlotte's group uncertain of whom to pursue. Ultimately, they focused on the elder goblin wielding the great sword within the cave. The elder goblin, in a state of panic, thought, I cannot die. My grand ambitions remain unfulfilled. Life was the most precious thing to every elder goblin. They only had one chance at it. An elder goblin's life should be lived such that, upon reflection, they feel no regret for wasted years or shame for a life unremarkable. At the end, they should be able to declare, I devoted my entire existence and energy to the most magnificent endeavor of robbing the world. In that fleeting moment, the elder goblin's mind raced as it contemplated its goblin existence, its dreams, leading to a decision that was not particularly arduous. No, do not kill me. I surrender. I will guide you to the Imperial Army. With a thud, the elder dropped to its knees, casting aside its jagged sword far from reach. Yet, Charlotte swiftly ended its life with an arrow. What did it say? Charlotte inquired. We cannot comprehend, replied the others. Alas, ignorance is truly terrifying. It seems we are in dire need of a translator. The unfortunate elder met its demise due to a language barrier. Was it not customary to treat prisoners with kindness? I shall report you to the United Nations. Soon, the demoralized wild goblins either fled or fell, rendering them incapable of pilfering from their neighbors any longer. Charlotte received the Doran's sword from the governor, who was now wielding the spiked hammer gifted by the bear goblin Boba. After surveying the battlefield and glancing at the cards dropped by the elder and bear goblins, he deemed them of no use in their current predicament and stored them in the dictionary. The great leader taught us, it is wise to pursue the remaining courage and chase down the defeated. One must not seek fame by emulating tyrants. Now was the time to strike decisively, to eliminate the threat completely. With his hands clasped behind his back, Charlotte adopted a commanding stance and proclaimed, to avoid being ambushed by the enemy. Teemo, yes, came the reply. Lead the way, yes. Chapter 23, Let us unite. Teemo ventured alone into the wild goblin nest, cautiously advancing through the shadows. Having previously infiltrated the area, he felt at ease this time. Previously, due to fear of alarming the enemy, he had refrained from delving too deeply and had only gleaned a rough understanding of the wild goblin strength and numbers. This time, Teemo directed his efforts toward areas he had not previously explored. Before long, Charlotte received a message from Teemo. A mental link existed between Charlotte and his followers, though the distance hindered clarity. I have received Teemo's report. There are few wild goblin professionals remaining inside. The old goblin is hiding deep within the main hall, conducting some mysterious ritual. Charlotte could not help but recall the old goblin's eerie withered head and its exceedingly abnormal transformation magic. Unease settled within him. Such methods did not resemble those of a legitimate spellcaster. What transpired with that old creature? Now, in the face of overwhelming defeat, it did not consider flight, but instead retreated deeper into the cave, inviting us to ensnare it? What was it plotting? What card did the old goblin still hold? With these thoughts, Charlotte grew anxious. Comrades, this old creature, facing the iron fist of the people's democratic dictatorship, shows no inclination to plead for mercy. Does it intend to counterattack? There is something amiss. Let us not grant it the opportunity. We must charge in now. With that, Charlotte took the lead, and the main force surged toward the cave. This cave was not excavated by the wild goblins, while they preferred dwelling in caves for safety. It was not their forte to dig. Rather, the dog-headed goblins excelled at tunneling, reveling in robbery, excavation, and mining. Their caves often served as mines. The cave of the malevolent Tooth tribe was a natural cavern, renovated and quite spacious, easily accommodating both the white deer and the governor. In this profound natural cave, the wild goblins had excavated numerous passages and spaces using rudimentary tools. Perhaps due to a subsequent population boom, the cave could no longer meet the housing demands, prompting the construction of a rudimentary camp outside. Consequently, this cave transformed from a frontline battleground into a core stronghold. The traps within had all been dismantled, greatly facilitating Charlotte's group. Had the traps remained, their troop, lacking a rogue, would have faced insurmountable difficulties. Merely the mechanisms and traps could have rendered them utterly helpless. Charlotte observed that the previously constructed paths and secret passages by the wild goblins remained intact. If they were to fall into traps ahead, ambushed by the wild goblins, while simultaneously surrounded from behind by those lurking in the secret passages, they would find themselves in dire straits, with enemies before and behind, traps all around, and dim lighting. This was a primary reason many reckless adventuring parties met their demise at the hands of the wild goblins. If one were not an experienced veteran, they ought not to venture carelessly into the wild goblins' caves. Following the markers left by Teemo, Charlotte cautiously advanced through the dim cave. Wild goblins possessed a natural ability to see in low-light conditions, requiring no bright sources of illumination. A few scattered torches sufficed, a trait beyond human capabilities. With a wave of his hand, Charlotte halted the team's advance and whispered, "We are close." That old creature's ritual appears to be at a critical juncture. Let's catch it off guard. After which, he began assigning tasks. Undoubtedly, the governor would lead the main assault, drawing the majority of the old goblin's attention. White Deer, lacking effective offensive capabilities but adept at self-preservation, would serve as a distraction. The duo, Humph and Ha, would provide minor support, seeking opportunities to contribute. As for Charlotte himself, avoiding instant demise was his paramount task. Furthermore, armed with magic missiles and arrows, he could deter the old goblin from a distance. The primary purpose of the clay golem was to maintain its slow aura, while Teemo could only play the role of an onlooker. Charlotte contemplated not casting the strength blessing on the governor. The governor's strength was already considerable, and if he could land a hit, the battle would likely conclude swiftly, rendering the additional 3 points of strength unnecessary. Why not place it on the Hummer? Perhaps it could serve some purpose. Charge! The squad entered in a single file. What lay before them was an immense hall, its ceiling soaring at least 4 meters high. The uneven, rocky ceiling and stone walls appeared to be naturally formed. Scattered throughout the hall were several rocky pillars supporting the vast emptiness within the mountain's belly. You have finally arrived. I shall transform you into grotesque abominations, subjecting you to eternal torment. The old goblin stood atop an altar, his voice dripping with malice, his eyes glinting with venomous rage. However, the elder goblin's tirade was in vain. What's he saying? Charlotte inquired. The others merely shook their heads. At that moment, Charlotte wished fervently for a translator. Yet, even without comprehending the goblin's tongue, one could discern from its expression that the old fiend was not uttering kind words. Lacking the inclination to engage in a verbal battle, Charlotte decided to take direct action instead. With a swift gesture, Charlotte conjured 3 magical missiles, fully aware that his spells would not harm the bronze-tier elder goblin. The effectiveness of his magic was contingent not only on the spell's inherent power, but also on his own strength. As a black iron-tier mage, he lacked the ability to breach the goblin's magical shield. Nevertheless, there was no harm in using them early. After all, he had ample mana and a lucky coin at his disposal. The elderly goblin paid no heed to Charlotte's magical missiles. After being struck by an arrow in his right hand, he merely switched to wielding his staff with his left. He pointed the staff at the altar beneath him, and the radiant glow of magic illuminated the corners of the hall and its walls. Ding! You have been affected by the Chaos Magic Array. All attributes reduced by 1. You will suffer 20 points of Chaos Magic damage per minute. The Grand Dictionary provided this warning. The Elder Goblin had activated a Chaos Magic Array that had been laid out long ago. The power of this array was astounding. It inflicted a permanent reduction of all attributes with no time limit, as long as one remained within its bounds. Receiving 20 points of damage per minute meant that an ordinary person would perish in 5 minutes. Moreover, its range was extensive. The nearly 300 square meter rocky hall was entirely within the array's influence. My tribe has been destroyed by your hands, and my master has no offerings left. Though it is somewhat rushed, it must be done today. You shall witness my fusion with my master. This decaying body shall no longer restrain me. I shall live on forever. The elder goblin had descended into a frenzied state, flailing about wildly. Charlotte had no time to concern himself with the old creature, for he could not understand a word it said. He needed a swift resolution, otherwise they would be overwhelmed. At this moment, the white deer, upon whom Charlotte had placed great hopes, finally made its presence known with a surge of fury. A gentle white light radiated from its form, enveloping Charlotte and his companions, extending to the edge of the altar before halting. Charlotte noticed that his health no longer dwindled, albeit the reduced attributes still posed a problem. At least he was no longer under immediate threat of death. The elder goblin, witnessing the brilliant white deer, allowed a sneer of disdain to creep across his wrinkled visage. "Now I shall merge with my master, and you will no longer stand against me." As Charlotte observed the elder goblin uttering these words, he turned to unveil the hide upon the altar. Beneath the hide lay a large cauldron or jar, supported by 3 legs, seemingly forged from black iron. Its rough surface adorned with grotesque reliefs depicting faces of pain and terror. Within the cauldron churned a mass of black sludge, occasionally revealing a writhing mass of grotesque appendages. "Master, let us become one." The old goblin thrust his arrow-ridden right hand into the cauldron. Chapter 24. The Outer Demon. The inky black sludge, thick as tar, began to creep up the old goblin's arm, resembling a dark octopus ensnaring its prey. The goblin commenced a frenzied scream, struggling, but his right arm was firmly adhered to the cauldron. Clearly, this merging process was anything but pleasant, and there was no possibility of halting midway. In mere seconds, the old goblin's right arm was completely enveloped in black sludge. The peculiar substance had crawled up his arm entirely. The sludge writhed violently, and the injured limb began to contort grotesquely. Soon, the linen sleeve was torn asunder, revealing the horror to all present. No longer could it be referred to as an arm. It had been wholly consumed by the black sludge, now transformed into an indescribably bizarre appendage. Strange and bulky, with certain areas grotesquely swollen and others unnaturally slender, it was excessively long, akin to an elastic python several meters in length, dragging along the ground and writhing incessantly. Its hideousness defied description. The appendage sprouted erratically growing, either slender or stout, tentacles that moved with chaotic rhythm. It bore 5 eyes and a grotesquely slanted mouth, within which a tongue appeared to be cleaved into 3 parts. The tentacles, as if endowed with a will of their own, sprang to life, smashing everything around them to smithereens with astonishing speed. Charlotte barely caught a glimpse of their trajectory. What in the world is that horrendous creature? Upon witnessing the grotesque transformation of the elder goblin, Charlotte felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Dizziness, disorientation, and auditory hallucinations ensued, as if whispers echoed in his ears. "Ding! You have witnessed the manifestation of an outer demon and are now under its influence. Warning! Prolonged direct or indirect contact may result in soul corruption." Ancient Kerala, Wild Goblin Demon, Level 16, Elite Goblin Elder Demonkin. Strength, 18, Constitution, 16, Agility, 15, Intelligence, 6, Perception, 12, Charisma. Skills, Chaos Whip, Venomous Bite, Frenzied Form, Demon Corruption, Chaotic Mutation. Equipment, Bone Fong Necklace, Venomous Serpent Belt, Withered Skull, X1. Occult Staff. Note, youngster, you have ventured too far. Charlotte quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to look upon the abomination any longer. He checked the Grand Dictionary, noting that the governor and the stone golem remained unaffected, while Teemo and the duo of Hua and Ha shared the same plight as himself. He urgently warned them not to gaze at the tentacled monstrosity. Upon turning to the white deer and the little fairy Lulu, he found them seemingly unharmed. It appeared that this soulless entity was less susceptible to the effects. At that moment, the white deer seemed incensed by the creature's emergence, its radiance intensifying. Poised to charge forth with determination. "Ah, I sense the power. I can survive. I shall live for a long, long time." The elder goblin had descended into madness. The current scene suggested that he had not merely fused with the cauldron's sludge. Rather, he had become a part of the appendage. The black sludge, having consumed the goblin's right hand, continued its relentless encroachment upon his body. "Before he fully transforms into a monster, we must slay him," Charlotte shouted. If merely one arm had induced such horror, what fate awaited them if the sludge completely devoured the elder goblin? In that moment, the white deer, as though confronting a mortal enemy, raised its head high, and a radiant orb of golden light gathered between its antlers. The golden light cascaded down upon Charlotte and his companions, enveloping them in warmth, momentarily dispelling the effects of the chaotic magic array and the outer demon. However, when the golden light struck the tentacles, it appeared as if acid had been splashed upon them. The tendrils suddenly erupted in a plume of green smoke, reminiscent of burning firewood. At that moment, the governor and his 2 formidable companions charged forward, with the governor wielding a hammer aimed squarely at the bizarre appendage. The tendril, illuminated by golden light, seemed paralyzed as it failed to mount any effective counterattack. Meanwhile, the courageous Huhu stepped forward, colliding head-on with the ancient gnome. The gnome soared into the air, and if not for a massive tendril dragging him down, he would have surely flown far away. As he was hurled through the air, he coughed up copious amounts of blood, which bizarrely flowed in a dark green hue, indicating a deep-seated corruption from within. Then the swift raptor landed atop the enormous tendril, clawing and biting with ferocity, causing black blood to splatter everywhere. Lulu urgently shouted, "Big guy, strike it." It cannot retaliate under the purifying light of the white deer. However, the white deer could not maintain its support for long. The tendril appeared utterly incapable of defending itself, its movements becoming sluggish and unable to evade the onslaught of attacks from the group. Yet, it seemed indifferent to the damage it was sustaining. The black sludge spread rapidly, and the tendril underwent a swift mutation, persistently multiplying and growing even larger despite the assault. The old gnome now resembled a helpless pendant dangling from the tendril. The tendril endured the governor's hammer and revolver, along with the relentless bites and scratches from Huhu and Haha, and astonishingly, it continued to grow. Within mere seconds, a colossal flesh orb sprouted where the gnome's shoulder had been, eventually morphing into an eye the size of a human head. The eye abruptly opened, unleashing a purplish-black beam directed at the white deer. However, Charlotte, who had been attentively monitoring the battlefield, swiftly cast a magic missile in an attempt to counter the beam. Unfortunately, his spell lacked sufficient power. Yet, after being weakened by Charlotte's intervention, the beam ultimately failed to harm the white deer, dissipating against the radiant white light enveloping it. Charlotte wiped the cold sweat from his brow as the beam narrowly missed the white deer, coming within less than a meter of it. A truly harrowing moment. At that moment, the white deer stood as the group's lifeline. They could assault the tendril without restraint solely because the white deer was suppressing it. Should anything befall the white deer, their lives would undoubtedly be at stake. As the tendril grew even stronger under their relentless attacks, its attributes surged once more, elevating its power from mid-bronze to upper bronze. If this trend continued, it would inevitably surpass the silver tier. What to do? What to do? Its regeneration was too formidable. For every piece of flesh bitten away, two would grow in its place. Charlotte was drenched in a cold sweat. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Yes, if its regenerative capacity is so potent, then they must restrict it. Acid or fire. They should employ flame attacks. Quick, set it ablaze. Everyone, step back and let me handle this. After declaring this, Charlotte produced a Molotov cocktail he had crafted from a small clay jar filled with melted pitch and oils, originally intended to ensure the gnome's campfire would burn steadily. Unexpectedly, the resulting fire had proven to be rather vigorous, leaving behind a surplus of unused bottles. Now, it was the perfect moment to utilize one. The first to react was the ever-cautious Teemo, whose poisonous darts had no effect on the tendril. It was impervious to his toxins, and the small darts were hardly more than toothpicks to the monstrous appendage. Upon hearing Charlotte's command, Teemo swiftly retrieved a Molotov cocktail from his bag. After all, he was a man equipped with spatial gear. Chapter 25, A Barbecue Feast. Huhu. Charge. Under Charlotte's guidance, Huhu launched itself into another charge. With a command delivered by its master, Huhu poured every ounce of strength into the attack. Its hooves pounded the ground so forcefully that it shattered stones beneath its feet, and the sheer ferocity of its assault made even the governor leap aside in fear of collateral damage. Huhu barreled forward like a comet, colliding with the already massive tendril, sending the old gnome flying far away. Huhu, however, ended up disoriented, sitting dazedly on the ground, unable to discern north from south. Monstrous fiend, behold my treasure. The nine-dragon sacred fire to vanquish evil. Charlotte hurled the Molotov cocktail, which traced a perfect arc before landing beside the tendril. Alas, the aim was woefully inadequate. What a letdown, dear teacher. Thankfully, Teemo's Molotov followed closely behind, and true to his reputation as a master of ranged sabotage, he accurately struck the mutated tendril's large eye. The flames from Charlotte's cocktail ignited Teemo's, causing a fierce blaze to erupt. Quick, quick, quick! I have more. Throw them all over. The governor and Teemo seized the Molotov cocktails, hurling them with fervor. These makeshift incendiary devices, though crudely constructed from a simple clay jar filled with various flammable materials, proved remarkably effective. The blazing pitch adhered to the tendril, rendering its frantic thrashing futile as the flames refused to extinguish. Meanwhile, the white deer summoned all its might, raising its forelegs and nearly standing upright. The golden halo atop its head radiated with an intensity surpassing even the roaring flames, melting away a substantial portion of the tendril upon contact. No, no, I refuse to die. Master, please save me. I shall offer you even more sacrifices. The old gnome, finally jolted awake by the searing flames, had previously succumbed entirely to the influence of the malevolent force, losing all reason. Unaware of pain or fear, it was only now, confronted with the specter of death, that regained a semblance of sanity. In a desperate bid for survival, it renounced the gnome's deity in favor of the outer demonic forces, even willing to sacrifice its own kin. Yet, who among mortals can claim immortality? In the end, Charlotte and the others witnessed the grotesque tendril and the old gnome dissolve into ashes, merging into a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another. Charlotte's heart finally found peace. The dungeon had inexplicably leveled up. He, a mere mid-black iron, had faced off against an upper bronze foe, a staggering difference in levels. Had it not been for his quick wit in orchestrating a fiery barbecue feast, perhaps that outer demon would have ascended to the silver tier. Damn it, next time, let someone else handle such matters. I'm sure Wang Chao and Xiaoyan wouldn't mind. Cool me. Charlotte called the others over, stating, by sheer luck, we have once again saved the world. Now, it is time for everyone to scour the spoils. Remember, we shall not take a single needle or thread from our fellow kin. Everything else is fair game, especially you, Teemo. Charlotte couldn't help but squat down to pat Teemo's raccoon head. You must search diligently and ensure nothing is missed, not even a secret door or hidden chamber. Chairman Mao once said, embezzlement and waste are grave crimes. Do not overlook even the smallest amount. Every copper coin counts. After all their hard work, what was it all for? Was it not to relish the moment of rifling through corpses and opening treasure chests? Was it not to ensure they could take away everything possible? Was it not for the sake of riches? Otherwise, why endure such peril? Of course, avenging the white deer and eliminating threats to Griel were also justifications, but that did not hinder Charlotte and the others from claiming their loot after the dungeon encounter. Charlotte knelt beside the pile of ashes that had once been the old gnome, retrieving a card that floated atop the remnants. Alas, the old wretch's equipment had been entirely consumed by the flames. Had there been blue gear, it might have withstood the fire's wrath, but green gear was out of the question. Fortunately, the card that had dropped was impervious to the flames. At last, the clever raptor, with its swift agility, discreetly retrieved the wand that had been flung away. Teemo, rummaging through the old gnome's private storage chest, unearthed several small vials containing a light yellow oil. Enchantment weapon oil, a superior grade consumable, when applied, imbues ordinary weapons with enchantment for a duration of 10 minutes. Remark, excellent value for money. Additionally, he discovered a recipe inscribed on a piece of leather, written in common tongue, detailing the formulation for the enchantment weapon oil. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the bronze tier elite gnome elder, Gakara, and earned 100 experience points and 20 fate points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest. The greenskins must perish. Quest level, C. Quest completion. A. Quest objective, eliminate the vicious Tooth-Gnasher gnome tribe in Silver Pine Forest. Requirement, the white deer must survive. Quest reward, 1,200 experience points, 150 fate points, and a random card of the highest tier, golden in quality. Remark, outstanding completion of the quest, rewards enhanced. Shocked, Charlotte could scarcely believe his eyes. What was this? A golden random card? He hurriedly reviewed the information again and again, akin to a student anxiously checking their examination results. Once for confirmation, then again to verify. Whereas he had once wished to misread his scores, now he fervently hoped he had not erred. The golden card, akin to the blue card corresponding to the silver tier, must signify the golden tier? Was he truly ascending to the golden ranks? Calm down. Stay composed. Charlotte reminded himself that he had traversed from the Grand Middle Kingdom and had witnessed myriad trials and tribulations. In 2014, the great health industry in Dongguan faced a catastrophic blow. In 2016, the stock market crashed, causing chaos. Today a celebrity is embroiled in scandal. Tomorrow another is revealed. Nothing frightened him. Stay calm. I must remain composed. I need to draw my rewards. Before him appeared 3 cards. The golden borders and intricate patterns exuded an air of sophistication and understated luxury. The first card depicted a golden ball of yarn. The golden fleece, an extraordinary grade, miscellaneous card, materializing the fabled golden fleece of legend. Remark, the fleece cannot merely be plucked. Pass. How could the first card be merely a miscellaneous item? The golden fleece, a symbol of wealth and adventure from Greek mythology, represented an indomitable spirit in the pursuit of ideals and happiness. Charlotte recalled how the hero Jason ultimately obtained the golden fleece, though the conclusion of his tale was not particularly favorable. Moreover, the myth did not elaborate on its utility. It seemed that the bowstrings of twin brothers in the Trojan War were made from the golden fleece. However, Charlotte had no intention of pursuing an archer's path. Thus, despite its golden grandeur, its practical value appeared minimal. He pondered why the heroes of Greek mythology coveted it so dearly. The second card illustrated an odd metallic box adorned with ornate patterns and peculiar symbols. The Heraldric Cube, an extraordinary grade, miscellaneous card, embodying the powerful artifact left behind by the Hoardroom, infused with unique magical properties. Remark, what can I do with this? I can transmute iron into gold. Guards, release me. I'm not mad. Once again, another miscellaneous card. Charlotte felt as though he had been cursed by some malevolent entity from beyond. Yet, this card proved significantly more useful than the previous one. The Heraldric Cube from the classic game Diablo 2 was indeed a highly valuable tool. It could store items, but Charlotte possessed ample space in his own storage, rendering that aspect less critical. However, its other capability was quite remarkable. The holder could utilize the cube's unique magical energy to create new items, akin to placing flour and water in an oven to produce a cake. It was a foolproof alchemical device. Yet, Charlotte was uncertain whether the synthesis formulas from the game still held relevance, nor did he know where to procure substitute materials. Suddenly, Charlotte realized that he was at least familiar with the purposes of the miscellaneous cards that had appeared thus far. What would he do if something entirely unknown were to manifest in the future? He would be unable to discern good from ill. Chapter 26. I drew an SSR. Setting aside this unresolved quandary, Charlotte turned his attention to the final card. The edges of this third card were entwined with golden vines, and the central crystal denoting quality shimmered in gold. Atop it stood a golden-haired maiden in silver armor, poised upon a hill. Her shoulder-length golden locks were elegantly tied with a blue ribbon, and her emerald eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit, her naturally radiant visage needing no adornment. She appeared graceful and dignified, reminiscent of a noble maiden from a medieval European court. However, despite her petite stature, she was clad in silver armor over a flowing blue gown, her hands adorned with silver gauntlets, though she bore no weapon. Artoria Pendragon, an extraordinary grade companion card, consuming 1,000 mana points, summoning a level 32 Artoria Pendragon to fight at your side. Remark, capable of combat, endurance, and sustenance. You deserve to possess her. Is it truly my king? Long live my king. Without hesitation, Charlotte chose the final card. Regardless of how insipid the first two cards might seem, even if they were miraculous treasures, he would never forsake his king. Was the fantasy he had long harbored while watching fate stay night finally coming to fruition? Artoria was destined to become his servant? Charlotte felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He could not help but entertain wild thoughts. Could it be that he had fallen under the old gnome's enchantment? Was everything from that moment until now merely an illusion? Had they already perished? Indeed, the enormous eye on the tentacle emitted a purple beam, targeting not the white deer, but him. It dawned on him. All the task rewards, the golden card companions, the notion of his king, were all fabrications, illusions. The little fairy, noticing Charlotte lost in thought once more, teased him. The big eye, zoned out again. Are you hungry? Awakened by Lulu's voice, Charlotte instinctively patted his stomach, realizing they had not eaten for most of the day. His stomach growled in protest. What golden card companion? He was still far from the 1,000 mana points needed for his king. There was no time for idle musings. They needed to focus on dinner. Finally, Charlotte and the others ignited a campfire at the cave's entrance and set up a cooking pot. Charlotte once again prepared his signature all-in-one wilderness stew. Grass mushrooms, jerky, dry potatoes. With a serious expression and grave demeanor, he called out the ingredients he required, and with each mention, the eager little foodie Lulu promptly handed them over. The atmosphere was solemn and tense, as if they were not crafting a pot of stew, but rather conducting a life-saving operation on a patient, where one misstep could result in dire consequences. Carefully, Charlotte extracted several sticks of wood, meticulously controlling the flames, and said to Lulu, "This should be just about right." Now we let it simmer on low heat for 20 minutes. Did you all see that clearly? Lulu nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Under the esteemed tutelage of the great gourmet Charlotte, it is certain that Lulu will blossom into an exceptional potion master. Meanwhile, Charlotte meticulously sprinkled a dash of salt and a hint of chili powder onto the two roasted rabbits beside him. This chili, discovered in the wild, is a testament to the extraordinary nature of this otherworldly realm, where even spices possess magical properties. The peppers, resembling the twisted horns of a demon, swayed in the breeze. their vibrant red hue a stark warning to the herbivorous creatures who dared to consume them, leaving them in tears as they vowed never to touch such a fiery ingredient again. The inhabitants of Gruel deemed this spice akin to consuming magma, believing it to be poisonous and cursed by demons. Thus they kept their distance. Upon discovering this remarkable chili, Charlotte carefully transplanted it into his garden, personally drying and grinding it, ensuring to keep it close at hand. Had it not been for this bountiful harvest, he would have hesitated to use it. His gains were indeed substantial. He had vanquished numerous green-skinned foes and completed his quest, leading to an upgrade for himself and several of his companions. Both the twin generals advanced to level 5, while the claystone golem remained at level 5 due to minimal participation in battle. Teemo and the governor also remained at level 5, the latter having reached the pinnacle of the bronze tier and unable to progress further unless his card was upgraded to blue. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have reached level 6. You have 1 free attribute point. Please allocate it promptly. Charlotte allocated his attribute point to intelligence, knowing that each point increases his maximum mana by 10 and enhances his mana recovery rate by 1. Upgrading also contributes to this growth. Pray tell, what is the calculation method for my maximum mana? Your class is that of the Omniversal Card Artisan, the apex of professions. Your maximum mana is calculated by multiplying your intelligence by 10, then adding your level multiplied by standard mage growth rates. Does that mean, even if I allocate every free attribute point to intelligence, I would still need? Charlotte began to count on his fingers. Your intellect has long since departed from the realm of simplicity. You will need to ascend 25 more levels to accumulate 1,000 points of mana. Even accounting for fortuitous coins, you still require an additional 22 levels. What? An additional 22 levels, and I myself would have to advance to gold. Actually, that is not the correct computation. When you transition to bronze, your mana will increase significantly, and the benefits from each point of intelligence and each level will become even more pronounced. Each advancement represents a leap. The power gained from leveling up in bronze far surpasses that of leveling in iron. Well, might I summon Artoria? Transitioning from mid-bronze to upper bronze should suffice. There are indeed various methods to augment your mana, but whether you possess the requisite luck is uncertain. To have drawn the illustrious gold-tier Artoria Pendragon is already a stroke of immense fortune. Why do you say that? If it were the Artoria Pendragon who had already become a heroic spirit, she would undoubtedly be at least a purple epic or even an orange legendary card. You are far from reaching that caliber. However, if it were the heroic spirit Pendragon from that time, it would have solidified her form, thus diminishing the card's potential. In contrast, the Artoria Pendragon, yet to become a heroic spirit, holds infinite possibilities. Ultimately, your development will dictate how far you can go. Indeed, my king is unparalleled. In addition to leveling up, Charlotte's achievement also advanced. Ding dong. Congratulations, your D-level achievement. Goblin Hunter has been upgraded to C-level achievement. Goblin Slayer for slaying 100 wild goblins. Rewards: 400 experience points, 40 fate points, and 100 Griel reputation points. Furthermore, Charlotte acquired 3 new cards. An excellent summoning card, Goblin Greatsword from the Great Goblin. An excellent miscellaneous card, Bear Strength from the Bear Goblin, and a fine miscellaneous card, Surging Mana from the Old Goblin. Great Dictionary, what do these cards signify? Enlighten us. Desire to know? Indeed. Very well, allow me to elucidate. The Great Dictionary, reveling in its own knowledge, began its explanation. This bear card, if left unspoken to for a day, might suffocate from a silence. So it shall beg for attention. Unaware of Charlotte's malicious thoughts, the Great Dictionary proceeded with its explanation. This first card is a summoning card you have never encountered. Typically, these are quite common. It is the follower cards that are rare. However, your fortune is rather strong. This summoning card is designed to summon a summoned entity, differing from follower cards in that the summoned entity is time limited. Once the time elapses, the entity disappears. You must spend mana to summon it again after the cooldown period. If follower cards summon an independent entity, summoning cards can only bring forth a temporary summoned being. In terms of rarity and utility, summoning cards cannot compare to follower cards. Furthermore, this card is a fractured summoning card. If you wish to restore it, you will need to spend fate points. However, it has another function. It can be used to enhance the experience of other cards. This is essentially a fodder card, meant for feeding. The Great Dictionary unceremoniously cast the Goblin Great Sword into the abyss. Chapter 27. The most lethal form of subtle arrogance. The Great Dictionary, basking in its own knowledge, received Charlotte's astonished exclamations with satisfaction before proceeding to explain the next card. This Bear Strength is rather commendable. It can directly enhance cards. However, I recommend embedding it into any card for now. It may later be upgraded to further amplify its potential. As for the last card, you may wish to keep it for now. This surging mana can serve as a material for crafting or upgrading other cards, potentially leading to a card that increases your maximum mana. However, it holds little value for you at present. After absorbing the Great Dictionary's explanations, Charlotte embedded Bear's strength into the governor to further enhance his power. He then stowed away the other 2 cards and began to assess the spoils of his expedition. From the Goblin's Cave, he unearthed a plethora of treasures. The total coinage amounted to 37 gold pieces, all standard coins from the worship of gold, colloquially known as the Great Golden Dragon. These coins, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin from the Celestial Empire, bore the visage of the left side of gold's face on the front, with the back depicting scales symbolizing trade. Gleaming and vibrant, these coins exuded an aura of festivity. The gold coins, issued by the goddess of trade and wealth, are the most stable currency with widespread circulation, even in the lower planes. The Great Golden Dragon retains substantial purchasing power. Next came the silver coins, totaling 286 pieces, which varied in origin. Each faction has issued its own silver coins, with nearly every city possessing silver mines attempting to circulate its currency. Due to differences in size, weight, and silver content, their values also diverged, typically assessed according to the worship of gold's exchange rate. There were over 300 copper coins, which held little value, and Charlotte barely counted them. Most precious among the findings were several gemstones, the value of which Charlotte could not ascertain. Aside from serving as luxurious adornments, these gems also constituted essential materials for spellcasting. Thus, it could be said that the impoverished should not dream of becoming spellcasters. They simply cannot afford it. In addition to direct monetary gains, there existed a plethora of materials, a substantial heap of leather, bolts of fabric, barrels of liquor or salt, numerous boxes of cheese, dried fruits, textiles, furs, and an assortment of miscellaneous items sufficient to fill several large carts. Summerlow assessed the value of these spoils according to Gruyère's market rates, estimating it to be around 10 gold coins. Moreover, the heads of the earth and bear goblins could fetch a few coins, alongside several goblin ears. In summary, the bounty was remarkably substantial, justifying Summerlow's daring venture. While Summerlow relished the joy of counting his spoils, Lulu could hardly contain her excitement. "Hey, big guy, isn't it time to eat?" "Patience," replied Summerlow, unveiling his secret weapon, spicy beef instant noodles. He tore open 2 packets of noodles, but reconsidered, realizing that with his current appetite, 2 packets would scarcely suffice. Instead, he decided to combine them all, preparing a full pot of noodles. Before long, the delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Lulu to start dancing with glee. Fearing that if he delayed further, Lulu might plunge headfirst into the pot, he swiftly served her a bowl using the lid of a wine jug, as her small appetite meant she couldn't consume much. Ultimately, it was all for Summerlow. As for the others, the governor and the stone demon abstained from food, the white deer adhered to a vegetarian diet, Teemo munched on mushrooms from his backpack, while Ha feasted on goblins, blood splattering everywhere. Ha, go eat elsewhere and don't splatter blood on me. The rich, fragrant broth enveloped the air, infused with a robust beef flavor and a spicy kick. The noodles, delightfully chewy, absorbed the savory broth, creating an explosion of indescribable flavors on the palate that surged through the mind. The exquisite texture and chewiness of the noodles were utterly satisfying, best savored while hot. It launched a fervent attack on the taste buds, leaving no one impervious to its allure. Those who indulged could not help but shed a tear. Was it the onions in the noodles, or the soul-stirring essence of the dish? Not a morsel remained from the pot, leaving Summerlow content and teary-eyed, reminiscing about the flavors he had long missed. A week without food had been unbearable, and now having gone months without instant noodles, he wondered how he had survived. "What? You're telling me instant noodles are unhealthy? I've stooped to eating instant noodles. Do I still care about health?" As night fell, they made camp in the cave, and the night passed in silence. The following day, Summerlow stored the spoils in his inventory, preparing to bid farewell. The white deer declined the spoils, while Lulu received a secret seasoning pack and a family recipe from Summerlow. "Wah, big guy, you must come see me often." At parting, Lulu shed precious golden tears, which Summerlow hastily caught in a bottle, knowing the little fairy's tears might be quite valuable. Don't cry. I have imparted all the culinary skills I learned from the Culinary Academy of China to you. You must practice diligently. I believe you will surpass me and become a legendary chef." Summerlow offered vague encouragement, omitting the fact that the noodle's delectable taste was due to the instant noodle seasoning. Surely, it wouldn't hurt to keep that a secret from Lulu, serving as motivation for the young girl. How kind of him, he mused with a mischievous grin. Alas, Lulu remained steadfast in her quest for her dream broth, oblivious to the treachery of the world. After toiling in the forest for over half a month, Summerlow returned. Looking rather disheveled, he greeted the guards at the town gate and headed straight for the Adventurers Guild, intending to exchange the goblin ears and the two heads for a hearty meal. Ah, Summerlow, you've been busy in the forest for quite a while. I envy how you always manage to return with a fortune. Stop daydreaming. We could never lead such an adventurous life. Let's just focus on being guards. Ignoring the chatter behind him, Summerlow made his way to the guild, where he found Old Jimmy and tossed the bag containing the goblin ears onto the floor. Old Jimmy was taken aback by the bloodstained bag, quickly realizing it contained goblin ears. So many, he exclaimed, swearing he hadn't seen such a collection of goblin ears in over 20 years. Did you really gather all these? He knew Summerlow had been trading goblin ears for money, but he never expected him to return with an entire bag full. I discovered a goblin tribe and dealt with them, Summerlow replied nonchalantly. Don't just stand there, count them quickly. I need to celebrate with a drink. Old Jimmy summoned his son, Little Jimmy, to help count. As they sifted through the ears, Old Jimmy noticed many had iron rings, indicating they were once employed goblins. Could it be that Summerlow single-handedly eradicated an entire goblin tribe? Old Jimmy found it hard to believe. The last significant purge of goblins had occurred shortly after Gruyere's founding, yet here was Summerlow single-handedly annihilating a tribe, a tale worthy of bardic songs. In total, there were 65 ears from goblin minions and 89 from black iron goblins. Hold on, I recall there are monster bounties at the guild. Let's see how much these two heads are worth. Summerlow produced the heads of the earth and bear goblins. As the crowd had been abuzz with discussion around the bloody ears, it fell silent upon his unveiling of the gruesome trophies. Oomph. Returning in glory is like donning fine clothes in the night. I made a grand exit. Chapter 28. Under the darkened sky and howling winds. Summerlow sat in the Pine Needle Tavern, relishing his feast. Now that he had wealth, he ordered everything. Chicken legs, ham, roasted rabbit, cheese, pork chops, and sausages. Greasy chicken legs, succulent roasted rabbit, pork chops seasoned with an array of spices, and distinctly layered ham. After enduring the wilderness for so long, he could hardly contain himself, savoring each bite with delight. Hey, Summerlow, I heard you single-handedly vanquished an entire goblin tribe. Is it true? Nonsense. I heard Summerlow destroyed a bear goblin tribe and casually killed 2 ogres. Wasn't an orc tribe? I thought he just happened to slay a couple of earth drakes on his way back. Word has it you've acquired 100 gold coins. I heard you scored a massive chunk of bullhead gold. Summerlow wiped the grease from his mouth, down a hearty gulp of rye beer, and sighed in satisfaction. Truly, dining should be about feasting on meat and drinking copiously. It brings such joy. Honestly, these rumors are absurd. As if I could just nonchalantly shoot down 8 sons. Summerlow noted, indeed, that the people of this world love their gossip. The burning flames of rumor are an undeniable force across the multiverse. Do not be swayed by rumors. What manner of ogre could there be? If such a creature existed, would I ever return? It is merely an ordinary tribe of wild goblins. Within that tribe resides a diminutive goblin elder, nothing of great consequence. Charlotte bore an expression akin to one who had simply plucked a radish from her own garden. Huh, a goblin elder? Is that not a spellcaster of the bronze tier? My goodness, Charlotte, you are truly remarkable. When did you become the foremost in Gruyere? I have long maintained that this lad, Charlotte, is extraordinary. A spark of brilliance bursts forth from the crown of his head, destined for greatness. And you claim that my mule had a spark of brilliance as well? Charlotte, do regale us with the tale of how you vanquished that wild goblin tribe. Indeed, Charlotte, enlighten us about the appearance of that goblin elder. Did he not wear a necklace of skulls? Charlotte rolled her eyes. A necklace of skulls? What you speak of is the Monkshaw. He is a rather formidable elder brother, whom I would not dare provoke. Setting down the heavy oak tankard in his hand, Charlotte inquired, do you truly wish to know? Yes, yes, yes. Then let us proceed. You all, those patrons and rogues mingling in the Adventurers Guild, create quite the ruckus. With no other forms of entertainment, you rely on my tall tales to sustain your existence. All of you resemble children gathered around to hear stories. Very well. Thus, I shall share my newfound appreciation for the weighty dictionary of lore. Indeed, it is delightful to be cherished. I shall tell you that the wild goblin tribe is known as the tribe of the evil teeth. Situated at the foot of the mountains by the edge of the forest, they are notorious for their murderous rampages, arson, and plundering, committing every imaginable atrocity. Insulting the insane and stripping the mentally ill of their trousers are mere daily occurrences. The entire Silver Pine Forest has been plunged into chaos by these ruffians, leaving no peace for man or beast. How could I possibly spare such cunning villains? I cannot. Thus the old goblin's voice boomed like thunder. With eyes resembling copper bells, a gaping maw as wide as a blood-soaked basin, and a face of mottled green with sharp fangs. He stood 8 feet tall, with a waist equally as broad. Is he not square? Square? Hardly. He is even octagonal, I tell you. He unleashed a mighty fireball of thunderous wrath, a colossal sphere of flames hurtling toward me. I quickly executed a somersault and then a lazy roll to evade it. Rolling on the ground, you say? Of course. If I did not swiftly escape, would I stand my ground? That is true combat. Where were we? Ah, yes, the old goblin. Let's continue. Thus, armed with 2 watermelon knives, I cleaved my way from the southern mountain down to Silver Pine East Road, hacking for 3 days and nights, leaving rivers of blood in my wake. Yet I remained steadfast, striking without so much as a blink. As Charlotte animatedly gestured, Aisha, the tavern owner's daughter who also served as a maid, listened intently and could not help but ask, "Wouldn't your eyes dry out from not blinking for so long?" My dear girl, you utterly missed the point. I'm merely curious. Look at you young folk, so frivolous and impatient. The crowd knew well that Charlotte was exaggerating, yet they could not resist his tales. It was akin to listening to a captivating storyteller or a solo comedic act. Time flew by, and, as night descended, Charlotte had to take his leave. He bid farewell to the multitude of friends who had indulged in his boastful tales all afternoon, returning leisurely to his quaint wooden cottage outside the town, laden with provisions. In a narrow alley within the town, 3 silhouettes were engaged in hushed conversation. One figure quietly remarked, "Boss, it has been confirmed. It is indeed that lad named Charlotte from the tavern. He returned from the Silver Pine Forest today at noon, bringing back a heap of goblin ears, along with the heads of a large goblin and a bear goblin, trading them for a dozen golden dragons." Another figure added, "I also inspected that lad's dilapidated abode outside the town. It is filled with nothing but junk, devoid of any valuables." "Oh," a tall figure interjected, "that cannot be. He must have stumbled upon a conveniently obliterated goblin tribe. It is inconceivable that he would have found no treasure. He must have hidden it away. Boss, could it truly be that he single-handedly dealt with the goblin tribe? What shall we do?" Impossible. A black iron mid-tier warrior, regardless of his methods, could not pose a threat to an entire goblin tribe. It is more likely that the tribe fell victim to some calamity, which allowed that lad to seize an opportunity. He possesses the golden dragons earned from the guild's bounty, and surely the obliterated goblin tribe held even more wealth. They must have had more plundered goods. Either he did not acquire them, or he has concealed them. We have dallied here long enough. We must secure that treasure, under the cover of night. We shall take him down and seize his sword. That blade is worth at least 100 golden dragons. Once we complete this operation, we shall depart under the cloak of darkness. The other 2 figures exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Very well, we shall follow your lead. The moon peeked through the clouds, casting its silvery glow upon the alley. It illuminated Ivan and his companions, who were prepared to commit their heist and return home to wed. Yet they had not yet left Gruyere. At this moment, Charlotte was brimming with pride and satisfaction. Yet, crises often strike when one is most relaxed and self-satisfied. The seasoned rogue among the trio of adventurers was poised to make his move against Charlotte. Indeed, it is often said, in the pursuit of wealth, one despises not having enough. Yet, an abundance of wealth can lead to one's own downfall. Chapter 29. In Times of Bloodshed and Arson. Boss, is that small wooden house on the hillside? I have inquired along the way. The house is made of wood. Upon entering, there is a fire pit, and not far to the right lies the lad's bed. There is but one door, a single window, and I found no signs of cellar or secret passage. Among Ivan's trio, the most emaciated was a black iron mid-tier rogue. He was the one who, while Charlotte was boasting in the tavern, had come to scout the area. In the realm of the Celestial Empire, this is known as scouting, whereas in the thieves' jargon of another world, it is referred to as asking for directions. To say one has asked for directions implies that the target has already been surveyed. Another of the trio, named Kuri, was also a warrior, wielding a 2-handed sword and carrying a bow on his back. Compared to the cautious rogue, he was somewhat impatient and quickly asked Ivan, "Boss, given that he earned so much today and has been drinking heavily all afternoon, he must be as dead to the world as a pig. Should we not take advantage of this moment to eliminate him?" He made a gesture mimicking a decapitation to avoid any lingering complications. Ivan, standing on the hillside not far from Charlotte's small courtyard, gazed at the tranquil wooden cottage and replied, "Do not rush. Never underestimate any opponent, for that is an insult to yourself. A lesson I learned from that lad named Charlotte. We shall wait until midnight, when all are most fatigued and weary. Then we will strike." The reason Ivan and his group had not yet departed from the impoverished land of Gruyere was due to Charlotte's Durandal sword and Ivan's desire for vengeance. The other two had been dutifully following Ivan's lead, waiting for over a month. However, Charlotte had been preoccupied in the depths of Silverpine Forest, dealing with goblins, and had not made many appearances. Until today, the three of them had finally found an opportunity, and it seemed there was a prospect for additional income. However, at this moment, faced with the coveted sword and the enemy who had once humiliated him, Ivan remained remarkably composed. His heart was a tranquil sea, devoid of the flames of hatred or the tides of greed. It was as if he had drawn strength from that moment of humiliation, gaining insight and experiencing growth. He was now entirely transformed. Emboldened by his shame, he was resolute and unyielding, his subordinates bowing before him, eagerly awaiting his command. Could it be that this Ivan was the true protagonist, while the boy named Charlotte was merely a stepping stone? As for Charlotte, tonight he would be rendered missing. The moonlight gently spilled over the desolate earth, and apart from the occasional hoot of an owl in the woods, even the chirping of insects had fallen silent. Night had deepened. Ivan and his companions rested quietly in the shadows of the forest. To avoid alarming their prey, they refrained from lighting a fire, instead clutching their weapons and wrapping themselves in cloaks as they sat beneath a tree. They were not novices at this perilous venture. This was not their first engagement in such shady dealings. They awaited the appointed time with calm anticipation. Ivan gazed up at the moon, estimating that the time was nearly ripe. He addressed the two others. "It is time for us to depart. When the thief opens the door, we shall strike together, leaving him no chance to react. We will eliminate him swiftly." The warrior, Kiri, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What about the supplies from the goblin?" Ivan replied coolly, "First, we do not yet know whether he has acquired those supplies. Even if he has, it would require considerable time to search for them. Should we find them, transporting them would prove arduous. Rather than risking unnecessary dangers for something of dubious value, it is wiser to abandon the uncertain supplies and make our swift exit." The three of them stealthily ascended the slope, making not a sound. Soon they arrived at Charlotte's modest courtyard, everything proceeding smoothly. Ivan gestured for caution as the trio carefully scaled the low fence, arriving before the wooden cabin. The thief pulled a small vial from his waist, pouring the pale pink powder into a slender tube. He then inserted the tube into the gap of the window. Exhaling gently, his breath was steady, producing no sound. The pale pink powder gradually transformed into a mist, permeating the interior of the cabin. This was a hypnotic dust crafted by alchemists using a particular fungal powder as its primary ingredient. Inhaling it rendered a person utterly powerless, with sleepiness overwhelming them. And even a few jolts might not suffice to rouse a sleeper. Typically, thieves carried an assortment of such useful trinkets. This hypnotic dust was not inexpensive on the black market, and thieves usually hesitated to employ it. However, today, in pursuit of a significant gain, they were willing to use it. After a short while, silence reigned within the cabin. The thief then approached, drawing his dagger and cautiously probing the door's crevice. Soon, he managed to dislodge the wooden bar, securing the door. Fearful of any noise, he gently pushed the door open just wide enough for him to slip inside. He stealthily approached the shabby bed and saw Charlotte lying there, sound asleep. After a moment's deliberation, he stealthily extended his coated dagger. The blade was designed to absorb light, reflecting none, a testament to the seasoned thief's craft. At that moment, he felt the time was right. He could not wait for Ivan and the others any longer. With a sudden thrust, he lunged forward. Something was amiss. The thief had been inside for a while now. Yet there was no movement. Kiri, who had been lying in wait by the door, could no longer contain his impatience. "Let's go in and kill him." Ivan too could not afford to be silent any longer. He kicked open the wooden door and charged inside. What he saw left him stunned. Their target, Charlotte, was sitting at the edge of the bed, smiling at them, while a massive wild boar huffed beside him, and a puppet seemingly made of mud stood quietly nearby. Their comrade lay motionless on the ground. This experienced thief had been silently dispatched. "Attack! Kill him!" Ivan realized he had fallen into a trap, but with the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. He let out a roar and prepared to charge. However, behind him, Kiri let out a blood-curdling scream. He turned to find Kiri being savagely assaulted by a fearsome, standing lizard, while a terrifyingly muscular man had somehow blocked the entrance. The trio, intent on ambushing Charlotte for profit, found themselves surrounded. It turned out that upon returning to his small courtyard from Gruel, Charlotte had sensed something was amiss when he approached his door. The grass at the entrance had been disturbed. Charlotte's home, situated on the outskirts of the city, was a small compound atop a hill. Being cautious, he had developed a habit of leaving subtle signs whenever he departed. This way, He would be alerted if anyone attempted to enter his abode. Charlotte cautiously stepped back, retrieved a large tome, and summoned his brothers with a wave. "Governor Charlotte," he whispered. "Check if there is anyone or any living creature inside." "Reporting, sir, no living beings detected in infrared vision." The governor's voice remained calm. The stone golem activated its slow aura. "Haha, let me check inside." Charlotte sent Haha to scout ahead. Haha, possessing high intelligence, gently pushed the door open and cautiously entered. Wagging its tail, it sniffed around and relayed its findings to Charlotte. "Oh, indeed, someone took advantage of my absence to rummage through my house. However, they must have left some time ago. Was this event recent?" Charlotte received a positive confirmation from Haha. The creature's keen sense of smell indicated that the scent was still relatively strong. Could it be that today's financial exposure has incited jealousy? If so, it would be prudent to resolve the matter swiftly. There are thieves who operate for 1,000 days, but there are no precautions against thieves that last 1,000 days. Rather than living in constant vigilance, it was wiser to eliminate the threat directly, since there had been no prior incursions. The timing of today's visit suggested they were after his recent gains from the Vile-Tooth tribe. Thus, it was highly likely that tonight's intentions were either to steal or to rob. Consequently, Charlotte devised a counter-strategy, hiding all his followers nearby in preparation for the impending visitors. Chapter 30, Deceit, followed by more deceit. As the three approached Charlotte's courtyard, they were spotted by the vigilant governor lurking outside. By the time the thief released the sleeping powder, Charlotte was already prepared. As the thief approached the bed to commit his foul deed, he was ambushed by Teemo, who had been concealed on a nearby stool, incapacitating him before he could utter a sound. Before long, Ivan and Kiri burst in. Just as Ivan was prepared to fight to the death, Kiri was unexpectedly attacked from behind by Haha, who lunged at him, biting down on his shoulder and dragging him to the ground, followed by a brutal frenzy of tearing. When Ivan heard Kiri's screams and turned back, he found Kiri already convulsing on the floor. Gazing at Ivan, Charlotte felt a sense of familiarity and then recalled that this was the exuberant youth he had arm-wrestled with at the tavern. He remembered that this individual was an astronomy enthusiast who detested the constraints of clothing. To his astonishment, "It was you. You have been lurking around Gruel for over a month?" Charlotte never anticipated that the individuals planning to execute their scheme were none other than Ivan and his gang from over a month ago. In a remote town like Gruel, it is generally uncommon for adventurers to linger. Typically, even when tasked with escorting merchants, they would not tarry for long. There are hardly any worthwhile quests here, resulting in a dearth of profit. However, what astonished Charlotte was that these three had been residing here for more than a month. Clearly, they were up to no good. It seems that even without the matter of the evil Tooth tribe, these three were intent on dealing with him. He was taken aback by their preparedness. How had they discovered his presence? At this moment, Ivan gripped his sword and shield tightly, his palms slick with perspiration. His two companions had been slain without a fight, and he feared he would not escape this fate either. "You need not concern yourself with how I discovered you. What I wish to know is what you three intend to do. And what is that white smoke wafting into the room?" Charlotte retorted. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Ivan felt a twinge of joy within. This person was indeed a novice. Perhaps he could manipulate him with words. Ivan replied nonchalantly, "We were merely overtaken by greed. Coveting your sword. That white smoke is simply a common smoke used by thieves. It will not harm anyone." While Ivan attempted to stall for time, he anxiously concocted a plan. Charlotte, whom he viewed as a mere novice, did not concern him much. He believed he could easily subdue him. However, the formidable wild boar beside Charlotte appeared far more daunting. Most troubling was the vicious lizard creature behind him and the imposing man at the entrance, who clearly posed a threat. Even if he could deceive this young man into letting him go, the man at the door would not likely do the same. Damn it, why had he never heard of this kid being a ranger? And to have such a massive wild boar as an animal companion, not to mention a powerful warrior at his side. Charlotte had numerous inquiries, ranging from the adventures beyond to mundane knowledge. He asked whatever came to mind for the better part of the day. So the outside world is quite thrilling, isn't it? Indeed, if you truly wish to venture out, why not accompany me to the land of freedom? My brother leads a sizable adventurers guild there. A young man like you could certainly make a name for himself and achieve great things. You cannot spend your entire life cooped up in a remote town like this. Ivan ardently encouraged Charlotte to explore beyond, claiming he could offer assistance. Charlotte pondered for a moment, his heart ablaze with excitement. A true man should not merely survive on meager rations. He should strive for greatness, regardless of the circumstances that brought him to this world. How could he cower with his golden touch? Was he to remain in Gruel battling goblins for eternity? And considering he had already decimated the goblins, was he to venture north to the mines to face the dog-headed creatures? No, he must escape. He absolutely must venture forth to witness the world's diverse landscapes. You are right. Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. I should indeed step outside and see for myself. Precisely. That's the spirit. I truly envy the youthful ambition you possess. Ivan felt a surge of triumph within. He had finally managed to intimidate this young man. Once he evaded today's predicament, he would settle the score later. Thank you for your patient answers. You are of no further use to me now. Go and join your friends. Charlotte waved his hand, bidding Ivan farewell. What? No. Ivan had initially believed his deception had succeeded. Having relaxed his guard, he had lowered his shield. Suddenly, he felt a jolt and, drawing upon years of training, swiftly raised his shield just in time to block the governor's strike. Yet, how could one easily deflect such a powerful blow? The governor wielded a heavy hammer designed to crush armor with ease. With a resounding bang, before Ivan could even relish his successful block, an overwhelming force struck his shield hand. He could almost hear the bones in his arm shatter. Subsequently, the reinforced shield was crushed along with his arm. The governor, possessing a strength attribute of 27 points, bolstered by the green card, Bear Strength, had effectively reached a silver tier of power. This blow unleashed a force that obliterated both the shield and Ivan's arm. Do not be deceived by the governor's role as mere bait for the old goblins. That was merely due to the inherent disadvantage of combatants against spellcasters. When facing a physical melee opponent like Ivan, he was an unstoppable force. Following Charlotte's command, the governor refrained from delivering a second strike that would turn Ivan's head into mush. Instead, he swiftly snapped his neck. After all, they needed to rest in this room. If it were to be splattered with blood like ha-has, how could they continue to stay? Having dealt with the three, Charlotte instructed the governor to dispose of the bodies. As he wished to take a short nap, unexpectedly, Ivan dropped a card. Wooden shield, common equipment card, shield. Defense, 15 points, durability, 25. Remarks, quite ordinary. Charlotte held the card, both amused and exasperated. Although it is merely a common equipment card, for your black iron level prowess, to produce something for me. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you, Captain Ivan. That night, no further incidents transpired. The following morning, Charlotte washed his face in a nearby stream, lamenting. I shall never taste the fish from this stream again. Farewell. He waved to the wooden cabin he had personally constructed, each plank hammered in by his own hands. Now, as he prepared to leave, he felt a pang of reluctance. His pots and pans had already been stored in his inventory. There was little left to yearn for. A true man's aspirations lie beyond. I am departing. Charlotte had firmly resolved to explore the world beyond. He headed straight for Grial, intending to replenish his supplies and bid farewell to acquaintances. The duo of Ha and Ha had already been secured, leaving only Teemo and the governor by his side. Teemo nestled in his backpack while the governor would wait for him outside Grial. The governor was far too conspicuous. His imposing physique clearly marked him as a formidable warrior, drawing attention wherever they went. Entering the town with him would raise eyebrows and provoke questions. Charlotte had already devised a plan. He intended to visit the nearest city, Helsing. Old John had mentioned it was the most prosperous city within 100 miles, bustling with commerce and convenience. He had long felt the itch of adventure. I, Lord Charlotte, am off on an adventure. Chapter 31, A Century of Solitude. The necessary purchases consisted primarily of sleeping bags and tools, along with some hard bread. As for bedding and a tent, he already possessed them. Additionally, he had a considerable amount of supplies acquired from the Evil Tooth tribe, sufficient for his journey. However, he also needed to procure spare weapons and knives, which came at a steep price, draining a significant portion of Charlotte's funds. This was undoubtedly one of the thresholds for adventurers. After all, one cannot embark on an adventure wielding nothing more than a firewood stick. Charlotte swiftly completed his purchases and made his way to the Pine Needle Tavern. Old Trevor was still stationed at the bar, polishing glasses as if he had been engaged in this monotonous task since their last encounter. Charlotte could not fathom the allure of polishing the dark oak goblets. As usual, Charlotte ordered a copious amount of food and began to indulge heartily. It is only in this world that one truly realizes how precious a delicious and fulfilling meal can be. The scarcity of resources reminded Charlotte of the natural disasters her grandmother had spoken of. Even someone like Charlotte, who thrived on the edge of danger and enjoyed a high income, found himself gnawing on hard bread and sipping on a hodgepodge soup daily. One can only imagine the plight of those at the bottom of the social ladder. After finishing his meal, Charlotte, as was his custom, raised his glass and approached old Trevor at the bar to engage in conversation. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Charlotte took a small sip of rye beer. Old Trevor paused, taken aback by Charlotte's sudden declaration, and inquired what brought about this notion. Charlotte perched on a high stool, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Perhaps it is born from a sense of dissatisfaction." Old Trevor curled his lip. "Say, huh? I suspected as much. You've never been one to be content. What spurred you to venture out in the first place?" "Why, of course, it was poverty. I could not survive and did not wish to await death. I had to struggle," Charlotte explained. "Looking at your appearance, it is evident you are not a kind-hearted individual. When you first came here, I thought this establishment was a den of iniquity." Old Trevor scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Charlotte. "You should be grateful that my temperament has improved over these past 2 years. Otherwise, a slippery-tongued lad like you would have been in dire straits long ago. All right, enough jesting. Do you have any advice for my impending adventure?" Charlotte asked. Old Trevor set down the gleaming glass he had been polishing, contemplatively stated, "There are 3 points to consider. First, exercise caution when traveling. Avoid staying in remote taverns or inns. I once knew a bronze-ranked warrior who fell victim to poisoned soup and ended up as the soup ingredient himself. Second, while in the wild, one must not only be wary of beasts and monsters, but also of one's own kind. I cannot count how many times I have encountered camps of deserters or bandits in the wilderness. They can be far more ferocious than any creature. And of course, remain cautious of unfamiliar adventurers, especially when you possess considerable wealth. Lastly, know when to withdraw. Exercise restraint over your greed. There was a time when my entire party of 14 set out to explore a ruin. In the end, I was the only one who returned, for I filled only my pockets and did not covet the greater treasures within the ruin. Hence, I merely suffered a wound to my knee, rather than rotting alongside those 13 unfortunate souls within the ruins." At this juncture, Aisha, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, interjected, "Charlotte, do you truly intend to embark on an adventure? Life in Gruyel is wonderful. It's perilous outside," she said, a hint of urgency in her voice. Charlotte felt a surge of warmth. Aisha was indeed a kind-hearted girl, concerned for his safety. Yet, Charlotte had already resolved to see the world beyond. "You are indeed a good sister," he said with appreciation. "But a man's aspirations lie beyond the horizon. How can I not venture forth to witness this world?" Aisha, having lived her entire life in Gruyel, could not comprehend Charlotte's restless yearning. In truth, this sentiment echoed the thoughts of many. They were reluctant to leave their homeland. Here, forsaking one's roots was not seen as a positive endeavor, for the outside world was fraught with danger. Only those who could no longer survive, or those inherently restless, would abandon their homeland, seeking to quench some deeper desire through reckless adventures. Gruyel may be remote, but that is precisely what makes it so delightful. If only you would stay and take a wife and start a family here. Wouldn't that be splendid? Aisha continued. Her cheeks flushed. "Oh, sister, what are you saying? A true man has no need to fear the absence of a wife. Besides, there are so many beautiful women out there. How could I confine myself to this small town? My journey is toward the stars and the sea. My dream is to traverse the world," Charlotte exclaimed, reveling in his own fantasies. Suddenly, Aisha snatched the glass from his hand. "Oof, you shameless rogue. Go chase your stars and seas." With that, she huffed and turned away. "Hey, wait, what is going on? I haven't finished my drink yet," Charlotte called out in confusion, glancing at old Trevor for clarification. Old Trevor continued to polish his glass, whistling cheerfully as he did so. He was well aware of Aisha's feelings, but he did not have high hopes for Charlotte. Such restlessness could easily lead to Charlotte's demise in some unknown ruin, which would ultimately put his precious daughter in jeopardy. Thus, he remained silent, almost relishing the prospect. "Ding dong, congratulations. Your D rank title. Single Dog has upgraded to C rank title. 100 years of solitude. Note, you still have the potential to upgrade to B rank. Keep it up. I believe in you." 100 years of solitude? Charlotte felt the weight of the dictionary's malice bearing down upon him. Soon, Charlotte set off on his journey, having already inquired about the route to Helsing. Moreover, the remote town of Gruyel had only Helsing as its nearby city, with but a single road leading there. The chances of going astray were minimal. The road was a dirt path, less than 2 meters wide, with shallow ruts and stubborn weeds defiantly growing along its edges. It was a rare sight to encounter another soul on this road. As he ventured beyond Gruyel's confines, an entire afternoon passed without encountering a single person. It was indeed desolate. Charlotte gazed at the deep woods flanking the road, pondering how humans were inherently social creatures. After merely an afternoon alone, he felt a pang of loneliness. As he distanced himself from Silver Pine Forest, the variety of trees began to proliferate. While he recognized some, such as birch, poplar, and oak, many others remained unfamiliar to him. Night fell swiftly, and Charlotte found a clear patch of land to set up camp. The entourage that had been trailing him along the road emerged as well. Charlotte walked along the path, vigilant for any potential trouble. However, the area was so devoid of life that he found himself failing in his attempts to catch any illicit activity. Hunting proved to be a simple endeavor. Within 20 minutes, armed with his bow and arrows, Charlotte returned with a wild chicken and a rabbit. The principle of fewer humans equating to more beasts held true in this instance. In truth, there were many places in this world that humanity had yet to touch, much like Griel itself, which had been established for nearly 40 years, yet had only developed nearby areas. A handful of farms, a mill, a lumberyard, and a mine were all that had been accomplished. It was unfathomable. Consider how long it took for my great nation to develop the northern wilderness. How long for the vast Northwest? In 40 years, my homeland has risen from poverty to prosperity, achieving modernity. Yet the people of Griel still struggle within a 50-mile radius, facing death on a regular basis, 20 to 30 lives lost annually to untimely fates. Is it due to a lack of diligence or effort? No. It is the harshness of the world and the frailty of humanity. Had it not been for Charlotte's prior eradication of the evil-toothed tribe, who knows what havoc might have been wrought by the enigmatic powers of that amalgamated abomination, the ancient earth gnome. How many lives would have been lost? Such is the reality for the lower echelons of society in this world. Chapter 32. The Desolate Village and the Wild Inn. On the second day of Charlotte's journey, he finally succeeded in catching a fish in his quest for justice. An aged wolf, expelled from its pack, launched an attack on him. The outcome, as one might imagine, was of little concern to Charlotte, who stood resolute. Not to mention the formidable duo of the humming and hawing generals, alongside Governor Teemo, who flanked him, nearly instilling fear into the old wolf to the point of losing control. Thus, Charlotte's dinner was to be roasted wolf meat, though somewhat tough. It was certainly preferable to the bizarrely pungent jerky. The methods of jerky production in this world were deplorable, merely sufficient for sustenance. Charlotte couldn't help but reminisce about the Mongolian beef jerky from the Celestial Empire. After dinner, Charlotte removed the wolf pelt from the wooden frame, meticulously scraping off the congealed fat and connective tissue. It was imperative to stretch the skin immediately after skinning to prevent shrinkage upon drying. Out in the wild, one could only manage a rudimentary treatment, for such pelts would not fetch a good price. Nevertheless, Charlotte opted to fashion himself a wolfskin mattress, as October was fast approaching and preparations for winter were necessary. On the third day, as dusk fell, the governor informed Charlotte of a deserted village he had discovered in the woods. Upon arrival, Charlotte found that the village was so diminutive it scarcely warranted the title. The path leading into the village, once narrow, was now nearly obscured by overgrown grass. Only a handful of thatched huts remained, most in a state of severe disrepair, with just 2 or 3 wooden houses still maintaining some semblance of structure. Charlotte circled the village's solitary well, a rare find indeed. It was evident that the villagers had cherished this well, surrounding it with a fence and constructing a roof overhead, giving it the appearance of a small pavilion. Leaning over, he peered into the well and noted that it was not deep. The bottom was visible in the daylight. Below lay a vast chamber with flowing water audible, suggesting the discovery of an underground river had prompted settlement here. Yet, what had led to its abandonment? Charlotte then approached the 3 wooden houses that remained relatively intact. One had a collapsed roof, but the flooring inside was evident, indicating the owners were not mere common villagers. The second wooden house was in decent condition, save for debris and a layer of dust. However, in one corner of a room, he discovered a large patch of blackened, dried blood. The size of the stains suggested that the injured party had not survived. The third house was slightly smaller, containing a long wooden table, indicating a family with several children. Charlotte mused aloud. It seems this village settled here due to the discovery of the underground river, but it suffered a far worse fate than Griel. Griel was founded under similar circumstances, but was fortunate enough to avoid early destruction, ultimately becoming a modest town. "Oh, Governor," Charlotte inquired with genuine interest, "what do you suppose caused this village's downfall?" The governor's expression remained stoic, but the signs of conflict were evident, with numerous traces of battle. It appeared the invaders had been repelled, but likely at a great cost, forcing the villagers to flee in haste. Charlotte nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Had the invaders been successful, this place would likely be nothing but ashes. As darkness fell, he decided they would rest here for the night. He found no cause for superstition. After all, he had been living in a tent for 2 days and now had the luxury of a roof over his head. As for bad omens, he had slain enough goblins to host a football match. Such trivialities hardly concerned him. Dinner consisted of meat stew and dark bread. Charlotte lacked the spirit for hunting that night. It was the first day of October, and the store had refreshed its card offerings. Previously mentioned were classic card packs and designated packs, but their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable for Charlotte. However, 10 random cards would refresh each month. Among the offerings were a premium 30-year aged liquor card for 80 fate points, a rough grade equipment card for a knockoff pair of sneakers at 30 fate points, a Han Dynasty ring-headed sword for 50 fate points, a chocolate frog of excellent grade for 30 fate points, a Night Chief feather of fine grade for 500 fate points, a crude item card for a razor mouse at 20 fate points, a T-virus serum for 800 fate points, an epic summoning card for a small death wing at 1,100 fate points, an excellent summoning card for a guiding bee at 100 fate points, and an epic follower card for Zhao Linger at 3,600 fate points. 5 grains liquor? Do you think this is some sort of banquet? A pair of knockoff sneakers counts as equipment? How absurd. And a mouse as an item? Should I plug into the governor? Charlotte exclaimed, exasperated. My apologies, governor. Came the serious reply. I do not possess a USB port, rendering the mouse unusable. Charlotte could only roll his eyes in disbelief. The T-virus was a risk he dared not take. The last thing he wanted was a biological crisis. A small death wing? An epic pet? Who am I supposed to battle with that? He lamented. The guiding bee was a fine item, yet far too expensive to be worth it. Ah, Zhao Linger, 3,600 points? My dear Linger, I am but a pauper. I am sorry, Lady Nuwa. I am sorry, esteemed audience. Charlotte grieved his lost opportunity with Zhao Linger, feeling despondent. If only he could gather enough magical power, he might one day reunite with his king. But Linger's absence left an indeterminate void, with no clear timeline for their next encounter. At his current rate of earning 1 fate point per day, even if Zhao Linger remained available, he would need nearly a decade to afford her, and he had yet to consider how much magical power would be required for summoning. Ah, indeed, it's all a farce, a mere illusion. What system shop? What fate points? What purple card followers? What Zhao Linger? All lies, all deceptions. Charlotte was once again struck by the harsh realities of the omnipresent card system. With that, he extinguished the light and settled down to sleep on his wolfskin mattress. His companions remained uncollected, resting nearby, for in the wild, one must never let their guard down. Soon, night deepened, and Charlotte found himself dreaming of a reunion with his king and Linger just as the moment approached. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a shove. Grasping the Durandal sword at his side, he discovered it was the governor who had roused him. What is it? Charlotte whispered, knowing the governor would not disturb him without cause. The governor's expression was as calm as ever. There are disturbances outside. Straining to listen, Charlotte indeed heard the faint sound of a woman's weeping not far off. In the desolate wilderness, at the witching hour, a woman's cries pierced the silence. Was this a scene from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? Surveying the area, he noticed Teemo was awake, stealthily assembling his blowgun in the shadows. Haha lay motionless on the ground, yet his golden slit-like eyes glimmered with cunning and ferocity. The claystone golem required no slumber, while humming snored loudly. Charlotte, exasperated, gave him a couple of kicks to rouse him. This anxiety-laden atmosphere was unsustainable. Let's investigate, Charlotte proposed. Chapter 33. The Midnight Cry reaches the guest room. The governor led the way, as Charlotte and her companions cautiously approached the direction from whence the cries emanated. The lamentations arose from another wooden cabin, the largest one, boasting several rooms. In the corner of this cabin lay a large pool of blood. The governor maintained a stoic expression as he reached the cabin's entrance and gently pushed open the creaking wooden door, which, due to years of neglect, emitted a shrill protest. Yet the cries persisted, growing clearer, as if the weeping soul were right behind him, whispering in his ear. The woman's sobs were profoundly mournful, steeped in sorrow, as though she had endured endless suffering. The sound reverberated in the air, narrating a tragically poignant tale. Charlotte, unable to suppress her unease, glanced back. Behind her stood the eager ha-ha-ha, prompting a sigh of relief. With her own people at her back, she felt emboldened. In this desolate wilderness, to suddenly hear cries in an abandoned village could only portend calamity. Charlotte stealthily followed the governor into the interior of the cabin. Upon entering, she immediately discerned a stark transformation in the cries. They had shifted from an indistinct murmur, almost a figment of her imagination, to a piercing reality. She glanced down at the dust-laden floor, where only the chaotic footprints of her group marred the thick layer of dust, revealing no trace of other visitors. If no one had traversed the ground, what then had entered this place? Weeping so mournfully? Gripping her Durandal tightly, Charlotte pressed onward, drawn by the sound toward the inner room, the very place where the blood had been discovered. Suddenly, the governor halted at the doorway, gesturing for silence. It appeared he had caught sight of the source of the woman's anguish. What could it be? Charlotte's curiosity piqued, and she could not resist peering inside. There knelt a woman, her brown hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a simple linen dress, with an apron still tied around her waist. She faced the corner, her hands covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. The sound of her wails echoed throughout the room, achingly clear. "Commander, this woman does not emit infrared signatures." The governor communicated telepathically with Charlotte, conveying information about the woman. The absence of thermal imaging indicated she possessed no warmth. She was not alive. At least not as a warm-blooded creature. If her cries were not transmitted through the air, then how? Brainwaves? Charlotte decided against further speculation, opting instead to examine her attributes through the system. Bound Spirit, Undead, Level 13 Bound Spirit. Strength, 15, Constitution, 12, Agility, 17, Intelligence, 7, Perception, 8, Charisma, and A. Skills, Claw Strike by Ethereal Form, Spirit Aura, Terrifying Visage, Bound Earth, Spirit Touch, Psychic Wail. Note, this lady does not appreciate being disturbed. Is she a ghost? A vengeful spirit? Or some other malevolent entity? At that moment, Charlotte recalled the legendary exorcist, Jiu. If only she could summon him. Dealing with such a being would pose no issue. Listen to my commands. She directed her group silently, exchanging glances with the governor. Once everyone was prepared, she signaled with a wave of her hand. They charged forward in unison, the governor leading the assault. As he stepped into the room, the weeping woman seemed to sense their presence, abruptly halting her cries and whirling around. The visage that met Charlotte's eyes was nothing short of horrifying. Rendering her momentarily paralyzed with fear, she instinctively turned to flee, only to find herself several paces away before she could collect her thoughts. Teemo was even quicker, nearly bolting from the cabin. Ding! You are affected by the spirit aura, willpower reduced. Ding! You are influenced by the terrifying visage, entering a state of fear. This ability resembled the old goblin's terror technique, but lacked its duration. Otherwise, by the time Charlotte and Teemo regained their senses, they would surely have vanished. Charlotte quickly pivoted to confront the threat again. At that moment, the governor's hammer descended upon the spirit. Yet, astonishingly, it passed right through her form, striking the ground instead. The spirit, enraged by the blow, let out a furious roar. Could it be that physical attacks were ineffectual? Was it the skill known as ethereal form? Charlotte was taken aback. If she indeed could not suffer physical damage, much of their combat prowess would be rendered futile. No, it could not entirely negate physical harm. Otherwise, what would be its name? Moreover, a green skill could not be so overwhelmingly powerful, could it? Indeed, upon closer observation, the spirit appeared to wane, becoming somewhat translucent after receiving the hammer strike. So ethereal form allows it to bypass a portion of physical damage. Charge in and surround it, she commanded. The spirit's appearance had drastically altered. Its hair had turned ashen and disheveled, its dress tattered and stained with blood. Its claws extended ominously, measuring over 10 centimeters, about the length of a primary school ruler. Infuriated by the governor's attack, it lunged at him with its claws. The governor raised his wooden shield to block. This shield, crafted from oak and reinforced with iron edges, was a prized possession from Captain Ivan's supply. After a cacophony of scraping noises, the oak shield bore 4 deep gashes. The spirit could indeed mitigate some physical damage, yet it retaliated with formidable strength. Its frenzied slashes were delivered with remarkable swiftness, disregarding defense and evasion entirely, opting only to attack. In this exchange of blows, it surprisingly gained the upper hand. At that moment, the attacking Hohu had sustained injuries. The spirit's strikes were imbued with spirit touch, leaving him afflicted with a debilitating debuff. Sans signe danger, retreated, leaving the governor and the clay golem to withstand the brunt of the spirit's onslaught. Teemo, use the Molotov cocktail, Charlotte shouted, simultaneously channeling her magical missiles. Just as her command resonated, a flaming Molotov cocktail soared from the rear. Charlotte's 3 purple magical missiles followed closely behind, striking the spirit with precision. The efficacy of the magical missiles was remarkable, creating 3 gaping wounds in the spirit's ethereal form. The Molotov cocktail crashed against her, igniting her in flames. The spirit shrieked, engulfed in fire, raising its head to emit a piercing wail. This time, not only Teemo and Charlotte were affected. Even Hohu and Ha were driven into a panic, scuttling about in disarray. This was akin to an area terror technique, and its potency was staggering. Even the beastly Hohu and Ha could not escape its grasp. Fortunately, the clay golem and the governor were immune to fear. The golem promptly activated its sluggish aura, while the governor raised his shield to protect the rear from the spirit's assault. Otherwise, Charlotte and the others, paralyzed by fear and unable to defend or evade, would likely have suffered grievous injuries. Regaining her composure, Charlotte noted the dictionary's warning once more. She was again struck by fear. "Damn it, Ho-Ho! Follow me. Let us finish it." Ho-Ho raised its foreleg and stomped forcefully on the floor. With a thunderous crash, the floor splintered beneath its weight, causing the spirit to lose its balance momentarily. As the opportunity arose, Charlotte advanced with a swift strike of his sword. Remarkably, the effect of this blow was astonishingly effective. He felt as though his blade penetrated effortlessly, akin to slicing through butter. The vengeful spirit, struck by his sword, let out a wail, its form becoming semi-transparent, nearly cleaved in twain. Ultimately, the spirit, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing to silence. It burned with extraordinary speed, transforming into a charred remnant upon the earth within mere seconds. All that remained was a card, suspended in mid-air, emanating a faint green glow. Chapter 34. The Spirit's Band. The Spirit's Band, an exceptional grade equipment card, grants 3 agility and 3 attack power. Note: faint cries linger in the air. At last, the ghostly presence has perished. Charlotte, tidying his long hair, delightfully secured it with the Spirit's Band, instantly feeling a lightness in his being. This was the immediate effect of the 3 agility enhancement. Acquiring this piece of equipment rendered the struggle worthwhile. With the matter resolved, he proposed, "Let us return and rest." Thus, Charlotte led his companions back to the wooden cabin they had previously occupied. Charlotte added a few dry twigs to the fire pit, gazing at the flickering orange flames. Unable to find sleep, following a brief yet intense battle, he felt a surge of exhilaration that spiraled into restless contemplation. His party was still too inexperienced, lacking even magical abilities. Had it not been for the fearless governor and the clay golem holding the front line, alongside his own magical missiles and the Dolan's sword capable of inflicting substantial damage upon the spirit, and incendiary vials delivering a fatal blow, they would have likely faced annihilation. Unyielding to physical attacks, the spirit possessed multiple area of effect fear skills, rendering those it encountered weakened. With high attack power and rapid assault, any ordinary person would have been swiftly overwhelmed. Yet, what had birthed this female specter? From the circumstances, it appeared that she was the very spirit of the one who had perished in the house before. Her name was the Bound Earth Spirit, which implied she could not depart from this place. Once living a difficult yet blissful existence, she had been abruptly slain by a band of invaders, and even in death, she found no peace, eternally bound to this locale, weeping daily. Such was the reality of this world, with countless women enduring similar fates. Charlotte sighed deeply. He neither bore the disposition of a sentimental savior, unable to tolerate even the slightest tragedy, nor was he a cold-hearted monster, unaffected by sorrow. He was merely an ordinary individual, powerless to alter the course of such events. In the days that followed, Charlotte's spirits remained low, feeling a sense of shared grief akin to that of a mourning rabbit. He produced a map drawn on leather, and, according to the depiction provided by old Trevor, they were now close to Tua village. Tonight, they would finally rest beneath a proper roof. These recent days had granted him a profound understanding of the hardships of life on the road. He had gone several days without a proper wash, his beard now unkempt and his leather armor stained. One day, rain had fallen, rendering the paths nearly impassable, leaving him muddied and caked in dirt, the sun baking it onto his skin. From a distance, Charlotte resembled a wild man from the Shenanjia region. It was entirely commonplace to traverse this desolate area for 3 to 5 days without encountering another soul. For someone like Charlotte, traveling 5 or 6 days without finding a place to rest was hardly surprising, as Norfolk was not densely populated, and Gruyere was considered a remote region even within Norfolk. Hastening their journey, they finally approached Tua village just as the sun began to set. While Charlotte fantasized about a proper meal that evening, the governor made a new discovery. "Commander, we have spotted thick smoke in the direction of Tua village. There may be a fire." Upon hearing this, Charlotte was incensed. "What? Hurry, we must extinguish the flames. If we arrive too late, we'll have nowhere to sleep." However, upon reaching the vicinity of Tua village, he realized something was amiss. It appeared that the village was not ablaze. Rather, it was under attack by bandits. Charlotte concealed himself behind the surrounding brush, cautiously assessing the situation. Just as he and his companions arrived, the bandits breached the wooden gates of Tua village. Bandits, humans, level 4 warriors. Strength, 12, Constitution, 11, Agility, 11, Intelligence, 10, Perception, 10, Charisma. Skills, intimidation, slash, basic shield, pillage. Equipment, hand axe, wooden shield. Note, I'll take on 10 of you. The bandits possessed similar equipment, attributes, and skills, their strength only marginally superior to that of field goblins, yet their numbers were considerable. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the quest. Halt. Quest level D. Quest objective. Eliminate the bandits plundering to a village. Requirement. Over half of the villagers must survive. Quest reward. 600 experience, 800 fate points. And a random card of the highest level, colored green. Note, when witnessing injustice, one must shout, and then continue on one's way. How many bandits are there? Charlotte inquired. Commander, based on observation, there are between 20 to 23 bandits. Do we stand a chance with the villagers joining us? An 80% chance of victory. But the commander's safety may be at risk. Charlotte pondered, casting another glance at the burning to a village. With a resolute expression, he declared, damn it. Even without this quest, I cannot stand idly by. An 80% chance is worth the gamble. Let us go forth and eradicate these wretched bandits. With that, Charlotte and his companions charged towards the bandits who were still engaged in combat with the villagers at the entrance. The villagers, outmatched by the bandits, were being relentlessly pushed back, their cries of despair echoing in the air. Approximately 10 bandits had already abandoned their assault and surged into the village, where only the elderly, weak, and women remained to defend it. Kill. The villagers of Tua must hold their ground. Reinforcements are on the way, Charlotte called out, following closely behind the governor as he thrust his sword at a bandit whose arm had been shattered by the governor's hammer. The bandit, a mere mortal, felt the blade pierce his chest, a gurgling gasp escaping his lips as he coughed forth blood, punctured lungs sealing his fate. The bandits were well equipped, each adorned in at least a piece of leather armor. Had it not been for the sharpness of the Dolan sword, they would have posed a considerable challenge. Unaware that reinforcements were charging from behind, the bandits' morale faltered as they heard the cries of support. The governor, displaying his incredible prowess, carved through their ranks as if they were mere fodder. With a single hammer blow aimed at a bandit wielding a large blade, the weapon was knocked from his grasp, and the governor's strike shattered his skull, brain matter and blood splattering 3 meters away, leaving the remaining bandits paralyzed with fear. As the governor's hammer scattered the bandits, Charlotte, alongside Teemo, seized the opportunity to ambush, taking down 5 or 6 of them without hesitation. A few bandits immediately fled in terror. Let us pursue the escaping bandits, while the governor and I engage the remaining ones in the village, Charlotte commanded. To ensure the complete annihilation of the bandits and achieve a high quest rating, he opted to split their forces. Charlotte and several others pursued the fleeing bandits, who were still engaged in their pillaging and destruction, as Charlotte beheld a brigand attempting to strip a woman of her garments. It seemed the woman's piercing screams had incited him to such a degree that he remained oblivious to Charlotte's presence. Stealthily approaching from behind, Charlotte swung his sword in a decisive arc, the blade of the Doran's sword nearly severing the brigand's neck. Quickly, Governor Teemo dispatched the brigand. Villagers hastened to quell the flames. Charlotte, having little faith in the villagers behind him to engage the brigand in fierce combat, instructed them to extinguish the fire instead. It was now dusk, and a gentle breeze had picked up. Should the flames spread, it would become an uncontrollable inferno. Charlotte possessed 16 points of agility and 18 points of strength, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Following closely behind the governor, he efficiently targeted the more vulnerable foes, while Teemo lurked in the shadows, providing stealthy support. The trio operated like a scythe, swiftly reaping the brigands before them. The towering brigand leader, witnessing 2 figures emerge from behind him to slaughter his men, immediately turned around. Curse it, he bellowed, brandishing his one-handed axe and shield as he charged at the governor. With a thunderous clash, the leader collided with the governor, the impact of the mace against the axe sending sparks flying. Staggering back a couple of steps, the brigand leader was taken aback. Since receiving the beneficence of his master, he had not encountered a worthy adversary in quite some time. Having subdued several nearby brigand factions, he believed few could withstand his might. Yet, in that exchange, he realized he was no match for the formidable figure before him. Charlotte, too, was momentarily stunned. The governor now possessed 30 points of strength. How could this brigand leader stand toe-to-toe with him? Chapter 35, A Familiar Scene. Bandit, human, level 14 brigand leader. Strength, 23. Constitution, 17. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 11. Perception, 12. Charisma. Skills, Intimidation, One-Handed Axe Mastery, Shield Proficiency, Heavy Strike Block, Inspire Morale, Alertness, Pillage Barbaric Strength, Overdraw Growth. Equipment, Fine Iron Broadsword, rough throwing axe, exquisite chainmail, soft leather hood, veteran shield. Note: a talented brigand wasted on banditry. This brigand leader bore quite an impressive array of equipment. Such a complete set was not typically amassed by mere brigands. He resembled a deserter. Moreover, what did that blue skill overdraw growth signify? Its name did not suggest of beneficial ability. Charlotte, wary of underestimating him, first bestowed a blessing of strength upon the governor and instructed Teemo to seek an opportunity for a sneak attack. Meanwhile, Charlotte retreated slightly, drawing his bow to harass the enemy from a distance. The brigand leader, seasoned and cunning, chose not to engage in another direct confrontation after sustaining minor injuries. With a strength disparity within 10 points, he ensured he would not trigger a crushing defeat. His proficiency with the shield allowed him to deftly deflect the governor's blows. The shield itself remarkably resilient, sustaining several impacts without a hint of damage. Charlotte's sporadic arrows were easily dismissed, the bow's softness resulting in insufficient speed to be more than a mere distraction. At that moment, Teemo, concealed nearby, finally struck. A diminutive poison dart flew silently toward the brigand leader's neck. With a soft thud, the brigand leader astonishingly blocked it with his shield. This was unprecedented. Even seasoned goblins were unable to react during Teemo's attacks, relying solely on their magical shields. Yet, this brigand leader managed to defend against Teemo's ambush. With a perception of merely 12, he could not have possibly detected the invisible Teemo. Could it be attributed to his alertness skill, which presumably guards against sneak attacks and hidden projectiles? By the gods, one must never underestimate anyone in this world. Even a brigand leader from a remote region possesses such caliber. Charlotte discarded his bow and summoned magical missiles, alerting the governor and Teemo to coordinate their efforts. The brigand leader, fixated on the ranged harassment from Charlotte, noticed him abandon his bow, only to see a faint glow of magic emanate from Charlotte's outstretched hand. Alarmed, he realized there lurked a mage among them. The magical missiles required little preparation time. In the blink of an eye, purple projectiles surged forth in rapid succession, all within mere seconds. Left with no options, the brigand leader gritted his teeth and braced himself. He raised his shield to protect his chest, but the 3 magical missiles struck him in rapid succession, though he managed to withstand the onslaught. However, before he could catch his breath, he witnessed the towering figure before him discard his shield and unsheath a verdant short weapon. The governor cast aside his shield, drawing a revolver from his waist, and unleashed a volley of 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. The brigand leader cried out in agony, instantly reduced to a bloodied mess. Though he had a sizable shield protecting his torso, the spread of the revolver's pellets was devastating, with numerous projectiles striking his face and legs. At that moment, Teemo, ever prepared, unleashed a blinding dart. Having just been grievously wounded, the brigand leader could scarcely defend himself. The toxic dart plunged into him, blinding him momentarily, and he felt a tingling sensation spread through half of his body. No wonder he was a hardened outlaw. Even in such dire circumstances, he did not relent. He violently slammed backward, shattering a fence and tumbling into a small courtyard. Quickly pursue. Charlotte could not allow him to escape. The governor followed closely behind. Yet the brigand leader managed to slip into a thatched cottage. The governor charged through the door, only for Charlotte to witness a mother and child hiding within being brutally slain by 2 swift strikes. Even in such a moment, he chose to take lives. Beast, I shall make you pay 1,000-fold. Charlotte gazed upon the mother and child lying in a pool of blood, feeling an inferno ignite within his chest, as if his very being was consumed by flames. He was determined to obliterate this scoundrel. The brigand leader escaped through the opposite side of the cottage, his injuries worsening, while the governor relentlessly pursued him. Damn it, you leave me no choice, he shouted, producing a black crystal vial from his cloak and hastily drinking its contents. This was the precious gift bestowed upon him by that master, the very boon that had transformed his fate, elevating him from an ordinary soldier to a bronze-tiered warrior. Relishing the thrill of life and death, Bandit recalled the master's words when he presented this vial to him. Bandit, you are a remarkable individual. As long as you diligently serve the church, it shall never forsake you. Should you encounter an enemy beyond your capabilities, simply consume the contents of this vial. It will heal most of your wounds and enhance your strength. The master's eyes brimmed with appreciation and encouragement. Each time he spoke gently to Bandit, it felt as though he was basking in the warmth of spring. Charlotte watched as the panicked brigand gulped down the contents of the vial, unleashing a horrific scream. Clutching his throat, he writhed on the ground, abandoning his weapon entirely. What was happening? A trap? Had he poisoned himself? Just as Charlotte prepared to instruct Teemo to finish him off, the brigand leader began to transform. His eyes bulged grotesquely, the corners of his eyes tearing. His tongue extended unnaturally, as though someone were choking him. Beneath his skin, it appeared as though countless serpents were writhing, intermittently bulging and receding grotesquely, as if something within sought to rupture his flesh and escape. This scene was eerily familiar to Charlotte, as though it had been witnessed before. Finally, a multitude of dark, fleshy tendrils tore through the bandit chief's skin, transforming his arms within mere seconds into grotesque appendages adorned with eyes, gaping maws, and grotesque tumors. Good heavens! Was this not the old goblin's trick? Upon re-examining the bandit chief's attributes, Charlotte confirmed her suspicions. Bandit, human aberration, level 18 elite pillager, transformed into a demon. Strength, 27. Constitution, 34. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 7. Perception, 15. Charisma. In A skills, chaotic whip, malicious strike, frenzied image, demon body, chaotic mutation, heart-rending roar, rotting flesh shield. Equipment, none. Remarks. Youngster, you have once again bitten off more than you can chew. At this moment, the bandit chief bore no resemblance to a human. Unlike the old goblin, he had undergone a complete and grotesque transformation, becoming a repulsive, distorted, and malevolent entity. His skin was rent asunder, tendrils incessantly emerging to reshape his form. His right hand morphed into a tentacle, while his left became a colossal shield. His lower body twisted into a reverse-jointed hoof, and he stood over 2 meters tall, a grotesque mound of asymmetrical flesh. Chapter 36, An Unmatched Foe. This creature was unlike the old goblin. The goblin's right hand had been corrupted, a state of demonic kinship. For reasons unknown, the bandit chief had foolishly consumed something incomprehensible, leading to this grotesque metamorphosis from the inside out. He had transformed into a monster of demonic origins. In mere moments, the demon had undergone a radical transformation. Towering over 2 meters, it was immensely robust, its form appearing as though composed of entangled tendrils, intermittently dripping a viscous, dark liquid. It crouched on its reverse-jointed hind legs, one forelimb becoming extraordinarily large while the other morphed into a gigantic tentacle, resembling a mutated gorilla. The bandit chief's head retained a semblance of its original shape, but alongside it sprouted an extraordinarily large, hideous cranium, adorned with asymmetrically placed 4 eyes and a gaping, crooked mouth. This new head audaciously displaced the continuously wailing bandit chief's head, which now resembled nothing more than a mere appendage. While the newly formed head assumed dominance over the grotesque body, the head surveyed its surroundings, its crooked maw parting in what seemed to be a display of delight over its newfound existence. As Charlotte approached to scrutinize it, she was met with a rather rudimentary series of information. Mutated monster, demon, level 22 elite. Remarks. Insufficient data due to vast disparity in power. This was a grave miscalculation. Teemo, Molotov cocktails, Charlotte shouted, hoping that the weapon effective against the old goblin would likewise prove useful against this creature. The Molotov cocktail shattered upon the demon's form, flames instantly engulfing it. The demon, furiously enraged, slammed its fists into the ground. Bang! It then unleashed an elongated, piercing roar that reverberated through the air, akin to a blaring horn, a cacophony that grated on the senses. Charlotte felt nauseated, retching twice as a heavy fog enveloped her mind, a metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. We must interrupt it. The governor charged forward, swinging his hammer toward the demon's head. The demon raised its extraordinarily massive left arm, akin to a shield, to counter the blow. The impact indeed interrupted the demon's roar, but the governor was forced back several steps. With a strength of 30, the governor was overpowered by the demon. Meanwhile, chunks of putrid flesh peeled away from the demon's right hand, revealing a gaping wound from which dark liquid oozed to seal the injury. Remarkably, its left arm remained unscathed. The flames blazed fiercely upon the demon's body, yet the oily black liquid continued to seep out, swiftly extinguishing the fire. Teemo had attacked multiple times, but to no avail. The stone demon was unable to draw near, limited to providing insignificant distractions through its slow aura. This was dire. If the governor's strength was suppressed, then even with all hands on deck, there would be no match for this monster. This was beyond her capacity to resolve. Retreat. Realizing the futility of the situation, Charlotte made a decisive call for a strategic withdrawal. However, the demon charged once more, delivering a powerful punch toward the governor. The governor remained expressionless, raising his shield to brace for the impact, which sent him staggering back several steps, creating a deep crater in the ground. The demon, seemingly irate at not having crushed the governor outright, let out a furious roar and lunged again. This time, the governor opted to evade. The demon's colossal fist struck the ground, causing the earth beneath to tremble, cracking as if struck by a hammer the size of a wash basin. The demon then swung its right tentacle with a whoosh, aiming for the governor. Yet, the governor executed a roll to avoid it. While he escaped unscathed, the tentacle obliterated a nearby thatched cottage and its surrounding fence. Enraged by its failure to land a blow, the demon opened its maw wide, spewing forth a copious amount of dark green liquid. The liquid gushed forth like a fire hose, corroding the ground beneath and releasing clouds of noxious vapor. Even from a distance, Charlotte felt faint merely from the rancid odor. Seizing the opportunity while the governor dodged the toxic liquid, the demon swung its hand in a sweeping motion. This time, its massive left hand stretched unnaturally long, catching the governor unprepared and sending him flying a great distance. Under the demon's might, the governor's nearly 700 pounds felt as light as a mere wild goblin. Disaster loomed. The governor must hold the rear. Should she retreat first and then summon the governor? Just as Charlotte hesitated, a resounding, righteous roar erupted from behind her. Outsider demon, accept Bacon's judgment. A brilliant light burst forth from behind Charlotte. Turning to behold the source, she saw a man clad in gleaming silver half-armor, his long hair flowing, wielding an enormous two-handed sword, radiating a blinding golden light that was nearly unbearable to behold. Goodness! Charlotte hastily shielded her eyes. This figure, akin to a man-made sun, nearly blinded her. The radiance of Bacon shines upon me. The man grasped his sword with both hands, raising it high as golden flames ignited upon the magnificent blade. With a powerful leap, he soared through the air, covering a distance of over 10 meters. The height and distance of his jump were astounding, compelling Charlotte to look up in awe. A downward slash. This was a quintessential combat technique of the warrior class, utilizing unparalleled leaping ability. He executed an ambush on his unsuspecting foe. The velocity of his descent, combined with the force of his weapon, rendered this strike unparalleled. The massive sword, wreathed in golden flames, descended upon the demon as it raised its enormous left arm, resembling a shield, to block. The confrontation was far from the evenly matched duel Charlotte had envisioned. The sword, ablaze with golden flames, cleaved the monstrous arm as effortlessly as slicing through butter. The governor's mightiest blow merely created a crater in the ground, while that colossal limb was severed in twain. Not only that, but the golden flames clung to the stump, preventing the dark liquid from mending the grotesque creature's injuries. Solar sacrifice. The armored man thrust the sword into the ground, igniting a conflagration of golden flames that immediately sent Charlotte into a flurry, urgently urging the governor and his companions to retreat for fear of collateral damage. The golden fire seemed to possess an extraordinary efficacy against the monster, which writhed upon the infernal earth, its body enveloped in smoke, howling in agony. Yet, it persisted in its futile resistance, swinging its tentacles toward the man. One tentacle even unleashed a plume of black smoke aimed at him. The man, cloaked in radiance, shone with golden light, dissolving the black mist as snow succumbs to the sun. He deftly maneuvered his sword, effortlessly severing the tentacle. Against the might of that colossal blade, the abomination was utterly defenseless. Mere breaths ago, Charlotte had hesitated on how to escape. Now, however, his resolve shifted. How dare you attempt to usurp my boss? Governor, charge! Claim the kill. The sword in the man's hand, measuring a staggering 1.6 meters, glimmered as he wielded it with an elegance akin to a master chef carving a turkey, dismantling the once feared monster with precision. Divine Tempest, he bellowed, as the golden light swirled around him, forming a miniature cyclone. He surged toward the creature, which found itself powerless against the tempest conjured by the radiant light. Ultimately, the man cleaved through the monster's grotesque head. Charlotte's heart sank. My experience, my quest. At that moment, he noticed that the severed tentacle sprouted a face, writhing upon the ground, reminiscent of a lizard's tail, self-detaching. It attempted to flee. You dare to offend the abbot and think to escape. Charlotte rushed forth, driving his sword into the ground to pin it down, then unsheathed his Doran blade, stabbing at its face repeatedly. This is for the innocent lives you've slaughtered. This is for that mother and child. This is for the villagers you've slain. And this one is for my pitiful quest. Chapter 37. Is bacon not just pork? Ding. Congratulations. You have slain a silver tier elite aberrant monster, earning 300 experience points and 60 fate points. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved an over-leveled kill of a silver tier elite. You have received a C-rank achievement, overleveled. Is the act of traversing considered an overleveled feat? You have gained 500 experience points, 100 fate points, and 10 reputation points in the Norfolk region. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the quest. Halt. Quest rank, D. Quest content. Eliminate the bandits terrorizing Tua village. Requirement. Over half of the villagers must survive. Quest completion, B ranked. Quest reward, 720 experience points, 960 fate points, and a random card of the highest rank, green. Note, charge through the 9 provinces with zeal. Hee hee hee. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 7. You have 1 free attribute point. Please allocate it promptly. Charlotte was momentarily stunned by the barrage of notifications. So, the creature he had just dispatched was its true form? Could it regenerate like a lizard? Was the tale merely a ruse to escape? How cunning. At that moment, the armored man approached him, urging, "Calm yourself. It is already dead." Charlotte immediately ceased his assault, realizing the tentacle had been thoroughly vanquished. It was only then that he took a moment to scrutinize this remarkably powerful man. In his 30s, he was exceptionally tall, with brown hair cascading in natural waves over his shoulders. His classically handsome features possessed a rugged depth that rendered him rather appealing. He sported a respectable beard upon his lips and chin, resembling a reliable middle-aged gentleman. The silver-clad man murmured, "This fiend is truly cunning." Bishop Wesley was right. "I am still too young and inexperienced." Charlotte rolled his eyes inwardly. Was he truly young? Even with the power of the silver tier, one's lifespan would be greatly extended. However, in a realm where the average life expectancy barely reaches 55, he was no spring chicken. Fortunately, you noticed the anomaly with the tentacle. Otherwise, it might have escaped. Thank you for your timely intervention. I am Sensa, a paladin of His Majesty, the Sun God Bacon. The silver-clad man spoke with a calm demeanor, displaying no arrogance despite his silver tier strength. Naturally, he was courteous, but if Charlotte were to dismiss him outright, it would be quite foolish. The prowess of a silver tier warrior is universally acknowledged as a pillar of strength. In many circles, even a bronze tier individual commands respect, and those who traverse such realms would certainly recognize his name. Silver tier warriors are revered across major factions, often sought after for their allegiance. Moreover, as a paladin, he was a so-called world's protector, capable of intervening in all matters of evil, even when local lords and rulers dare not object. Greetings, I am Charlotte, a traveler. I'm grateful for the blessings of the sun god. Had you not arrived in time, I and all the villagers would have perished at the hands of that monstrosity. Charlotte lavished praise generously, for kind words cost nothing, and he genuinely appreciated the timely assistance that had effortlessly dispatched the creature. Not only had he been saved, but he also claimed the final blow. What more could one say? Sensa hastily waved his hand, saying, "Please, do not refer to me as my lord. The paladins of Pelair are no higher than others. Battling fiends is my duty." My apologies, Charlotte replied, seizing the opportunity. "Then may I call you Brother Sensa?" Sensa looked astonished. "Brother? Why call me brother? I might not even be older than you. Impossible. I am only 26. Huh, what a coincidence. I am but 24. What?" Charlotte exclaimed, surprised. "Brother, you appear to have aged far too quickly." In the end, it was the beard that aged him by at least a decade. Sensa claimed this was a mark of nobility, to which Charlotte retorted that he simply could not find a girlfriend. Sensa fell silent, struck by the truth. Due to the numerous injuries among the villagers, the two men could not linger in conversation. They hurried to assist the villagers in tending wounds and clearing debris. Under Sensa's guidance, Charlotte gathered the remains of the monster and incinerated them. Meanwhile, Sensa used his healing abilities to treat the injured. As a paladin of the sun god Pella, he wielded considerable divine power. Many of the lightly wounded villagers were swiftly healed, while those with more severe injuries were stabilized. Charlotte witnessed the wonders of divine magic for the first time. A palm-sized wound healed in mere seconds, leaving only a faint scar. The villagers of Tua were immensely grateful, arranging lodging for Charlotte and Sensa. With many homes destroyed, the two shared a single dwelling. Given the absence of a significant age gap, Shinsai proved to be quite amiable, prompting Charlotte to engage him in conversation. Charlotte remarked, "I'm immensely grateful for your timely arrival today. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." "Oh, it was nothing," Shinsai replied. "I am currently undergoing trials within the church. By mere chance, while I was setting up my tent on a nearby hill, I was drawn in by the flames. Even had I not come, you and this warrior would have been able to withdraw with ease." Shinsai expressed a keen interest in the governor, perceiving him as teetering on the brink of advancement. With his physical strength already reaching the silver tier, With an understanding of combat energy, he could ascend to that level instantaneously. Ah, he is my dear friend, Arno. He is not one for words. You may refer to him as either Arno or Governor. Charlotte identified himself as an apprentice summoner, claiming the Governor as his friend. Concerned that Shun Sai might discern the robotic nature of the Governor, he hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, could you tell me about His Majesty Bacon's church? I find it quite intriguing. Charlotte harbored a particular fascination for bacon, especially when it is perfectly cooked and slathered with either Korean or Mexican barbecue sauce. The flavor, oh, how delightful. Is that so? How splendid. Where should I begin? Shen Sai Bundirith. Well, Bacon is an elder clad in white, with white hair and a white beard, wielding a staff that glimmers with golden light. He is indeed the creator of many splendid things in this world, a supporter of their continuation, as well as a formidable adversary to all that is evil. Bacon's faith encompasses a wide array of followers, from commoners to royalty. As clergy of Bacon, we are treated with great respect across the globe. Shinsai spoke with fervor, seemingly eager to recruit Charlotte into the fold. In essence, he conveyed, join our Bacon church, where you will feast and revel, for our members are highly esteemed and hold significant status in society. Our leader, Bacon, is a remarkably benevolent deity, entirely good, a beloved and respected figure. He continued to elaborate. He is a holy warrior, the church's champion against evil. Bacon's holy knights are particularly adept at combating various undead, demons, fiends, and all manner of malevolent entities. Traditionally, they wield swords and seldom had the opportunity to preach. However, now that I have encountered a religious novice like you, I feel compelled to indulge in this delight. Clearing his throat, Shinsai feigned a cough and discreetly glanced at the parchment in his palm before proceeding. Although he is often regarded as a peaceful and cultured deity, one who alleviates rather than inflicts suffering, Bacon harbors many lesser-known facets. He employs his fury to intimidate darkness and malevolence, while also inspiring and aiding those who do good. Bacon teaches that the source of life is the sun. It is the brilliance of the sun that bestows strength and health upon the weak and the wounded, while simultaneously obliterating all darkness and evil. He urges us to actively confront the forces of corruption and sin. However, it is essential to remember that just as the dazzling sunlight can blind the eyes, excessive ruthlessness towards negativity can obscure the heart, preventing one from perceiving the most beautiful aspects of life: kindness, compassion, and mercy. Presbycon. Charlotte couldn't help but roll his eyes. This holy warrior was truly embarrassing his deity by attempting to persuade others to believe in Bacon while reading from script. Charlotte mused that this holy warrior's skill points were likely all allocated to combat. Chapter 38. The Scent of Conspiracy. Shun Sai, Human Celestial Bloodline, Elite Unit. Level 26 Bacon, Holy Warrior. Strength, 33. Constitution, 35. Agility, 21. Intelligence, 13. Perception, 14. Charisma. Skills, Slash, Jump Strike, Solar Sacrifice, Holy Storm. Equipment, Bacon Church, Steel Half Armor, Bacon Emblem, Legendary Sword of Evil, Slicer Ziapu. Note, defeat him for a chance at orange gear. By the heavens. Charlotte had never anticipated that his first encounter with an orange item would manifest in such a manner. The massive and ornate sword resembled a Scottish claymore, with a blade 3 fingers wide and a hilt measuring a staggering 6 meters in length. The guard was a brass-like hue, elegantly arched upwards. The blade glimmered with a cold light, and near the guard, a line of tiny inscriptions was inscribed, illegible from distance. This immense sword could only be wielded by individuals of considerable stature and strength. A person of diminutive size would find it nearly impossible to maneuver. Only someone as towering as Shun Sai, standing at nearly 2 meters, could effectively handle it. Despite its impressive appearance, one would hardly suspect it to be a legendary weapon. Evil Slicer Ziapu, Legendary Sword. Attack power, 50, with a chance to sever enemies, deals double damage to evil and chaotic foes, and prevents them from healing. Additional skills, Charge Strike, Sword Unity, Judgment Fire. Ancient Ritual, Phase 2. Equipment requirements, Strength 30, Constitution 25, Lawful Good Alignment. Inscription, Hero, wield this sword to eradicate evil. Note, 1 stroke to sever, the wish-granting divine sword. Goodness, if I could overcome you, I would have snatched it long ago, do you understand? Charlotte barely restrained the impulse to seize the legendary sword and plant fervent kisses upon it. He inquired further about the demons, having encountered 2 of them in less than half a month, a rather alarming frequency. Shun Sai elaborated on the origins of these demons. They were not native to this world, but rather creatures from an unknown realm of chaos. Having emerged during the cataclysm of the Caesarian magical empire over 800 years ago, it was said that a grand magical experiment had gone awry, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The once bountiful plains that house the imperial capital are now known as the Beowulf Wasteland, where residual magical energy continues to wreak havoc. The demons were drawn to this world by what was referred to as the magical calamity. Many of these demons had met their demise or been sealed away. Yet for reasons unknown, they had begun to reawaken in recent years. They excel at seducing and distorting the creations of this world, their very existence a blight upon it. Some demons possess power rivaling the divine, earning the title of outer demons. The gods, too, harbor a profound disdain for them. Regardless of their alignment, both benevolent and malevolent deities hold them in contempt. Charlotte found this sentiment easily comprehensible. It was akin to children squabbling over inheritance. Regardless of who gained the upper hand, it was all within the family. But when outsiders intrude, and not for the sake of gain, but to wreak havoc, how could one tolerate it? Thus, nearly all churches strive to combat demons with unwavering fervor. Even the demons from the abyss and the devils from the nine hells target these outer demons. For these demons do not seek to claim faith or the souls of followers. Rather, they revel in destruction and the corruption of life. Not only will they leave no trace of faith or soul behind, but they will obliterate everything entirely. Take, for instance, the notorious bandit leader who met a gruesome end. He should have gone to the underworld upon death, awaiting his fate in the realm of the deity of his faith or descending into the abyss or hell. However, after being tainted by the demons, he was utterly annihilated upon death. The soul is indeed a rare entity within a multiverse, which explains why the primary material plane attracts numerous beings from the upper and lower realms. Yet, the malevolent entities revel in the annihilation of the souls you hold dear. Moreover, they possess their own followers, with certain otherworldly deities establishing cults solely to facilitate further destruction. After a lengthy conversation, Charlotte and Sane bid each other good night and retreated to their respective quarters. Charlotte began to examine the final hint from the Grand Lexicon. Ding! You are affected by the magical hidden tracking mark. Will you spend 50 fate points to remove it? After delivering the final blow to that monstrous creature, she found herself marked. It's evident that this cannot bode well. Grand Lexicon, what purpose does this tracking mark serve? It has been analyzed. This magic possesses merely the most fundamental tracking function. However, the mark is exceedingly discreet, meriting the classification of purple epic level magic. Who would conceal an epic level tracking spell on a silver rank individual? Moreover, logically, the magic should dissipate upon the target's demise. Yet, how could it have transferred to me? Or perhaps, this tracking was not intended for the monstrous creature, but rather to latch onto the one who slayed it. In this case, I can certainly sense the scent of conspiracy. Grand Lexicon, I demand the removal of this mark. I will pay the 50 fate points. But you must ensure it is thoroughly eradicated. As long as I have fate points, everything can be negotiated. Trust in my capabilities, it will be handled with utmost diligence. With the deduction of 50 fate points, Charlotte realized that defeating the monster merely yielded experience points. How vexing. Had it not been for her unexpected intervention, Sane would have undoubtedly been the one to vanquish the creature. The ability to wield epic-level magic, to contend with a silver-rank monster, to dare ambush a silver-rank paladin wielding legendary weaponry. Furthermore, being aware of Sane's training path and schedule is truly terrifying to contemplate. This is not something I can afford to provoke. Charlotte reassured herself that she was merely a small fry, unworthy of significant attention or targeting. Surely, she would not be attacked, right? Overthinking serves no purpose. She should focus on the gains of the day instead. Firstly, after a grueling battle, both she and her companions had leveled up. She allocated her 1 point of free attribute to intelligence, as she still needed to enhance her intellect to increase her magical capacity. The duo of the Ha and Ha generals had dispatched numerous bandits and leveled up to 6, further augmenting their health and various attributes. Teemo and the Stone Demon, having assisted in the fray, also benefited from the experience of the silver rank monster and ascended to level 6. Teemo finally acquired a powerful ability. He could now plant mushrooms. The Stone Demon gained a skill called Crush, which inflicted additional damage during attacks. The governor remained unchanged. He had reached his maximum level and needed to find a way to upgrade his card level. Otherwise, he could not progress further. Next came the task reward lottery. The B-grade completion was insufficient for a card upgrade, resulting in yet another blue card. Heaven help me, grant me a blue card. The first card revealed a magnificent halberd. The halberd, an excellent grade equipment card, boasted an attack power of 17, with requirements of 22 strength and 17 constitution, and it had a certain chance to block melee attacks from enemies. A note read, "From this moment forth, the battlefield shall be under my dominion." This item is indeed impressive, but I fear I may not be able to wield it effectively. Next, the second card depicted a lecherous figure from ancient times, an excellent grade companion card, costing 140 mana points to summon a level 13 Dwarf King Ing to fight by your side. A note read, "The most avaricious and lascivious, the Firestarter and Killer King Dwarf. Good heavens! If summoned, I would be compelled to eliminate him first. Get lost, Gwyn. What is happening? Another green card. Is today a competition with the 4 great classic novels? If it were the 4 great classic novels of the Ming Dynasty, it would at least hold some appeal. Hee hee. The third card depicted a man wearing a top hat and a red-green striped sweater, his face marred by scars from burns, and one hand replaced with a metallic claw. Chapter 39. A Treasure Chest. Nightmare King Freddy Krueger, an excellent grade companion card. Costs 300 mana points to summon a level 21 Nightmare King Freddy Krueger to fight alongside you. A note read, 1, 2, Freddy is coming for you. 3, 4, lock your doors. 5, 6, grab a crucifix. 7, 8, better stay awake. 9, 10, never sleep again. There is no room for hesitation. Choose Freddy. This marks Charlotte's first silver rank companion. Charlotte immediately utilized a lucky coin and gathered enough mana to summon Freddy. To her astonishment, the summoned Freddy appeared merely as a faint shadow clinging to the wall. Freddy Krueger, Nightmare King, level 21. Strength, 8, Constitution, 3, Agility, 4, Intelligence, 14, Perception, 33. Charm, N.A. Skills, Dream Infiltration, Sleep Inducement, Shadow Being, Dream Weaving, Nightmare Claw, Underworld Passage, Fear Consumption, Endless Nightmare. Note, Uncle Freddy awaits you in your dreams. Dream Infiltration. The Nightmare King Freddy can enter the dreams of the target. Sleep Inducement. The Nightmare King Freddy can hypnotize the target, plunging them into a dream. Shadow Being. The Nightmare King Freddy is a shadow being, impervious to conventional attacks. Dream Weaving. The Nightmare King Freddy can craft a dream. Nightmare Claw. Freddy's claws inflict real damage within dreams. Underworld Passage. The Nightmare King Freddy can traverse the underworld, revealing his true form there. Fear Consumption. The Nightmare King Freddy consumes fear to empower himself. Endless Nightmare. As long as someone fears Freddy, he will never truly be vanquished. What letdown. Charlotte was disheartened upon inspecting Freddy's attributes. His offensive capabilities were so meager, he could only intimidate children. His greatest strength lay in luring enemies into dreams, where he was formidable and difficult to defeat. However, in reality, the fact that he dared not reveal his true self spoke volumes about his self-awareness. Grand Lexicon. May I return this item? Not a chance. No way. Then, when selecting cards next time, may I consult the erudite and sagacious Grand Lexicon for advice. Since you are so earnestly seeking counsel, I shall offer you guidance next time. The Grand Lexicon is indeed ever so helpful, a paragon of virtue and wisdom, with boundless magical prowess. As Charlotte lavished praise upon the Grand Lexicon, Freddy spoke up. Master, I am indeed quite useful. Truly, the faint shadow on the wall said, attempting to ingratiate himself. Oh, then show me what you can do. Just as Charlotte requested Freddy to demonstrate his abilities, a cacophony erupted from outside. Something has gone awry. Charlotte seized her sword, Doran, and rushed outside. The scene before her was engulfed in flames, as hordes of bandits surged forth. In the distance, a monstrous creature the size of a 3-story building wreaked havoc. In the midst of battle, Seany Eyes found himself at a disadvantage. This is troublesome. All right, I have grasped the extent of your capabilities. Quite impressive. Clad in a tattered black top hat and a red and green striped sweater, his visage bore the marks of a face seemingly doused in sulfuric acid, marred by countless scars, and one hand adorned with iron claws. It was none other than Freddy, who emerged from the depths of a dream. He offered a slight bow to Charlotte, chuckling, "Hee hee, thank you for the praise, master." The moment Charlotte had requested Freddy to exhibit his abilities, he had pulled him into the dream realm. Had Charlotte not been his master, capable of effortlessly discerning the fabric of dreams, he might have been deceived. As Charlotte opened his eyes, he beheld Freddy once more, now merely a faint silhouette upon the wall. Not bad. If utilized correctly, this could indeed be a trump card, Charlotte mused. Freddy's shadow on the wall emitted a sinister chuckle, causing Teemo to hastily seek refuge behind the governor's legs. Since returning the item was not an option, they would proceed as such. Charlotte retrieved the cards conjured by the creature. Remarkably, he had produced 3 cards for himself. Truly a prolific outcome. The first card, Monster Blood. A shattered uncommon item card bore the note, dog food. The second, indestructible veteran shield, an excellent equipment card, provided 25 defense points with an additional 10 defense points. Its note simply read hard. The last card was a treasure map, a common item card depicting a bandit camp on parchment. The note stated, bring a shovel, and we shall set forth. The shattered card held little value, destined to be used for experience enhancement for other cards. However, the green shield card arrived just in time. The round wooden shield produced by Ivan was on the verge of breaking, with its durability dwindling to a mere single digit. One more block could spell its demise. In contrast, this shield was devoid of any embellishments, focusing solely on its defensive value, boasting a substantial 35 points. Resolutely, Charlotte spent 20 fate points to meld the wooden shield into the veteran shield. Alas, the fusion of two green cards did not yield a blue card. The result was a steadfast defense, an excellent equipment card with 30 defense points and an additional 15 defense points. Its note declared, I shall be as tough as a dog. With 45 defense points, it was akin to donning 5 sets of ordinary leather armor. Quite commendable. The shield was entrusted to the governor, who would now bear the responsibilities of the main tank. Lastly, Charlotte intended to bid farewell to Seeny Eyes and embark on his treasure-hunting dream, guided by the treasure map. By the following morning, the villagers had begun to restore their homes. Though sorrow lingered, life must persist. The inhabitants of this world had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, exhibiting a resilience that was truly moving. Charlotte also bid farewell to Seeny Eyes and continued his journey towards Helsing. Before parting, Seeny Eyes entrusted his bacon emblem to Charlotte, claiming that should he encounter any troubles in Helsing, he could present the emblem of the sun god Bacon to Bishop Wesley of the Bacon Church, who would undoubtedly extend his assistance. The silver emblem of the sun god Bacon bore a trace of divine power. Wearing this emblem would grant Charlotte a reputation of goodwill with the Bacon Church. Charlotte departed from the half-destroyed village of Tuya, following the map towards the bandit camp hidden within the forest. In less than half a day's journey, he arrived near the camp. Teemo swiftly scouted the enemy's position. The camp appeared to be recently established, with only a few rudimentary wooden shelters and numerous tents. A total of 14 bandits remained stationed there. The battle was straightforward, with Teemo and Freddy striking first. Teemo eliminated 2 foes, while Freddy dispatched 3 more. The bandits crumbled in fear. Perhaps they were accustomed to bloodshed, but witnessing their comrades being eviscerated by an unknown force as they slumbered instilled a terror that rendered them paralyzed. Soon, the bandits erupted into frantic cries, scattering in all directions, only to be met with the lethal ambushes of the stone demons, the governor, and the duo of the humming and haha generals, leaving no survivors. Charlotte entered one of the makeshift shelters, discovering a considerable stash of goods, including several carts and hand-pushed unicycles piled together. These must have been the spoils of the bandits' highway robberies. Charlotte collected everything, deeming it confiscated property. Ultimately, within the most spacious tent, he stumbled upon a locked treasure chest. Chapter 40, Harvest Festival. It is time to showcase my true skills. Charlotte produced the lock-picking tools left behind by one of the unsuccessful thieves from the Night Raid trio. He carefully inserted the 2 small, peculiar metal probes into the stubborn lock, cautiously twisting and testing. Steady now, steady. Crack. Charlotte had applied too much force, snapping the probe. En accident. Let us try again. Charlotte retrieved another set of lock-picking tools. Lock-picking often ends in failure, and such failures tend to damage the tools. Thus, seasoned thieves always carry multiple sets. This time it must work. Crack. Everyone makes mistakes. Crack. Even horses stumble. Crack. As Charlotte watched the last set of tools snap, his expression darkened considerably. You gotta be kidding me, he exclaimed, drawing his Dolan sword and severing the small lock from the treasure chest. Why? I aspire to be a person who relies on skill, yet I am compelled to resort to violence. Teemo glanced at the governor's impassive face, deciding to stifle the laughter threatening to escape his throat. He placed a hand on his forehead, sensing that something unfortunate was about to unfold. Charlotte's attempts at finesse had failed, and seeing Teemo's constipated expression made him feel particularly embarrassed. Inside the chest lay a considerable amount of treasure, with the most prominent item being a cloak. The cloak was a deep brown, adorned with a large hood, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Yet once held, it became evident that the fabric was of exceptional quality, far superior to the linen or wool Charlotte had previously encountered. It was a material he did not recognize. As Charlotte draped the cloak over his shoulders, he found it remarkably warm, windproof, and moisture-resistant, all while being exceedingly aesthetically pleasing. Wearing it brought to mind images of Superman. Charlotte beamed with delight. Warm sun cloak? Excellent grade cloak back piece. Main material, wool silk blended magic pattern fabric. Defense power 3 points. In cold conditions, it helps maintain body warmth. Durability 60. Remark, is this a magical electric blanket? In addition to this remarkable cloak, there were also several vials and a small box. Upon inspection, the vials were identified as various healing potions, antidotes, poisons, and sedatives. There were also a few bottles of weapon oil for maintenance. Charlotte collected them all. He weighed the small box in his hands. The final bounty hinged upon this little item. However, he felt little hope, as the box was less than 20 centimeters in size and felt rather light. Even if it were filled with gold coins, how much could it possibly contain? Charlotte quickly pried open the small box, and to his surprise, it was filled with several gemstones. While Charlotte lacked the discerning eye for gems, he could tell these were not the common tiger's eye or moonstone typically found in shops. They seemed to hold considerable value. Furthermore, he discovered several yellow paper vouchers of various sizes at the bottom of the box. In this world, paper was not inexpensive. Parchment was genuinely made from sheepskin. However, certain rare types of paper are even more exorbitant than parchment, serving as luxuries reserved solely for magical scrolls or tomes. These golden tickets bear inscriptions in multiple languages. Charlotte could only comprehend the content written in the common tongue. The Worshipful Church of Woken issues a gold voucher with a denomination of 100. The bearer may redeem it for 100 great gold dragons at various Woken temples of moderate, standing, or above. My goodness, is this akin to a bank card from another realm? And without a password, Charlotte counted. There were 3 vouchers worth 100 each, along with 12 smaller ones, each valued at 10. In total, that amounted to 420 great gold dragons. Goodness, no wonder they say that wealth can lead one to commit heinous acts. This is quite a fortune. Charlotte resolved that henceforth he would not let such opportunities for righteous retribution slip by. In fact, he would seek to engage in them more frequently. After stowing the golden tickets away, Charlotte discovered an envelope nestled within the box, which he presumed might contain additional vouchers. To his dismay, upon eagerly opening it, he found it contained only a letter. Blast it! What letdown! A cursory glance revealed that the letter was addressed to the bandit leader Bandit, instructing him to attack Tuya village at a specified time. This correspondence confirmed Charlotte's suspicions. Indeed, someone was plotting against the Paladin Saints. However, Charlotte found himself at a loss for how to explain his intuition. He couldn't very well disclose that he had been marked by a magical sigil. Could he? If Saints were to inquire, how do you know? Would Charlotte then reveal that the omniversal card system had informed him? Bound by the inability to disclose the source of his information, Charlotte chose not to voice his suspicions. Nevertheless, Saints was a commendable individual, quite to Charlotte's liking. Thus, as they parted, Charlotte subtly cautioned him to proceed with care, hoping he would grasp the implication. Initially, Charlotte had not regarded the letter with much importance, as he had already formed his own conjectures. The letter merely corroborated his thoughts. However, upon reaching the conclusion, Charlotte was taken aback. The letter bore no signature, but a peculiar emblem. I have seen this emblem before. Upon reflection, he recalled encountering it at the altar of the old gnome. At the time, he had assumed it to be the gnome's unique mark, not giving it much thought. Now, it appeared that there was a deeper narrative at play. It seemed that the 2 instances of extra-mundane, fiendish occurrences he had encountered were not mere coincidences, but rather orchestrated events. After much contemplation, Charlotte found himself without a clear direction. He resigned himself to putting away the letter, hoping he might have the opportunity to alert Saints in the future. Subsequently, Charlotte meticulously scoured the tent, collecting any spare daggers, leather armor, and clothing, all of which he stowed in his inventory. Now, the governor could truly don some splendid equipment. As he departed, Charlotte considered setting the place ablaze. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that arson was the domain of nefarious individuals. He still needed to accumulate goodwill to draw cards, and such actions were utterly out of the question. Ultimately, he abandoned the thought. Charlotte's bounty was considerable, and after another 2 days of travel, he finally arrived at a gathering place. This time, it was not a mere village, but a sizable town. The flow of people was far denser than in Griel. Charlotte dismissed the 2 henchmen and the clay golem, allowing Teemo to leap into his backpack, as he and the governor made their way towards the town. Upon reaching the town gate, they were halted by a guard who inquired, "Adventurers, please wait a moment." Charlotte looked at the guard, somewhat puzzled, as Griel had never impeded outsiders. The guard, observing the imposing presence of the governor, spoke cautiously. The town of Moonstream is currently preparing for the Harvest Festival. We welcome visitors, but we ask that you refrain from causing any disturbances." The guard's voice dwindled as he beheld the governor, fully armored, wielding a mace and shield. Finally, unable to withstand the calm demeanor of the governor, he swallowed hard and ceased speaking. "Ah, my friend tends to be rather taciturn. Please do not take offense. Rest assured, we shall not cause any trouble," Charlotte interjected, smoothing over the situation. The guards, satisfied, permitted them to enter. A harvest festival, how fortuitous! As they walked further, Charlotte could still hear the guards discussing the governor, speculating about his barbarian lineage. This town of Moonstream was far superior to Gruel. The streets were clean and spacious, lined with shops bustling with patrons. In the central square, numerous vendors had set up stalls. Some laid out blankets, while others pushed carts, offering a plethora of fruits, vegetables, grains, and meats. Charlotte had never witnessed such vibrant prosperity in this world before. It felt reminiscent of childhood days spent at rural markets. After enduring several days of rough travel, arriving at such a place was truly exhilarating. Charlotte decided he would rest here for a few days. Before long, guided by the friendly townsfolk, he located the tavern. The taverns in this world were somewhat akin to hotels on Earth, serving both meals and accommodations. Upon entering the tavern, the atmosphere buzzed with liveliness, reminiscent of old Trevor's Pine Needle Tavern, albeit this establishment was significantly larger. There were around 20 small, round tables, and 2 waitresses deftly navigated through the throngs of patrons, serving drinks and food. To the right of the entrance, a small platform featured a young artist strumming a lute, filling the air with cheerful, festive melodies. At last, aprupe meal awaita. Charlotte found an empty table against the wall, and scarcely had he settled in when a waitress approached to inquire about his order. The governor's imposing presence had attracted the attention of nearly half the patrons upon their entrance. Charlotte ordered a variety of meats, finishing off with a side of salad and some ale. Since the governor lacked a digestive system, it was solely Charlotte who indulged in the feast. However, he did manage to sneak an apple to Teemo, stowed away in his backpack. Many patrons were discreetly observing the governor, who sat silently beside Charlotte, untouched by food. However, the governor's perpetually serene expression was sufficient to quell any desires for conversation. Chapter 41. Festivity. That evening, Charlotte settled into the tavern, enjoyed a hot bath, savored a sumptuous dinner, and indulged in a blissful slumber. He felt rejuvenated. The vitality sapped from the long journey had returned to him. He felt as if he could single-handedly vanquish 5 wild goblins. After his meal, he took the governor for a stroll, fully immersing himself in the lively atmosphere of the Harvest Festival. The Harvest Festival occurred on the first Sunday of October. Indeed, this world also recognized the concept of weeks. It was said to have been established by the stargazers of the Casserole Empire, based on the periodic movement of the stars. The calendar and units of time set during that era, seconds, minutes, days, weeks, months, years, and epochs, continue to be utilized to this day. During that time, magical civilization reached its zenith. Magic was not merely employed for combat and warfare, but had permeated every facet of daily life. By then, a civilization powered by magical energy was already taking shape. Moreover, individual martial prowess was exceptionally formidable. The most powerful mages of that age, known as Grand Arcanists, were fearsome beings capable of contending with divine avatars. The very terminology of magical systems, including the term arcane, originated during that period and has endured ever since. According to Charlotte's understanding, since the fall of the magical empire, this world had been in a steady decline, a regression akin to weasels begetting lesser weasels, with each generation worse than the last. Returning to the Harvest Festival, its origins have become unfathomable over time. Some assert that the Harvest Festival was initially a rite held by the Mother Earth Goddess Church to extol the bountiful harvest bestowed by the Mother Goddess. Others claim it originated as a spontaneous celebration of the harvest and a tribute to ancestors. Regardless, the modern Harvest Festival has become a widely celebrated occasion, embraced by nearly all humanity across the continent. While regional customs may vary, the overarching theme of celebrating the harvest remains consistent, often involving praise for the Mother Earth Goddess, the gods of the seasons, or other deities of nature. In certain locales, even renowned local nature spirits are honored. The day before the Harvest Festival, the streets buzz with excitement. Charlotte strolls through the bustling thoroughfare, reveling in the long-lost joy of festivity. Having traversed to this day for 5 months, he has only witnessed hardship, danger, and death, which weighed heavily upon his heart. Finally, he beholds a scene of prosperity and the smiles upon people's faces, which brings him immense relief. As long as hope endures, even the most arduous days can be endured. Charlotte indulges in a plethora of local delicacies: pumpkin pies, roasted potatoes, grilled sausages, and bread stuffed with savory ham, reminiscent of sandwiches. There are even stalls selling malt candy, surrounded by a throng of children eagerly swallowing their saliva. Captivated by the sight, even if they cannot partake, numerous handcrafted items are available, including tools, wooden carvings, and toys made by local villagers. The following day marks the official commencement of the Harvest Festival. People set aside their daily toil and liberate themselves from the burdens of labor, taking to the streets to partake in this rare revelry. As noon approaches, the crowd converges upon the square at the town's center, where a stage has been erected. Numerous minstrels perform music and sing joyous ballads, while a troupe of entertainers, including clowns and acrobats, has been invited to delight the townsfolk. In days gone by, such splendid performances were a rarity, as they toiled either in fields and forests or labored in workshops and stalls. Today, they can finally unwind. Dressed in garments they would typically reserve for special occasions, the townsfolk gather in the square to enjoy the performances, applauding each melody from the minstrels and cheering for every acrobatic feat. The local priest of the Mother Earth goddess offers free healing to the faithful and bestows blessings upon the industrious populace, wishing them another year of abundant harvests. In this moment, regardless of one's station or identity, happiness reigns equally among all. When the clock strikes noon, the town's mayor ascends the platform to deliver a speech. Naturally, speeches by leaders are a universal constant, yet here they possess a more grounded essence, devoid of grandiose rhetoric. Charlotte surveys the venerable mayor. As he hears from those nearby, is a sprightly 69 years old, an impressive age for common folk in this world. It is said he has served as mayor for over 30 years, and the prosperity of Muxie Town owes much to his stewardship. With a head of silver hair, a medium build, and a somewhat stooped posture, the old mayor bears few wrinkles, yet his kind smile and resonant voice convey a robustness that belies his years. The townsfolk proclaim that he could continue in his role for another decade. The afternoon's activities promise equal delight, as various competitions commence. While races, archery, and wrestling are commonplace, a unique contest hosted by women involves threading tiny blackberries, no larger than a fingernail, onto a needle. The first to complete 100 wins. The victor receives a woolen cloak, the second a linen cloth, and the third a grand pumpkin. Charlotte presumed that the daytime festivities constituted the main course of the Harvest Festival, yet he soon discovered they were merely the appetizer. As night falls, the square ignites with a colossal bonfire, and people join hands in circles, singing and dancing joyously around the flames. The atmosphere is electrifying. Charlotte, drawn into the revelry by a group of giggling maidens, finds himself dancing along. Even the usually stoic governor cannot resist the infectious enthusiasm of the crowd, joining in a clumsy dance. To dance is to embrace life. Nothing compares to the joy of dance. The movements are simple, joyous, and fervent, lifting spirits in harmony with the music. Young men and women gaze longingly at one another, dancing together amidst the throng. In this moment, all distinctions of status and identity dissolve. Farmers and craftsmen clasp hands, merchants and guards toast and drink merrily. Muxie Town becomes a veritable ocean of laughter and song. When Charlotte returns to the tavern, it is late, and he is quite inebriated, not solely from alcohol, but from the pervasive joy that envelopes the evening. Inside the tavern, many revelers continue to drink heartily, forming clusters to boast, clink mugs, and share hearty laughter, unwilling to surrender to sleep on this rare and festive occasion. After a day of wandering the streets and a night of merriment, Charlotte finds no inclination for slumber. He and the governor occupy a table, ordering a couple of appetizers to accompany their drinks, and continue to imbibe. Moments later, a tall, stout man in a dark brown linen robe approaches them, a broad smile adorning his face, exuding warmth amidst the festivities. "Friend, as fellow travelers passing through Muxie Town, would you care to share a drink?" he inquires amiably. Charlotte, in the spirit of the celebration, cannot possibly respond coldly. Moreover, he finds a man quite affable and invites him to join their table, clinking glasses in camaraderie. Sometimes, upon meeting someone, you sense an opportunity for friendship, while with others, a mere glance is sufficient to deter further engagement. As they drink and chat, the jovial man reveals his name to be Fairlow. Fairlow? Charlotte finds the name amusing and unexpected. "Are you a mage, Fairlow?" Charlotte cannot suppress his curiosity, having sensed an aura of magic surrounding the man, an impression he had also felt with Lou and the old gnome, though not as pronounced. "I suspected as much. It seems you too possess the gift of magic," Fairlow exclaims, slapping his thigh in delight. He had sensed Charlotte's magical presence previously, yet found it curious, having never encountered such a sensation before. However, upon hearing Charlotte speak, he confirmed his suspicions that Charlotte was indeed a spellcaster. Those attuned to magic are at least aspiring practitioners. Fairlow explains his status as a mid-tier apprentice mage of the Black Iron. Meanwhile, Charlotte, sticking to the tale he spun for the paladin Sainzi, claims to be a self-taught summoner of unconventional practices. In this joyous festival atmosphere, they drop their guards. And with the influence of drink, it feels as though they have known each other for ages. Charlotte, hailing from Earth, is well-traveled and imaginative, while Fairlow, a local elite, is knowledgeable and witty. Their banter flows effortlessly, a delightful exchange of minds, as if they were destined to become fast friends. They nearly resolve to perform a ceremonial act of brotherhood right then and there. Chapter 42. The Wanderer. The next day, Charlotte rises late and, accompanied by the governor, sits down to enjoy his lunch when Fairlow unexpectedly approaches. As Charlotte observed the expression on Fat Luo's face, he sensed something was amiss. Not the frivolous grin typically associated with lightheartedness, but rather an indication that Fat Luo was entangled in a troubling predicament. What is the matter? Is there something wrong? Fat Luo nodded solemnly, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Eventually, he reached into his cloak and produced a wooden pipe, deftly filling it with tobacco. With a gentle rub of his fingers, a flickering orange flame ignited at his fingertips, kindling the tobacco. Truly, Fat Luo was an object of envy for those around him. He took a deep drag, exhaling a thick plume of smoke, and inquired of Charlotte, "What do you think happens to 5 homeless children who vanish overnight? Where could they possibly have gone?" Charlotte was taken aback, setting down his wine glass. "What do you mean, homeless children?" He could not restrain himself from asking. "What is going on?" "This matter is intertwined with my purpose for coming to Muxie Town," Fat Luo replied, taking another puff of smoke before recounting the reason for his visit during the Harvest Festival. It turned out that he was an apprentice to a mage in Helsing City. He had inadvertently learned of a sinister occurrence. Every year, on the eve of the Harvest Festival, children mysteriously disappeared from Helsing City. Some were lured away under the guise of offering them work that would sustain them, while others were outright purchased by slave traders in the black market. Initially, only 1 or 2 children disappeared, but in recent years, the number had escalated to 5 or 6 annually. This horrifying trend had persisted for 6 years, resulting in approximately 30 children vanishing without a trace. Yet, no one had ever seen these children again, nor had anyone heard whispers of their fates. They had simply evaporated from existence. Upon hearing this, Charlotte felt an unsettling disquiet. This world was not Earth. While child trafficking did exist, it was exceedingly rare, as there were far too many homeless children on the streets who did not require coercion. If one were to offer a morsel of food, countless orphans and vagrants would eagerly follow. Moreover, those who abducted children in this realm often sold them to slave traders or gangs. Yet, such transactions could sometimes save those children's lives, as many homeless youths face starvation. Being sold might provide them with sustenance and prevent their demise. However, if someone was purchasing children from slave traders, it could not be for profit, as that avenue was devoid of gain. What then could be their motive? Nearly 30 children over 6 years. This was indeed troubling. Charlotte's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "So, your purpose in coming to Muxie Town is..." "Indeed. I have been tracking this year's batch of children to Muxie Town, and now the children are missing. I had placed a magical mark on them. But upon awakening this morning, I discovered the mark had vanished, and when I sought the children, they were gone." Charlotte understood that this situation had become increasingly precarious. The ability to detect and dispel a mage's magical mark could only be accomplished by another mage, or at the very least, a spellcaster of Charlotte's caliber. When matters concerning mages arose, simplicity was a luxury one could seldom afford. "Do you wish for my assistance?" Charlotte scrutinized Fat Luo intently. Yes, Fat Luo nodded, expressing his hope that both he and the governor could aid him in uncovering the children's whereabouts. However, this matter involves spellcasters and is fraught with danger. Thus, if you choose not to assist the children, I would understand. Fat Luo's voice was subdued, his spirits evidently low. Charlotte rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "What nonsense is that? If you truly understood, you wouldn't be seeking my help." "Ah, well," Fat Luo faltered, unable to maintain his facade, and with a disarming smile said, "I naturally know that you, Charlotte, would never turn a blind eye to such matters. With your beauty and wisdom, the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, how could you ignore the plight of innocent children? How could you remain deaf to such detestable evil? Am I not merely presenting you with an opportunity to showcase your valor?" Charlotte, exasperated, realized he had unwittingly set himself up for a predicament. The bravado he had boasted the night before had come back to haunt him. Very well, a man of my word must fulfill his promises. Even if the tears flow as I do so, a promise, after all, held the weight of 1,000 golden dragons. Indeed, Fat Luo, your interpretation of integrity is quite remarkable, Charlotte mused. However, I do have a question that, if left unanswered, will leave me uneasy. Charlotte fixed his gaze upon Fat Luo's face, not allowing a single expression to escape his notice. Ask away. Why, as a valuable mage, are you so invested in these missing children? Why would you jeopardize your precious time to travel such a distance to investigate this matter? Charlotte placed great importance on this inquiry, for he needed to discern Fat Luo's motives, lest he find himself ensnared in complications. Fat Luo, for once, adopted a serious demeanor. His expression devoid of pretense as he replied, "Because I too was once a homeless child. I will assist you," Charlotte declared with a smile. Such noble righteousness. Charlotte, you are truly the hero of an epic tale, Fat Luo exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up as if ready to bow in reverence. Such common knowledge requires no reiteration. Spare me your theatricality. I can hardly be bothered to comment. Perhaps you should revisit the actor's self-cultivation for some inspiration. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have triggered the quest. The missing children. Quest level, D level, quest content. Investigate the whereabouts of the missing children in Muxie Town. Quest reward, 100 experience points, 40 fate points. Note, there is but one truth. Yuan Fang, what say you? I wish to remain on the sidelines and observe quietly. Charlotte soon arrived with Fat Luo at the location where the children had previously stayed, an isolated wooden cabin in the woods outside the town. Good grief. To leave the children in such a secluded place, it's evident that ill intentions are afoot. We must act swiftly, Charlotte cursed. The cabin, nestled deep within the forest and far from the throngs of people, was undoubtedly a deliberate attempt by the mastermind to evade scrutiny. It was clear that their motives were nefarious. Have you been here before? Charlotte inquired of Fat Luo. I visited 3 days ago when the children first arrived. An unattractive man was responsible for taking them in. When I returned this morning, no one remained. Can you identify that man? If I searched the nearby villages, I could recognize him. However, given the involvement of spellcasters, I feared it would raise alarms, so I came directly to you. You certainly know how to share the risks. Charlotte scoffed, rolling his eyes. Fat Luo, undeterred by the sarcasm, took pride in his discernment. Charlotte continued, in that case we should track down that man. He must possess information. However, inquiring in the vicinity may alert the mastermind. Fat Luo's concerns were valid. In this world, the movement of people was quite limited. There were times when a village would go months without seeing outsiders, with only the occasional traveling merchant bringing tidings from the outside. Should Charlotte and Fat Luo approach the villagers directly to inquire about the man, the villagers would first question their motives for seeking him. Charlotte chuckled with a glimmer of confidence, declaring, I've already stated that I am a summoner. Allow me to showcase my summoned creature. With that, Charlotte dramatically gestured in the air, taking a full 15 seconds before finally summoning the Blood Marsh Velociraptor. Fat Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, as this display threatened to shatter his existing worldview. Charlotte gestured for quite some time, yet there was no sign of magical response. However, he ultimately summoned a peculiar upright lizard. This creature seemed familiar, reminiscent of an ancient species I had encountered in a book, a prehistoric reptile, if I recall correctly, referred to as a dinosaur. Ignoring Fei Luo's astonishment, Charlotte had no means to elucidate the situation to him. He instructed Haha, go, sniff around the room, and see if you can uncover anything. Chapter 43. Where have the children gone? Haha, with his golden vertical pupils, scrutinized Fei Luo with a cunning gaze, as if selecting a suitable target, before wagging his long, robust tail and scurrying into the room to investigate. After a moment, he reported back to Charlotte. Charlotte pondered for a while, noticing Fei Luo was watching him intently, and then explained, Haha detected 6 scents, but 5 of them disappeared outside the door. Only one person's scent remains traceable. It must belong to the man who took the children. What are we waiting for? Let's find him now. Before long, Charlotte and Fei Luo were led by Haha to a nearby village. One advantage of this world is the freedom of land use. Taxes are levied per capita, with no land tax in sight. Hence, most uncultivated land can be freely developed and built upon. The village before them lacked any semblance of planning. Each house was constructed haphazardly, resulting in a chaotic arrangement. Their target was a dilapidated old wooden house situated on the outskirts. Charlotte retrieved Teemo, who had been blissfully slumbering in his backpack, and instructed him to scout the area. Teemo rubbed his eyes and stealthily entered the house to gather information. Fei Luo, filled with astonishment, inquired, Charlotte, Can the raccoon you summoned turn invisible? Charlotte chuckled and replied, You'd best refrain from uttering such words in front of Teemo. He holds grudges and might just plant a mushroom on you while you're in the restroom. Before long, Teemo returned with intelligence regarding the man. He was a man in his 40s, quite unattractive and exceedingly disheveled, with a limp in one leg. Fei Luo asked, Is this the man? What should we do? Should we watch him to see if he contacts anyone behind the scenes? Why bother with that? Let us just confront him. If he dares to conceal even a word, I'll make him experience the full extent of the Qing Dynasty's 10 tortures. The owner of the wooden house, Old Paul, was enjoying a small drink in his humble abode. Normally impoverished, barely able to afford a meal, today he had sold ham and whole wheat bread and even treated himself to a small barrel of wheat beer. Just as he was relishing his moment, the wooden door was abruptly kicked open with a loud bang. 3 men entered. He immediately spotted the governor, who nearly filled the doorway. By the heavens, is this robust man a barbarian from the north? He was terrified by the governor's imposing presence. Charlotte kicked over a stool, exclaiming, Damn it, you old turtle. Do you have the leisure to drink here? Your deeds have been discovered. Come with us for a little chat. Charlotte bore the countenance of a court enforcer. Fei Luo, trailing behind, was taken aback, let alone the trembling Old Paul. He stammered, Who are you? I haven't committed any crimes. Still trying to deny it. Charlotte slammed the Dolan sword onto the table, shouting loudly, Someone reported that you killed 5 children. The Holy Knights of the Bacon Church have dispatched us to arrest you for trial. You are to be sentenced to hanging. No, it wasn't me. I didn't What do you mean, you didn't Don't quibble. Pray to the gods. Charlotte leaned menacingly toward Old Paul, locking eyes with him. A sinister smile playing on his lips, For your time is running out. No, I was merely watching over those 5 children. I don't know where they went. I didn't kill them. Old Paul couldn't even bear to meet Charlotte's cruel gaze. Fei Luo was utterly flabbergasted, wondering what it meant to be a professional actor, what it meant to be an Oscar-winning star. Charlotte's display was completely unexpected, nearly causing Fei Luo to strain his back. He resolved that upon returning, he would seek out the book The Actor's Self-Cultivation for diligent study. Director, I want to act. Charlotte, observing the bewildered Old Paul, smiled and said, It appears the one who previously imprisoned those 5 children is indeed you. Speak, where have you hidden them? Who directed you to do this? This time, he had abandoned the act of intimidation, yet he was genuinely anxious. He had no idea what fate awaited those children or where they had been taken. You are deceiving me. You are not who you claim to be. Get out of my house. Old Paul suddenly found his courage, brandishing a nearby cane to drive the 3 away. The governor reached out, snatched the cane, and with a crack, broke it in 2. He snapped the sturdy oak cane, as thick as a baby's arm, as if it were merely a toothpick. Old Paul immediately cowered again. His courage scurried away into a corner, vanishing without a trace. Charlotte, growing impatient, addressed the quaking Old Paul. I am in a great hurry. Yet it seems you are reluctant to speak. Very well, Freddy. Charlotte snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Fei Luo felt as though something had shifted, and that old man had fallen asleep on the table. In a moment of confusion for Fei Luo, Freddy had already dragged Old Paul into a dream to torment him. Freddy had no fondness for this nearly decrepit, foolish old cripple. He preferred spirited and vibrant children. However, if that were the case, his master would tear him apart. Thus, he had no choice but to find amusement in the company of this limping Old Paul. Before long, the old man was compelled by Freddy to divulge all his deepest secrets, even recounting incidents from when he was 8 or 9, sneaking glances at the women of the village bathing. I've got it, Charlotte exclaimed. So soon? What happened? Are you a mind sorcerer, Charlotte? Fei Luo asked in astonishment. The forte of a mind sorcerer lies in manipulating others' minds, probing their thoughts and memories. Thus, Fei Luo mistakenly believed Charlotte was indeed a mind sorcerer. I am not a mind sorcerer. One of my summoned creatures extracted the information from this old man's dream. We must leave now. I will explain on the way. Charlotte strode outdoors, heading straight for Wooden Creek Town. Fei Luo and the governor quickly followed suit. On the way, Charlotte briefed Fei Luo on the clues he had gathered. Just last night, during the harvest festival, 5 children were taken away by someone. That person is in Wooden Creek Town and is actually the servant of the old town mayor. Old Paul knew little. He merely watched over these children of unknown origins for a few days each year, earning a decent income. He suspected it was not a good thing, yet he continued to act with a guilty conscience. He would face the consequences of his actions. Charlotte had already instructed Freddy, who would treat him well. Awaiting him was a descent into endless nightmares leading to a mental breakdown. Charlotte, accompanied by the governor and Fei Luo, soon located the man. As this matter involved the highly esteemed old mayor, he refrained from intimidating the individual. Instead, Charlotte dispatched Freddy to infiltrate the man's dreams and uncover his secrets. Upon awakening, he would have no recollection of the dream. Charlotte closed his eyes, descending into the dream of the mayor's servant alongside Freddy. Freddy crafted an exquisite script for him, and after a series of inducements, the events of last night played out once more in his dreams. Charlotte became fully aware of the entire sequence of events and resumed his interrogation of the servant within the dream, thereby grasping the fundamental context. Only then did he awaken and depart from the realm of slumber. The servant jolted awake, realizing, to his astonishment, that he had been sleeping by the roadside in broad daylight. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat disoriented. He could only recall having experienced a dreadful nightmare. Yet the specifics eluded his memory. In a daze, he meandered back, catching sight of Charlotte and the others by the roadside, as if something was stirring in his mind. However, ultimately, his thoughts remained a blank slate. Shaking his head, he chose to leave. Charlotte, what about it? Have you managed to inquire? Where are those children? How are they faring? They're in the Black Mire. Chapter 44. The Black Mire. What? The Black Mire? How could they possibly be there? Fatty inquired in astonishment. The Black Mire is far from a safe haven. It is exceedingly perilous. I interrogated that servant, and the one who directed him to deliver the children to the edges of the Black Mire was none other than the esteemed old mayor of the town. The venerable mayor of Woodstream Town, who has lived for 69 years, seems to have forged some nefarious pact with the crow, which residing in the mire. Every year during the harvest festival, he offers up several children to the crow witch. Charlotte was incensed. It was glaringly evident that the old wretch had been engaging in a trade with a malevolent entity known as the crow witch, using the missing children as his bargaining chips. Fatty was seething with rage. Damn it, no wonder he is still so youthful at 69. It turns out that this old coot has struck a deal with the crow witch, exchanging those children for extended life. I want to set that old fool ablaze. With that, Fatty made to leave. Calm down, Fatty. Charlotte hastily restrained him. Even if you wish to kill him, we cannot act impulsively. That old man wields considerable influence in Woodstream. If he were to be killed, the townsfolk would not hesitate to retaliate against us. Moreover, do not be under the illusion that this world is devoid of law. If that old man were to be slain, not only would we be hunted by Woodstream, but certain churches within the town would also pursue us. That is no trifling matter. Should it come to that, it would be akin to being marked as a criminal in a game, rendering us unable to find refuge, forcing us to become outlaws in the wilderness or to flee to distant lands, living in obscurity. Even if you intend to kill him, you must present a charge and undergo a trial by the town and a certain church. Charlotte grasped Fatty's arm and asked, Tell me, what exactly is the Black Mire? What manner of creature is the crow witch? That old crone rides a flying broomstick accompanied by 5 children. Can we still pursue them? Fatty managed to regain his composure, for he was a mage, not a barbarian. The Black Mire lies to the north of Woodstream, approximately 10 miles away. It is an immense swamp fraught with danger. The mire itself is perilous, not to mention the myriad of monsters dwelling within. Charlotte contemplated silently. The crow, which is a type of magical creature, a variant of a hag, possessing the ability to cast spells. Her power likely ranges from bronze to silver tier. She must intend to devour those children, as she can enhance her strength or acquire certain abilities by consuming other sentient beings. Magical creatures? Charlotte reflected on the knowledge he had acquired from the Paladin Bacon, which included information about such beings. They emerge from a chaotic amalgamation of magical energies converging with specific materials or terrains. The chaotic, murky, dark, and malevolent aspects of magical energy are what constitute chaotic magic, while the ordered, clear, and natural aspects are what is typically referred to as magic. Generally, practitioners store and channel the latter within themselves. This concept bears resemblance to the duality in the teachings of yin and yang, where the yang aspect is beneficial and useful, while the yin aspect is detrimental to most life forms. While bronze to silver tier power may not be particularly formidable, it is the swamp that warrants caution, Charlotte pondered. Fatty lamented. If the crow witch's strength reaches a certain threshold, she can craft a flying broomstick, and those things are exceedingly swift. If we set off now, I fear it may already be too late. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have completed the D-rank task. The missing children. Task completion level, a rank. Reward, 150 experience points. 80 fate points. Note, task should be completed swiftly and decisively. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have triggered the task. The missing children. Task rank, C rank. Task content, proceed to the Black Mire to search for the whereabouts of the children. Task reward, 500 experience points, 100 fate points, and a random green card of the highest rank. Note, will you truly give up just like that? I refuse to accept it. After pondering for some time, Charlotte finally turned to Fatty, who had remained silent. Hey, Fatty, are we just going to abandon this? Fatty's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he replied vehemently. Those children have been unjustly harmed. I will not stand for it. All right, Charlotte exclaimed. Are you brave enough to accompany me into the depths of the Black Mire? Even if we cannot rescue those innocent children, we must slay that accursed witch. We owe them justice. Fatty smiled in agreement. This was originally my quest for assistance. It is only fitting that you accompany me into the fray. In that moment, both of them were filled with heroic fervor. Isn't that what adventure is all about? To rise against injustice. To be the embodiment of heroism and chivalry. Yet, as they prepared to venture into the mire, Fatty remained cautious. He instructed Charlotte to return to the tavern to gather supplies, while he prepared his spellcasting materials. This journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Charlotte's inventory contained enough provisions for two to survive for half a year, thus he had little to prepare. However, he had other matters to attend to. He needed to purchase card packs. Initially, he had intended to save up a sum of fate points, in case a desirable card appeared in the shop, preventing him from feeling envious and regretful. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he prioritized enhancing his own power. Returning to his room, Charlotte carefully secured the door and chose to enter the marketplace to purchase card packs. Taking a deep breath, he opened the card pack. The backs of 5 cards materialized in his mind. The first card depicted a hand resembling that of a long-haired black gorilla, raised high with a banana. Banana. Excellent grade magic card. Effect. Increases one minion's attributes by 1. Duration. Permanent. Usage count. 11. Note. Muckla's favorite. What could Charlotte possibly say about this? To say it was marvelous would be an overstatement. To declare it lackluster would also be misleading. The effect was indeed splendid, yet it was a one-time use. Who ought to receive this? The second card displayed a stunning blue crystal. Blue crystal, excellent grade item card, 250 mana points. Note, beautiful and practical. It activates when placed in the item slot. What windfall! This card was simply too splendid. With it, Charlotte's mana surged from 310 points to 560 points, bringing him significantly closer to summoning his king. The third card featured an exceedingly shameful Japanese cartoon wand. It is the kind that Sailor Moon wields. Upon examining the attributes of this card, Charlotte realized that it was even inferior to Sailor Moon's. The Barabara Magic Wand, an excellent grade equipment card, a wand with 1 perception, 1 charm, and 5 magical strength. Durability, 50. Note, you can finally transform into a magical girl. What the heck? Can I sell it for a bargain? Is anyone interested? I'll sell it for 20 destiny points. Charlotte felt his embarrassment reach a critical level. If he were to present this item before the battle even commenced, he could very well bring his enemies to laughter. Chapter 4 features a gigantic firecracker resembling a rocket. On it is a cartoon monkey grinning widely with its prominent teeth. The giant sky monkey, a common grade miscellaneous card, materializes a colossal flying monkey that screeches loudly. Usage ignite it, and it will emit a piercing shriek and ascend into the sky. Note whoosh. I can't believe this. Just as I am about to embark on a grand adventure, all I have are these useless items. With a glimmer of hope, Charlotte turned to the last card. It depicted a fishman. The Fishman Tide Hunter, an excellent grade companion card, consumes 30 mana points to summon a level 7 Fishman Tide Hunter to fight for you. Note, I can summon another one. Chapter 45, Mula la lago amugia agia. Soon, Fat Luo returned, bringing back a wealth of supplies necessary for their adventure. Though he was a mage, he was not of the scholarly kind. Rather, he possessed a wealth of experience in the field. Fat Luo also brought back some news. I have learned that the legend of the crow, which has circulated in Mushi Town for over 20 years. Just a few years ago, there were frequent reports of missing children. However, it was said that 6 years ago, the Old Town mayor hired a formidable adventurer who ultimately vanquished the Crow Witch. Since then, no children have gone missing, and the once frail mayor's health began to improve. I acquired an old map from the local Adventurers Guild. This map was left behind by adventurers who ventured to confront the Crow Witch a decade ago. While the terrain and routes of the Black Mire may no longer be reliable, the location of the dilapidated castle where the Crow Witch resides should remain unchanged. Charlotte couldn't help but ask, what castle? Does that witch have a castle? It is said to have been established during the tumultuous period following the downfall of the Shining Star Empire, and the identity of its founders remains a mystery. Back then, the Black Mire was not even a swamp. Even though the terrain has transformed from plains to marshlands, the castle constructed with a plethora of magical materials still stands. That crow, which resides within that decaying castle, What the heck? Charlotte felt a bit dazed. There's even a stronghold? It seems this crow, which is no ordinary minor boss. At this moment, it was Fat Luo who appeared astonished. You mean you didn't know? Such witches are highly intelligent creatures. They often use various means to subjugate other monsters to serve them. Thus, we must prepare for a numerical disadvantage. Huh, Charlotte chuckled. I am a summoner. It is always my enemies who face a numerical disadvantage. The two promptly set off. Even though Fat Luo was famously frail, his physical abilities far exceeded those of an average person. The term frail merely indicated a comparison to other professions. Thus, they moved at a brisk pace. Before the sun had fully set, they reached the edge of the black mire. Contrary to Charlotte's expectations of mud and pitfalls everywhere, as he gazed upon the landscape, it resembled a vast prairie. All around were knee-high patches of withered yellow grass, with small clusters of trees and shrubs in the distance. It looked just like the African savanna. However, stepping inside was an entirely different story. Many areas that appeared level were deceptively treacherous, with one step plunging into black muck or water. Finding a traversable path in such a place was the true challenge of the mire. No one could traverse through the muck for long distances. Even seemingly ordinary patches of mud concealed perilous sinkholes and monsters. Charlotte pretended to ponder for a while, then called out, "Come forth, my fishman-tide hunter." Mulala-la-go amu-gia, agia. An oddly shaped fishman appeared. It had a dark green, fish-like body, covered in scales. Its arms and legs resembled those of a frog, with webbed hands and feet for swimming. It bore a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth and a pair of dark red eyes without visible pupils. Sharp spines adorned its back, and it wielded a spear crafted from fish bones. Oh, you can summon fishmen? What kind of fishman is this? It doesn't look like a freshwater fishman. Near Fat Luo's hometown of Helsing, where waterways are abundant, there is a large lake, and several small freshwater fishermen tribes often harass the villages. Thus, he was quite familiar with fishmen. The fishman-tide hunter ignored Fat Luo's scrutiny and chattered away, summoning yet another fishman. This one resembled the tide hunter, but was slightly smaller, brandishing two fishbone daggers. Fishman-tide hunter, fishman, level 7. Strength 12, Constitution 11, Agility 13, Intelligence 9, Perception 11, Charm. Skills: Lunge, Heroic Strike, Summon Fishman Scout. Note, I told you I can summon another one. Fishman Scout, Fishman, level 3. Strength 9, Constitution 8, Agility 12, Intelligence 8, Perception 11, Charm. Skills: Reconnaissance, Sneaky Attack. Note, a happy little frog, ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alright, let them scout ahead. This way, we can avoid accidentally falling into mud pits, Charlotte suggested. This fishman you summoned can also perform summoning magic? Fat Luo was once again taken aback. He felt that Charlotte, the summoner, was somewhat different from the summoners he was familiar with. Fat Luo did not dwell on this curiosity. Everyone has their own secrets, and prying too deeply into others' mysteries often leads to frustration. He pulled out a pair of knee-high leather boots from his backpack and handed them to Charlotte and the governor, saying, "Wear these. You definitely do not want your feet submerged in muddy water all day." Charlotte had the governor take the backpack from Fat Luo, ensuring the spellcaster wouldn't exhaust too much energy while traveling. This was also an experiment. The three, clad in leather boots, advanced over the solid ground uncovered by the fishmen, finding it indeed quite easy. The edge of the black mire posed no obstacles, and the trio, accompanied by Teemo and the Velociraptor, progressed smoothly until nightfall. They set a campfire beneath a large tree. The mosquitoes in this swamp were incredibly fierce, even attacking their faces despite the torches. They were undeterred by flames, willing to endure burns for a drop of blood. Without proper preparation, one could emerge from this night anemic, or even suffer an allergic shock due to an overload of toxins. In such moments, the advantages of a mage became apparent. Fat Luo merely employed a simple trick, magical sleight of hand. This level 0 spell could accomplish many tasks, creating simple yet limited magical effects. It could make small objects float, change colors, clean or dirty them, and even heat, cool, or flavor inanimate objects. It could create small items, albeit appearing rudimentary and fragile. With the ability to conjure music from thin air, revive wilted blooms, levitate orbs of light upon one's palm, extinguish flickering candle flames with a mere breath, enhance the flavor of unpalatable food, or summon miniature tornadoes to sweep away the dust beneath carpets. These rudimentary tricks form the very foundation of the populace's awe towards mages. Such feats, while seemingly omnipotent, possess their limitations. Many so-called magicians are not but apprentice mages, having mastered only this rudimentary trick of the lowest tier. There exists an advanced spell known as the Wish spell, which can fulfill the caster's desires to a certain extent, akin to the fabled lamp of Aladdin. A lesser version, known as the Limited Wish spell, is also available, humorously dubbed the Very Limited Wish spell due to its constrained effects. Philo merely employed a magical ruse to create a defensive shield, resolving a dilemma that many adventurers grapple with. This shield could be punctured with a mere fingertip, yet it sufficed to ward off insects. Chapter 46. The Swamp Natives. Soon, the group delved deep into the Blackmire Swamp, where ponds and streams began to emerge. According to Philo, a tributary of a river to the north of the Black Mire continuously replenishes the swamp with water. That afternoon, a fisherman scout, who had been scouting ahead, hurried back to inform Charlotte of an impending situation. In the distance, two humanoid creatures resembling upright lizards were spotted. They bore dull scales, reptilian heads, and forked tongues, clad in rudimentary leather armor, one wielding a spear, the other an arrow. Their capacity to utilize tools indicated they were sentient beings. Lizard folk, Fido whispered. These lizard folk are notoriously savage, mercilessly slaying any creature that trespasses upon their territory. Some even resort to consuming other sentient beings. There must be a tribe of them nearby. They are infamous for their tenacity. If one escapes, they will pursue us relentlessly until death. At that moment, the two lizard folk seemed to sense something amiss, using their forked tongues to meticulously sniff the air while scouring the ground for traces. Lizard folk hunter, swamp lizard folk, level 8 hunter. Lizard folk warrior, swamp lizard folk, level 9 warrior. In comparison to wild goblins, the prowess of the lizard folk was several tiers superior. Furrowing his brow, Charlotte remarked coldly, "It's likely they've discovered the remnants left by the fishmen. Since they are hardly benevolent, let us dispatch them without allowing a single one to flee." Such terrain rendered the governor incapable of taking the initiative. His weight rendered him cumbersome. Any departure from solid ground could lead to him sinking into the mire at any moment, relegating him to a defensive role. Similarly, the beast was hindered by its hooves in the swamp. Charlotte had already summoned it back. Yet aptly named the Blood Mire Raptor, was perfectly suited to the marshy terrain. The governor shall serve as bait. We will eliminate them. Before long, the two lizard folk spotted the governor. Philo's assertions proved accurate. The lizard folk were indeed ferocious, launching an immediate attack without uttering a word. The distant lizard folk hunter loosed an arrow at the governor, while the spear-wielding lizard folk warrior charged forth. The governor deflected the arrow with his shield, just as the spear-wielding lizard folk closed in. Charlotte unleashed 3 magic missiles, while Philo conjured a fiery arrow. Both instinctively targeted the distant lizard folk hunter. This choice stemmed from the greater threat posed by range attackers, as well as the desire to prevent its escape. In an instant, the two spells obliterated the lizard folk hunter, silencing it before it could emit a single cry. The spear-wielding lizard folk warrior quickly realized it had fallen into an ambush. Unhesitatingly abandoning its charge to flee, it sprinted across the swamp's muddy ground, seemingly unimpeded by the terrain, moving with remarkable agility. At that moment, a tiny blow dart surged forth from the underbrush, piercing its scales and embedding itself in its neck. The lizard folk warrior stumbled, on the verge of collapse, when a nearby fishman hunter lunged forth, thrusting a fishbone spear into its chest. Meanwhile, positioned further away, felt frustrated, having been prepared to intercept any fleeing lizard folk, yet not having had the chance to intervene. The battle unfolded with astonishing simplicity, surpassing Philo's expectations. Engaging in combat within the swamp against lizard folk was hardly an ideal scenario. He had anticipated a protracted struggle. He had even prepared his mana potions, ready to consume one should his magical reserves dwindle. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly it concluded. He had only just unleashed a single fire arrow. Bravo, Charlotte. Your team's combat prowess is truly formidable. Philo couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, Charlotte replied proudly, do not underestimate the village chief, nor the summoner as a mere mage. Previously, during the skirmish at Tuya village, Charlotte had felt as though he had merely been a bystander. Now, he realized that it wasn't a matter of his force's inadequacy, but rather that the enemy was significantly stronger, having effortlessly dispatched 2 formidable lizard folk, both of whom were among the more potent fighters of their kind. Philo and Charlotte were reminded of their own strength. The two soon cleared the battlefield, concealing the lizard folk corpses. Regrettably, the lizard folk were exceedingly impoverished, possessing only some unidentifiable herbs and dubious jerky. Who would dare consume such a product? What if it were human flesh? Philo, concerned about their proximity to the lizard folk tribe, urged Charlotte to continue onward. The trio journeyed further until they discovered a dry campsite as night fell. While setting up their tent, Philo suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Startled, Charlotte rushed over to find Philo bent over, examining an unusual purple mushroom with great interest. What on earth? You startled me. I thought the lizard folk had attacked you. Charlotte teased, relieved to see Philo unharmed. Yet Philo was utterly unconcerned with his own predicament, eagerly beckoning Charlotte. Come, come, you must see this. Charlotte approached and chuckled upon seeing the mushroom Philo was pointing at. I hadn't noticed before. It seems you still possess a childlike wonder. What do you think? Is this mushroom amusing? Fido lamented, alas. Your ignorance is appalling. This is a netherworld mushroom, worth at least 5 gold dragons. What? Just this mushroom? Charlotte inquired, stepping closer for a detailed examination. It was roughly the size of a shiitake mushroom, bearing a pale purple cap adorned with strange black markings. Upon closer inspection, a faint magical aura could be detected. Now was Philo's turn to ridicule Charlotte, declaring his ignorance of culture to be alarming. He was akin to a blind stream among mages. In truth, the netherworld mushroom was a rare magical component, frequently utilized in various potions and esoteric spells. Consuming dried netherworld mushroom powder could allow one to perceive the existence of the netherworld and communicate with it. However, for an ordinary person, such a substance was far from benign. Inadvertently ingesting it could result in death within the netherworld, which was hardly a tourist destination. Who would wish to traverse its realms? It is said that ordinary individuals who venture into the underworld without adequate preparation face a mortality rate exceeding 80%. Once we return to Helsin, I'll sell it, and you shall receive half the proceeds, declared the generous fat Luo. Charlotte couldn't help but smirk. Now that I have wealth, I am indifferent to your trifling sum. That night, a thick fog enveloped the Black Mire, and according to Fat Luo, this mist harbored considerable toxicity. Should an ordinary person inhale the toxic vapors of this swamp, illness would ensue. Fortunately, flames possess the ability to purify such noxious gases, and simply kindling a campfire would alleviate the situation significantly. Thankfully, Fat Luo, being the most orthodox of sorcerers, ensured that the toxic fog had little effect on the two of them, thanks to the protective barrier woven from magical tricks and the purifying flames. It is often remarked upon how feeble humanity appears. The fishmen and raptors, in stark contrast, remain unperturbed by such toxins. Teemo, an expert in poisons, was entirely unfazed, and the governor didn't even require respiration. The lizard folk, too, thrived in the swamp. On Earth, humans are the most adaptable species, yet in this world, they find themselves as a marginalized group. The following morning, after breakfast, Charlotte and Fat Luo prepared to continue their journey. Fat Luo had previously expressed his curiosity to Charlotte. Pray tell, does the governor truly not require sustenance? To which Charlotte could only concoct a tale, claiming that in the governor's homeland, there exists a peculiar custom whereby one never consumes food in the presence of others, only indulging when alone. Even Charlotte found this fabrication somewhat absurd, yet Fat Luo believed it, as there are indeed customs in this world far more outlandish. However, Charlotte knew this ruse could not be sustained for long. Perhaps he would confess to Fat Luo in the future, compensating him with a grand feast from the Celestial Empire. After all, there is no problem that cannot be resolved by a sumptuous dish from the Celestial Empire. If one dish fails, then another shall suffice. Chapter 47. The Mudback Freshwater Beast. On another day, Charlotte and Fat Luo stumbled upon a small fishman tribe in the swamp. Fortunately, the fishman Tide Hunter intervened, allowing Charlotte and his companions safe passage. Unexpectedly, the Tide Hunter held a degree of respect among the fishmen. Though Charlotte and his companions evaded an arduous battle, new challenges soon emerged. As they ventured deeper into the mire, they encountered swarms of leeches, fervently climbing onto them in a frenzy for a taste of blood. Their presence was evident in nearly every water bubble. Should one latch onto a person, it would drain blood with reckless abandon, and if not removed, it could rupture itself. Fortunately, Fat Luo discovered a remedy among the herbs on the two lizard men. The lizard folk, adept at surviving in the black mire, possessed unique methods, with their herbs specifically designed to repel various venomous creatures. As they delved further into the swamp, the number of monsters increased. They soon came across a creature that Fat Luo referred to as a water ghost. This entity is a peculiar amalgamation of life and undeath, birthed from the resentment and magical essence of those who have drowned. These beings exhibit humanoid forms with elongated, slender limbs adorned with dark green scales, and sporting fins on their elbows and backs. Their gaping maws stretch nearly to their ears, filled with a chaotic array of sharp teeth. These monsters crouch like frogs, exceptionally skilled at leaping to attack. Initially, Charlotte found himself nearly ensnared by one of them. Fortunately, with the governor, a blade-wielding bodyguard, by his side, the water ghost was swiftly dispatched with a single blow. Fat Luo exclaimed in awe at the display of prowess. The brains of these creatures serve as a spellcasting material, known as water ghost brains, though they hold little monetary value. The duo found them distasteful and opted not to collect any. By now, they had reached the heart of the swamp. According to their map, they were but a day's journey from the dilapidated castle. However, the scouting fishermen returned in haste, breathlessly recounting their encounter with a formidable beast. Charlotte translated for Fat Luo. Ahead lies a colossal creature, exceedingly powerful. The trio stealthily approached, parting the foliage to behold a massive beast basking in the sun. Charlotte beheld a gigantic, grayish-brown creature resembling a hippopotamus. It possessed a cavernous maw, two massive curved tusks jutting upward, capable of swallowing half a person whole. Its limbs were short and stocky, and it trailed a thick tail behind it. Its center of gravity remarkably stable. Its back was encrusted with clusters of gray rocks, and its entire body appeared to be coated with a layer of hardened mud. With large, vigilant eyes, it fixated on Charlotte and his companions. Evidently, despite its clumsy appearance, the beast's senses were surprisingly acute. It was a freshwater beast, a magical creature. This particular specimen appeared fully grown, boasting at least the strength of a mid-tier bronze beast. Freshwater beasts possess an acute territorial instinct. Should they encroach upon its domain, they would surely face attack. Yet, if they were to circumvent it, Fat Luo hesitated to elaborate. Charlotte and his companions found themselves at the edge of a large pond, flanked by water on one side and mire on the other, neither offering a viable path forward. To proceed, they would have to traverse the territory of this freshwater beast. It seems we must engage in battle, Charlotte declared. Mudskin, Mudback Freshwater Beast, Elite Unit, Level 17. Strength, 28. Constitution, 31. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 8. Perception, 15. Charm. Skills: Charge, Tail Whip, Devour, Mud to Stone, Mud Armor, Strength. Note, when people spot a submarine approaching, it is unfortunate, for that is a freshwater beast. Damn it, it's a level 17 elite monster. Charlotte muttered under his breath. What does level 17 mean? What is an elite monster? Fat Luo queried, his keen ears catching the exchange. It means that if this thing lands a blow, it's game over. Whether it be Charlotte, Fat Luo, or even their summoned creatures, aside from the governor, anyone struck would be instantly vanquished. A strength of 28 implies that even a glancing blow would result in severe injury. Freshwater beasts possess formidable defenses, especially those dwelling within the swamp. With our capabilities, we may not even scratch it. Fat Luo asserted, life is a singular gift. I shall not confront a freshwater beast head-on. After pondering for some time, Charlotte suddenly recalled the ancient wisdom of my great celestial empire. He inquired of Fat Luo, do you possess any ice-related magic? Fat Luo replied, I do, but do not expect a black iron tier mage like myself to harm a freshwater beast with first-level magic. Its physical defenses are high, and its magical resistance is equally formidable. I only use that freezing ray to chill spring water in the summer. By the heavens, the common folk still endure hardships, yet he can sip ice-cold water in summer? Such decadence is enviable. Coach, I too wish to become a sorcerer. Do not fret. I do not intend for you to freeze that great-mouthed hippopotamus. I require you to create a large ice block. Charlotte exclaimed, exuding confidence. Fat Luo appeared astonished. In this moment of crisis, you wish to indulge in ice? Truly, you remain composed under pressure. Impressive. Oomph. The wisdom of mortals shall be the ice for the great hippopotamus. Charlotte articulated his plan to Fat Luo in detail. Upon hearing this, Fat Luo could not help but give a thumbs up. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Before long, a massive ice block encased in fresh meat and fat was ready. This block was of size ample enough for the freshwater beast to swallow whole. In due time, the solid ice would melt within its belly, causing the curved, short sword to straighten. Coupled with a medley of toxins, it would surely seal its fate. He. I possess a spell that perfectly complements the effects of the magic that Fei Luo intends to employ. The shrinking spell, a second-level enchantment, reduces the size and weight of a creature or object to half its original dimensions. Currently, Fei Luo is merely a black iron-level mage and is unable to fully utilize this magic. He cannot cast it upon living beings. However, he can apply it to inanimate objects. Having an additional long dagger and a short sword concealed within one's belly is an entirely different matter. Charlotte's idea is to bend a flexible blade and encase in ice. Once ingested, the ice will melt, causing the blade to straighten and pierce through numerous internal organs. No matter how formidable one's defenses may be, they cannot shield the innards. Charlotte and Fei Luo exchanged sinister smiles. Teemo, who had been spectating from the governor's backpack, felt a drop in temperature and instinctively shrank back. Soon, the group left Teemo behind to observe in stealth while the rest distanced themselves. Approximately 20 minutes later, Teemo relayed the news. The plan succeeded. The freshwater beast consumed the prepared frozen meat bundle. Moments later, a reaction was observed. It appeared restless and in great pain. Quickly, Fei Luo, dispel the shrinking spell. Teemo soon sent another message urging Charlotte and the others to hurry over. They rushed to find the enormous freshwater beast writhing in a mud pit, roaring in agony. Before long, it was coughing up blood on the brink of death. Heaven knows how many poisons Charlotte had concealed within that ice aside from the short sword. Ha! Even the craftiest fox cannot outwit the seasoned hunter. The strongest fortress is often breached from within. Strength alone cannot withstand my boundless wisdom. Charlotte cackled with glee. Go on, Governor. Finish it. The governor, responding to Charlotte's command, approached the faltering freshwater beast, expression impassive, and raised his hammer. He showed no mercy, at least not at this moment. With one strike, mud flew. After 3 blows, the beast's muddy stone armor shattered, and after a flurry of a dozen more strikes, he finally ceased, having flattened the creature's massive head. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the bronze tier elite mudback freshwater beast, earning 100 experience points and 30 fate points. Charlotte chuckled in delight as he noticed a card materializing above the corpse of the freshwater beast. Chapter 48, The Whispering Cavern. Magical Sludge, an excellent grade miscellaneous card. Rich in magical energy. Note, would anyone like to play in the mud with me? Charlotte gazed at this card, pondering its utility. Could it perhaps serve to enhance experience? Ultimately, he decided to consult the Great Dictionary to seek its counsel. Dear, erudite, sagacious, and ever-helpful Mr. Dictionary, what are your thoughts on this card? I am hardly dear, erudite, sagacious, or helpful. You are indeed dear, erudite, sagacious, and helpful, so cease your attempts at word count manipulation. Speak forth, since it is imbued with magical energy and sludge. It naturally aligns closely with the Claystone Elemental. You might try having the Claystone Elemental merge with this card. The outcome should be quite favorable. Upon hearing the Great Dictionary's words, Charlotte found them exceedingly reasonable and readily complied. Ding! Your green, ordinary level follower card, Claystone Elemental, has merged with the green excellent grade miscellaneous card, Magical Sludge, resulting in an enhancement of abilities. Please take note, this merger cost 40 fate points, and the Claystone Elemental has gained 400 experience points. We welcome your next visit. Claystone Elemental, excellent grade follower card. Consumes 50 mana points to summon a level 7 Claystone Elemental to fight for you. Note, your modeling clay is now online. Claystone Elemental, Elemental Life, level 7. Strength 18. Constitution 19, Agility 12, Intelligence 8, Perception 12, Charisma. Skills, Clay Form, Elemental Life, Slowing Aura, Trample, Mudstone Transformation, Slowing Sludge, Sludge Armor. Note, I may be slow, but you're not exactly fast either. Clay Form. The composition of the Claystone Elemental's body reduces the physical damage it receives by 10. Elemental Life. The Claystone Elemental is an elemental life form, impervious to most curses and mental or spiritual effects. Slowing Aura. Enemies within a 20-meter radius of the Claystone Elemental experience a 20 reduction in movement speed. Trample. The Claystone Elemental's attack inflicts trample damage on targets whose strength is 5 points lower than its own. Mudstone Transformation. The ability to transform soil and rock has become instinctual for the Claystone Elemental. Slowing Sludge. The magical sludge covering the Claystone Elemental splatters upon attacking or being attacked, causing enemies to move sluggishly. Sludge Armor. The surface of the Claystone Elemental is coated with a layer of magical sludge armor, reducing cutting damage by 10 and bludgeoning damage by 20. Although the card did not upgrade to blue status, it suddenly acquired 3 excellent grade green skills. Indeed, card fusion requires compatibility. The more aligned the cards, the better the fusion outcome. The Claystone Elemental not only fully inherited the strength of the magical sludge card, but even triggered a new ability. The Slowing Sludge is not a skill of the freshwater beast, but a new capacity awakened in the Claystone Elemental during the card fusion. Fei Luo regarded the newly summoned Claystone Elemental with curiosity, marveling at its impressive appearance. Charlotte, This summoned creature looks formidable. Is it a subspecies of the earth element? The mud element? Fei Luo noted that Charlotte always managed to surprise him. At this moment, the claystone elemental, enhanced by the new card, grew taller and more humanoid. Previously, it was merely a surface of soil. Now it resembled a layer of flowing sludge enveloping its form. This is merely a trifle. Charlotte was immensely proud. What magical beast! No matter how strong its power, it cannot outsmart our intellect. Charlotte reflected upon his recent experiences. They had taken down the old earth gnome by ambushing it, cutting off its wings, and then setting fire to eliminate its external support. The same strategy applied to this freshwater beast. Its formidable strength had been rendered ineffective. Do not underestimate magical beasts. While this freshwater beast may be somewhat dull-witted, the intelligence of truly high-level magical beasts surpasses that of humans. They can even deceive or mock humanity. Fei Luo, concerned that Charlotte might be unaware of the dangers, cautioned him against underestimating them. Charlotte, while boasting, had gradually come to understand the perilous nature of this world. He was more cautious than anyone, naturally unwilling to be careless. Charlotte directed the governor to begin skinning the beast. According to Fei Luo, the hide of this freshwater beast was an excellent material for crafting hard armor. Given the fluctuating market, the value of this hide ranged from 80 to 120 gold coins. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. Embezzlement and waste are grave offenses. Fei Luo volunteered to store the hide, which, even when rolled up, occupied considerable space. At that moment, Charlotte learned that mages also possess personal storage spaces. Although Fei Luo's spatial capacity, being of black iron rank, was merely 50 centimeters on each side, it was ample for storing precious items. This space would expand as a mage's power grew, and it had no weight restrictions. Spatial pocket. First-level magic, allowing the caster to create a space for storing items. The size of the space increases with the caster's strength. Charlotte could not help but feel envious, exclaiming, the wizard is indeed a wizard. Compared to the vast multitude of hapless warriors, the wizard's existence is akin to paradise. How I wish I could wield such practical magic. That's quite simple. Many spells are universal and not confined by profession. As long as one possesses magical energy and the ability to cast spells, one can learn. Of course, the advanced spells of the wizard profession cannot be mastered by other spellcasting vocations. Each profession boasts its unique high-level magic, which serves as the basis for professional differentiation. The erudite wizard imparted a lesson to the bewildered newcomers from another world, enlightening them with fundamental knowledge. Charlotte resolved, I must study diligently. Knowledge alters destiny. I yearned to learn magic. As they continued onward, the environment improved significantly. The expanse of mud and marsh dwindled, making way for more solid ground. Trees and shrubs began to proliferate, and gradually, small creatures appeared. The terrain began to resemble a wetland. However, this did not imply that danger had diminished. Charlotte soon spotted a crocodile, camouflaged as a dead tree, lurking in a pond. This 5-meter-long freshwater swamp crocodile was expertly disguised. Without the aid of his mini-map, Charlotte might not have noticed it at all. The mini-map feature of the Omniversal card system could record the terrain Charlotte traversed, as well as incorporate existing maps for reference. It could also distinguish between allies and foes on the map. Red dots indicated hostile units, yellow dots denoted neutral entities, and green dots represented friendly units. The greater the strength, the larger the dot. It was somewhat akin to the maps in Warcraft. 1,000 meters away from Charlotte lay the fog of war, allowing only a view of the terrain on the minimap, without revealing the specifics of enemies or allies. Commander, there is a peculiar sound, spoke the reticent governor, startling Fat Luo, who had long believed the governor incapable of speech. Naturally, Charlotte and Fat Luo dared not be negligent and leaned in to listen. They faintly discerned what seemed like distant conversation, though the words were indecipherable. Governor, can you determine the direction of the sound? Charlotte inquired, aware that the governor's perception was an impressive 18 points, surpassing both his and Fat Luo's. Hence, the governor was the first to detect the mysterious voice. East-northeast, 22 degrees. No more than 2,500 meters. The governor's information was exceedingly precise. Fat Luo hurriedly consulted the map for reference. Charlotte also examined the mini-map, which had recorded the terrain from the map Fat Luo had purchased. It's the Whispering Cave. Chapter 49. Truth or Deception. What shall we do? Shall we approach to investigate? Fat Luo asked Charlotte, uncertain of his decision. The ancient map indicated that adventurers had inexplicably heard voices in this location. Some could hear clearly, while others could not. The whispering emanated from a cave, yet it seemed a magical array was in effect, causing anyone who approached to unwittingly turn away, preventing entry. What is there to fear? We come this far. Since this voice is beckoning us, we must discover what is truly at play. Charlotte was not particularly afraid. He had come to understand that these so-called mysterious magics were not dissimilar from the superstitions of his homeland. They were merely manifestations of a potent force with diverse applications. To become accustomed to the strange is to render it powerless. In the end, one must engage in battle to discern who is truly formidable. Wait. Fat Luo halted Charlotte. Allow me to cast a spell on the governor's hammer. It will temporarily transform this mundane iron weapon into a magical one, enabling it to harm ethereal entities such as ghosts. With that, Fat Luo gestured, and a faint blue light flickered across the governor's spiked hammer. Magical weapon, level 1 spell. Temporarily enchants a weapon, granting it the properties of a magical weapon. Duration and effects depend on the caster's strength. Ah, splendid. I recall I possessed something akin to that. Charlotte reached into his garment, theatrically retrieving a vial of enchantment oil, which he had actually drawn from his inventory. This item had been unearthed from the old goblin's chest. Its origins and recipe unknown to him. The governor applied the oil to the spiked hammer, and Charlotte could sense the surge of magical energy intensifying upon it. Fat Luo scrutinized the hammer with admiration, exclaiming, "Charlotte, this vial of weapon oil is truly remarkable. I've already enchanted the weapon, and it can still be further enhanced. Oh, I found this at a wild goblin camp. It even came with a recipe. Unfortunately, I lack the skill in alchemy," Charlotte replied. "You may not, but I do. Quickly, let me see." Fat Luo was exhilarated, for an alchemical recipe often held immense value. Charlotte produced the parchment inscribed on sheepskin and handed it over. After examining the recipe, Fat Luo's excitement grew. "I say, brother, we are bound to strike it rich. This enchantment oil possesses a commendable effect, although its duration is short. The raw materials are quite inexpensive. This concoction will surely be popular among low-tier adventurers." "What do you mean?" Charlotte also felt a surge of joy, realizing fortune was within reach. "When we return to Helsing, we can develop this alchemical weapon oil together. There will surely be profit." The two merrily plotted their course before setting forth with determination towards the Whispering Cave. As they neared the cave's entrance, Charlotte sensed a surge of magical energy. Though it soon settled, Fat Luo noted, "Indeed, there's a simple magical array. It likely confounds those without magical power. Thus, the previous adventurers were unable to enter." Then, Teemo led the way, the governor at the forefront, followed closely by the two guardians, with Charlotte and Fat Luo nestled in the middle, flanked by the newly summoned clay stone golem, and two mermen bringing up the rear. Observing the array of summoned beings, Fat Luo thought to himself, "I feel considerably safer standing within this party." As they advanced, the voices became increasingly distinct. "Come, I require your assistance. I shall reward you." The voice did not sound like that of an upstanding individual, prompting Charlotte and Fat Luo to heighten their vigilance. Reaching the end of the passage, they entered a spacious cavern where the walls were entangled with countless thick thorns, encasing something within. That was the source of the voice. Charlotte boldly shouted towards the unknown entity, "What are you? Why have you lured us here? Speak plainly. We are pressed for time. Why have you come to this marshland? Is it due to that wretched crow witch?" The entity replied. Fat Luo inquired, "How do you know of this? Who are you, and what do you desire?" "The accursed which has long been abducting human children. I knew that eventually someone would come to confront her. As for me," the mass of thorns began to part, revealing the object it had encased. It resembled a hybrid of a plant seed and an animal heart, deep crimson in color. Roughly half a meter in size, adorned with patterns akin to blood vessels or leaf veins. It pulsed slowly, reminiscent of a heartbeat. The deep voice continued, "I'm a spirit born from this land long ago. However, a great transformation befell this land, and I sustained grievous injuries. I have slumbered in this dark cave for over 200 years, awakening only 30 years ago. The accursed crow, which discovered me. She seeks to slay me to seize my power. In doing so, she would gain control over this marsh. Initially, I was not afraid of her. However, just a few years ago, a wretched human had the audacity to aid that malevolent witch. Not only did he disrupt my resurrection ritual, but he also provided that foul creature with more children, thereby augmenting her power. Cursed be him. Cursed be all." Charlotte and Fat Luo exchanged incredulous glances, filled with disbelief and suspicion. If what it said were true, then to have survived for centuries in such a manner was indeed a remarkable feat. But what relevance does this hold for us? Speak plainly about your intentions. We do not have the luxury of time for idle chatter, Charlotte said impatiently. aware that it was too late to save those children, yet he still yearned to rush to their aid. What if they are still alive? If you assist me in conducting the resurrection ritual, I can save those human children, the entity proclaimed. Fat Luo, in a state of agitation, quickly inquired, how do you know those children are still alive? They should have been taken to the witch's castle days ago. Though he was skeptical of this self-proclaimed elf, he nonetheless hoped for a reassuring response. The witch requires specific rituals and preparations to transform those children into a potion that enhances her power. Only by resurrecting me can we hope to save them. We need to deliberate, Charlotte urged, pulling Fat Luo aside. Do you believe this creature? I do not know. I hope what it says is true, Fat Luo admitted, feeling a sense of confusion. He wished to rescue those innocent children, much like he once was. Yet he was acutely aware that one must not trust the words of unknown beings completely. Do you even realize whether this is a trap set by demons from the depths of hell? Charlotte glanced back at the pulsating, eerie object and said, listen to me. I perceive. Chapter 50, Heart of Thorns. Heart of Thorns, a malevolent spirit creature, elite unit, level 19 evil druid. Strength, 9, Constitution, 5, Agility, 9, Intelligence, 27. Perception, 9, Charisma, 9, Skills, Whispering Spirits, Eloquence, Thorn Vines, Animate Plants, Evil Summoning, Evil Manifestation, Evil Creation. Equipment, none. Note, half dead, yet still attempting to play tricks? Perhaps it should consider its own intelligence. This creature's class and skills are evidently nefarious. Charlotte whispered, I tell you, this being is not to be trusted. I possess a unique identification magic that reveals it to be a malevolent spirit and creature. Fat Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Charlotte possessed such a formidable identification spell. However, he trusted that Charlotte would not deceive him. Many identification spells in this world belong to the prophetic category, allowing one to inquire answers from the cosmos by expending magical energy. Thus, many mages could glean relevant information about something or someone they had never encountered before, provided their identification spell succeeded. As for creatures, it mattered little. But malevolent spirits were another matter entirely. Fat Luo elaborated on the concepts of creatures and malevolent spirits. Creatures were formed from gathered magical energy, often strange entities. They differed from magical beasts, which were animals affected by magic, gaining magical attributes or casting abilities. Creatures, however, were composed of pure magical energy, some being incorporeal while others were corporeal. To further delineate, elemental beings could also be classified as creatures as they emerge from ordered magical energy. Some creatures could be immensely powerful, with both good and evil among them. One particular spell allowed for the artificial creation of a simple creature, Invisible Servant. A level 1 spell that expends magical energy to conjure a simple, formless, mindless servant capable of performing basic tasks, its quantity and ability dictated by the caster's strength. Yet malevolent spirits were fundamentally different. As their name implies, they were devoid of goodness. They were all evil or malicious spirits or sprites, embodying malevolence. Charlotte continued, the words of this entity exude tremendous resentment and fury. Its hatred for the former mayor of Woodstream is understandable. However, if we resurrect it, could it pose a threat to Woodstream? Would it harm the innocent? In our quest to save lives, could we inadvertently cause the demise of even more innocents? Is such a consequence one we can bear? Yet it may indeed be stronger than the crow which, Fat Luo pondered. Evil is evil. There is no distinction in magnitude. Fat Luo fell silent, for he was a mage, his intellect far surpassing that of ordinary men. He understood the gravity of the situation and weighed the options. You are correct, he finally conceded. Moreover, we cannot guarantee that this malevolent spirit speaks the truth. Since it has become a malevolent spirit, we cannot expect it to be honest or keep its promises. Fat Luo made a decisive chopping motion with his hand. Let's eliminate it first. Then we shall confront the Crow Witch. We shall leave no remnants of these vile entities, Charlotte declared resolutely. Attack! At Charlotte's command, the governor and his 2 companions charged forward. No, you cannot kill me. I can assist you. I can help you vanquish the Crow Witch. The thick thorny vines surged forth, enveloping the grotesque heart and forming a shield of thorns. The thorns were remarkably resilient, even after the governor struck twice with his hammer. He could not shatter them entirely. Allow me. Fat Luo's palm erupted with a fierce, blazing flame, a variant of the fire hand spell. Concentrating the flames would increase their lethality. However, the malevolent spirit's thorny vines were also magical plants, incredibly tenacious, and even when ignited, they would extinguish rapidly. At that moment, Bizarre creatures began to emerge from the shadowy corners of the cave. Spiders the size of basins, crab spiders bearing colossal pincers, long serpents, and massive swamp lizards, alongside a multitude of peculiar animated plants. Most conspicuous of all was a creature composed of bones, sludge, and vegetation. It retained a vaguely humanoid form. It was essentially a mass of muck intertwined with branches and vines, with certain areas constructed from bones. Within its chest, several human skulls could be seen. Fat Luo cursed. Damn it, this malevolent spirit is indeed no good. Charlotte inspected the attributes of this creature. Swamp Stalker, undead life elemental creature, level 17 aberration. Strength, 17, Constitution, 22. Agility, 15, Intelligence, 7, Perception, 11, Charisma, 9, Skills, Pounce, Envelop, Complex Physique, Nature's Hatred. Note, a crudely constructed product. Charlotte had anticipated this. Since the malevolent spirit creature could contend with the swamp tyrant crow, which it surely possessed its own trump cards. Teemo, prepare the incendiary bottles. Upon hearing this, Teemo eagerly produced 2 incendiary bottles from his pack and hurled them at the animated plants. This Yordle's elite scout captain had been trained by Charlotte to become akin to an arsonist. As the swamp stalker prepared to pounce, bang, it stepped on Teemo's mushroom. The toxicity of the mushroom posed little threat to the half-undead, half-elemental being, but the explosive force sent mud flying in all directions. At that moment, a nearby clay golem approached, and 2 puddles of muck began to clash violently. Before long, the minions of the malevolent spirit were swiftly dispatched, while the spider serpents were being devoured by the 2 formidable generals. The animated plants met their fiery demise, leaving only the swamp lurker, who stubbornly resisted. It was being ground into the earth by the clay stone golem. No, I shall survive. I will endure, time and time again. The malevolent spirit appeared to lack any offensive capabilities, relentlessly battered by the magically enhanced hammer wielded by the governor. Fragments of hardened thorny vines were scattered everywhere. Soon, this heart was crushed under the governor's might. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the bronze-tier elite evil druid, Heart of Thorns. You have gained 230 experience points and 40 fate points. Charlotte casually extracted 2 cards from the tangle of thorns that had been demolished. To his astonishment, he had obtained 2 cards. Truly, it was remarkable for an entity that had endured for centuries without succumbing to death. Heart of Thorns, an exceptional miscellaneous card, represents the last remnants of a wicked druid-s natural magic. Note, this one is spiky. Thorny Vines, an exceptional miscellaneous card, are thorns infused with magic over the years. Note, this one is also spiky. Regrettably, this ancient tea table, trapped for hundreds of years to the point of diminished intellect, was woefully impoverished, yielding not a single valuable item. Fat Luo sighed in despair, lamenting a fruitless endeavor, having not earned even a single copper coin. He felt profoundly wronged. His principle was simple. If one does not gain an advantage, it is tantamount to suffering a loss. Charlotte, having acquired 2 cards, was initially quite satisfied. However, upon turning around, he discovered that the swamp lurker, brutally slain by the claystone golem, had also dropped a card. The drop rate for non-elite monsters was notoriously low. Slime Monster, a common level minion card, requires 20 mana points to summon a level 3 slime monster to fight for you. No, Little Soft. Is that you, Little Soft? What purpose does this slime monster serve? Chapter 51. You've added mushrooms. Charlotte summoned this little soft creature. It was a pale green entity, resembling a jelly-like mass or a puddle of uniformly textured sludge. It was several times larger than a basin and sported a pair of eyes not much larger than green beans. Slime Monster, Elemental Life, Magical Life, Level 3. Strength 6, Constitution 7, Agility 5, Intelligence 7, Perception 11, Charm. Skills, Envelop, Devour, Slime Form. Note, recite with me, soft is finished. Envelop, the slime monster wraps its body around an opponent, suffocating them. Devour, the slime monster could digest most items, gaining experience necessary for growth. Slime Form, the unique form of the slime monster grants immunity to 80 physical damage, but renders it vulnerable to 120 fire damage. Thus, there's no need to worry about its leveling, as it could grow even while consuming dirt. Ah, Slime Monster, is this your new summon? Fat Luo inquired. What use can it possibly have? What I can summon through this spell is not within my control, much like the magic of a warlock, Charlotte explained. And Fat Luo understood. Warlocks are indeed prominent figures among spellcasters, second only to traditional mages in number and quite formidable. They are hailed as bloodline warriors. most deriving their prowess from ancestral bloodlines, with the most renowned being the Dragonborn, as dragons are famously indifferent to the suffering of others. Some have undergone self-modification, as the impoverished often resort to mutation, granting themselves magical bloodline enhancements for a slight edge. A particularly unique category comprises those blessed with innate charm attributes, the favored children of the world, who can spontaneously awaken their magical abilities. Among them, the fabled Fate Warlocks stand out, while others toil for mere sustenance. These individuals are bestowed with golden opportunities from the heavens. Often, peculiarities arise among warlocks, with some becoming melee spellcasters or brawling mages, as many magical creatures possess both spellcasting abilities and formidable physical forms. For instance, dragons. It is worth noting that the majority of warlocks exhibit striking appearances. The men are handsome, and the women are beautiful, a testament to their noble lineage. Their charm attributes align with mainstream aesthetic ideals. However, should one's ancestry include a magical tentacle creature, they might conform more closely to the aesthetic of tentacled beings, a different matter entirely. Mages acquire new spells through diligent study, research, and practice, while warlocks rely on fortune. With each enhancement of their powers, they naturally learn new spells. The spells they learn are partially determined by their ancestral bloodline, and partially by luck. Thus, this profession, which requires no arduous study and boasts striking appearances, incites envy and resentment among scholarly mages. However, while bloodline warlocks may initially appear enviable, swiftly gaining power with little effort, their growth is ultimately limited. After all, they are beneficiaries of their ancestors' legacy and are unlikely to surpass them. Generally, capable warlocks transition into mages in the later stages of their careers. With this understanding, Fat Luo grasped what Charlotte meant regarding the summoning spell. While warlocks rely on their lineage, Charlotte was entirely at the mercy of chance. Not long after Charlotte and his companions continued on their journey, they found themselves in a dire predicament. The route on the map had transformed into an expansive waterlogged expanse, seemingly endless. The water was not deep, reaching only up to their waists, save for Teemo, who could not drown. However, the creatures dwelling within were numerous. Apart from 2 fishmen, none could hope to wade through. This is troublesome. What shall we do? Fat Luo looked to Charlotte for guidance. Let us send the fishmen to scout ahead. We shall find a way around, Charlotte replied helplessly. He too felt despair. After spending the entire morning, the fishmen finally discover a route to circumvent the obstacle. It led through a vast highland and rocky terrain into a forest of towering mushrooms. Enormous mushrooms, resembling trees, soared 3 to 4 meters high, their girth surpassing that of a water vat, utterly bewildering Charlotte. It felt as if they had stepped into a fairy tale world. However, upon sighting the mushrooms, Teemo could hardly contain his excitement. "Sir, I'm going ahead to scout," he exclaimed, darting off in a flash. "Wait, you can really talk, raccoon." Fat Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh, this child has a penchant for mushrooms," Charlotte awkwardly explained. As they ventured deeper, an unsettling sensation grew stronger. The air carried a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of decaying fungi. Goodness, it couldn't be toxic, could it? Charlotte felt a creeping apprehension regarding the swamp. After all, the swamp harbored all manner of toxic entities. The governor, unperturbed, remarked, "Report, sir, air analysis reveals no harmful toxins." Fat Luo added, "Indeed, I employed the spell, toxin detection, and found no anomalies. Yet, one must remain vigilant, as many hypnotic or hallucinogenic substances evade toxin detection." Toxin detection, level 1 spell, used to ascertain whether harmful toxins are present in the air or items. Surveying their surroundings, Fat Luo stated, "I believe the presence or absence of toxins is secondary. This peculiar environment is bound to harbor some strange entities. I find it quite peculiar to encounter mushrooms that tower higher than houses." Charlotte couldn't help but touch a large mushroom beside him, which had become as hard as wood. After walking for a while, the group found no anomalies. As mealtime approached, they decided to have a meal right there, with an abundance of various fungi surrounding them. The prospect of a mushroom feast was tantalizing. The governor busied himself preparing a fire, while Charlotte took the opportunity to laze about. He removed his mud-caked leather boots, which had become stifling, leaving his feet pale after a day's wear. He sought a mushroom that was roughly chair height, intending to rest for a moment. Suddenly, Charlotte felt himself plummet as if sitting on air, landing squarely on the ground. This brought to mind a prank from his school days when a classmate had stealthily removed his chair just as he was about to sit. Turning around, he was astonished to see the mushroom had scurried away. Good heavens! The mushroom had come to life. Two fishmen and Haha immediately gave chase. But the fleeing mushroom released a cloud of spores, causing the fishmen and Haha to sneeze uncontrollably. Even Charlotte and Fat Luo, who were a bit further away, could not escape the onslaught of sneezes. Don't sneeze. Don't chase. No, please don't. Fat Luo attempted to halt the pursuit of the mushroom by the fishmen and Haha, but he could barely utter a complete sentence. Yet, his words were unnecessary, apart from the governor and the clay golem. Everyone else was caught up in a frenzy of sneezing. How could they continue the chase? After a considerable time, the group finally regained their composure. Fat Luo noticed Charlotte watching him and realized that this clueless mage had no understanding of the situation, so he began to explain. That was likely a myconid. Myconid? Charlotte asked, puzzled. Just think of them as mushroom people. This race is a special species, existing in a gray area between plants and animals. They are an ancient species and may very well be one of the earliest forms of intelligent life in Faerun. They dwell in dark places, appearing much like oversized mushroom people, and are inherently peaceful, subsisting on fungi and mushrooms. Mature myconids can release various spores, some of which can be aggressive, while others are harmless. They can also communicate telepathically through these spores. They cannot stray too far from their fungal groves, or they will wither away. As for why this phenomenon occurs, no one knows. However, these creatures are generally timid and peaceful, posing little threat. They are merely adept at cultivating and consuming mushrooms. Charlotte recalled the earlier incident, suspecting that his sudden descent had frightened the myconid away. Just then, he received a message from Teemo, urging him to come over as he had made new friends. Chapter 52, The Old Lingji. Upon receiving Teemo's message, Charlotte set aside his thoughts about the myconid and hurried in Teemo's direction. To his surprise, he found several timid myconids clustered around Teemo. The taller ones were about 1.5 meters high, with elongated mushroom stems adorned with peculiar features and short limbs, topped with large caps, giving them a remarkably slender appearance. Others were short and stout, resembling the mushrooms from Plants vs. Zombies at first glance. They varied in height, some were plump, while others were thin as reeds. Their colors were diverse, ranging from dark brown to pale yellow, some spotted and others not. Each one cowered behind the diminutive Teemo, as if fearing that Charlotte and his companions might swoop in and devour them. Commander, they're myconids, my newfound friends, Teemo explained. They claim to be able to guide us, right? He asked, turning to the myconids hiding behind him. One of the older-looking myconids mustered the courage to nod. Do not be afraid. The commander will not harm you, Teemo reassured them. Charlotte learned that Teemo, utilizing his keen senses as a scout captain and his familiarity with mushrooms, had discovered the myconids hidden within the forest. Thanks to his naturally adorable appearance, small stature, and unique affinity with mushrooms, he had gained the trust of these timid creatures. Myconid, natural life, fungus myconid, level 3 mushroom cultivator. Strength 5, Constitution 6, Agility 8, Intelligence 9, Perception 12, Charisma. Skills: fungal cultivation, fungal life, spore projection, telepathy. Note: speak softly, do not frighten them. Goodness, cultivating mushrooms can be a profession? Charlotte mused. He couldn't help but note that these plant-like beings had rather poor attributes, likely only capable of holding their own against wild goblins in melee. Teemo continued, Commander, they say their elder is aware of our arrival. They were instructed to wait for us here and invite us over to discuss something. It seemed that not only Teemo's adorable attributes were at play, but also the elder myconid's directive. What do you think? Is it trustworthy? Charlotte quietly asked Fat Luo, uncertain about the myconids. Fat Luo pondered for a moment and replied, Generally, myconids rarely provoke trouble. They should pose no danger. Besides, with their diminutive size, I doubt they would dare harm you. He glanced at the myconids, who shrank back at his gaze, too timid to even lift their heads. Charlotte shared the sentiment. These creatures appeared utterly harmless. Since they were offering their assistance, he decided to see where this would lead. If any ill intent arose, his party's combat prowess could easily incinerate this entire mushroom grove. Charlotte addressed the myconids. Please, lead the way. Take us to meet your elder. The myconids promptly complied, bustling forward while pushing and shoving, eager not to lag behind or come too close to Charlotte and his companions. They frequently glanced back, resembling frightened children, evoking a desire to protect rather than harm them. They soon arrived at another cave, though it was not long, damp, and filled with various fungi of all sizes. As they ventured deeper, Charlotte's eyes widened at the sight of a colossal old Lingji mushroom towering over him. Charlotte was left astounded, exclaiming, My goodness! How many years must it have taken for such a massive Lingji to grow? Consuming this would surely grant one immortality. At that moment, a deep, aged voice resonated in their ears, Haha, I must apologize. Consuming me would yield no benefit. I do not believe that is a wise course of action. Haha. The old Lingji stirred, revealing facial features and hands upon its stem, transforming into a giant myconid. Its visage appeared exceedingly ancient. Greetings, weary travelers. I am the elder of this myconid sanctuary. You may call me. Well, we usually communicate through telepathy using spores, so names are not necessary. As this young one suggested, you may refer to me as Old Lingji. As you can see, my movements are quite slow. To avoid wasting your precious time, please come closer to meet this old wooden body of mine. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Haha. This myconid elder appeared to be of advanced age, with a body that had taken on a wooden form, rendering movement a challenge. Fat Luo leaned towards Charlotte and remarked, myconids can communicate telepathically through spores. They inherently possess psychic abilities. Charlotte instinctively checked the elder's attributes. Old Lingji, natural life, fungus myconid, elite unit, level 22 myconid elder, blessed by the 9th level myconid deity. Strength 8, Constitution 12, Agility 6, Intelligence 17, Perception 33, Charisma. Skills: fungal life, spore projection, diverse spores, telepathy, mental network, dreaming mind, expert level fungal cultivation. Blessing of the fungal deity. Note: be wise. Before you stands a favored servant of a deity. This was Charlotte's first encounter with a character of dual professions. Astonishingly, it was a silver-tier, divine, favored servant. Du fungi bosses de cheese. Could it be the god of haiku? Capable of forming networks through spores and utilizing telepathic abilities for communication and interaction. Goodness, while humanity in this world struggles to meet basic needs, living in uncertainty, trembling in fear, look at the fungi. Though they are plant-like, they have already established an internet. The disparity is akin to that between New York's bustling metropolis and an indigenous tribe in Africa. Without further ado, Charlotte directly inquired of the elder Lingji, might I ask, esteemed elder the fungi, what brings us here? He, elder Lingji, the jovial mushroom elder, replied with a smile. I foresaw your arrival in the dreaming mind. I know you traverse this land for the cause of justice, and we are willing to offer you assistance within our means. However, there is a matter for which we seek your aid. Oh, Charlotte was taken aback. He could foresee our visit. He glanced at Fei Luo, who remarked, I once read that the dreaming mind is a type of prophetic spell, but it falls under supernatural abilities rather than magic. Many can dream of events to transpire in the coming days, inadvertently triggering the dreaming mind. Such prophetic talents are exceedingly rare and precious. Elder Lingji, what is it that requires assistance from two mere bronze-tier individuals like us? Charlotte did not forget that this seemingly slow and lethargic old mushroom was indeed a favored servant of a deity. When it comes to matters of the divine, there are no trivial concerns. Elder Lingji continued at his leisurely pace. Do not worry. This will not pose a challenge for you. As you can see, we fungi are not adept at combat, and our greatest strengths, spores and mental spells, are currently restrained, hence our request for your help. What manner of enemy are we facing? Fei Luo inquired. He understood the fungi, although timid and engaged in mushroom cultivation within their modest forest. Their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Their spores could effectively counter most creatures with respiratory systems, and their mental abilities were widely applicable, rivaling the power of magic. Ah, it is a peculiar swamp ogre. It frequently invades our mushroom forest, sometimes even devouring our kin. This wretched fiend has somehow acquired a magic crystal, which it wears. The crystal has activated its magical power, forming a natural magical shield, rendering us powerless against it. I merely hope you can assist us in eliminating this ogre. Chapter 53. The Trend-Setting Ogre. Fei Luo nodded at Charlotte. The ogre's physique was grotesque, with a significant resistance to toxins. Although its intellect was lacking, its stubbornness rendered it highly resistant to mental abilities. It was already a natural counter to the fungi, and if it possessed a magic crystal, it would indeed be a formidable opponent. What is a magic crystal? Charlotte inquired. Fei Luo rolled his eyes, astonished that Charlotte lacked even the most basic knowledge. Could he possibly have emerged from some remote mountain nook? Such potential wasted on his summoning skills. Fei Luo explained. A magic crystal is formed from the natural crystallization of order magic in underground veins. It is a precious source of magical energy, utilized in various locations. It holds immense value. Additionally, magical beasts sometimes form magic cores within them, which are also magical crystallizations. The most renowned of these is the dragon crystal. The two are quite similar. Regrettably, the previous freshwater beast failed to coalesce a magic core. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have triggered the quest. The ogre must die. Quest level, C. Quest content. Eliminate the swamp ogre that ravages the mushroom forest. Quest rewards: 400 experience points, 80 fate points, and a random card of green rarity at the highest level. Note, this mushroom forest is under my contract. Do you think we can defeat that ogre? Charlotte quietly asked Fei Luo. Fei Luo, with great confidence, declared, "Of course. With our current team, we can take on 3 to 5 ogres with a strong chance of victory, as long as there are no ogre spellcasters involved. I wouldn't bat an eye at a bunch of ogres with heads filled with fat." Charlotte thought to himself, "This is it. Spending too much time with him has led me to learn nothing but boasting." "Are you certain?" "Rest assured, it's merely a bronze-tier ogre. With the 2 of us spellcasters and this many helpers, we could beat it to a pulp." Hearing Fei Luo's renewed assurance, Charlotte felt reassured. This fellow wouldn't joke about such matters. "Well then, Elder Lingji, we accept this task." Charlotte rubbed his fingers together. Fei Luo was puzzled, but the nearly ancient Elder Lingji comprehended the implication, being adept in mental abilities. "Rest assured, labor will yield fruit. I shall ensure your efforts are rewarded. I possess many fungi, some with magical properties or valuable magical materials. You may take as much as you need. No need for formality." Hee. Elder Lingji was undoubtedly quite generous, almost directly stating, "My treasures? If you desire them, simply take them, so long as you help me vanquish that ogre. You may choose whatever you wish from my treasury." Charlotte and Fei Luo exchanged glances, and both gave a thumbs up. Truly a straightforward elder. Elder Lingji had already calculated when the ogre would arrive. It is said that such foresight is a power attained at an advanced level of mental abilities, akin to the intuitive insights spoken of in our great celestial empire's Taoism, where one can predict events with remarkable accuracy. With this in mind, Charlotte and Fei Luo prepared early, determined to confront the ogre without retreat. Ogres are formidable creatures, standing over 3 meters tall and weighing more than 300 pounds. Some powerful ogre warlords and chieftains can even reach heights of 4 meters and weigh 500 pounds. As the saying goes, a large frame is not without its strength. Their might is astonishing, with even the most ordinary ogres possessing strength exceeding 25 points. Their constitution is equally impressive, particularly their resistance to toxins. They boast remarkable digestive capabilities, able to assimilate nearly anything they consume. Their pain receptors are remarkably dull, allowing them to endure assaults as if playing rough. Their tough and coarse skin, along with thick layers of fat, can even render some shorter daggers ineffective against their vital organs. The sheer size of their physique is already a headache, but they also possess magical abilities. Their skin is resistant to magic, exhibiting greater resilience than even the naturally magic-resistant dwarves. Moreover, they possess a rage ability. Once provoked, you will face a berserker with immense strength, constitution, resistance to toxins, and formidable magical defenses. They are typically accompanied by some feeble creatures, such as gnolls, wild goblins, and earth goblins. With a toothy grin, Charlotte remarked, "After your words, I feel our chances of victory are rather slim. As you said, we possess intelligence. That ogre may be formidable in many respects, but it lacks a brain. We can outsmart it." Fat Luo replied, with a carefree demeanor. Charlotte cast a glance at Fat Luo and inquired, "Are you suggesting we employ the same tactics as before? A reprise of our previous strategy?" "Precisely. This time, we shall execute it with even greater ferocity," Fat Luo exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Fat Luo opened Charlotte's eyes to new possibilities. After extensive study of a particular spellcasting technique, a mage may attain certain unique specialties. These specialties are akin to accomplished chefs who, through years of practice, can skillfully slice tofu into fine shreds. Similarly, spellcasting specialties are cultivated through prolonged dedication and training, yielding techniques that others cannot replicate. The effects of these specialties resemble innate talents, yet they are developed through acquired skill. With a smug expression, Fat Luo declared, "I call this technique multiple spellcasting, and I have yet to share it with anyone." Multiple spellcasting, a spell specialty that, at the cost of multiplied magical energy expenditure, allows one to stack the effects of a particular spell multiple times. As he spoke, Fat Luo produced several long daggers from his personal space. Before Charlotte's eyes, the daggers shrank progressively from 30 centimeters to the size of a fingertip. "You're trying to impress me, aren't you?" Charlotte observed Fat Luo, sensing a mischievous streak that resonated with his own tastes. 5 daggers, reduced to the size of finger biscuits, were stuffed into a block of ice encased in grease and fresh meat. To enhance the allure, Charlotte sprinkled his unique seasoning over them. The nearby creature, humming, was visibly enticed, grunting with desire. Everything was ready. They just awaited the opportune moment. As evening descended, The ogre indeed arrived punctually for its meal. Standing about 3.5 meters tall, its weight was indeterminate. However, the large and deep footprints it left behind suggested considerable heft. Its rough, gray skin resembled that of a concrete surface. Draped over its shoulder was a tattered, dark hide, and several leather straps bound its arms, while the upper body remained bare. Its lower half was encased in leather shorts secured by a large belt with bare feet. The attire was rather breezy. The creature was exceedingly ugly, with a mouth large enough to swallow Teemo whole, featuring 2 prominent, upward-pointing fangs. A broken horn adorned its head. Its rotund belly was covered in excess flesh, possibly a result of feasting on mushroom folk. Its weapon was a massive wooden club, which Charlotte surmised might have been a broken sapling. Astonishingly, the magical crystal that the old Lingji had emphasized was embedded in its navel, the size of an infant's fist. By the heavens, it even has a navel ring. This one is truly the trendsetter among ogres. This appeared to be an ogre warrior. Fat Luo expressed his uncertainty. Charlotte quickly inquired, "What exactly is an ogre warrior? How formidable are they?" Ogre warriors may not possess any extraordinary abilities, but they surpass ordinary ogres in every respect, essentially able to overpower 2 standard ogres, enjoying significant stature among their kin. The risks we face this time are substantial. Fat Luo refrained from elaborating further, yet Charlotte understood his unspoken thoughts. With the situation at hand, there was no room for hesitation. As long as it lacked any special abilities, they could handle it. They had already made a promise. How could they back out now? No need for excessive contemplation. Let's charge ahead. Chapter 54. A poor ogre with a broken horn. Broken horn, ogre, elite unit, level 16 ogre warrior. Strength 28. Constitution 27, agility 14, intelligence 7, perception 9, charisma. Skills: super strength, stamina, resilient life, resistant skin, poison resistance, frenzy. Note: in the world of ogres, there are only 2 types of beings, those that can be eaten and those that cannot. The ogre known as Broken Horn casually snapped off a mushroom as thick as an arm and over a meter tall, devouring it without concern for any dirt it may have collected. That hard, stick-like mushroom vanished into its gaping maw, and in mere minutes, it consumed no less than 10 large mushrooms, showing discernment by selecting smaller ones for their tenderness. No wonder the old Lingji was determined to eliminate this creature. At this rate, within a year, the mushroom folk's cherished forest would be reduced by half. Here it comes. The ogre, lost in its feast, suddenly halted, its nostrils flaring in rapture. Broken Horn had caught a whiff of something delicious. Meat, not the dry, insipid mushrooms. It discarded the half-eaten mushroom stem and followed the scent trail. Suddenly, it spotted a piece of meat atop a low mushroom cap. Meat. Broken Horn-esque. Delicious. Fragrant. In a flash, the piece of meat, laden with malicious intent towards humans, vanished into the ogre's mouth. Charlotte recalled the scene of Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, likely without savoring its flavor. He had worried that the ogre would meticulously taste the morsels and discover the daggers. In hindsight, he had underestimated the voracious appetite. Broken Horn smacked its lips, seemingly relishing the lingering taste. Unwilling to give up, it searched nearby for more, but found nothing. Reluctantly, it broke off the mushroom that had held the meat, hoping to capture the flavor of the cap as well. As the ogre reminisced about the savory meat, it continued to devour mushrooms, fantasizing about feasting on flesh, leading to an insatiable appetite. For a continuous half-hour, it consumed without pause. Where had all those mushrooms gone? Could it be that this creature's belly was a pocket dimension? Suddenly, Broken Horn's grotesque visage shifted, and it stopped chewing, puzzled as it rubbed its belly. Something felt amiss. Broken Horn sensed discomfort, but was unsure of its source. Pondering for a moment, it resumed its eating. Gradually, the unsettling sensation intensified. It dropped the mushroom, clutching its belly, seemingly lost like a child without a sense of direction. Broken Horn had never experienced an upset stomach in its life. It was entirely unfamiliar with this feeling. However, its instincts warned it of impending trouble. No, I feel uneasy. I must return home. The strangeness of the sensation filled it with dread. It desperately longed to return to its dwelling. Home. Broken Horn needed to go home. It rose to leave. Now, it's the perfect moment, Charlotte urged. Meanwhile, Fat Luo, with an astute sense of timing, gestured to dispel the multiple shrinking spell. The daggers, now restored to their original size, returned to their form. Broken Horn suddenly doubled over, clutching its belly, uttering its first words in the common tongue. Ouch! It hurts. Then, it noticed many peculiar bipedal creatures surrounding it. However, at that moment, Broken Horn had no desire to eat. it felt unwell. I don't want to eat. You all leave. Charlotte and Fei Luo exchanged a glance, unable to suppress their mirth. This creature was quite amusing. Did it not wish to feast upon us? Did we appear to be mere delivery boys for fast food? Once again, the governor led the charge, followed closely by the valiant duo, while the claystone golem provided support from the center. Meanwhile, the two mermen and Teemo could only cheer from the sidelines, as they were entirely unfit to intervene in such a battle. Any collateral damage could result in significant experience loss. Thus, they remained mere cheerleaders, a professional cheerleading squad. The governor, wielding his mighty hammer, faced the towering creature with difficulty. This blow was intercepted by the formidable club, and despite the governor's superior strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. The massive, dark, and thick weapon was overwhelmingly advantageous, measuring nearly 6 feet in length, exceptionally sturdy, and extraordinarily heavy, essentially a long-range weapon. The governor's spiked hammer left no mark on the club at all. Suddenly, a velociraptor leaped over a meter high, sinking its teeth into the ogre's thick forearm. Yet, as Fei Luo had described, the ogre's hide was tough, its flesh resilient, and its sense of pain dulled. With a furious roar, the ogre flung the creature into the air with a single motion, sending the 100-pound velociraptor soaring, while sustaining only minor wounds on its arm. The ogre appeared to be enraged, letting out a bellow. The broken horn is angry. Its skin flushed a deep red, the bloodshot eyes widened, and its already enormous form swelled even larger. With a powerful swing, it brought the club down upon the now-landing velociraptor. Bang! The governor managed to block the blow just in time. However, the weighty strike pushed the governor back several steps. Had he not been wielding a superior quality green shield, the shield would have surely shattered under the impact. Bayu bayu bayu. 3 magical missiles soared through the air, striking the ogre in the chest and halting its advance. Yet, these magical projectiles, capable of shattering 2-inch thick oak planks, seemed to have little effect, although they left the ogre's chest bruised and battered. Charlotte discerned that these were mere flesh wounds, insignificant injuries for a creature of its kind. A fire arrow shot forth, finding its mark upon the ogre's body. But regrettably, it was even less effective than the magical missiles, merely charring a spot on its arm. The broken horn was agitated. The ogre, having recently savored a delectable piece of meat, was initially ecstatic. After days of subsisting on dry, tasteless mushrooms, the taste of tender meat was akin to a festive celebration. Yet soon, a sharp pain gripped its belly, a sensation it could not comprehend. Then, several food-like entities appeared. The broken horn, discomfort, had no desire to consume them. Yet they attacked. The ogre, infuriated, bellowed, "You all step aside. The broken horn wishes to return home." Charlotte was taken aback. "Goodness, Fei Luo, what are you doing? You're practically warming it up." Fei Luo shared in the frustration. "I never anticipated this. The book's casual mention of resistant skin is far more potent than I assumed. Those authors, surely educated by ogres themselves, wish for others to share in their misfortunes. Thus their vague descriptions." Observing the ineffectiveness of direct spells against the ogre, which was jesting with the governor and the valiant duo, Charlotte sighed. The very existence of this creature mocked the mages. Directly applied, magic seemed futile, contemplating other potential spells. Fei Luo suddenly had an epiphany. Eureka! The web spell. He retrieved a small bundle of spider silk from his pocket. Mages often carried various vials and pouches filled with casting materials. Many spells necessitated specific components for successful incantation. Chapter 55. The first drop of blood falls. Fei Luo gestured with his hands, murmuring incantations, and finally pointed, sending forth a massive web of spider silk. The milky white strands landed squarely upon the broken horn, causing it to flail in confusion. The web was remarkably adhesive, ensnaring its limbs and entangling them with the surrounding mushroom forest, hindering its movements. "We did it!" Fei Luo exclaimed, thrilled. The broken horn, irritated, seized the web and tore it asunder, akin to shredding a tattered shirt, discarding the remnants aside. The scene grew awkward, and Charlotte glanced at Fei Luo, exasperated. "I've gone to such lengths, and this is what you show me?" Fei Luo, undeterred by Charlotte's disdainful look, retorted. "What can I do? I'm just as desperate." He took pride in his spellcasting, exclaiming, "The web spell is a 3rd-tier magic. The fact that I can cast it is commendable." He even applauded himself. How shameless. Where did you learn that? However, this incident did prompt Charlotte to consider. Since the ogre possessed high magical resistance, spells should be directed elsewhere. Utilizing indirect damage spells might bear fruit. Claystone Golem. It's your time to shine. Let S turn stone into mud. The claystone golem approached, exhibiting no visible movement as it unleashed the slow aura and the stone-to-mud spell. The broken horn, intent on squashing the unyielding food before it, was determined to return home. It felt exceedingly uncomfortable, yearning for home. Suddenly, the ground beneath the ogre softened, and it sank into a mud pit as the claystone golem transformed a meter of earth into viscous sludge. The broken horn found itself trapped in a 1-meter-deep pit of thick mud. Then, the stone-to-mud spell took effect. The ogre, momentarily stunned, could hardly comprehend the situation before its calves and knees were encased in solid rock. What transpired? Why was this happening? The ensuing events were straightforward. An immobile ogre became nothing more than a target for retaliation. The others rushed forward to deliver blows. Even the previously idle merman duo and Teemo joined in, throwing punches. Even the inconspicuous little soft attempted to land a hit, but was inadvertently swatted aside by the ogre, becoming a mere puddle. It retreated to the sidelines, quietly gathering its scattered form. In no time, the ogre began to feel overwhelmed, but not due to the assault from the food-like entities. Other than the hefty creature wielding the hammer, the smaller beings posed no threat. They failed to inflict even a semblance of pain. However, the ogre's stomach was in turmoil. Suddenly, it spewed forth a stream of blood, and in that moment, clarity struck. Perhaps it was nearing death. Death felt akin to being consumed by the very food it was attacking. Yet, the broken horn felt no fear. It merely hungered. Its appetite was vast, often enduring feasts followed by famines, lacking a consistent food source. After finally discovering a mushroom forest, it lamented the unpalatable fungi. It had long been deprived of meat. Today's morsel had been delightful. Was the discomfort a consequence of that delicious meat? Regrettably, the ogre had not eaten its fill. It still desired more, but alas, the opportunity had slipped away. As Charlotte observed the ogre gushing blood, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The ogre is extraordinarily formidable, with 5 daggers embedded within its belly, yet it still fought valiantly against our numbers. Even the stones that bound it began to crack under the strain. How terrifying! Were it not for those 5 daggers lodged in its gut, we could scarcely fathom the cost we would incur to slay it. Fat Luo also regarded the broken horn with admiration. I surmise that if you do not dispel the multiple shrinking spells, it would eventually digest even the iron daggers. The ogre's stomach is indeed like wrought iron. At this point, the broken horn was finally on the brink of death, and everyone ceased their attacks, awaiting Charlotte's command. Since its birth, the broken horn had sought sustenance. Consuming was its sole purpose, yet had never been satiated. Now, as it faced death, it would no longer endure hunger. May it find abundant feasts in paradise. Once a titan, its voice booming like thunder, the broken horn now gasped like a whisper. It hungered. It craved flesh. I cannot shake the feeling that we are the true villains here, bullying a disabled child. Charlotte, observing the dying creature, felt a pang of sympathy as it cried out in hunger. After all, it had not committed any heinous acts. It merely discovered a grove of mushrooms and sought to eat. An entirely normal behavior for an ogre. Was it expected to pay for its sustenance? Yet, here we were, having accepted its quest. One cannot bite the hand that feeds, and the mushroom ogre is not at fault. This situation transcends notions of right and wrong. It is a battle for survival. Nonetheless, I can still offer it some aid. Charlotte retrieved a generous handful of jerky from his backpack and stuffed it into the broken horn's mouth. Whether it was a final flicker of life or merely a glutton's insatiable yearning, the ogre's once dull eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. It voraciously devoured the meat. Delicious. Tasty. The broken horn reveled in the scrumptiousness. The apex of gluttony, the ogre's legacy, the Terminator of mushrooms in the black mire. A solitary tear rolled down the edge of its eye. The first tear of blood fell. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the bronze tier elite ogre warrior, Broken Horn. You have earned 110 experience points and 40 fate points. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the C-level quest. The ogre must die. Quest completion, B level. Reward, 480 experience points, 96 fate points, and 1 randomly drawn green tier card. Note, you have successfully claimed this grove of mushrooms. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. You have 1 free attribute point. Please use it wisely. Charlotte casually allocated this single attribute point to intelligence, seeking to enhance his magical prowess in hopes of meeting his majesty soon. What remained was the customary routine. 3 cards, choose 1. The first card revealed a pair of Hello Kitty slippers. Pink, no less. Are you jesting with me? Hello Kitty slippers, ordinary equipment card, grants 1 charisma. Note, they embody the spirit of youthful femininity. The second card depicted a peculiar, vine-like plant burrowing into the earth. Venomous Flower Vine, excellent quality follower card, consumes 50 mana points. Summoning a level 6 Venomous Flower Vine to fight for you. Note, this vine is toxic. The third card showcased an exquisite pendant or necklace. Migi Pendant, ordinary equipment card, grants 1 mana recovery per minute. Note, an item long removed from existence. Without a doubt, the Venomous Flower Vine must be chosen. A green tier follower is indeed a rarity. Furthermore, the mana recovery item is not an immediate necessity. And would Charlotte truly don those pink Hello Kitty slippers in battle? Charlotte promptly summoned the Venomous Flower Vine. This ability seemed to originate from the game Diablo 2 by glass shards, akin to a fellow native of the Claystone realm. It was a living vine as thick as an infant's wrist, exuding excitement as it emerged, wriggling around Charlotte's feet. This was an underground plant. Venomous Flower Vine, natural life. Level 6, Strength 12, Constitution 11, Agility 12, Intelligence 7, Perception 14, Charisma. Skills, Burrow, Sense Vibrations, Activate Plants, Venomous Thorn, Root Entangle. Note, witness my Asian bindings. Chapter 56, The Life of a Glutton, Never Ending. As Charlotte observed the Venomous Flower Vine, an idea struck him. Great dictionary. What if I were to fuse the Thorn Heart and Thorn Vine into the Venomous Flower Vine? Would that not be a splendid notion? Oh, I assumed you wouldn't have figured that out without my prompting. To my surprise, you are not as dim-witted as I thought. Do not underestimate me. I have thoroughly comprehended this matter. Since the great dictionary validated his thought, Charlotte opted for the fusion. Being nature-based entities, they should harmonize well. Ding! Your green, excellent quality follower card, Venomous Flower Vine, has fused with the green, excellent quality miscellaneous card, Thorn Heart, enhancing its abilities. Please check the details. This fusion cost 50 fate points, and the Venomous Flower Vine gained 500 experience points. Welcome for your next visit. Ding! Your green, excellent quality follower card, Venomous Flower Vine, has fused with the green, excellent quality miscellaneous card, Thorn Vine, upgrading to a blue fine quality follower card, Thorn Flower Vine. Please check the details. This fusion cost 30 fate points, and Thorn Flower Vine gained 300 experience points. Welcome for your next visit. Ding! Congratulations, your blue fine quality follower card, Thorn Flower Vine, has downgraded to level 5. What a shock! It downgraded due to excessive experience loss. The Thorn Flower Vine has become a bit slimmer. Thorn Flower Vine, natural life, level 5. Strength 11, Constitution 12, Agility 13, Intelligence 8, Perception 16, Charisma. Skills, Burrow, Sense Vibrations, Activate Plants, Harden, Venomous Thorn, Root Entangle, Thorn Heart. Note, behold my Asian bindings. And piercing, just shy of dripping wax. Burrow, the Thorn Flower Vine moves underground. Sense Vibrations, the Thorn Flower Vine perceives the world through vibrations. Activate Plants. The Thorn Flower Vine is a naturally activated plant, immune to most toxins, curses, and mental effects. Harden. The vines of the Thorn Flower Vine can become exceedingly rigid. Venomous Thorn. The Thorn Flower Vine possesses potent venom, which can inflict paralysis, excruciating pain, and poisoning on enemies struck. Root Entangle. The Thorn Flower Vine can ensnare enemies, rendering them unable to act. Thorn Heart. The Thorn Flower Vine has acquired a druid's insight into thorns and can naturally evolve. The effects are quite remarkable. First, the card's rank has elevated from green to blue, significantly increasing the level cap. Even with the downgrade, all attributes have seen some enhancement, and most importantly, the skills have been greatly amplified. Now, go and retrieve that large stick for me. Charlotte playfully beckoned to the Thorn Flower Vine as though coaxing a puppy. The Thorn Flower Vine swiftly burrowed underground and soon emerged from beneath the massive stick belonging to the broken horn, dragging it back with ease. The stick was remarkably heavy. Charlotte found it somewhat cumbersome to lift. Darkwood Core Stick, ordinary grade weapon, stick, 15 attack power. Equipment requirements, strength note. I believe you could craft a string of beads. My goodness, it turns out to be a core of syncwood. I should indeed craft a string of beads. Charlotte was thoroughly astonished. He had previously suspected that the hefty wooden staff held by the broken horn could rival a spiked mace, indicating it was no ordinary stick. Yet, he never imagined it was a core of syncwood. What is syncwood? Why would one use it to craft beads? Fat Luo was perplexed, completely oblivious to Charlotte's musings. Crafting beads? What on earth does that even mean? Your cultural enlightenment is utterly desolate. I shall reveal to you the true essence of artful play. Fat Luo recognized that Charlotte had once again begun to ramble nonsensically and decided to ignore him. At that moment, Teemo tugged at Charlotte's pant leg, prompting him to look down. Teemo pointed at the peacefully deceased broken horn, exclaiming, "Commander, look!" Upon glancing, Charlotte's eyes widened in astonishment. Broken Horn had indeed dropped a card. He rushed over to pick it up. Ogre Broken Horn, elite level follower card, consumes 80 mana points. Summons a level 16 Ogre Broken Horn as your follower to fight for you. Note, Broken Horn eats meat. What is this? Charlotte glanced at the enormous corpse on the ground, then back at the green card in his hand. It had dropped from his own defeat? Fat Luo was unaware of what Teemo wanted Charlotte to see. He could not perceive the dropped card, but noticed Charlotte rushing to pick something up. He knew that at times, Charlotte could obtain items from slain foes. For instance, when he defeated the freshwater beast, Charlotte had picked up something invisible from it. Could this be Charlotte's unique summoning technique? Charlotte utilized a lucky coin and gathered enough mana to summon Broken Horn. Broken Horn, Ogre, level 16. Strength 29, Constitution 28. Agility 15, Intelligence 7, Perception 9, Charisma. Skills, Giant Strength, Robustness, Tenacious Life, Resistant Skin, Toxin Resistance, Frenzy. Note, gluttons do not die. They merely grow hungry. Giant Strength. Broken Horn possesses innate immense strength with high growth in strength. Robustness. Broken Horn is exceedingly strong, displaying high growth in Constitution. Tenacious Life. Broken Horn exhibits remarkable vitality with high growth in health and health recovery. Resistant Skin. Broken Horn has a natural high resistance to magic. Toxin Resistance. Broken Horn has a natural high resistance to toxins. Frenzy. Broken Horn has awakened its racial talent, Frenzy, allowing it to enter a frenzied state for 10 minutes, after which it will be weakened for an hour. Once per day, its attributes have even increased. Could it be that nearly dying enhances one's strength? Does this creature possess Scion blood? Fat Luo beheld a massive ogre suddenly materialize before him, towering and robust, resembling a mountain of flesh. Charlotte, be careful! Fat Luo shouted in terror, unsure why an ogre had appeared so abruptly. However, he understood that Charlotte was in imminent danger. Captain, don't shoot. It's one of us. Charlotte hurriedly stopped Fat Luo's spell as he was already conjuring a fire arrow. At that moment, Broken Horn was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He did not comprehend. Who was the ogre lying on the ground? The sight of it seemed strangely familiar. What was going on? Fat Luo was equally perplexed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this suddenly appeared ogre bore an uncanny resemblance to the one sprawled on the ground. Revived? No, wait. The body is still lying there? Ah, well, Charlotte hastily concocted an explanation. This ogre is a great glutton, and its insatiable craving for food left a profound obsession. Indeed, an obsession. I utilized this trait to summon it. After all, a glutton's life never truly ends. After delivering this speech, even Charlotte began to believe his own words. Goodness, I'm truly a genius. I can fabricate such nonsense. Fat Luo continued to gaze at Charlotte with an expression of pity, akin to watching someone with diminished faculties. Well, whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. Charlotte adopted a shameless demeanor, leaving Fat Luo with no recourse. One who lacks shame is invincible. All right. You may say whatever you wish, but are you certain this ogre is completely under your control? Fat Luo remained skeptical. Rest assured, I handle matters with care. It won't suddenly grow hungry and decide to devour us, will it? Of course not. You're so fat. If it were to eat, it would choose you, not me. Fat Luo extracted a magic crystal from Broken Horn's corpse as Charlotte stored the ogre away. The two then prepared to return and claim their reward from Elder Lingji. Although Broken Horn had become Charlotte's follower, he had transformed into a card. The original Broken Horn was indeed deceased. Feel free to check. The body still lay there. Before Charlotte's group could make their way back, they spotted a mushroom person timidly conversing with Teemo. The mushroom person appeared quite familiar, likely the same one they had encountered before. Naturally, Charlotte recognized all mushroom people as familiar. Teemo nodded enthusiastically, patting his chest, exuding an air of I've got this. Chapter 57. The Skyrocket That Didn't Arrive for the New Year. Teemo then approached Charlotte, stating, Commander, Elder Lingji is already aware that we have triumphed over the ogre. He requests that we bring the ogre's corpse back. What could Charlotte say? His follower had already taken it upon itself to claim a significant prize from their friend. He certainly had to maintain appearances. Thankfully, they had the governor. Otherwise, how would they transport this massive bulk of over 500 pounds? Speaking of which, what does Elder Lingji want with Broken Horn's corpse? Surely he isn't planning to cultivate mushrooms from it? That old fellow harbors quite a vengeful spirit. Having consumed his mushrooms, would he bury them to grow more? Fat Luo whispered mysteriously, I've heard that mushroom people possess a secret spore art capable of controlling corpses to fight for them. It's a technique that, while not necromancy, yields similar effects. Is there no sense of morality anymore? Even vegetative beings have started dabbling in the dark arts. Uncle Gio, where are you? Someone is practicing corpse crafting here. Charlotte and the others transported Broken Horn's body back to Elder Lingji. Upon meeting, Elder Lingji first chuckled. I knew you would succeed. Thank you very much. This way, the mushroom forest is secure for our kind. He began to drone on in his uniquely slow and deep voice. I say, could you perhaps get to the point regarding our reward? You're rambling on. Are you trying to shortchange us on gear? Elder Lingji, being a master of telepathy, immediately discerned Charlotte's thoughts. Forgive me, this old wood is quite chatty. I seldom have anyone to converse with. Once I start, it seems endless. Please, come to my collection room. Each of you may select one item. I will prepare some unique fungi shortly. Finally, he was addressing the matter at hand. Charlotte's group, guided by a diminutive mushroom person, ventured into another cave. The small mushroom person shook its head, releasing a cloud of spores that revealed a door covered in fungi on the wall. The small mushroom person pushed the door open and stepped aside, gesturing for Charlotte and the others to enter. It then curiously observed the peculiar beings that were Charlotte and his companions. Even Charlotte, who was unashamed, felt it inappropriate to include Little Soft and the two generals in the reward selection. The scene was rather unseemly, as Charlotte, after all, was once a person of dignity. Thus, those who ventured inside to claim their rewards were Charlotte, Fat Luo, the governor, and Teemo, while the remaining fishmen and other followers waited outside. Upon entering the cave, Charlotte was astonished to discover that old Lingji's collection was indeed quite substantial. The disordered stone steps and the caps of mushrooms were brimming with an array of peculiar items. There were animal bones, plant branches, fruits, unknown minerals, and various enigmatic objects. In addition to these ambiguous raw materials, there were also some pieces of equipment evidently crafted for intelligent beings. Charlotte casually picked up a gleaming two-handed sword, which, despite its age, remained remarkably sharp. He then glanced at metallic half-armor nearby. Its simple design exuded a sense of reliability. Upon inspecting it with the system, he discovered it was a piece of green-quality equipment, a fine creation forged by dwarves. He examined a few more items, all of which were at least of excellent quality. The mesmerizing array of objects nearly overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected old Lingji's collection to be so rich. Fat Luo, unfazed, remarked, this mushroom elder has lived for hundreds of years. It's quite likely that this entire mushroom forest was cultivated by him. He probably settled here after this land turned into a swamp, having already lived an indeterminate amount of time. It's not surprising he has such a collection. Soon, Fat Luo selected his prize, a wand crafted from a mushroom stem. He had long desired a better wand, yet the equipment for mages was notoriously expensive, especially the wands, which were of paramount importance. A quality wand significantly enhances a mage's abilities, but Fat Luo was merely an apprentice of the Black Iron tier, still working under his teacher, lacking the funds to purchase a wand. Thus, he had been using a pitiful apprentice's wand, its grip worn down to a polished sheen. One might mistake it for a mere trinket. As its name suggests, the apprentice's wand was hardly a remarkable item, serving only to marginally assist a mage apprentice in casting spells, a meager aid at best. To his surprise, delving into the swamp had yielded him an excellent grade wand. The fungal wand, an excellent grade item, provided 1 intelligence, a maximum of 50 mana, and 1 point of mana recovery per minute. Active skill, Sleep Spore Cloud. Usable once per day. Remark, a wand made from the stem of a peculiar mushroom. However, where was its cap? Teemo also chose his reward, opting for an exceedingly small pair of leather boots. These boots were so tiny that Charlotte felt he could slip them on his thumb. Nevertheless, this size was quite fitting for Teemo. Big Pecker's magical leather boots, excellent grade equipment, provide 1 agility. Equipped, grants silent movement effect. Active skill, grease on the soles. Usable once per day. Remark, you will find it difficult to locate shoes of this size again. It was a rare occasion for Teemo to acquire suitable gear. However, the governor stood by, hesitating to make a selection. Observing his indecisiveness, Charlotte encouraged him, Governor, don't just stand there. Choose an appropriate piece of equipment. Ultimately, the governor selected a single shoulder guard. Oak shoulder guard, excellent grade equipment, provides 28 defense, 1 constitution, 1 health recovery per minute, and restores 1 point of durability each natural day. Durability, 80. Remark, the craftsmanship is both primitive and exquisite. Charlotte Shuzafui. This fruit had likely been in the cave for an indeterminate amount of time, yet remained plump and fresh, showing no signs of withering. Mana fruit, excellent grade, miscellaneous item. Consumption, increases mana by 30 points. Remark, quite fitting for you. Upon seeing Charlotte select a mana fruit, Fat Luo commented, "That item can provide a slight increase in mana. The effect isn't significant, but it's quite rare and seldom seen in the market. Extremely expensive." Charlotte immediately took a bite, believing that obtaining 30 points of mana from this reward was quite a bargain. However, Fat Luo thought he was at a loss, while mana could rise with strength. Opportunities to acquire equipment were few and far between. Mages were notoriously expensive to maintain, yet he was unaware that Charlotte's equipment could be obtained through draws. The group returned to see old Lingji, who greeted them with his trademark laughter. "Haha, it seems you have all chosen your rewards. I have some fungi here that may assist you, especially this little friend." Old Lingji extended his bony arm, pointing at Teemo. Teemo stepped forward to accept the bag old Lingji offered, woven from fine vines, filled with an assortment of strange fungi. "Haha," old Lingji continued. "I know you have a righteous cause to fulfill. However, it is already quite late, and the swamp's night is not suitable for traveling. Please rest here for the night. Tomorrow, I will send my kin to guide you. The road ahead is perilous." That night, under old Lingji's suggestion, Charlotte and the others stayed for a night, at least avoiding the need to pitch tents in the wilderness. For dinner, Charlotte prepared an extravagant pot of rich mushroom stew, leaving Fat Luo so stuffed he could hardly sleep. The next morning, they bid farewell to old Lingji. Under the guidance of a familiar mushroom person, Charlotte and his companions continued towards the dilapidated castle. In truth, the mushroom forest was not far from their destination, yet powerful magical beasts, the swamp hydra, lay in wait along the path. This creature, when fully grown, possessed 3 heads and could reach the pinnacle of bronze strength. At 6 heads, it attained the pinnacle of silver, and at 9 heads, it reached the height of gold. At that point, even a dragon would think twice before provoking it. Ahead lay the lair of a 5-headed hydra. Had they ventured in without the guidance of the mushroom person, Charlotte and his companions would likely have met their end. The outcome would simply be 3 words: the end. Ultimately, Charlotte produced a card he had drawn before entering the swamp, a skyrocket. Utilizing the delayed detonation of the skyrocket, he successfully diverted the attention of the 5-headed hydra. It seemed this skyrocket still had some utility. Charlotte had thought it would only serve as a firework for the new year. After circumventing the hydra's lair, the mushroom person returned, unable to stray far from the mushroom forest, as distance would be fatal for him. Yet, no further guidance was needed. In the distance, the shadow of the crumbling castle gradually came into view. Chapter 58, Chitter Chatter. Fat Luo finally set aside his playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. For a spellcaster, venturing into hostile territory was an option of last resort. There's a saying, a prepared mage is invincible. The methods of spellcasters are countless and varied. To confront a prepared spellcaster, no one can guarantee they won't meet an untimely end. Therefore, most of the time, mages remain nestled within their meticulously prepared towers, treated as bosses by numerous foot soldiers. From now on, we must be ready to engage in battle at any moment. We could be exposed at any time. Fat Luo stated earnestly. "Oh, what do you mean?" Charlotte inquired, perplexed. "Creatures like the crow, which can generally control small animals as their spies. Mice, bats, crows, wolves, and numerous inconspicuous little creatures could potentially serve as its spies. One moment of inattention could lead to our exposure. We have already entered its domain, placing us at a significant disadvantage. If it detects our presence ahead of time and prepares adequately, we would be in grave danger. The later we remain concealed, the better. We seek vengeance for those orphans, not to meet our demise." Charlotte inquired, "Shall we wait until nightfall to act?" Fat Luo shook his head. "No, that's unwise. Many monsters possess dark vision, rendering the darkness inconsequential to them, while it would severely hinder us." Charlotte nodded. "I understand. From this moment on, we shall operate like a fly, yet we must eliminate it." Teemo and 2 fishmen were dispatched for reconnaissance. From now on, we must proceed with utmost caution. Before long, Teemo relayed the news. A troop of approximately 30 fishmen had been spotted ahead, equipped with relatively fine gear. Upon hearing this, Fat Luo remarked, "Their good equipment, coupled with their position just outside the witch's castle, suggests they are her subordinates." Teemo and the fishmen reported that the terrain surrounding the castle made it challenging to circumvent the fishmen's line of sight. The area was flat and open. Should we attempt to take a detour and be discovered, we would face the peril of being ambushed from both sides. At that point, the witch would be casting spells from behind, and we would see not even a shadow. Charlotte appeared troubled. As Charlotte's eyes gleamed with resolve, he declared fiercely, "Since circumventing is not a viable option, let us confront them head-on. If we can swiftly eliminate this group of fishmen without letting any escape, the likelihood of exposure diminishes. We shall exploit the element of surprise and strike directly at the heart of the matter. Huh? Fat Luo was momentarily taken aback. Strike at the yellow dragon? What does that have to do with the yellow dragon? Why target it? Charlotte face-bombed, realizing the generational gap in understanding. He elaborated on his plan, asserting that it bore no relation to any yellow dragon. Currently, Fat Luo's level as a mage was quite low, lacking the group invisibility spells that could conceal their movements. Charlotte also lacked such capabilities. Given the circumstances, the most straightforward and unrefined approach might paradoxically prove to be the most feasible strategy. Despite the witch's occupation of the vast castle, she did not possess sufficient manpower for adequate defense and surveillance. Moreover, it was uncommon for anyone to venture into this murky depth to cause her trouble. Deploying a mere group of fishmen was already a show of her caution. Neither at the gates nor atop the walls or towers were there any sentries to patrol. Thus, this plan was indeed viable. Fat Luo cautioned, I cannot utilize overly powerful magic. If my magical aura fluctuates too greatly, the witch may detect us. We must rely on your summoned creatures. Fat Luo had long been curious about Charlotte's summoning abilities. He had heard that few could maintain such prolonged summons. Furthermore, that creature named Teemo could even speak and consume food. Understood, Charlotte affirmed. Our goal is swift victory and total annihilation. Once we have dispatched these fishmen, let my 2 fishmen remain to obscure the battlefield. We will charge straight into the castle and adapt to the situation as it unfolds. Soon, they commenced their operation. Even though they had resolved to confront the enemy directly, Teemo was still sent to lure them. It was a gamble, but they had to try. In no time, the exaggerated antics of Teemo, in his frantic state, caught the attention of the fishmen. Teemo's nickname, Teemo Million, derived from his extreme provocation. Upon sighting him, the enemies were eager to eliminate him, so much so that they would not lament a loss in battle. This was a coveted trait for a tank. With a face like his, no one could hope to outmaneuver him. Faced with such a provocateur, the fishmen had no other thoughts. Upon spotting Teemo, 3 fishmen felt insulted and rushed after him. Teemo stumbled back, with the 3 fishmen gleefully in pursuit. However, the larger fishman troop remained oblivious to any oddities. Soon, the 3 pursuers fell silent. At that moment, Charlotte's fishman tide hunter emerged from the foliage, shouting at the fishmen. It proclaimed, there are several more provocateurs here. Come over, brothers. With their waterlogged brains, the fishmen harbored no suspicions and eagerly sent 4 more to join the chase. Shortly thereafter, silence ensued once more. The tide hunter shouted again, enemies are here. Hurry over. At this, the remaining 20-odd fishmen rushed toward the call. Upon arrival, they saw 2 unfamiliar fishmen standing there, while the previous 7 had vanished. Thus, both sides began to bicker. At this juncture, Charlotte had no time to translate for Fat Luo, as the ambush was about to commence. The first to strike was the calm-faced governor, bursting forth from the thicket wielding a spiked hammer. The fishmen instantly disregarded Charlotte's tide hunter, raising their spears and blades to charge at the lone governor. These fishmen, some armed with spears and others with knives, donned tattered leather armor. They were far superior to the wretched fishmen encountered previously by Charlotte and his companions. It was unclear from where the witch had procured such discarded equipment. The governor, indomitable, struck down the first fishman with a single blow, reducing it and its spear to a puddle of mush, with only its legs remaining upright. However, the fishmen were not timid goblins. They were ferocious and undeterred by such carnage. They surged towards the governor, intent on dismembering him with their blades. At that moment, the 2 enforcers flanking the fishmen also emerged, effectively executing a pincer maneuver. Charlotte had long since bestowed a blessing of strength upon the grunting enforcer, who charged through the fishmen like an unstoppable juggernaut, wreaking havoc with unparalleled speed and force. Finally, the fishmen panicked. They realized they had fallen into an ambush. They recognized they had been ensnared. After all, they were merely savage natives, not a trained, disciplined army. Their morale plummeted, and they began to rout. Despite the efforts to draw the fishmen away, the sounds of battle had already reached the castle. If they could not swiftly eradicate the fleeing fishmen, they risked being discovered. Time was of the essence for the Chinese team. At this moment, the clay golem, which had been lying in the mud for quite some time, finally rose. The slowing aura spread among the fishmen. Meanwhile, the thorny vines that had been lying in wait underground sprang forth, ensnaring 2 fishmen directly. The sharp thorns of the vines inflicted grievous wounds upon the fishmen, soon causing them to turn green and convulse. The vines relinquished their hold on these 2 fishmen, seeking to bind others. A clever Asian technique of binding. The battle proceeded smoothly. The fishmen had been lured far away by Teemo and were quickly encircled. Following the original plan, Charlotte left 2 fishmen to clean up the battlefield, while the rest charged directly into the castle. This dilapidated castle bore a striking resemblance to medieval European fortifications, designed primarily for military defense. Within the castle, towering towers connected to the walls surrounded a small plaza, with skirted buildings encircling it. Some windows had been constructed exceedingly narrow to withstand attacks. At this moment, the castle, which had consumed an immense amount of magical materials, did not appear excessively dilapidated. Only the walls bore minor breaches, a few stones were cracked, and the ground displayed some fissures and small pits. Overall, it exhibited signs of decay and mottled wear. However, with a simple restoration, it could still be functional. Its survival over several centuries attests to the considerable investment made during its construction. Charlotte and her companions rushed across the rickety drawbridge, traversing the muddy moat. They stormed into the castle without alerting a single soul. Chapter 59. The Knoll and the Indispensable Goblin. The group hastened across the creaking bridge. Beyond it lay the castle's original grand entrance. One side of the thick wooden gate had vanished, while the remaining door stood askew. Yet, traces of iron reinforcement were still visible. Soon, they dashed through the deep gateway, only to find the path ahead blocked by a rusted iron gate. Through the gaps, they could glimpse a substantial courtyard beyond. This way, Teemo had already scouted ahead, leading the group through what seemed to be a side door or a concealed passage. With Teemo's winding guidance, they ventured into the castle's interior. The weathered stone walls and the moss creeping through the crevices whispered tales of bygone eras. The castle was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. "Commander, there are some goblins ahead," Teemo whispered. At that moment, the group found themselves at the edge of a second-floor corridor, overlooking a cobblestone courtyard below, where several goblins were busily hauling various objects. Goblin Laborer, Level 1. Strength 6, Constitution 6, Agility 9, Intelligence 8, Perception 9, Charisma. Skills: Labor, Frail, Pain. Notes: you lazy lot. Get to work. To think they had captured goblins for hard labor. A rather ingenious idea. What? You wonder why they aren't hired help? Just look at their frail and painful gray skills, and it's clear these goblins did not come willingly. While goblins posed no significant threat, the presence of laborers implied the existence of overseers as well. Indeed, in a corner, Charlotte spotted 2 sleeping gnolls, resembling humanoid hyenas. They were tall and formidable, with massive jaws filled with sharp teeth, known to devour their own kind when hungry. Unlike the goblins, their thick, deep brown fur was adorned with irregular black spots. Their calls echoed eerily like sinister laughter. Gnoll Overseer, Level 7. Strength 12, Constitution 13, Agility 11, Intelligence 8, Perception 12, Charisma. Skills: Scold, Whip, Bite, Strong, Thick Fur. Terrifying Howl. Notes: get to work, you lazy lot. There were 2 Gnoll Overseers, yet they seemed quite derelict in their duties. The goblin laborers were sluggishly moving objects while the overseers dozed at the base of the wall. "Commander, I have a way to put them all to sleep," Teemo murmured. "Oh, I had no idea Teemo possessed such a skill. Perhaps it was bestowed by the ancient spirit?" Teemo cautiously crept into the shadows at the wall's base, retrieving a piece of dried mushroom from his pack and crumbling it in the wind. The fine spores dispersed into the air. Soon, the goblins below began to yawn, and before long, they all collapsed into a slumber. In less than half a minute, the courtyard was filled with the sounds of snoring. Teemo slipped down and administered a blow dart to each. The courtyard quickly fell silent. "Impressive work, Teemo. Truly commendable." They pressed on, for they were unaware of the castle's layout or where the specter might be hiding. Charlotte and her companions could only meander aimlessly, relying on Teemo to scout ahead, meticulously mapping their surroundings. Not long after passing the small courtyard, they discovered a grand hall at the end of a set of stairs. At the hall's entrance stood an imposing door, guarded by a colossal gnoll. Hog, Enchanted Gnoll, Level 15 Elite Gnoll Warrior. Strength 16, Constitution 17, Agility 13, Intelligence 9, Perception 14, Charisma. Skills: Bite, Towering, Strong, Hand Axe Mastery, Thick Fur, Terrifying Howl, Mighty Strike, Alertness, Potion Resistance. Equipment: Rudimentary Chainmail, Rusty Iron Pauldron, Skinning Hand Axe. Notes: Mr. Hog just loves to slay low-level characters. This enchanted gnoll towered at approximately 7 feet tall, far exceeding the stature of ordinary gnolls. Its physique was incredibly robust, and its large maw was filled with countless sharp teeth. A striking mane of sleek, black fur adorned its neck and back, exuding an aura of majesty. Its equipment was quite formidable, consisting of leather armor overlaid with a simple chainmail, an iron pauldron on its right shoulder, and a hefty short-handled axe in its grip. A spiked collar adorned its neck, as if it were kept as a guard dog. Suddenly, Hog seemed to sense something amiss, scanning the surroundings while flaring its nostrils. Teemo, concealed in the shadows, remained perfectly still, waiting for the right moment to retreat. Teemo patted his chest, exclaiming, "That was close. I almost got spotted by that big dog. What should we do? The door beyond likely leads to something significant, yet we have this guard dog in our way. Perhaps we should let Teemo try that hypnotic mushroom again? Teemo, is that feasible? It's worth a shot, Commander," Teemo replied as he stealthily re-entered the hall, this time daring not to approach too closely. From a distance, he scattered the crushed powder from the abandoned table into the air. Soon, Hog began to feel drowsy. It resisted for a considerable time, yawning repeatedly without closing its eyes. Perhaps the potion resistance skill was at play here. The mushroom could not lull it into a complete slumber. An opportunity for a stealthy strike was necessary, and it had to be executed with precision to avoid any loud noise. Teemo cautiously advanced towards Hog, concealing himself behind shadows or obstacles. Even while invisible, Teemo remained vigilant. He quietly readied his blow dart, while the others prepared for action. A tiny dart pierced Hog's back, barely penetrating its thick fur. Initially startled, Hog soon succumbed to drowsiness. The toxin on Teemo's dart was further enhanced by the ancient spirit's fungi, combining paralysis and a hypnotic powder to amplify its sleep-inducing effect. The commander cautiously approached Hog, whose weight made his footsteps somewhat noisy. Hog perked up, its ears twitching at the sound, just as the group prepared to launch an assault. Hog surrendered to sleep once more, rubbing its head against the ground. The slumbering enchantress had triumphed. The commander approached Hog, who was now in a deep slumber, drooling profusely from its mouth, large enough to swallow Teemo whole. With an expressionless face, the commander lifted his mace, delivering a blow devoid of malice. Then another strike followed. After 3 muffled thuds, the unfortunate Hog met its demise in its dreams, encountering its deity, the Knoll King, Yenagu. Ding dong. Congratulations on vanquishing the bronze-tier elite Wolfman Hog. You have earned 100 experience points and 30 fate points. Sharlock skillfully rummaged through the corpse, discovering a shadow stone in Hog's pouch, which Fat Row estimated to be worth at least 13 gold dragons. He also unearthed some jerky of indeterminate origin and Hog's green hand axe. Sharlock said, "The shadow stone is for you, and the hand axe shall be given to the governor. What do you think?" Fat Row replied, "That is unfair. Both the governor and I have gained something, so you shouldn't be left empty-handed. Here, take the jerky to eat on the way. It's a small token of brotherhood. You should keep it. You're so plump, you get hungry easily. You eat it. I've already resolved to lose weight," Sharlock retorted. While the two bantered, Haha swiftly devoured the jerky, crunching away and finding it quite palatable. Chapter 60, The Great Jelly. Having dealt with Hog, Sharlock and his companions approached the grand door. The ornate entrance still displayed exquisite carvings, remnants of gold leaf glimmering in the grooves. This door likely led to the castle owner's reception hall from long ago, undoubtedly granting access to the deeper recesses of the castle. "We should take a look inside," Fat Row suggested. The governor pushed the door open, and Sharlock and Fat Row quickly sidestepped, wary of traps or hidden mechanisms behind the door. The door swung open effortlessly and silently, indicating it was frequently used. Indeed, as Fat Row had noted, the interior revealed a vast hall. Tables and chairs lay scattered across the floor, and once valuable decorations had been reduced to shards. 4 large windows adorned the hall, designed to let in light, yet the thick dust covering the glass rendered the space rather dim. This was only the second time Sharlock had encountered glass in this world, the first being in the Mother Earth Temple of Griel. It appeared that glassmaking in this realm bore little difference from that of his homeland. It seemed the pursuit of wealth through glass was not a viable path. Fat Row leaned closer to Sharlock, who was still inspecting the windows, and said, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. This hall seems rather peculiar." Sharlock, upon hearing this, began to exercise caution. "You're right. If this were merely an abandoned hall, there wouldn't be a minor boss guarding it." Though Fat Row was unfamiliar with the term boss, he understood that Sharlock referred to the Wolfman Hog, a colossal, corrupted creature capable of easily dispatching a full party of 5 adventurers equipped with black iron gear. The presence of such a guardian suggested a deeper purpose. Moreover, the wooden door appeared to be regularly opened. Fat Row whispered, "I sense a very obscure magical response." "Be careful." "Understood," Sharlock replied, recalling the 2 mermen he had left outside the castle. He summoned them once more and instructed them to investigate the hall. Clearly, something was amiss in this space. Yet he couldn't risk his main forces as bait. Thus, the mermen would have to do. "Rest assured, I shall compensate you well with plenty of meat." It must be noted that Sharlock's shamelessness was evident in sending others as bait, offering merely meat as recompense. He had already decided that the fishermen corpses outside were available for them to feast upon without cost. "Commander, I think I've spotted something." Teemo stoke softly. "What is it?" "It seems to be a moving shadow or black sludge." Upon hearing black sludge, Sherlock felt a wave of unease wash over him, recalling the terror instilled by the silver tier monstrosities. Suddenly, a smaller fisherman scout was ambushed by something. A massive shadow pounced upon it, enveloping it entirely. Fat Roe's flash spell ignited in his palm, and with a swift motion, he hurled the luminous orb into the air. The white light floated high above, illuminating the hall like a bright daylight lamp. The flash spell, a level 0 cantrip, creates a floating light source. The brightness and duration depend on the caster's prowess. Under the ample illumination, Sherlock finally discerned what had attacked his fishermen. Just as Teemo had described, it was a colossal mass of black sludge. However, unlike the otherworldly abominations, its hue and form were distinctly different. It resembled a flowing black colloid, an irregular mass reminiscent of gelatin. Gelatinous Wraith, magical undead entity, elite unit, level 25 Wraith conglomerate. Strength 20, Constitution 15, Agility 12, Intelligence 7, Perception 13, Charisma. Skills: Undead Gelatin, Paralytic Touch, Envelop, Devour, Resentful Being, Child's Wail, Painful Skeleton. Note: a special undead formed from the remnants of a child's broth over the years. Sherlock's Fishman Scout had been ensnared within the translucent black gelatin. It struggled valiantly, but was soon paralyzed, becoming immobile. Sherlock quickly recalled the Fishman Tidehunter. This scout was not one of Sherlock's summons. It belonged to the Tidehunter, so he could only choose to summon the Tidehunter back, causing the scout to vanish as well. Be cautious. This creature is a fusion of magical undead and monstrosity. It appears to be deliberately crafted. Attack it with fire. The eager arsonist Teemo was the first to heed Sherlock's call, launching a flask of fire. The gelatinous wraith, still perplexed by the disappearance of its food, lacked the intelligence to comprehend the situation. However, the incendiary flask struck its form. The flames instantly enraged it. As it burned, it emitted a cacophony of wails, resembling the collective cries of numerous children. Sherlock felt his scalp tingle, his mind echoing with those despairing laments. As a wave of hopelessness engulfed his thoughts, rendering him incapable of logical reasoning. Fat Roe, being an experienced mage, quickly unleashed a long-prepared spell that he had intended to use on Hogg, but had not gotten the chance. An invisible barrier enveloped the gelatinous wraith, finally silencing the dreadful cries. Silence Barrier, a level 2 spell that dissipates sound within a designated area. Its range and duration depend on the caster's power. Fat Roe had not fully mastered this spell yet, and its duration lasted less than 20 seconds. Since the previous plan had gone smoothly, he never had to employ it. Little did he know it would prove useful here. Fat Roe shouted, "This spell won't last long. Quickly silence it. Buy me some time." After saying this, he began to conjure a fireball. This time, he opted not to use a fire arrow. Given the size of the gelatinous mass, a single fire arrow would be ineffective. Fat Roe resolved to cast his most powerful spell, the level 3 fireball. Sherlock, roused by Fat Roe's urgency, immediately unleashed 3 magic missiles. At that moment, the duo and Teemo had just regained their senses. Fortunately, the governor, the clay golem, and the thorny vine were unaffected by the wailing and had already moved to encircle the gelatinous wraith. The gelatinous wraith exuded a viscous liquid, successfully extinguishing the flames that engulfed it. However, it appeared to be afflicted by indistinct injuries. It harbored a profound fear of fire. The governor and the stone demon took turns to assault it, yet neither the hammer nor the fist inflicted significant damage upon this gooey entity. Thorny vines ensnared the gelatinous form, but it effortlessly morphed and slipped away. With a powerful blow from the club of the stone demon, the gelatinous wraith was struck into a concave shape, yet it swiftly restored itself, reminiscent of dough that could regenerate on its own. The relentless attacks from the group merely served to restrain it. Fortunately, this peculiar gelatinous wraith lacked formidable offensive capabilities. Both the governor and the stone demon were of considerable size, rendering them incapable of fully enclosing it. The stone demon exhibited remarkable resistance to paralysis, while the governor was entirely immune to it. At this juncture, Fei Luo was intricately weaving a spell, simultaneously retrieving small pieces of sulfur and other flammable materials as components, while gesturing to guide the incantation and reciting the accompanying words. He had no time to bestow a magical weapon upon the governor and his companions. The battle thus reached a stalemate. Chapter 61, Little Soft, Advance. The besieged gelatinous wraith suddenly began to writhe violently. Several diminutive skulls emerged from its form. The skulls opened their mouths and began to spew forth a noxious green liquid. Charlotte's subordinates hastily retreated. The foul, dark green liquid surged forth, separating several of the attendants and inevitably halting their assault on the gelatinous wraith. At this moment, the silence barrier cast by Fei Luo finally dissipated. The suffocating sounds and the nauseating stench assailed them all at once. In an instant, Charlotte felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then, Fei Luo, having gesticulated for what felt like an eternity, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, stand back. Watch me unleash my fireball spell." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly dispersed, and they beheld a fireball, as large as a basin, hurtling toward the still retching gelatinous wraith. Boom! The fireball struck the gelatinous wraith, erupting in a tremendous wave of flames. The hall was thrown into disarray, and even from a distance, Charlotte felt the searing heat upon his face. When they turned to observe the gelatinous creature, it appeared nearly incinerated to ashes by Fei Luo's powerful fireball. The intense heat and explosive force had almost obliterated it. However, this gelatinous wraith was far too large, an entity whose longevity and sustenance were unknown. Even this formidable fireball failed to reduce it entirely to ashes. Yet, it was on the brink of demise. After absorbing the fireball, the wraith was reduced to a scattering of fragmented gelatinous remnants. But even these remnants struggled to coalesce once more. Charlotte received no experience points, but observing the remnants' behavior revealed that the gelatinous wraith had not perished. A sudden inspiration struck him. These remnants bore a striking resemblance to his new companion, the slime named Little Soft. He declared, "It is you. Little Soft, go forth. Consume them." Little Soft possessed a skill known as Devour, allowing it to gain experience by consuming other entities. This moment was perfect for accruing experience. As the saying goes, a fool who does not seize an opportunity is a fool indeed. The gelatinous wraith also had a skill named Devour, though it was uncertain if it functioned similarly to Little Soft's. However, it was now on the verge of collapse and posed no threat to Little Soft. Little Soft seemed to relish the gelatinous remnants, consuming them with delight. In no time, all that remained of the gelatinous wraith was entirely devoured. Little Soft grew larger, shedding its previous sludgy appearance and transforming into a vibrant, elastic, pale green gelatinous mass, measuring over a meter in diameter. Its tiny eyes, no larger than green beans, remained unchanged, yet it continued to eagerly scour the area for any leftover remnants, embodying an insatiable appetite. It even stretched its form into narrow gaps between discarded furniture, searching for more. At this moment, Charlotte received experience points from the gelatinous wraith. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a bronze tier elite gelatinous wraith, earning 100 experience points and 40 fate points. However, another system notification followed promptly. Ding! Your white ordinary level minion card, Slime, has devoured the remnants of the gelatinous wraith and evolved, upgrading to a green excellent level minion card, Gelatinous Creature. Please check your status. The system's voice echoed. Gelatinous Creature. Elemental Life. Magical Life. Level 5. Strength 8. Constitution 9. Agility 6. Intelligence 8. Perception 12. Charm. Skills. Shape Change. Envelop. Devour. Gelatinous Form. Note. Repeat after me. Daily Soft. All three of its original skills received vast enhancements and upgraded, and it gained a new skill, Shape Change. Shape Change. The gelatinous creature can effortlessly alter its form to adapt to various situations. Charlotte was astonished to discover that Little Soft had evolved simply by consuming the remnants of the gelatinous wraith. It turned out that it was not necessary to fuse with other cards to upgrade a card's level. He regretted not allowing Little Soft to consume the entire gelatinous wraith, as it might have reached blue quality. Of course, Charlotte could only muse on this. If he had simply thrown Little Soft into the fray from the outset, the outcome might have been uncertain. Charlotte turned to the exhausted Fei Luo, who had been languishing after a night of exertion, and inquired, "Aren't you a Black Iron tier mage? How can you wield Fireball?" At that moment, Fei Luo appeared on the verge of collapse, weakly waving his hand. He retrieved a vial of blue magical potion from his pouch and drank it before replying. "I am exhausted, utterly drained. That fireball nearly depleted me. I have a natural affinity for fire elemental magic, which allows me to cast fireball beyond my rank. However, the casting time is excessively lengthy, rendering it of little practical use." After resting for a moment, Fei Luo carefully poked at a skull with a wooden stick, his expression grave. This should belong to a human child. Upon hearing this, Charlotte surveyed the surroundings. Scattered about were numerous skulls, all of which had fallen from the gelatinous wraith. Aside from those destroyed by the explosion, there were no fewer than 20 on the ground. Charlotte cautiously asked, could these be? Indeed, these are the skulls of children slain by the Crow Witch. The recent violent explosion had undoubtedly drawn her attention. Then we must eliminate her. Charlotte fell silent, knowing that Fei Luo was genuinely enraged. No conjecture could compare to the stark reality of the scene's impact on Fei Luo. For every skull on the ground, there were countless children who had been killed and devoured. Now, hatred burned fiercely in Fei Luo's eyes. Charlotte said nothing further and summoned the ogre, the stone demon. Previously, they had refrained from summoning it to avoid drawing attention while sneaking into the village, but given the circumstances, they would not shy away from creating chaos. In the realm of fragmented horns, there exists a grotesque creature known as the Crow, which, lurking within, we must vanquish it swiftly to partake in our feast. Charge forth against the Crow Witch. At that moment, Charlotte and her companions, having cast aside all concerns for stealth and silence, brazenly ventured deeper into the lair. Upon traversing the grand hall, they soon approached a circular chamber that once served as a study, now largely stripped of its former glory, with towering bookshelves standing empty. The path ahead was obstructed, yet this circular study boasted a two-tiered design, suggesting the presence of a staircase. As Charlotte and her companions searched for the stairs, a hideously deformed visage suddenly protruded from the upper railing. Although Charlotte had never encountered the Crow Witch before, she instantly recognized it for what it was. Chapter 62, Pursuit of the Witch. Before them stood a repugnant monstrosity, its nose and mouth resembling a sharp beak of a bird. Its body was a sickly shade of blue and purple, with skin that appeared afflicted by some dreadful ailment, and its disheveled feathers added to its horrid appearance. The creature was humanoid in form, yet its joints were grotesquely swollen, and its limbs unnaturally slender, giving it an elongated aspect. Its distended abdomen and drooping flesh on its chest provided a grim indication of its gender. Adorning its head was a filthy, pointed hat, and it draped itself in tattered black robes. Its right eye was a ghastly sight, resembling a lotus root or a honeycomb riddled with holes. A vision that could easily incite revulsion in those with a fear of clusters. This was the most repulsive creature Charlotte had ever laid eyes upon. Without exception, the Broth Witch, a monstrous Crow Witch, an elite unit, level 23 black sorceress. Strength, 15, Constitution, 16, Agility, 17, Intelligence, 14, Perception, 16, Charisma. Skills, Monstrosity, Chaotic Sorcery, Transformation. Mastery of Dark Magic, Contract Magic, Potion Expertise, Magical Rituals, Cannibalism. Note, an ancient, loathsome hag. Slaying would beautify the world. It's the Crow Witch. Eliminate her. Fat Luo shouted, unleashing a fiery arrow that soared toward the witch above. The Crow Witch screeched in response, transforming into a swirling cloud of black smoke to evade the flame. Reappearing on the opposite side of the upper level, she extended her long, desiccated and razor-sharp fingers, pointing menacingly at Charlotte and her companions below. Caw! Fat! Offer blood! I crave the taste of fresh human flesh. Kill them. Quickly slay them. As her voice faded, dense black mist began to envelop Charlotte and her companions, summoning forth a horde of swamp specters. Stone Golem and Humming. Eliminate these specters. The rest of you, charge forward and dispatch that witch. Charlotte disregarded the sudden appearance of the specters, recognizing that these creatures, comprised of magical energy and resentment, posed little threat. She resolved to seize the witch first. To the Crow Witch's astonishment, the multitude of specters she summoned was swiftly obliterated, falling like chaff in mere moments. Suddenly, from her right eye, resembling a small honeycomb, a cloud of faint black smoke erupted, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a swarm of tiny insects. In an instant, the insect-laden mist descended upon Charlotte and her companions. Fat Luo cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking a winter's breath to warm his hands, and then, with a flicker of flame, unleashed a torrent of fire that engulfed the entire space. Although the flames were not of high temperature, nor did they last long. This ephemeral blaze incinerated the swarm of insects, leaving only a haze of ashes in the air. The Crow, which was not a creature of particularly great courage. Despite her malevolence, she was also exceedingly self-preserving. After her two attempts were so easily thwarted, she chose to flee. Once more, a surge of black smoke enveloped her, and she transformed into a black crow, soaring away. Pursue her. We must not allow her to escape. Charlotte knew that should they fail to eliminate the Crow, which this time, she might vanish without a trace, never to be found again. The governor and Teemo led the charge, with Charlotte and Fat Luo panting and trailing behind. Particularly, Fat Luo was quickly winded from the exertion, unaccustomed to such vigorous activity. Hearing his labored breaths akin to a deflating bellows, Charlotte feared he might collapse at any moment. Despite their haste, their legs could not match the speed of flight, and soon they lost sight of the Black Crow. Fortunately, Teemo was ahead to guide them, while the governor remained steadfastly on the witch's trail. "Commander, just ahead." Teemo pointed to a nearby breach. This was a storeroom, where the floor had been excavated to reveal a large hole. "Commander, the governor has already descended. I witnessed that old hag slip through here. Chase her. We must eliminate her today." The hole was shallow, and Charlotte and Fat Luo leapt down without hesitation. Fat Luo conjured a luminous spell to hover above them, and the trio proceeded through the subterranean passage. As they descended, they soon glimpsed numerous roots hanging like curtains, their varying thickness indicating the proximity to the surface. Before long, the style of the cavern shifted, revealing a fissure in a stone wall that led into a vast underground tomb, surrounded by numerous gravestones and sarcophagi. This must be the burial site of the castle's original owners. To amass such magical materials for the construction of a castle, their lineage must be exceptional, Fat Luo remarked. The old hag, unable to open the tomb door, likely burrowed her way into the crypt. Charlotte could not help but inquire, why would she choose to enter the tomb? With a castle at her disposal, why dwell among the dead? Is the crow witch deranged? Such creatures are inherently drawn to dark, subterranean environments, and the ancient magical energies within this tomb would undoubtedly enhance her powers. Many necromancers also prefer to linger in tombs. Continuing forward, they soon heard the sounds of battle. Teemo activated his agility, darting ahead to scout the situation. "It's the governor. We must assist him." Charlotte rushed forward, only to find the governor locked in combat with a frightful beast. The creature bore the skull of a deer for a head, adorned with antlers. Its body formed of bones and withered branches, ending in long, sharp claws. It appeared as a slender skeleton composed of bone and deadwood. "It's a decayed head creature. This undead can harness the powers of death. Exercise utmost caution," Fat Luo shouted. "Decayed head creature, undead monstrosity, level 18. Strength, 22, Constitution, 21, Agility, 19, Intelligence, 8. Perception, 14, Charisma. Skills, undead physique, withered root eruption, etherealization, teleportation. Note, an undead capable of wielding the forces of nature. Life and death coexist within nature. Be careful. That creature can teleport," the governor cautioned calmly, having already engaged in combat with the beast for quite some time. Though the governor was undeniably powerful, this monstrous creature possessed a multitude of tactics, which explained why it had yet to be subdued. Suddenly, the creature waved its hand from a distance, and the ground beneath Charlotte erupted. A plethora of withered tree roots burst forth from the earth. Mage armor. Charlotte, ever vigilant, executed a rolling maneuver just as the roots exploded. Simultaneously, Fat Luo cast mage armor upon him, mitigating some of the damage. Charlotte sustained a minor bruise from the impact, but was otherwise unharmed. "Damn it, you dare to ambush me? Eliminate it." Charlotte seethed with fury, his glorious image as a mage tarnished by that clumsy roll. This was the first time he had felt a genuine threat to his life. The roots had an extensive range and formidable power, shattering nearby stones. Had he not managed to evade a significant portion of the damage, or if Fat Luo's mage armor had arrived a moment too late, Charlotte would surely have suffered severe injuries. Behold, at this moment, Teemo, needing no prompting from Charlotte, unleashed a strategic weapon, the incendiary flask. He had become a proficient arsonist. Teemo's blow dart and toxins were nearly ineffective against the undead, but fortunately, he still possessed a considerable stock of incendiary flasks crafted by Charlotte and various fungi provided by Old Lingji. Chapter 63. I curse you. Teemo's incendiary flasks were remarkably precise, igniting flames upon the rotting head of the creature. Fat Luo seized the opportunity to launch a fire arrow, intensifying the inferno. Few undead were unafraid of fire. This elusive creature, capable of phasing and teleporting, succumbed to Charlotte's tried-and-true arson tactics, swiftly reduced to a pile of inconsequential ashes. Continue the pursuit. Let's eliminate that old hag. She is not far ahead. Charlotte and his companions pressed on, quickly arriving at a rocky hall where they spotted the Crow Witch. The witch was busily packing her belongings, seemingly preparing to flee. Charge! Kill her! Fat Luo unleashed a series of 4 webs, his pale visage revealing that his magical energy had nearly been depleted in an instant. He hastily retrieved a potion of magical energy and consumed it. The 4 enormous spider webs he conjured enveloped the entire cavern hall, effectively thwarting the old witch's escape as a crow. This time, we must eliminate her. Huh, you seek death. Cornered, the crow witch refused to surrender. She waved her claws, unleashing 3 dark shadow arrows aimed at the governor, Charlotte, and Fat Luo. The crow witch understood that these 3 were the main force pursuing her. If she could eliminate them, not only would she survive, but she could also feast upon their remains, thereby augmenting her own power. However, the trio was not unprepared. Fat Luo had already cast mage armor on them and enchanted their weapons. Otherwise, he would not have drained his magical energy so rapidly. The shadow arrows were blocked by the mage armor. In the realm of equally matched magic, defensive spells invariably surpass offensive ones. Otherwise, they would serve no purpose. At this moment, the governor charged forward, enduring the shadow arrows aimed at him. Slow, daze, wither. The crow witch raised her hand, and 3 dark spells struck the governor. Yet, as a robotic entity, he was impervious to curses. The 3 magical manifestations representing curses danced above his head without hindering his advance. The crow witch was utterly astonished that this human warrior could withstand her 3 curses and still press forward, seemingly unaffected. In a panic, she turned to flee. However, a dull golden aura flickered around her. She was ensnared by the slowing effect. Seizing the moment, Charlotte summoned all his followers at the expense of his own magical energy. Magic missile. Charlotte unleashed 3 magic missiles in succession. Yet, the crow witch's magical shield was formidable, absorbing the blows without any apparent strain. Meanwhile, Humming had initiated charge, and Haha leapt towards the crow, which as the governor's attack drew near. This time, the governor's spiked hammer was poised to reduce her to a pulp. With a resounding bang, the governor's hammer struck the rocky ground. Just as the hammer was about to descend upon the crow witch's head, she suddenly transformed into a plume of black smoke, drifting to another platform. Not only did she evade the governor's attack, but Humming also lost his target during the charge. Huh, you shall all perish here. I foresee your demise. You will die in the den of serpents. Not a trace of you will remain. The ceiling of the cavern began to rain down countless venomous snakes, resembling a torrential downpour of serpents. Within mere moments, thousands of snakes slithered onto the ground, coiling around stones, lurking in the shadows. Come forth, my little darlings. Bite them. Devour them. I shall use their bones to brew soup, under the crow witch's command. The multitude of snakes surged toward Charlotte and his companions. Surrounded by serpents from all directions, they found themselves in dire straits. Quick, take cover behind me, Fat Luo shouted, having finally regained some magical energy. Burning hands. With a whoosh, intense flames erupted from Fat Luo's hands, engulfing a 5 to 6 meter radius at an angle exceeding 90 degrees in roaring orange fire. It was akin to wielding a super flamethrower. Fat Luo adjusted the angle of his arms, ensuring the flames consumed the snakes entirely. In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous roar of flames, the scent of charred flesh wafting through their nostrils, and their eyes were blinded by the orange-red remnants of the blaze, transforming the cavern into a vast oven. In that moment, Fat Luo was the master of flames, the sovereign of combustion. He became Teemo's idol. Teemo resolved to forge ahead on the path of fire. Contemplating, he mused, I was so young before. Had I known the allure of fire was so captivating, I should have befriended the fireman from the start. Countless snakes perished in the flames, and amidst the command of life and the crow, which the serpents instinctively chose survival. The majority were incinerated, while the few fortunate ones sought refuge in the crevices of stones, hiding away. Amidst the chaos, the tides of battle swayed unpredictably, leaving one reeling. Oh no, where did that old witch go? Fat Luo's exclamation jolted the others from their trance, awakening them to the realization that the crow which had vanished during the tumult of fire and serpents. Had she truly escaped, destined to wreak havoc elsewhere? The governor calmly stated, Commander, the crow which transformed into a snake and fled. She had cunningly slipped away amidst the chaos as a venomous serpent. How sly! Just as Charlotte and Fat Luo were engulfed in despair, the thorny flower vines began to stir. It had previously evaded the flames, concealed beneath the earth, when it suddenly emerged from a crevice in the stone, tightly constricting a plump venomous serpent. Its sharp spine sank deep into the serpent's flesh, binding it securely. Just as Phiro's words faded, the serpent had transformed into the crow witch. At this critical juncture, it was the thorny flower vine that had performed a remarkable feat. The governor was the first to react, charging forward without hesitation. I curse you. Your blood shall thicken, Your health shall abandon you, and your life shall wither away. With a resounding bang, the governor's strike shattered the Crow Witch's head. Ding dong! Congratulations! You have slain the elite Crow Witch, the Broth Maker. You have gained 130 experience points and 50 fate points. Dozens of pale shadows emerged from the Crow Witch's form, each representing a child, those who had been devoured by her. Their bodies consumed, their souls trapped within the Crow Witch, unable to find peace. At that moment, this malevolent old hag, who had thrived on the consumption of human flesh, finally met her demise. The children she had devoured could finally rest. The milky souls ascended into the air, nodding in gratitude to Charlotte and the others before dissipating. Charlotte inquired of Fyro, where do their souls go? Will they simply vanish? No, Fidori. They will journey to the underworld. There, they shall enter the realm of the gods, living in happiness among the divine. Fyro produced his pipe, igniting it. In such moments, lighting the last remnants of half-elf tobacco was truly a fine choice. Finally, this week-long adventure was drawing to a close. For the sake of his own obsession, he had dragged Charlotte along on this perilous journey. Truly, it was a burden on him. Suddenly, Fyro recalled something of great importance and exclaimed, by the way, the crow which cursed the governor before her death. We must find a way to address this swiftly. This is no jest. You need not worry about that. In fact, I deceived you about a few matters. The situation is as follows. Chapter 64. The Crow Which Laid an Egg? What does that mean? Fyro was somewhat baffled by Charlotte's words, wondering if this fellow had done something unspeakable while he was asleep. Charlotte awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Well, it's a bit complicated. Speak plainly. What have you done to offend the esteemed Fat Lord? No, of course not. How could I dare offend you, esteemed Fat Lord? It's just that, regarding the governor's identity, I didn't take your words to heart. One must never harbor ill intentions, yet one must also remain vigilant. Wouldn't you agree? Charlotte attempted to justify himself. Ill intentions must be avoided, yet vigilance must not be neglected, indeed. Fyro sighed in relief, thinking, you scared me for a moment. I thought this rascal had betrayed me. However, Fyro maintained a serious expression, declaring, I've long suspected you weren't a good person. Now, speak. What is truly happening? Well, I did this all for your benefit. The commander said so. Huh? What commander? No. Misunderstanding. Miscommunication. Charlotte suddenly recalled a skit by Chun Paisai and Zhu Shermao, inadvertently blurting it out. The truth is, Charlotte continued, the governor is not human. Fyro was displeased, retorting, I must insist, my brother, this is unacceptable. Even if the governor is taciturn, you cannot bully him. Even if he calls you commander and is your subordinate, he deserves a modicum of respect. Does he not? Yes. You're correct. You've muddled my thoughts. Allow me to speak. Actually, the governor is not human. How should I put it? He is a Terminator. A Terminator? Fyro was now thoroughly confused. Even the 12th level professional jargon could lead to misunderstandings. Not a Terminator, but a Terminator. According to your understanding, he is a construct being. A construct being? Fyro gazed at the governor for a long moment, unable to believe it. Eventually, the governor revealed the synthetic skin from his arm, finally convincing Fyro. He couldn't help but exclaim, you constructs really know how to have fun. Suddenly enlightened, he thought, I had assumed your previous secrecy was due to the governor's barbarian lineage. So was this. Very well. Esteemed Fat Lord has a magnanimous heart. I forgive you. This matter could not be deemed a fault on Charlotte's part. Anyone in such a situation would have resorted to deception. After all, the truth was rather astonishing. As Fyro would say, I have encountered some constructs before. Though I have never seen a construct being, they surely do not resemble humans as closely as you do. To be honest, despite some doubts over the past few days, I never entertained such a bizarre hypothesis. With the governor's identity clarified, Charlotte felt reassured. Fyro was genuinely a decent fellow, and Charlotte hoped there would be no lingering resentment. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the Crow Witch's curse, as he had never heard of any curse being effective against constructs. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have slain the elite Crow Witch, the Broth Maker. You have gained 350 experience points and 50 fate points. Charlotte had waited a long time, yet still received no mission rewards. Was the C-rank task, the missing children, not yet complete? Was it necessary to find the children's remains or definitive evidence? Noticing Charlotte lost in thought, Fyro inquired, what troubles you? Nothing. I was pondering where the children's remains might be. Oh, I thought you had something to confess to the esteemed Fat Lord. If you do, now is the time to speak while his mood is good. Scram. Charlotte ceased his contemplation of the task. After all, they would soon thoroughly search the ancient castle, and he could look for the remains then. For now, He would examine the cards dropped by the old hag. Magic Feather, excellent grade miscellaneous card. The Crow Witch's Feather, imbued with powerful magic. Note of little use. Flying Broom, excellent grade mount card. Allows for long-distance flight at minimal magic cost. Note, a stick that flies. Crow Witch's Mask, excellent grade equipment card. 1 intelligence, 1 perception. Immunizes against low-level divination magic. Note, at the masquerade, I shall don the guise of a beaked physician. To his surprise, the old hag had dropped 3 cards. The first, unsaid, will be used for card fusion in the future. The second, the Flying Broom, remained uncertain as to how to handle it. Regardless, Charlotte had resolved that even if he had to walk on 2 legs, he would never ride a stick into the sky. As for the third card, it was indeed a valuable item. The so-called divination magic encompasses reconnaissance, information probing, and identification spells. This meant that wearing this mask would render any identification formations, information detection, or foresight spells ineffective against Charlotte. Mother, I shall no longer worry about being caught for my misdeeds. At that moment, Phiro had thoroughly searched the Crow Witch from top to bottom, inside and out. One had to commend his audacity. He found only some unconventional magical trinkets and materials, things that could fetch a decent price. The two had agreed to split the profits once they returned to Helsing for sale. With a sense of satisfaction, Fat Luo stowed the items into his pocket dimension, declaring, "Continue searching, do not cease. I have yet to observe where that old hag concocts her potions and conducts her experiments. There must be concealed chambers. Allow me to unveil the hidden door." In the presence of the esteemed Fat Lord, no secret chamber should exist. With that, he cast a spell to detect the hidden door. Detect Hidden Door, a first-level spell that consumes a small amount of magical energy to reveal nearby hidden doors. The effectiveness and range are influenced by the caster's strength. Several consecutive spells manifested, and indeed, Fat Luo discovered a door camouflaged as part of the wall in a discreet corner. Summer tried the door, only to find it locked, and was about to suggest that the governor force it open when Fat Luo intervened. "You are a noble sorcerer. How could you engage in such aesthetically displeasing actions? Embrace the mindset of a sorcerer. Problems that can be solved with magic are not problems at all." He then proceeded to use a knock spell. Knock, a second-level spell that expends magical energy to perform a magical knock, capable of unsealing various doors, chests, chains, shackles, and magical seals. The effectiveness is contingent upon the caster's prowess. Yet, the door remained utterly unresponsive. Fat Luo's expression turned slightly embarrassed as he cast the spell several more times, depleting his magical energy, but to no avail. The door remained obstinately closed. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Fat Luo, with a sheepish grin, attempted to excuse himself, saying, "Well, that old hag is, after all, a bronze-tier spellcaster. As a black iron tier mage, I cannot fully master a second-level spell, so..." "Understood. I completely comprehend. Governor, show Fat Luo what is meant by the aesthetics of violence." With a resounding bang, the door swung open. Alas, in this day and age, even a sorcerer cannot indulge in a display of grandeur. Fat Luo lamented, following closely behind Summer and the governor into the hidden chamber. However, he found Summer halted at the entrance, motionless. "What is it? Good grief, that old hag has laid an egg." Chapter 65, Inside the Egg. "What did you say?" Fat Luo was perplexed by Summer's words. Although the Crow, which bore that name, the emphasis lay on which, as Crow merely indicated her appearance, not that she could actually lay eggs. Yet, peering over Summer's shoulder into the room, Fat Luo gasped, "My goddess of gold. She truly has laid an egg." Having detected no immediate danger, the governor assessed the environment's safety rather than focusing on the enormous egg. The group ventured deeper into the chamber, which was, in fact, larger than the hall where they had previously battled. It appeared to be an original structure, later concealed by the Crow Witch's magic. Within this vast hall, 2 striking features stood out. To the left, a peculiar magical circle housed an enormous egg, roughly 1 meter in size. To the right, a candlelit altar blazed with dozens, if not hundreds, of candles, illuminating the altar in a resplendent glow. However, upon closer inspection, a chill crept from the nape of the neck to the base of the spine. Atop the altar rested an enormous bull's skull, its pale bone and dark horns conspicuously striking. The hollow eye sockets seemed to gaze downwards, and from each horn dangled a string of desiccated human ears. From beneath the bull skull, 9 rope-like tendrils extended, binding to unidentified bone rods encircling the altar. A closer look revealed that these tendrils were woven from hair. Beneath the altar lay layers of wooden platforms, laden with thick white candles, some of which had accumulated substantial wax deposits, suggesting they've been amassed over a considerable period. The altar's walls were adorned with symbols painted in the blood of some unknown creature. At the center of the altar, a bizarre doll approximately 10 centimeters tall stood, crafted from rags and straw, possessing only a body, a head, and limbs devoid of facial features. It bore a resemblance to a substitute used in rituals from the Celestial Empire. Fat Luo cautiously approached, scrutinizing it for a long while before declaring, "This is a form of dark magic ritual. While I cannot discern its exact purpose yet, it is assuredly not a benign undertaking." Neither Fat Luo nor Summer dared to approach the altar, confirming that this object posed no immediate threat before turning their attention to the peculiar large egg. It cannot possibly be an egg laid by the Crow Witch. I have never heard of such a thing, they pondered. Could have been born from chaotic magical energy. Or, Fat Luo suddenly had a thought. This might be a transformation ritual, he stated. Summer inquired, transformation ritual? Transforming what? Into what? Witches, aside from being naturally born, have another potential means of existence. What method? Sometimes, witches can transform a woman into one of their kind through a specific ritual. However, witches are typically selfish and cruel, showing little interest in augmenting their ranks. Summer paused, asking, "Are you suggesting that within this egg lies the woman the crow, which intends to transform? Is she human now, or?" "That is uncertain. As for whether this transformation is complete, I cannot say for sure. I have never encountered such a situation before," Fat Luo admitted, feeling somewhat at a loss. Such occurrences are generally shrouded in secrecy and seldom witnessed. He had never seen any relevant records. Logically, one would destroy the egg at this juncture. Regardless of what witch might still dwell within it, it would be a certain demise. Yet, both Summer and Fat Luo clung to the slim hope that perhaps the woman inside had not yet been transformed, even if the possibility was minuscule. Fat Luo scurried to rummage through the Crow Witch's workbench, a massive stone table cluttered with various bottles, jars, and oddly shaped vessels, teeming with an array of bizarre and gruesome materials: skulls, eyeballs, blood, wings, teeth, roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and fruits, everything one could imagine. At that moment, Fat Luo discovered a tattered note pinned by the Crow Witch on worn sheet parchment. It is customary for all who can be called spellcasters to maintain such notes, whether adventure journals, experiment records, or simply magical research notes. Spellcasters' notes are typically invaluable, as they often contain precious knowledge or secrets. Found it. Good grief. This old hag has such atrocious handwriting. Even I can barely read it, Fat Luo exclaimed, adopting a scholarly demeanor as he examined the notes. The Crow Witch's writings were inscribed in magical script, a commonly utilized language among sorcerers, inherently imbued with magic. This was no challenge for the adept mage Fat Luo. Meanwhile, Summer was examining the giant egg, feeling an unsettling premonition that his task likely hinged upon this very egg. As he reached out to touch it, an immense pulling force suddenly emanated from the egg, as if it sought to draw him inside. Summer abruptly leaned back, but the force came swiftly, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to topple. It seemed that the earlier overwhelming suction was merely an illusion. Doubting his senses, Summer hastily asked the nearby Teemo, "Did you see anything?" Teemo pondered before replying. "It seems that when you touched the egg, it briefly glowed." Glowed briefly. Charlotte was bewildered. Could the earlier suction have merely been an illusion of his own making? Was he simply fatigued from recent exertions? Suddenly, he realized his magical energy had been completely depleted. Prior to his battle with the Crow Witch, he had utilized a magical card, the Lucky Coin. Yet, during the actual confrontation, he had not cast many spells, only a power blessing and a magical missile. Now, his magical energy was entirely exhausted. In that fleeting moment, the egg had siphoned off all his magic. At that moment, the enormous egg emitted faint cracking sounds. It shattered. Before Charlotte could react, the colossal egg had completely fragmented. Before him appeared a curled-up little girl, perhaps around 10 years of age, with a cascade of light golden hair draped over her shoulders. She looked dazed and bewildered, reminiscent of a hatchling emerging from its shell. Alice, human sorceress, elite unit, level 1 witch. Strength 8, Constitution 12, Agility 13, Intelligence 16, Perception 18, Charisma. Skills, Dark Magic Affinity, Magic Sensitivity, Bloodline of the 7th Witch. Note, a born mage. No, a born sorceress. Seeing that the girl before him was human, Charlotte sighed in relief and hurriedly draped his cloak over her. "Hello, my name is Charlotte, and I am an adventurer. What is your name? How did you come to be here?" He attempted to inquire about the girl's origins, but she seemed somewhat lost, as if she did not comprehend. She merely stared at Charlotte with wide, watery eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Do you not remember what happened before? Can you recall your name? Charlotte asked, feeling a bit exasperated. She seemed like Su Shu entering Chao's camp, silent and unresponsive, leaving him at a loss. Xia, Charlotte, the girl stammered. Yes, my name is Charlotte. What is yours? Xia, Charlotte. What is your name? I'm called Charlotte. Ah, so you share my name? I concede defeat. I have heard of thieves who rob money, but never of one who steals a name. Truly, I find myself at a loss. At that moment, Fatty Luo, resembling a discoverer of new lands, rushed over, exclaiming, I understand. The notes indicate that the giant egg contained a girl. He saw Charlotte crouching before a young girl clad only in a cloak, conversing earnestly with her, resembling a dubious uncle. Fatty Luo dashed forward, shouting, You scoundrel! Release that girl. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Chapter 66. Fatty Luo received a devastating blow. Suddenly, the girl stood protectively in front of Charlotte, shouting, Fatty, go away. Do not bully Charlotte. Fatty Luo was momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? Why was his goodwill met with such hostility? Why must the pitiful, solitary soul suffer such indignities? Ugh! Fatty Luo stumbled back a few steps, emitting a sound akin to a lament or a wail. This reminded Charlotte of the tragic demise of the strategist Wang Lang at the hands of Zhuge Liang, a single dog lamenting its plight, an apt description of Fatty Luo. Charlotte feared Fatty Luo might inadvertently follow in Wang Lang's unfortunate footsteps. However, Fatty Luo, a man with a thick skin and a black heart, managed to recover. Truly, mischief begets a legacy of calamity. Since the girl seemed to grasp some semblance of reason, communication was possible. Yet, Fatty Luo obstinately refused to acknowledge her understanding, believing her youth rendered her words naive and untrustworthy. Through a series of stammering exchanges that were often disjointed, Charlotte and Fatty Luo eventually unraveled the girl's story. Her name was Alice, an orphan from Helsin City, sold by the local gang to the old mayor of Mushi Town, ultimately ending up as a snack for the Crow Witch. However, the gruesome old hag, known for her taste for human flesh, chose not to devour her. According to Fatty Luo's insights gleaned from the Crow Witch's notes, coupled with his own deductions, it seemed the old witch had discovered Alice possessed a magical bloodline, a rare and precious heritage. Thus, the witch harbored ulterior motives, aiming to transform Alice into a newly birthed state through a dark magical ritual. It was highly probable that the old hag sought to exploit Alice's bloodline, aiming to metamorphose her into a new Crow Witch, or perhaps employ some form of reincarnation magic to seize Alice's body. Another possibility was that the old witch intended to siphon Alice's bloodline, though the nature of the ritual did not seem to align with Fatty Luo's speculations. Charlotte acknowledged that Fatty Luo's reputation as a formidable mage was well-deserved. His extensive knowledge far surpassed that of the average person. However, little Alice appeared unfazed by Fatty Luo's discourse, sitting quietly in Charlotte's warm cloak, lost in thought or simply gazing blankly at him. Fatty Luo leaned closer to Charlotte, whispering, Have you truly verified that she is human? Yes, Charlotte replied softly. She is human, but I sense something is amiss with her current state. What do you mean by amiss? She has encountered the undead. She nearly fell victim to dark magic. That she can slowly regain her memories is already a blessing from the goddess of luck, Lakai. In such cases, survival often results in becoming a monster or an imbecile. Charlotte then asked, Did you read in those notes that Alice is the only one of the 5 children to survive? Indeed, of the 5 children, only Alice remains. Fatty Luo said, his voice heavy with sorrow as he recalled the fated children. As an orphan himself, he could not help but empathize with their plight. Charlotte reassured him, Do not mourn, at least we have saved one, and there shall be no more tragedies of this nature in the future. Even without the Crow Witch, others will continue to prey on innocent children. This is a world that consumes the weak. Fatty Luo's spirits were notably low. Charlotte declared, Then let us confront and eliminate them. We shall forge a world of peace. Yes, let's eradicate those who harm the innocent. Fatty Luo rallied. Starting with that revered old mayor, Fatty Luo had not forgotten that this esteemed elder of Mushi Town had sacrificed many children to the Crow Witch. He too deserved punishment. Charlotte agreed, Very well. Let us return and sever that old wretch's head. Even if it leads to a manhunt, we shall not waver. No need for such convolutions. Fatty Luo replied with a smirk. Those who play with fire will ultimately be consumed by it. I learned this lesson when I was but a child. Those who use dark magic to prolong their lives will inevitably meet a grim fate due to that very magic. With that, Fatty Luo strode purposefully toward the bovine skull at the center of the dark ritual, unleashing a fiery arrow that shattered the skull into fragments. The hundreds of candles flared to life, as if releasing all their light and heat in an instant. The rope fashioned from human hair was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, and the doll bearing the mayor's emblem ignited, engulfed in green flames. Soon, all wickedness was reduced to ashes in the flames. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the sea-level quest, The Missing Children. Quest details. Venture into the Black Mire to uncover the whereabouts of the children. Quest completion. A level. Rewards. 750 experience points, 150 destiny points. The highest reward is a blue random card. Note, at least one was saved. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have triggered the quest. The Missing Children. Quest level. Sea level. Quest details. Avenge the innocent children who perished. Quest rewards. 600 experience points, 50 destiny points. The highest reward is a green random card. Note, cunning villains, nowhere to hide. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the sea-level quest, The Missing Children. Quest details. Avenge the innocent children who perished. Quest completion, B level. Rewards, 720 experience points, 60 destiny points. The highest reward is a green random card. Note, justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Ding dong. Congratulations on leveling up to level 9. You have one free attribute point to allocate. After a series of system notifications, Charlotte not only completed the second phase of the Missing Children quest, but also directly triggered and completed the third phase of the quest. The substantial experience points allowed Charlotte to level up once more. It is often said that a change of scenery can breathe new life. Previously, it had taken Charlotte 3 to 4 months to reach level 6. Yet now, having ventured outside for less than half a month, she had ascended 2 levels. It is noteworthy that the higher the level, the more experience is required for advancement. Pharaoh gazed at the remnants of the dark magic ritual and lamented. Is this considered avenging those innocent children? At that moment, the little girl Alice approached, tugging at Charlotte's sleeve, timidly stating, Charlotte is hungry. Charlotte, with a sigh, patted her head, replying, Charlotte is not hungry. It is Alice who is hungry. Let me prepare a meal. Please wait a moment. Alice still often referred to herself as Charlotte. Charlotte retrieved her spare clothing from her inventory for Alice to wear. However, Alice looked perplexed at the clothes, unsure how to put them on. Ultimately, under Charlotte's guidance from behind, she managed to awkwardly don the garment. As Charlotte took out her precious iron mess kit to prepare the meal, she conversed with Alice, hoping to aid in the restoration of her memories. At the very least, she wished for her to remember her own name. Upon departing from the Yunlin, Elder Lingji had provided an abundance of edible dried mushrooms, which Charlotte now placed into the pot to transform into a delectable dish. Pharaoh commented, this is nothing short of a magical miracle. If you were to study potion making, Charlotte, you would surely become a master alchemist in the future. Alice thoroughly enjoyed the mushroom meat soup Charlotte had concocted and consumed a considerable amount. Having previously promised to feed Duanjiao until it was full, Charlotte prepared a large quantity of food. However, Duanjiao's stomach was connected to another dimension, making it impossible to satiate. The soup is delicious. Duanjiao wants more. By the end, Charlotte's mess kit was gleaming from being licked clean. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The group chose to rest in a room of the ancient castle. At last, Charlotte could peacefully examine her quest rewards. Chapter 67. Charlotte no longer plays the weakling. First, with her level 8 attribute points, Charlotte again opted to allocate them to intelligence, as she was utterly captivated by my king. Next came a selection of cards. Quest, The Missing Children. With an A-level completion, the rewards increased, and the highest tier of the 3 cards upgraded from green to blue. The first card depicted a massive sword, radiating an aura of power. Dragon Slayer, an exquisite equipment card, a one-handed great sword with a durability of 120. Attack, 40 points. Armor penetration, ignores 10 points of the enemy's armor. Critical hit, has a certain probability of triggering a critical hit, dealing double damage. Repair, recovers 1 durability point each day. Note, the Dragon Slayer, click to receive. It was indeed the Dragon Slayer. Charlotte wondered if it could form a set with her previous Sword of the Heavens. The second card showcased the silhouette of a martial artist scaling walls with grace. Wudong Cloud Stepping, an excellent skill card. Effect, teaches you this lightness skill. Note, step on your left foot and then your right, and soar into the sky. Step on your left foot, and then your right to fly high. Please go on. I'll hold down Newton's coffin lid for you. Skill cards differ from magic cards. Magic cards consume mana for use, but are subject to cooldowns. In contrast, skill cards, once equipped, grant you the ability to use them indefinitely, though some consumption is still required, such as mana, stamina, mental power, inner strength, chakra, or small universe energy. However, Charlotte currently lacked a skill slot, needing her universal card to advance to bronze tier to unlock it. This skill was indeed beneficial. At the very least, it would prove useful for fleeing. Unfortunately, Charlotte could not utilize it yet, especially since it was a green card, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied. The third card depicted a wild man adorned with a wolfskin hat. Dark Diablo Druid Profession card, an exquisite class card. Effect, become this profession. Note, I'm a wolf hailing from the north. Upon seeing the last card, Charlotte immediately perked up and hurriedly inquired of the great dictionary. Pray tell, what is this profession card? It states that by using this card, you can take up the profession of a druid from Diablo 2. Such trivial matters require my attention. I need beauty sleep. Charlotte was no longer inclined to critique the great dictionary. Instead, she was filled with joy, nearly leaping from her seat to exclaim in delight. Previously, having witnessed Pharaoh effortlessly casting magic, exuding the charisma of a powerful sorcerer, Charlotte had been deeply impressed. Throughout their journey, she had sought Pharaoh's guidance on matters of magic. Yet even with his innate magical prowess, casting spells was no simple feat. If learning magic were that easy, sorcerers would not be so rare. Along the way, Charlotte had managed to barely ignite a flicker of flame with her fingertip, merely sufficient to light a cigarette. As Pharaoh remarked, you should focus on walking the illustrious path of a hereditary summoner. If you pursue being a mage, you'll likely never advance to bronze in this lifetime. Those words infuriated Charlotte, who nearly considered eliminating Pharaoh on the spot to see if she could obtain a few magic cards. Initially, Charlotte could only learn a few low-level spells, but now she no longer needed to envy others. I could be a druid now. The elder Lingji Charlotte had previously encountered was a part-timer. Pharaoh mentioned that many sorcerers also dabbled in alchemy or enchanting. Pharaoh himself was an alchemist. This was a profession card. Without hesitation, Charlotte discarded the Dragon Slayer and the lofty leap of Newton-defying lightness skill, choosing the profession card instead. Utilizing this career card, in addition to the level 8 universal card disciple, Charlotte has now acquired a level 1 druid class. Furthermore, a skills interface has emerged, presenting the opportunity to learn a basic druid skill. After much contemplation, Charlotte ultimately decided to forego the summoning skill, Crow, for the time being, and instead opted for the elemental skill, Firestorm. This ability allows for the conjuring of a vast wall of flames upon the ground, boasting impressive effects. Currently, Charlotte possesses a multitude of companions, yet her own prowess remains woefully inadequate. In the heat of battle, she often finds herself casting a mere magic missile before swiftly meeting her demise. With little else to contribute, she can only cheer from the sidelines. Moreover, her entourage notably lacks spellcasters, a deficiency she now seeks to remedy. In addition to this, Charlotte has augmented her physical strength, intelligence, and perception, each by a single point. She has also acquired 2 new languages, the Woodfolk tongue and Druidic. After years of grappling with the English language, she now stands as a polyglot of refined sophistication. With this progress, she feels one step closer to becoming a formidable mage, much to her delight. She then draws another card. The third phase of the quest rewards her with a card of the highest grade, which is green. Once again, she is presented with 3 choices. The first card depicts an ugly, burly man clad in a karate gi and with disheveled hair. The Master of Waterbreak, a common level companion card, requires 30 magic points to summon a level 3 Master of Waterbreak to fight on your behalf. Note, behold my invincible wind and fire wheel. Good heavens! If only someone had taught me the ancient Chinese martial arts, I would have knocked you out with a single punch. Get lost, you worthless scoundrel. The second card features a chalk line used by carpenters. This common level tool is a carpenter's chalk line. Note, you might try using it to deal with zombies. Oh, come on, do you really have to toy with me like this? I can't wield Taoist magic. This is utterly useless for me. The third card presents the dark entrance of a cave. The Evil Cave Green, an excellent level dungeon card, allows the bearer to embark on a related quest and enter the Evil Cave. Note, this card holds significant value, with generous rewards for completing the dungeon. It's remarkable that such a lofty dictionary would deem this card of such high worth. This card must be kept. Furthermore, the first 2 cards are utterly worthless. They are enough to render men silent and women in tears. Without delving into further details, the prospect of entering the Evil Cave, a realm teeming with monsters to defeat, is enticing. Additionally, there are the remains of bosses to exploit. The potential for abundant experience is enticing. Perhaps even equipment will drop. This marks Charlotte's first encounter with such a dungeon card. It seems the universal card system possesses considerable untapped potential. She must prepare thoroughly before utilizing this card. The rewards from this expedition into the swamp have proven immensely fruitful. In fact, she has amassed enough fate points to purchase a classic card pack. Charlotte's hands itch with anticipation, for she suffers from an affliction that compels her to open card packs or feel as though she might perish. The exhilarating highs and devastating lows of her fortunes are simply irresistible. Yet, the traumatic experience from the previous card pack lingers in her mind, leaving her in a state of hesitation. It is a torment indeed. However, after days of arduous battles, she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep amidst her indecision. The hall lay silent, save for the occasional crackle of the burning firewood. Charlotte felt her body becoming extraordinarily light, as if she were floating. Upon awakening, she found herself suspended in midair. Looking down, she realized she was still lying on the ground, asleep. What has happened to me? Charlotte discovered she was unable to vocalize or move freely, left to drift helplessly in the air. It felt as though her soul had departed her body. Suddenly, she noticed one of the sleeping figures gently opening their eyes.